Audiobook title Ability World I Summon Alizia at the start. Chapter 01 to 80 Part 01. Chapter 1 The Spark that Ignited the Realm. Listen, lad. Do you fancy transmigrating to another world? Arthur typed back without missing a beat. Too right I do. You offering? He set his mobile down on the desk and returned his focus to the glowing monitor. Displayed across the screen was the Gacha Summons banner for Honkai Impact 3rd, featuring the legendary Hesher, Alizia. Just one pull away from hitting pity, Arthur muttered, rubbing his hands together. He clicked the drop button. A bright yellow Homu supply crate plummeted onto the screen and burst open with a flash of light. With a trembling finger, he tapped the skip button. A second later, he collapsed back into his chair, staring blankly at the display. Row after row of legendary S-rank Alizia drops flooded the results screen. It was an absurd, statistical impossibility. Unnerved by the impossible stroke of luck, Arthur stood up and stepped out onto the balcony to catch his breath. A cool evening breeze drifted across the city, soothing his frayed nerves. It's just superstition, he chuckled nervously to himself. A bit of good fortune isn't going to shorten my life, is it? Before the thought could even settle, the clear evening sky turned pitch black. A violent bolt of lightning cracked through the heavens, striking Arthur squarely where he stood. As his consciousness faded into absolute dark, a single frantic thought echoed in his mind. My browser history. Someone wipe my bloody browser history. Whack! The arrow struck the dead center of the target with a heavy thud. Dressed in a sweat-stained tunic, the 18-year-old youth lowered his composite bow, his dark eyes sharp and focused. A heavy brass bell chimed across the courtyard, signaling the end of training. Arthur unstrung his bow and placed it neatly onto the wooden rack. Heading home already, Arthur? A female classmate walked over, holding out a cool cup of water. Here. Thought you might need this. Arthur glanced at her, offering a polite, gentle smile. He had no desire to be cold, but he preferred keeping his distance. Appreciate it, but I've got my own flask. Thanks anyway. He shook his leather canteen to show it was full. All right then, the girl murmured, her shoulders slumping as she walked away. Arthur packed his gear into his satchel and set off along the cobblestone path. Walking through the familiar avenues of the district, he took in the vibrant atmosphere. Exotic spices wafted from the open-air stalls of the Grand Bazaar, mixing with the subtle hum of spiritual energy lingering in the air. It had been 18 years since he arrived in this world. When that lightning bolt incinerated his old body, he had lost consciousness, only to wake up as a newborn baby. Because an infant's mind could not process 18 years of adult memories all at once, his past life had returned to him gradually over time. This world was vastly larger than Earth, a realm where spiritual energy, known as Takat, flowed through all living things. Here, Grand Masters could fly through the heavens, split mountains, and tame ancient beasts. His adoptive father, Jahangir Drake, was once a respected warrior, a grade 3 Kaz fighter who had served in the Sultanate Guard until a crippling injury in a rift battle forced him to retire. Arthur's origin was a strange one. Years ago, during a violent rupture of a Kaz realm, a dangerous pocket dimension, Jahangir and his wife, Rahima, had taken shelter in the ruins of a collapsed infirmary. There, amongst the rubble, they discovered a crying newborn wrapped in fine silk swaddling clothes, lying beside the body of what appeared to be his birth mother. A silver pendant around the baby's neck bore the ancient lineage name Pendragon, alongside the name Arthur. Unable to have children of her own due to an old illness, Rahima took the infant into her arms. The couple formally adopted him, giving him their family surname, Drake, while keeping his given name, Arthur. Through 18 years of care and guidance, Jahangir and Rahima had raised him as their own, and Arthur loved them deeply in return. Oi, what are you staring off into space for? A crisp, lively voice broke Arthur out of his reverie, accompanied by a firm slap on his shoulder. Instinct took over. Arthur grabbed the delicate wrist and executed a swift shoulder throw, but the girl flipped gracefully in midair, landing lightly on her feet like a cat. Not bad, Arthur said, releasing his grip with a faint grin. Reflexes are still sharp. Of course they are, she boasted, puffing out her chest with a proud smirk. I don't slack off on my daily drills. You know. The young woman was strikingly beautiful, with waist-length jet-black hair that glistened under the setting sun. Tall and slender, she carried herself with effortless confidence. Her name was Samira, his childhood friend who had grown up alongside him in the neighborhood. Samira's father, Malik, had been Jahangir's comrade during their military days. Lacking high spiritual aptitude, Malik had turned to commerce, eventually building a prosperous merchant house in the city's trade district. Despite their different walks of life, the brotherhood between the two men never faded. When Jahangir was wounded in battle, Malik had spent small fortunes scouring the markets for rare medicinal herbs to help heal him. As children, Samira was often sent to the Drake household to train alongside Arthur under Jahangir's strict guidance. Over the years, the two had become inseparable. "Here, catch," Samira said, tossing a chilled bottle of fruit juice into his hands. Arthur caught it, unscrewed the cap, and took a long swig without hesitation. Walking side by side along the bustling street, Samira glanced sideways at him. "Tomorrow's the big awakening ceremony, Arthur. Are you nervous?" Arthur nodded slowly. "A bit, yeah. Can't deny it." Even with the memories of two lives, the prospect of unlocking his innate spiritual ability was enough to make his heart race. They spent the rest of the walk chatting casually about school, martial techniques, and rumours floating around the district. Before long, they arrived at the front gate of a comfortable courtyard house. "Fancy staying for dinner?" Arthur asked, turning to her. "I won't say no to that." Samira beamed. "I've been craving Auntie Rahima's cooking all day." Arthur chuckled, pushed open the front door, and led the way inside. Chapter 2. Before the awakening. As Arthur stepped through the front threshold, he spotted a middle-aged man sitting on the divan, watching the news channel. Hearing the front door creak, Jahangir looked up. A warm, familiar smile smoothed the tired lines on his face as he saw his son. "Back then, Arthur." Arthur smiled back. "Yeah, Dad, I'm home." He stepped aside, gesturing to the girl trailing behind him. "Look who dropped by." Samira offered a bright, polite smile. "Greetings, Uncle Jahangir. I came to see you and Auntie Rahima." Jahangir's smile widened, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Ah, Samira. Come in, child, come in. Have a seat." He gestured warmly toward the sitting area. The two teenagers walked into the main room and sat on the plush cushions. As soon as Samira settled in, Jahangir began chatting with her about her family and her training. Noticing the house was otherwise quiet, Arthur looked around and asked, "Dad, where's Mum?" "Out at the bazaar," Jahangir replied. "She said since tomorrow is your Takat awakening, she's cooking a massive feast tonight. Left about half an hour ago to get fresh spices and meat." Speak of the devil. The iron handle turned, and the heavy wooden door swung open. A slender, middle-aged woman walked in, carrying a large string bag packed with fresh vegetables and cuts of meat. Arthur and Samira immediately sprang up to help. "Here, let me take that, Mum," Arthur said, taking the heavy bundle. "Auntie, let me help in the kitchen," Samira added cheerfully. Rahima's tired eyes lit up as she saw Samira. "Oh, Samira, sweetheart. Look at you, always so helpful." Samira took the food bags from Arthur and headed straight toward the kitchen. Arthur followed right behind her. "Since when did you become so eager to do house chores?" he teased under his breath. Samira nudged him with her elbow. "Keep talking and I won't leave any mutton for you." From the doorway, Jahangir and Rahima watched the two bickering light-heartedly, their faces full of affectionate warmth. Having watched the pair grow up together like thread and needle, both families quietly hoped the bond would blossom into something deeper in the years to come. Arthur was well aware of his parents' unspoken hopes. He certainly didn't mind he and Samira shared a deep, genuine bond, and being together felt completely natural. Whether Samira felt the same way, however, was something he hadn't yet asked. Before long, the rich, intoxicating aroma of roasted spices and simmering curries filled the home. Rahima laid out a lavish spread across the dining table, flavoursome rice, rich meat curries, and freshly baked flatbreads. Samira's eyes lit up, and she practically drooled at the sight. Even though her father ran a wealthy merchant trading house, and they could afford fine dining, nothing matched the rustic perfection of Rahima's cooking. Rahima chuckled, piling a generous portion onto Samira's plate. "Eat up, child. Have as much as you like." "Thank you, Auntie Rahima." Samira dug in without hesitation. Arthur and Jahangir laughed softly at her enthusiasm, settling down to enjoy the meal themselves. After dinner was finished, Samira helped Rahima tidy up the kitchen before putting on her shawl to leave. "Uncle, Auntie, I should head back before my folks start worrying." "Go safely, child," Jahangir said, walking her to the gate. "Give my best regards to your father, Malik." "I will. Good night, Uncle." Once Samira had left, Jahangir returned inside and sat down next to Arthur, who was reviewing his notes on his mobile screen. "Arthur, son," Jahangir began gently, placing a heavy hand on his shoulder. "Tomorrow is the awakening ceremony. Don't go putting too much pressure on yourself. Even if your spirit core turns out to be ordinary, It's not the end of the world. I've already spoken with Uncle Malik. If things don't work out with the Sultanate Guard, you can always join his merchant fleet. Just take it easy. All right. Feeling the deep, steady warmth of his father's concern, Arthur smiled reassurance back at him. Don't worry, Dad. My mind is clear. I won't let it beat me. Jahangir chuckled, slapping his shoulder lightly. That's my boy. Right then. Go wash up and get a good night's sleep. You'll need all your energy for tomorrow. Later that night, lay stretched out on his bed, looking up at the wooden beams of the ceiling as thoughts drifted through his mind, carrying the memories of 2 lives. He couldn't deny how desperately he wanted to awaken a high-grade spirit core. In a world governed by martial power and spiritual energy, strength was the ultimate freedom. He didn't consider himself a hero of destiny, nor did he expect the heavens to grant him legendary powers just because he was transmigrated. When his past life memories first returned years ago, he had quietly called out for a magic system or an automated cheat, but no ringing bell had answered him. What will be, he thought, letting out a long breath. I've trained my body and my mind. The rest is down to fate. With a calm heart, he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. The next morning, after a hearty breakfast, Arthur set off early for the academy, accompanied by the warm prayers and encouragement of his parents. Rahima watched his figure disappear down a cobblestone lane, her hands clasped nervously over her chest. Jahangir, do you think Arthur will awaken a strong spirit core today? Jahangir wrapped an arm around her shoulders, looking toward the horizon. Whatever happens, it is in the hands of the Almighty. The lad has a sharp head and a strong heart. He'll do fine. Arthur boarded the crowded public coach and arrived at the grand gates of Darka High Academy First Division. His spot at the prestigious academy was well earned. While other teenagers struggled through their studies on spiritual theory and realm history, Arthur's mind, sharpened by 2 lifetimes of learning, absorbed every piece of knowledge effortlessly. He held the top rank in written examinations across the entire institution. His martial talent was equally formidable. For reasons he couldn't quite explain, he felt a natural, almost instinctual connection to the spear and the bow. Combined with Jahangir's relentless combat drills since childhood, Arthur was virtually undefeated in sparring matches among his peers. Walking down the wide stone corridors toward his classroom, Arthur found the hall already packed with students. The air was thick with nervous tension and electric excitement. Everyone was talking loudly, speculating on what kind of spiritual element or technique they might unlock. As Arthur walked through the doorway, several heads turned, and the noisy chatter immediately quieted down. Chapter 3. The Awakening Ceremony. Morning, Arthur. All right, mate, you're in early. Morning, Arthur. As Arthur walked into the classroom, warm greetings echoed from every corner. He was well regarded among his peers, courteous, grounded, and consistently topping the academy's rankings. Morning, everyone, Arthur replied with a friendly nod, taking his seat near the back window. It was a prime spot in the room, offering a clear view of the sprawling courtyard below. Before long, the remaining desks filled up. The room buzzed with restless chatter, a nervous energy hanging thick in the air as the students waited. Suddenly, the noise dropped to complete silence. Standing in the doorway was their head tutor, a tall man with a severe expression and a razor-sharp gaze. His mere presence was enough to quiet the entire room. He stepped up to the podium, sweeping his dark eyes over the silent class before letting out a gruff huff. Given what day it is, I'll spare you the usual lecture. Everyone down to the courtyard, now. Orderly lines for the coaches. Without another word, he turned on his heel. The teenagers quickly filed out behind him. The central parade ground was a sea of people. Hundreds of final-year students stood assembled under the bright morning sun. Arthur took his place at the rear of his class line, looking out over the crowd. A sudden movement caught his eye. A few rows over, a girl was bouncing on her tiptoes, waving her arm frantically in his direction. It was Samira. Arthur caught her eye and offered a brief, reassuring nod. She grinned, finally standing still. Under the direction of the senior instructors, the students were marshalled into waiting transport coaches in organised groups. Arthur boarded his designated carriage, though Samira was loaded onto a separate coach further ahead. As the heavy coach rumbled along the paved avenue, Arthur stared out the glass window at the grand stone structure looming in the distance, the grand citadel of awakening. The spire stood at the absolute heart of the province, built by the Imperial Sultanate. Beyond housing the sacred awakening chambers, it served as the regional headquarters for the Imperial Enforcement Bureau, the authority responsible for regulating spiritual practitioners and maintaining order across the realm. Upon arrival, The courtyard outside the citadel was already overflowing with students from academies across the province. Because Darker High Academy held the premier rank in the division, Arthur's cohort was directed toward the main entrance, securing an early position for the rites. As they assembled, the principal of 2nd Division Academy walked over to greet the head of Arthur's school. "Ah, Brother Deng, good to see you," he called out with a boisterous laugh. Principal Deng Chen, a grade 3 Kaz warrior, offered a wry smile. "Brother Zhu, it's been a while." Principal Zhu Wu, also a grade 3 master, grinned, his eyes gleaming with friendly rivalry. "So how are your scholars faring this year, Deng? Try not to let my lot outshine you again, eh?" Deng Chen's lip twitched. Zhu Wu was a fine man, but he never missed a chance to rub salt in the wound. For the past 2 years, 2nd Division had edged out 1st Division in both Spirit Core ratings and practical combat trials, giving Zhu Wu endless bragging rights. "Don't count your chickens just yet, Zhu," Deng Chen retorted smoothly. "Let's see whose students shine brighter today." Before Zhu Wu could banter back, a figure stepped out from the main arched gates of the citadel. The crowd instinctively hushed. The man was pale and gaunt, with deep shadows under his tired eyes, looking as though a strong gust of wind might blow him over. Yet no one dared make a sound. This was Governor Yan Ran, a grade 4 Amia, and one of the 2 highest-ranking martial authorities officially recognized in the province. The other was Commander Zheng Kai of the garrison. While powerful noble houses like the merchant clans undoubtedly harbored hidden elder masters of similar strength, Governor Yan Ran held official supreme authority over the territory. Governor Yan Ran glanced over the silent gathering, his voice quiet yet carrying clearly across the entire plaza through spiritual energy. "Principals, bring your students forward as their names are called." He unrolled a heavy parchment scroll. "First cohort, Darker High Academy, 1st Division." Principal Deng Chen immediately stepped forward, guiding the first group into the grand entrance. Since Arthur's class was positioned further back in the sequence, they remained in the plaza, watching the outcomes as students began to emerge. The contrast was stark. Some youths walked out with pale faces and sunken shoulders, staring blankly at the ground. Their spirit cause either failed to ignite or yielded only low-grade, common attributes. Others burst through the archway red-faced with triumph, laughing aloud after unlocking high-potential affinities. The tension in the courtyard grew thicker with every passing minute. Suddenly, a violent surge of spiritual energy rippled through the upper tiers of the citadel. A beam of ink-black light ruptured the clouds, shooting directly into the sky above the city. The dark light expanded across the heavens, unfolding into a colossal, floating parchment scroll that spanned miles across the sky. Across the sprawling scroll, an unseen celestial brush moved with fluid, masterful strokes. Ink flowed across the heavens, painting soaring mountain ranges, lush pine forests, and roaring rivers. Fantastic spirit beasts materialized within the brushwork, some majestic and fiercer than dragons, others graceful and nimble. The scene was so vivid that the scent of mountain pines and fresh rain seemed to drift down from the sky itself. Every citizen across the province looked up in absolute shock. Everyone recognized the phenomenon. It was the celestial vision that only appeared during the rarest of events, the birth of a supreme divine-grade spirit core. No one had imagined their modest provincial capital would witness a legendary awakening. Chapter 4. The Divine Blessing Awakens a Supreme Divine-Grade Spirit Core. Standing at the base of the citadel, Governor Yan Ran stared up at the sky in open astonishment. He had never expected such a legendary phenomenon to manifest within their quiet provincial capital. The thousands of students gathered across the courtyard stood frozen, gazes glued to the celestial painting spanning the clouds. Most had only ever seen such cosmic signs broadcast on grand state scrolls from the high imperial capital. To witness one in the flesh was breathtaking. Arthur looked up at the massive scroll, equally entranced by the roaring spirit beasts and emerald mountains flowing across the firmament. Moments later, the golden light faded, and the grand tapestry melted into thin air. Even as the skies cleared, excited chatter erupted through the crowd like wildfire. Had the provincial governor and academy principals not been present to maintain order, a full riot of speculation would have broken out. Before long, the heavy iron doors at the base of the citadel swung open. A group of students emerged, surrounded by a tight cluster of senior instructors and citadel officials. Arthur leaned forward to get a clearer view. In the very center of the entourage stood a familiar slender figure. It was Samira. Seeing the elders fluttering around her like protective hawks, Arthur chuckled quietly. So the Supreme Core belongs to her. Next cohort. Step forward. An instructor's voice boomed across the plaza. Arthur joined his class, following Principal Deng Chen through the archway into the citadel. The interior of the spire was vast, constructed from sleek white marble integrated with complex spiritual mechanisms that hung softly with latent power. Arrayed throughout the grand halls were senior scribes and court enforcers, moving purposefully between glowing runic arrays. Principal Deng Chen led them toward a massive circular stone lift. His usual stern face was radiant with pride. Finding a supreme divine-grade genius among his academy's ranks meant the Sultanate court would bestow immense resources upon their division. The students stepped onto the platform, and the lift ascended smoothly. Through the thick crystal windows lining the shaft, Arthur watched the sprawling city below shrink into a miniature grid. A tense silence fell over the platform. The teenagers shifted nervously, their breathing short as the moment of destiny drew near. When the lift came to a halt, Deng Chen led them into an immense vaulted chamber with high stone walls and seamless floors. He turned to face the cohort, his voice surprisingly gentle. "All right, scholars. This is the core chamber. Once inside, remember to follow the instructor's commands to the letter. Do not panic, and keep your focus clear." The heavy brass doors swung open, and the students filed into the vast, empty room. At the very center stood a senior master clad in flowing imperial robes. As Arthur stepped deeper inside, he glanced behind him and noticed something strange. The distant entrance they had just walked to seemed to recede rapidly into the distance, shrinking to a tiny speck against an endlessly expanding floor. Noticing the young man's surprise, the master offered a reassuring smile. "Do not be alarmed. The floor is protected by spatial arrays. The room expands automatically to ensure that when your spirit cause burst into life, no one is harmed by wild surges of power." He then raised his voice, his tone echoing through the vast space. "Spread out. Maintain a distance of 10 paces between each other." The students quickly scattered, taking their places across the expansive floor. Once everyone was positioned, the master nodded toward a raised gallery above. Instantly, a gentle, invisible tide of warm spiritual energy descended over the hall, enveloping every youth in its embrace. The sensation was soothing, like resting in a hot spring, as the external energy gently nudged the slumbering power hidden within their veins. Arthur felt the surge clearly. A warm current rushed through his blood, spreading rapidly to every limb and waking an ancient, dormant pulse within his heart. All across the chamber, spiritual visions erupted. Flames roared to life around one student, enveloping him in a column of fire. Another youth gasped as his limbs bulked and morphed into the shadow of a ferocious spirit beast. Elsewhere, a young girl held her breath as a gleaming spectral blade materialized in her hand. The master nodded in quiet satisfaction. "A fine batch of scholars this year. The spiritual resonance is exceptionally sharp." Not everyone was so fortunate. Roughly 30% of the class stood motionless, their hands empty and their bodies cold. No light answered their call. They stared at their peers with bitter envy and quiet devastation. Within Arthur's chest, a distinct power surged into complete alignment. Information flashed clearly across his mind, confirming his newly awakened core. Grade as Spirit Core, Servant Pact. Arthur let out a soft sigh of relief. A grade a core was rare, ensuring him a place among the elite practitioners of the realm. He could now walk the path of a true martial master. Suddenly, a crisp, mechanical chiming echoed directly inside his mind. Spirit Core awakening confirmed. Dimensional Pact system successfully activated. System initialization, 10%, 30%, 50%, 80%, 99% system online. Welcome, Pioneer Captain. Dimensional summoning module unlocked. Arthur stood frozen in place. System. He stared blankly into the empty air. When his memories of his past life had first returned years ago, he had spent weeks trying every trick to summon an automated system. To no avail. He had never imagined that the trigger required his spirit core to awaken first. Novice Realm bundle detected in inventory. Would the host like to open it? The mechanical voice chimed once more, snapping him out of his daze. He didn't hesitate for a second. Open it. Congratulations. You have obtained one high-grade character summoning ticket. Congratulations. You have awakened the legendary Sovereign Core, the Hunt. Chapter 5, The Eon of the Hunt. Wait. What sort of core is this? Before Arthur could even process his shock, a second, entirely different power violently erupted from deep within his chest, completely eclipsing the gentle warmth of his servant pact. This new energy was domineering, tyrannical, and razor-sharp. It felt like a peerless, unbreakable arrow, perfectly primed to pierce through the very fabric of reality. A brilliant, pulsing azure aura burst from his body, enveloping him in a blinding cascade of blue light. Almost instantly, a towering, ethereal phantom began to materialize behind him. Meanwhile, outside the grand citadel of awakening, the massive crowds were thrown into fresh chaos. A sudden, intense pillar of blue light erupted from the awakening chamber's floor, piercing straight through the heavy stone walls of the citadel. "You're having a laugh," surely Governor Yan Ran muttered, his jaw dropping as he stared blankly at the spire. He was utterly gobsmacked. A single supreme divine-grade awakening in their modest provincial capital was already a once-in-a-century miracle. But two, it was statistically impossible. Before anyone could catch their breath, the colossal pillar of azure light shot straight up into the heavens. In the blink of an eye, the bright afternoon sun was swallowed whole. The sky transformed into an endless, sweeping expanse of a starry cosmic night, glowing with nebulae and distant galaxies. Across the entire sprawling city of Darker, millions of citizens stopped dead in their tracks. Street vendors, guardsmen, and scholars alike tilted their heads upwards, staring at the breathtaking celestial canvas. The atmosphere in the city shifted into a bizarre, breathless silence as everyone waited to see what would happen next. Back inside the core chamber, the senior master standing at the center of the hall was just as stunned as the crowds outside. "This another supreme divine-grade core. Blimey," he whispered, his voice trembling. At that moment, the colossal phantom towering behind Arthur finally solidified. The entire hall gasped. It was a magnificent, godlike entity resembling a centaur, but far more terrifying. Its hind legs were completely replaced by massive, mechanical azure wheels that blazed with furious blue fire. A mystical, intricate mask obscured its face, radiating a cold, divine authority. This was Lan, the Eon of the Hunt. Simultaneously, high above the city in the cosmic illusion, a cosmic projection of Lan silently appeared amongst the stars. The Eon finally moved. Raising one powerful arm, Lan simply clenched his fist. A sweeping arc of beautiful blue light instantly manifested, condensing into an awe-inspiring, intricate longbow. With his other hand, he pulled back the empty bowstring. As the string drew taut, a spectral arrow of deep, blazing azure coalesced from the sheer spiritual energy of the cosmos. As the bow reached full draw, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the province. The aura was absolute, carrying the weight of a shattered galaxy, and leaving every mortal soul trembling in reverence. Then, a majestic, thunderous voice echoed directly into the minds of everyone in the city. "Vast and limitless, heed my command. Our enmity is endless, our crusade boundless. We hunt across the sea of stars to eradicate the abominations. The astral arrow is drawn. Our might shall shake the four corners of the universe." Immediately following the decree, a legion of phantom voices roared in fanatical unison, shaking the heavens by the mandate of the Eon. "Smite the author of plague, by the mandate of the Eon. Smite the author of plague." The booming chants echoed endlessly, loud as ringing war bells, igniting a fierce, uncontrollable fighting spirit in the hearts of all who heard them. High in the sky, the cosmic projection of Lan released the bowstring. Boom! The azure arrow tore across the firmament with apocalyptic fury. It left a dazzling, incandescent trail in its wake, shattering the illusionary stars into stardust before vanishing into the infinite depths of the universe. The city remained frozen in absolute shock, millions of minds struggling to process the sheer scale of the divine vision. Only when the cosmic night finally melted away, returning the sky to its normal, sunlit blue, did the citizen snap back to reality. Governor Yan Ran let out a breathless, exultant laugh. "Unbelievable. To think our quiet, little Darker province has birthed two supreme, divine-grade awakened in a single afternoon." Truthfully, if he wasn't duty-bound to maintain order at the citadel gates, he would have sprinted up to the core chamber to meet these two prodigies himself. But he knew his trusted friend, Garrison Commander Zheng Kai, would secure the student safely. Feeling a sudden rush of adrenaline, the governor's usual lethargic, tired aura vanished completely, replaced by the fiery zeal of a grade 4 Amir ready to defend his city's newfound glory. Inside the awakening chamber, absolute silence reigned. Every student was staring wide-eyed at Arthur. Even the senior master was rooted to the spot. Because he was standing so close to Arthur, the oppressive, divine presence of the Eon had left an indelible mark on his soul. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, the master clapped his hands loudly to break the spell. "Right, everyone, form an orderly queue. Proceed to the exit, and register your newly awakened Takat cause." He hurried over to the heavy brass registry desk near the main door. Despite the earth-shattering event he had just witnessed, protocol had to be followed. Still, he couldn't help But notice that Arthur's awakening phenomenon carried a significantly more destructive, domineering aura than the supreme core awakened by the girl, Samira, earlier. Because Arthur was standing closest to the exit, he was the first to step up to the registry desk. The master looked the young lad up and down, his eyes gleaming with profound respect. Brilliant lad. You can tell just by looking at him that he's destined for greatness, he thought to himself. Name, and the attribute of your awakened core? The master asked formally, his fingers hovering over the glowing runic keyboard. Arthur Drake, Arthur replied calmly. Core attributes, the hunt, and servant pact. The master's typing fingers rose mid-air. He looked up, his eyes wide, and unblinking, utterly convinced his ears were playing tricks on him. I'm sorry, what did you just say, lad? Arthur maintained a perfectly polite expression and repeated himself clearly. Name, Arthur Drake. Core attributes, the hunt, and servant pact. Right, of course, the master stammered, turning his head back to the screen to hide his shock. His hands were trembling so violently he could barely type. He knew exactly what this meant. Not only had this boy awakened a terrifying supreme divine grade core, but he possessed a dual core awakening. The master's heart pounded against his ribs with sheer elation. With two supreme divine grade geniuses emerging in one day, Darka Province was practically guaranteed to receive massive funding from the Imperial Sultanate. They might even be elevated to a Tier 1 capital. History has just been made, the master thought, logging Arthur's details with reverent care. Chapter 6, an audience with the Deputy Governor. After undergoing a rigorous, specialized assessment to verify the true grade of his two spirit cores, the Citadel officials finally confirmed Arthur hadn't fabricated his results. The heavy iron doors of the testing wing swung open, and Arthur stepped out into the grand corridor. Pacing anxiously near the marble pillars was Headmaster Darwood. The moment the older man spotted Arthur, his eyes lit up. He hurried over, his heavy boots echoing against the stone floor, and grabbed Arthur by the shoulders. Arthur, lad. Darwood's voice trembled with poorly contained excitement. You were in there. Do you have any idea who triggered that second supreme divine grade phenomenon? Naturally, Darwood knew Arthur well. The boy wasn't just the top scholar in the Academy's written examinations. His practical martial arts scores were unmatched across the entire institution. Arthur looked at the frantic headmaster and decided there was no point beating around the bush. Headmaster, he said calmly, pointing a finger at his own chest, the one who awakened the second supreme divine grade core was me. What? Darwood gasped, his jaw dropping in sheer disbelief. He stared at his prize student as if seeing him for the first time. It was you. By the almighty, Arthur offered a modest smile. I suppose the heavens just blessed me with a bit of good fortune today, sir. Inwardly, Arthur knew his initial awakening was only a grade a servant pact. The monstrous, awe-inspiring power of the hunt had been bestowed directly by the dimensional pact system. Though honestly, judging by the cosmic terror it unleashed, Arthur suspected the hunt vastly exceeded the supreme divine grade classification. The Citadel's testing crystals simply didn't have a category higher than SSS to register it. Good fortune, lad. This is far beyond mere luck. Darwood beamed, his chest swelling with immense pride. Arthur, you've given me the surprise of a lifetime. With a spirit core of this magnitude, your future in the Sultanate is absolutely limitless. Arthur nodded politely, expressing his gratitude. Darwood patted his back firmly, his tone shifting to one of earnest guidance. You must seize this opportunity, my boy. But remember, never let arrogance cloud your judgment. Raw strength is crucial, but a master's state of mind is what truly determines his path. I understand, Headmaster, Arthur replied seriously. He appreciated the elder's wisdom, and given his 2 lifetimes of experience, he was hardly the sort to let a bit of success go to his head. Right then, off you go. Head home and rest up, Darwood instructed, gesturing toward a side exit. Focus on preparing for the Sultanate martial exams next month. With your talent, securing a spot in a top-tier Imperial Academy is a certainty. Darwood was intentionally sending Arthur out early. He had witnessed how the Citadel officials and instructors had hopelessly mobbed Samira earlier, and he didn't want Arthur to face the same overwhelming pressure. Slipping out through a side gate, Arthur smoothly rejoined his classmates in the outer plaza. Because Governor Yeher and the Academy principals were strictly maintaining order, the area remained relatively calm. None of the students suspected that the boy who had just triggered a cosmic anomaly was quietly standing right beside them. A few minutes after Arthur had settled into the crowd, he felt a firm, heavy hand clap onto his shoulder. Arthur turned around and found himself face to face with a tall man clad in the dark, immaculate uniform of the Sultanate Elite Guard. "Greetings, Mr. Drake," the officer said in a low, polite tone. "Deputy Governor Zafar has requested an audience with you. If you would be so kind as to follow me." As he spoke, the guard pulled a bronze imperial seal from his tunic. Arthur glanced at it, sensing the distinct, complex flow of anti-counterfeit tacket energy woven into the metal. It was a genuine government insignia. "Lead the way," Arthur agreed effortlessly. He had a strong feeling the summons was tied directly to his awakening. Thinking of the supreme divine grade cause, Arthur suddenly remembered Samira. He glanced around the bustling plaza, his brow furrowing. Where had she gone? Given the massive commotion her awakening had caused, her sudden disappearance should have sparked a frenzy among the students. Yet, nobody seemed to care. Even stranger, Arthur noticed that his classmates were still chatting normally right next to him, completely oblivious to the towering elite guard standing in their midst or the conversation they were having about the deputy governor. Seeing Arthur's confused expression, the stern guard offered a faint, knowing smile. "There is no need to worry, Mr. Drake. My specific tacket attribute dampens my physical presence and conceals those I interact with. Your classmates simply cannot perceive us." Arthur's eyes widened in realization. So that's how it is. They must have used the same stealth ability to quietly extract Samira from the crowd. The guard escorted Arthur into a sleek, spirit-powered carriage, driving them to the upper administrative tiers of the citadel. They stopped before a set of grand, heavy oak doors. "Please go right in, Mr. Drake. The deputy governor will join you shortly," the officer said, stepping aside. Arthur pushed open the doors and walked into a lavish, sunlit office adorned with rich Persian-style carpets and elegant wooden furnishings. The first thing he saw was a familiar silhouette. Samira was sitting on a plush velvet sofa, her legs crossed comfortably as she rested her chin on her hand, looking around the grand room with wide-eyed curiosity. Spotting Arthur, she bolted upright, a delighted grin breaking across her face. "Arthur, what are you doing here?" Arthur smiled, gesturing casually toward the large crystal window overlooking the city. "Did you happen to see that second cosmic vision in the sky earlier?" Samira blinked, putting two and two together. Her eyes widened in absolute shock. "Wait, that massive starry sky and the archer. That was you." Arthur simply nodded. "By the heavens, Arthur, you're brilliant," she cheered, though she quickly puffed out her chest with a competitive smirk. "But don't think you've left me in the dust. I awakened a supreme divine grade core too, you know." Arthur chuckled, just about to reply when a hearty, booming laugh echoed from the doorway. "Ha ha ha. Truly, heroes emerge from the youth." A powerfully built, middle-aged man strode into the room, followed closely by the elite guard. He possessed a commanding, vibrant aura that filled the space instantly. Arthur and Samira immediately stood up, offering respectful bows. "You praise us too highly, Deputy Governor." They both recognized the man. It was Zafar, the Deputy Governor of Darker City, and a renowned Grade 4 Amir. Zafar waved his hand dismissively, his smile warm and genuine. "Nonsense. I don't hand out empty praise. 2 supreme divine grade awakenings in one day. The future of this province rests on your shoulders, and it is looking incredibly bright." Both teenagers smiled modestly at the high praise. Zafar laughed again, his eyes gleaming with deep appreciation as he looked at the 2 prodigies. "I called you both here today for 2 reasons. Firstly, to offer my personal congratulations, and secondly to give you a bit of a boost." He reached into his embroidered robes and produced 2 exquisite silver rings, deeply etched with intricate Sultanate arabesque patterns. He handed one to each of them. "These are void jewel rings," Zafar explained as they accepted the gifts. "Inside, you will find a treasury of cultivation resources prepared exclusively by the governor's estate for our highest tier talents. Consider it an investment. Use them well to prepare for the Sultanate martial exams next month." Curious, Arthur and Samira sent a sliver of their tacket into the rings to inspect the contents. Their breath hitched. Neatly stacked within the spatial pockets were piles of high-grade spirit stones, rare medicinal elixirs, and advanced cultivation manuals. While the Citadel's elites might view this as a standard stipend, for teenagers from relatively modest backgrounds, the resources inside the rings represented an unimaginable fortune. Chapter 7. A gathering of masters and miracles. After Arthur and Samira left the lavish Citadel office, Deputy Governor Zafar walked over to the grand arched window. He clasped his hands behind his back, his dark eyes gazing thoughtfully over the sprawling, sunlit cityscape of Darker. "Well, they've gone. Are you going to skulk in the shadows all day?" he murmured, his deep voice effortlessly cutting through the quiet room. The heavy wooden door connecting to the inner chambers creaked open. Governor Yahir strolled in, dressed in a sharp, immaculate dark sherwani. He walked up to the window, his eyes following the two teenagers as they disappeared into the bustling bazaar streets below. A faint, knowing smile played on his lips. So, Yahir began softly, glancing at Safar. How do you reckon they'll fare in this year's Sultanate martial trials? Safar's gaze darkened like a deep, unfathomable lake. Top 10 in the realm, at the very least. If they push themselves to the absolute limit, perhaps top 5. Yahir chuckled, shaking his head. You really don't fancy their chances at the top spot, do you? I think you are underestimating them. Those two little monsters have terrifying potential. Safar sighed, stepping away from the glass. He walked over to his mahogany desk, poured a glass of clear spring water from a silver pitcher, and took a slow sip. You and I both know the kind of staggering wealth and ancestral resources the great noble houses pour into their heirs, Safar said quietly. Centuries of hoarded elixirs, secret martial arts, and high-tier spirit beasts. Against that kind of foundation, what real advantage do Arthur and Samira have? He downed the rest of his water in one gulp, the glass landing on the desk with a heavy thud. Yahya fell silent. He knew Safar was right. The ancient clans of the Bengal Sultanate possessed deep, terrifying roots that ordinary citizens simply couldn't overcome with sheer talent alone. Besides, Safar continued, looking up, I just received an urgent missive. Yahir's interest peaked. Go on. The imperial capital of Gore has also birthed a supreme divine-grade awakener today, Safar revealed, his tone grim. Oh, which house? The noble house of Zaid. It's Sawyer Zaid, the treasured daughter of the Grand Sepah Salar. Yahir's breath hitched. A supreme core in the hands of the realm's supreme warlord family. The upcoming trials were going to be an absolute bloodbath. Meanwhile, Arthur and Samira were strolling down the vibrant, spice-scented streets toward the residential district. Suddenly, Arthur stopped in his tracks. He turned to Samira, raising a suspicious eyebrow. Hold on a minute. Why are you following me home? Samira blinked innocently and nodded. Yeah, my dad just sent me a message. He's already at your place chatting with Uncle Jahangir. Said we're having a massive celebratory dinner together. Arthur rolled his eyes, letting out a heavy sigh. You literally crashed our dinner last night. Are you just moving in at this point? Samira put her hands on her hips, her chin tilting up defiantly. What's the matter, Arthur? Am I not welcome? It's not that, Arthur muttered, shaking his head with a cheeky grin. It's just that you eat like a starved ghost. I swear, you look like you haven't seen a hot meal in a decade when my mum starts cooking. Before she could process the insult, Arthur bolted, sprinting down the cobblestone street to escape her wrath. Arthur Drake, Samira roared, her face flushing crimson with embarrassment and mock rage. She instantly gave chase, darting through the crowds. The two teenagers laughed and bickered the whole way, racing through the familiar alleys until they finally tumbled to a stop right outside Arthur's front gate. Click! Arthur pushed the heavy wooden door open, stepping into the warm hallway. The sight in the living room made him pause. Sitting on the plush divan opposite his father, Jahangir, was an elegant, well-dressed man with a refined merchant's aura. The two men were sipping hot chai and laughing warmly. Hearing the door open, the elegant man turned around. His eyes locked onto Arthur, and his face instantly lit up with a brilliant smile. Ah, Arthur, my boy, you're back. Come over here. Let your old uncle get a proper look at you, he called out warmly. Good evening, Uncle Malik, Arthur greeted politely, stepping into the room with Samira right behind him. Malik, Samira's wealthy father, stood up and looked Arthur up and down, his eyes wide with genuine admiration. By the heavens, lad, you're growing into a remarkably handsome young man. I've only been away on a trade expedition for a few weeks, and I almost didn't recognize you. It wasn't empty flattery. At 18, Arthur was shooting up in height, his frame filling out with lean muscle from years of relentless training. His features were sharp and determined, and since his spiritual awakening earlier that afternoon, a new, undeniable heroic aura radiated from his very being. You're too kind, Uncle, Arthur replied with a humble, easygoing smile. Dad, you didn't even say hello to me. Samira whined playfully, squeezing past Arthur to grab her father's arm. Malik laughed a booming, joyous laugh and patted his daughter's head affectionately. Now, Samira, don't be jealous. It's just been a while since I saw young Arthur. That's all. Samira narrowed her eyes playfully, but leaned into his touch, clearly enjoying the warmth. Jahangir set his teacup down, his face buzzing with eager curiosity. Even Rahima poked her head out from the kitchen, wiping her hands on her apron. Right then, you two, Jahangir said, leaning forward. You've just come from the citadel. Tell us, what grades did your tacket cause awaken at? Arthur opened his mouth to answer, but he suddenly felt a sharp tug on the hem of his tunic. He glanced down. Samira was frantically winking at him, silently demanding he keep quiet. Catching her drift, Arthur snapped his mouth shut and swallowed his words, letting her take the stage. Hee, take a guess. Samira teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I'll give you a hint. Both of our core grades are absolutely brilliant. Like, mind-bogglingly strong. On the walk home, Arthur had come clean and told Samira the truth about his dual awakening. It had taken her a solid 10 minutes to recover from the sheer shock. Now, it was her turn to stun the parents. Oh, Malik stroked his neatly trimmed beard, thinking it over. Well, if you're boasting this much, did you manage to awaken a grade A core? Because if so, that is truly magnificent. Samira shifted awkwardly. Well, you're on the right track, but no, not grade A. Malik's eyes widened. Don't tell me a grade S. He assumed he was about to hit the absolute jackpot. Samira flashed a triumphant, $1,000,000 smile. Surprise, Dad. It's a supreme divine grade. Both Arthur and I awakened SSS grade calls today. The living room plunged into a stunned, absolute silence. Malik, Jahangir, and Rahima froze, their jaws practically hitting the floor. They had seen the colossal cosmic visions lighting up the skies of Darka earlier that day, but it hadn't even crossed their minds that the legendary phenomena belonged to their own children. But wait, there's more, Samira added, her voice practically singing. Dad, remember when you guessed grade A, and I hesitated? Malik blinked, his brain completely short-circuiting. Why yes, what about it? Samira reached over and slapped Arthur proudly on the shoulder. That's because Arthur didn't just awaken one core, he's a dual core awakener. Alongside his supreme divine grade, his second core is a grade A servant pact. For the second time in less than a minute, the three adults looked as though they had been struck by a bolt of lightning. Chapter 8. The flawless summon. Drink up, my friend, to our brilliant children. At the dinner table, Jahangir and Malik laughed uproariously, raising their brass goblets filled with a rich, spiced spirit-infused kawa. It was a potent, warming brew reserved only for the most joyous of occasions. Sitting across from them, Rahima's eyes crinkled with affection as she scooped generous portions of tender mutton biryani onto Arthur and Samira's plates. Ever since Samira had dropped the bombshell about their supreme divine grade awakenings, the two fathers had been riding a high of absolute euphoria. After pouring another round of the steaming kawa, Jahangir turned to Malik. Listen, Malik, I'm planning to take Arthur down to the Kaz realm on the outskirts of the city tonight. The lad needs some practical combat experience to test his new core. Shall I bring Samira along? Malik stroked his neatly trimmed beard, pondering for a moment before nodding firmly. Absolutely. I'll leave her in your capable hands, Brother Jahangir. He turned to his daughter, his tone turning serious. Samira, you listened to your Uncle Jahangir to the letter in that rift. Do you understand? Understood, Dad. Samira nodded eagerly, her eyes shining with excitement. Jahangir chuckled, his broad shoulders shaking. Don't worry, Malik. I'll keep a close eye on her. Neither Arthur nor Samira felt the slightest bit of dread about entering a dangerous Kaz realm. Jahangir, a hardened former Sultanate guardsman, had been putting them through grueling combat drills since they were children. Now that their takat cores were fully awakened, they were both itching to see exactly how powerful they had become. After the celebratory feast wrapped up, Malik and Samira headed home so she could gather her combat gear. Arthur retreated to the quiet of his bedroom. Sitting cross-legged on his woven rug, he finally had a moment to study the mysterious system resting in his mind. After a bit of focused meditation, the mechanics of the dimensional pact system became crystal clear. As the name suggested, it granted him the power to summon entities across dimensions. Brilliantly, the system had flawlessly merged with his grade A servant pact core. To the rest of the world, his spiritual signature read as a standard high-tier summoning ability, effectively masking his ultimate trump card. The most staggering revelation was the summoning pool itself. The characters he could call upon were drawn directly from the two video games he had played religiously in his past life, Honkai Impact 3rd and Honkai Star Rail. There were rules, of course. The summoned character's raw power would adapt to the physical laws of this world and match Arthur's own cultivation level. For instance, since Arthur was currently a grade 1 practitioner, his summons would also be restricted to grade 1. Furthermore, Maintaining the summons and fueling their devastating abilities drained Arthur's own Takat reserves. This meant he couldn't just summon a small army to jump his enemies. His spiritual energy would run dry in seconds. Unless he could guarantee a swift, decisive victory, drawn-out brawls with multiple summons were off the table. As for why the system had chosen those specific games, Arthur figured it had something to do with the fact that he was playing them right before he was struck by lightning in his past life. To earn more summoning chances, the system laid out a clear path. Every time he broke through a major cultivation realm, he would be rewarded with a realm gift bundle. Each bundle guaranteed at least one character's summoning ticket, though exceptional luck could yield more. Right now, he had one ticket waiting. Arthur stared at the glowing summon icon floating in his mind's eye, his brow furrowing in deep thought. His primary Takat core, the hunt, made him a peerless marksman. To balance his combat style, he desperately needed a frontline vanguard, a heavy-hitting warrior who could draw aggro and tank damage. Names of legendary brawlers flashed through his mind. Kevin, Durandal, Blade, Firefly, any of them would be an absolute game-changer. Taking a deep breath, Arthur mentally pressed the summon button. Instantly, the interface shifted, transforming into a massive, glowing roulette wheel. A golden pointer rested at the bottom. The wheel began to spin at a dizzying speed. Arthur's eyes darted across the blurring panels, catching rapid glimpses of familiar faces. Bronisil Fu Hugh. Gradually, the grand wheel began to slow. The panels clicked past one by one, until the pointer finally settled on a very distinct portrait, the Hesher of Sentience. Arthur's heart leaped. Sente, that was a brilliant pull. Not only was she a devastating close-quarters fighter, but she could violently manipulate an enemy's mind. It was a perfect tactical pairing for a sniper like him. But just as he prepared to celebrate, the wheel gave one final, agonizingly slow click. The Hesher of Sentience slid away, replaced by an entirely different portrait. Arthur's eyes went wide, his jaw dropping in sheer disbelief. The roulette wheel vanished, instantly replaced by a blinding, brilliant pillar of crystalline light that illuminated his entire bedroom. Arthur shielded his eyes, his heart hammering against his ribs. "Hi, Captain. Did you miss me?" A voice, melodic and sweet as a gentle spring breeze, drifted from the center of the light. It was a voice he knew instantly. The brilliant glow softly scattered, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful girl standing on his rug. She wore an elegant, sweeping gown adorned with delicate crystals and magical floral motifs. Pristine white flower buds were woven beautifully into her flowing pink hair, symbolizing blooming rebirth. A delicate, translucent veil rested on her head, whilst tiny, wind-like bells chimed softly by her sides. She leaned forward slightly, her hands clasped playfully behind her back, and offered Arthur a radiant, flawless smile. Arthur's voice completely caught in his throat. Elizir. It was really her, Miss Pink Elf, the flawless human, the Hesher of Origin, the flame chaser of ego. Elizir had truly descended into his world. MHM. She hummed happily. No matter when or where, Elizir will always answer your call. Arthur sat frozen, completely overwhelmed, and unsure of what to do with his hands. Seeing his clumsy, starstruck reaction, Elizir let out a sweet, musical giggle, her beautiful eyes curving into delighted little crescents. "What's wrong, Captain? Have you been completely mesmerized by my flawless beauty?" It really is tough being such a popular, pretty girl." Her smile blossomed, as bright and captivating as 100 flowers opening to the morning sun. Chapter 9. Elizir. After a few minutes of absolute silence, Arthur finally managed to gather his wits. As his racing heart settled, a specific word from Elizir's greeting echoed in his mind. "Captain," he frowned, utterly puzzled. How on earth did Elizir know he existed, let alone address him as Captain? Sure, players of Honkai Impact 3rd were universally referred to as the Captain, but the canonical characters in the main storyline weren't supposed to know that. As far as the lore went, the only recognized captain of the Hyperion was Hanko. "Elizir," Arthur asked, unable to hold back his curiosity. "How do you know me? And why did you call me Captain?" "Oh, Captain, you watched over me and witnessed everything that happened in the Elysian realm. How could we possibly not know you?" Elizir giggled, delicately covering her mouth with her hand. I still remember that absolutely gobsmacked look on your face when the Elysian realm shattered. You were just too cute." Hearing the first half of her explanation, Arthur understood. She retained the meta-awareness from the game's finale. However, the playful teasing at the end left him feeling a bit flush and awkward. He could only offer her a helpless, exasperated smile. "Right, Elizir," Arthur began again, suddenly realizing a pressing issue. He had no idea if she knew anything about the world they were currently standing in. Do you know the situation in this world? Of course I do, Captain. A pretty girl knows everything, doesn't she? Arthur simply stared at her, deadpan, not saying a word. Oh, don't be grumpy! She sang, waving a hand dismissively. Actually, the moment I was summoned to find you, a whole new set of memories popped into my head. It gave me all the intel I need about this realm! Arthur wasn't actually angry. After all, who could possibly stay mad at Alizia? He just knew from playing the game exactly how to handle her whimsical, teasing conversational style. Her explanation made perfect sense. The dimensional path system must have automatically uploaded the foundational knowledge of the Bengal Sultanate and the Taket power system into her mind upon summoning her. So, Alizia, do you have to stay out here constantly, or can you return to where you came from? It was a crucial question. Ever since she had materialized, Arthur could clearly feel his own Taket slowly draining away. It wasn't a massive drain, his natural recovery rate was just about keeping up with it, but it was still a constant leak he needed to manage. Nope. Once you've summoned me, I gain access to a special pocket dimension, Alizia explained cheerfully. I can pop in there to rest whenever you like, and while I'm inside, it won't drain a single drop of your Taket! A brilliant idea suddenly sparked in Arthur's mind. Could he enter Alizia's pocket space? If he could, it would essentially act as an impenetrable, mobile fortress. Whenever he faced a deadly threat, he could just duck inside and completely vanish from the world. It would be the ultimate survival cheat. Alizia, Arthur asked, his eyes practically gleaming with anticipation, can I enter that space with you? Alizia shook her head gently. A soft, apologetic smile touched her flawless features. I'm afraid not, Captain. Aside from me, that space can only be entered by the other allies you summon in the future. Fair enough, Arthur replied, his tone dropping with mild disappointment, though he wasn't entirely surprised. If he could just hide in a parallel dimension whenever things got rough, it would be far too broken. The system clearly had built-in restrictions to stop him from abusing it. Just as Arthur opened his mouth to ask her another question, 3 heavy knocks hammered against his bedroom door. Knock, knock, knock. Both of them turned toward the sound. Who is it? Arthur called out. Arthur, lad, get a move on. Jahangir's deep voice muffled through the wood. It's time we head down to the Kai's realm. Arthur walked over and pulled the door open. Right, let's go. The moment the door swung wide, Jahangir stopped dead in his tracks. Standing right in the middle of his son's bedroom was a breathtakingly beautiful girl, with flowing pink hair and eyes like brilliant, sparkling gemstones. Jahangir's combat instincts flared instantly. His muscles tensed, and his grip tightened fiercely around the heavy weapons he had brought for Arthur. Before Arthur could even attempt to explain, Alizia stepped forward gracefully, her radiant smile in full bloom. Hello there, uncle. My name is Alizia, a girl as beautiful and magnificent as flying flowers! Jahangir blinked, utterly bewildered. He shot a questioning glare at Arthur, silently demanding answers. However, Alizia's innate charm was legendary for a reason. In the span of a single, cheerful sentence, the hardened former Sultanate guardsman found his fierce defensiveness melting away. Seeing the tension drop, Arthur quickly stepped in to clarify. Dad, this is Alizia. She is the Valkyrie I summoned using my servant Patkor. While she was technically the Hesher of origin, she was officially registered as a Valkyrie within the game's roster, so Arthur wasn't exactly lying. Hearing that she was his son's summoned ally, Jahangir completely let his guard down. The stern lines on his face smoothed into a warm, welcoming smile. I see. A pleasure to meet you, Alizia, he said warmly. I am Arthur's father, Jahangir. You can just call me Uncle Jahangir. Hello, Uncle Jahangir. It's lovely to meet you! Alizia chimed respectfully. Right, almost forgot. Jahangir lifted the armful of gear he was carrying. Here, catch. He tossed 2 weapons to Arthur, a finely crafted composite bow and a heavy, steel-tipped spear. Catching the weapons, Arthur suddenly remembered that Alizia was primarily a bow user and magic caster in the game. But after a moment of thought, he realized it didn't really matter. In the deep lore of the previous era, Alizia was far more than just a simple archer. She was the original wielder of the 6th divine key, the Abyss Flower, a terrifyingly powerful cosmic lance. She had only abandoned it because she thought its design wasn't cute enough. Clearly, she knew her way around polearms. As for Arthur himself, he had trained relentlessly with a spear since childhood. Furthermore, his second Taket core, the Hunt, granted him a monstrous physical enhancement. As a follower of Lan the Aeon, His physical fortitude was akin to that of a Zainju native. His stamina, reflexes, and raw strength were far beyond those of ordinary men. Besides, anyone who assumed the path of the hunt was strictly limited to firing arrows from the back line was in for a rude awakening. The cosmic soldiers of the Zainju alliance were elite vanguards who dominated the battlefield. If his enemies thought he was just a squishy archer who couldn't handle close quarters combat, they were going to be dead before they even realized their mistake. Chapter 10. Journey to the Kai's realm. The sitting room was warm and bright, filled with the cheerful sound of Rahima and Alizia laughing together over a fresh pot of spiced tea. It was impossible not to marvel at Alizia's natural charm. Despite having only just met, she and Arthur's mother were chatting away as if they were old friends who had known each other for years. You make sure you take extra care of yourself down in the Kai's realm tonight, Alizia dear, Rahima urged warmly, offering her another sweet pastry. Oh, don't you worry about a thing, Auntie. There is absolutely nothing a flawless, pretty girl like me can't handle! Alizia replied with a bright, melodic laugh, flashing a playful victory sign. Good, good. Rahima beamed, utterly charmed by the pink-haired girl. Sitting across the room, Arthur casually munched on a slice of fresh mango, enjoying the relaxed atmosphere. Next to him, Jahangir was slouched on the cushions, scrolling blankly through his mobile. As men, they knew better than to interrupt a proper heart-to-heart between women. They were simply waiting for Samira to arrive so they could finally set off for their combat trials. Ding-dong, right on cue. The heavy brass doorbell chimed. Arthur hopped up and pulled the front door open. Standing on the porch was Samira, dressed sharply in a sleek, dark combat tunic tailored specifically for ease of movement. Arthur blinked, taking a second look. It wasn't that he was being inappropriate after all. If he wanted to stare at someone, Alizia was literally standing in the next room wearing the breathtaking, divine raiment of the Hesher of origin. It was simply rare to see Samira looking so fiercely serious and battle-ready. Arthur turned his head back towards the sitting room. Dad, Alizia, Samira is here. We can head out now. Out on the porch, Samira's ears instantly pricked up. Alizia, who on earth was that? She had never heard the name before, but it undoubtedly belonged to a girl. A sudden wave of curiosity mixed with a tiny, inexplicable prickle of protectiveness washed over her. She couldn't wait to see exactly who this Alizia was. Hearing Arthur shout, Jahangir pocketed his mobile and walked to the door. Ah, Samira, you made it. Right then, let's get moving. He squeezed past the two teenagers and headed down the cobbled path toward his spirit-powered carriage. As soon as the doorway cleared, Samira locked her eyes on the space behind Arthur, determined to unmask this mysterious guest. Suddenly, a head of brilliant pink hair popped out from behind Arthur's shoulder. Wow, what a beautiful girl! Alizia's eyes sparkled like polished gemstones as she immediately stepped forward, beaming radiantly. Hello there, you lovely thing. My name is Alizia, but you can just call me Miss Pink Elf! Samira completely froze. When she first laid eyes on Alizia, she was genuinely struck by the girl's breathtaking, otherworldly beauty. But having this stunning stranger instantly close the distance with such overwhelmingly pure, sisterly affection caused her brain to short-circuit entirely. Blushing deeply under the intense, wholesome praise, Samira took a hurried step back, her modest upbringing leaving her entirely unprepared for such a bubbly assault. I'm Samira, she stammered awkwardly. Without waiting for a response, she spun on her heel and practically sprinted toward Jahangir's carriage. Oh dear, Arthur. Does she dislike me? Why did she run away like that? Alizia asked, tilting her head in genuine confusion. Arthur, having grown up with Samira, knew exactly what had just happened. Samira simply wasn't used to such an intense, radiant personality, and direct compliments always easily flustered her. If she hadn't bolted so quickly, Arthur would have absolutely teased her for losing her cool. Don't take it to heart, Alizia. She's just a bit shy and isn't used to your overwhelming enthusiasm. Arthur chuckled. Come on, let's get going. Inside the spacious carriage, Arthur sat in the passenger seat, his lip twitching in amusement as he watched the driving mirror. In the back, Alizia was happily chatting away, successfully turning Samira's face as red as a ripe tomato with her relentless, sweet compliments. Fortunately, Jahangir broke the ice from the driver's seat as he steered the vehicle through the bustling night streets of Dhaka. Speaking of which, you two never actually explained what your new takat cores do. The lively chatter in the back instantly quieted down. Samira took a deep breath, composing herself before explaining. My core is called the Mountain and River Scroll. As long as I can clearly picture something in my mind, I can use a spiritual brush to draw it on my scroll and bring it to life. Spirit beasts, weapons, even landscapes. To demonstrate, she channeled her takat. A beautifully woven parchment scroll materialized across her lap, followed by a sleek calligraphy brush in her hand. Infusing the tip with spiritual energy, she tapped the paper gently. The scroll rippled like the surface of a pond. A moment later, a tiny, fluffy white kitten leaped directly out of the ink and landed softly in Samira's lap, blinking its bright blue eyes. Oh my goodness, what a precious little kitty. Can I hold it? Alizia gasped, her eyes shining with pure delight. Of course, here. Samira smiled softly, gently passing the spirit kitten over. Alizia cuddled the fluffy construct, absolutely thrilled. Glancing at the display in his mirror, Jahangir asked the crucial question, how heavy is the energy drain? Samira thought for a moment. It depends entirely on the strength of the construct. Right now, at my absolute limit, I can summon an early stage 2 spirit beast or a low-grade stage 2 weapon, but doing so will completely empty my tacket reserves in an instant. Jahangir nodded approvingly. A brilliant ability, truly worthy of a supreme divine-grade core. Samira puffed out her chest, a proud smile breaking across her face. But Jahangir immediately grounded her. However, your core functions identically to a traditional summoner class. In live combat, you must prioritize keeping a safe distance from your enemies. And most importantly, you must never neglect your close quarters martial arts training. If an enemy breaks through your summons and closes the gap, you need to know how to survive. I understand, Uncle Jahangir. Samira nodded earnestly, well aware of the physical limitations her ability came with. Jahangir then shifted his gaze toward the passenger seat. Right then, Arthur, let's hear it. What exactly can your core do? Chapter 11, The Power of the Hunt. Hearing Jahangir ask about the specifics of his new core, Arthur stretched out his hand. Toss me a bow, Dad. I'll show you. Keeping one hand on the steering wheel, Jahangir channeled a flicker of takat into the silver void jewel ring on his right index finger. A flash of light illuminated the carriage, and an ancient, recurved composite bow appeared in his grip. As a seasoned Grade 3 Kars warrior, owning a spatial ring was practically a given. Jahangir passed the heavy weapon over. Arthur took it, closed his eyes, and gently pushed a stream of his spiritual energy into the wood. Almost immediately, the bow began to transform. The dull wooden frame took on a brilliant, luminescent purple hue. As Arthur's takat surged further, the glowing energy crept toward the tips of the limbs, shifting from purple into a deep, breathtaking cosmic azure. A profound change washed over Arthur himself. A piercing, ethereal blue light flared within his dark eyes, radiating a razor-sharp, domineering intent. His jet-black hair grew noticeably longer, with a striking streak of pure azure weaving through it. His entire presence shifted. He no longer looked like an academy student. He radiated the fierce, untouchable aura of a young Sepah Salar, a legendary vanguard general from the ancient days of the Bengal Sultanate. The carriage fell utterly silent. From the back seat, Samira stared unblinking at Arthur's transformed state, her heart suddenly pounding a frantic rhythm against her ribs. Beside her, Alizia's eyes widened with genuine amazement, thoroughly captivated by the sheer majesty of his new form. Arthur, lad, what is this? Jahangir asked, breaking the silence first. Arthur turned, offering a calm, reassuring smile. It's nothing to worry about, Dad. This is just my combat state when I fully activate the path of the hunt. While in this form, my physical attribute strength, speed, and reflexes are massively amplified. To prove his point, Arthur reached out with his free hand and lightly pinched a solid brass ornament dangling from the dashboard. With a casual flick of his fingers, the heavy metal instantly crumbled into fine dust. But that's not all, Arthur continued, brushing the brass dust from his fingers. The true terrifying aspect of this core is its absolute certainty. Every arrow I loose possesses an innate, inevitable strike property. Jahangir's eyes lit up. A guaranteed hit? That was monstrously powerful, but he was a veteran. What are the restrictions? He asked sharply. A power like that doesn't come without chains. Spot on, Arthur nodded. There are 3 distinct conditions to guarantee a strike. First, direct line of sight. If I lock my eyes onto a target, the arrow will find them. But if they manage to break my line of sight entirely before I fire, the lock fails. Second is my ruin, yet my spiritual perception. Even if I can't see them, as long as they are within the radius of my spiritual sense, they can't shake the arrow. It will track them flawlessly. The third is a physical mark. If I touch an object or a person, I can imprint a spiritual tracker on them. As long as I can sense that mark, I don't even need to aim. The arrow will hunt them down on its own. Arthur paused, tapping the azure bowstring. Of course, physics still apply. The arrow is forged from takat. If the target is miles away and the arrow burns through its energy reserves mid-flight, it will dissipate before it reaches them. It can't fly forever. Jahangir nodded slowly, thoroughly digesting the tactical implications. Brilliant. An absolutely brilliant core. Pairing a guaranteed strike with the devastating piecing power of an archer is a lethal combination. There's one more thing, Arthur added, his eyes narrowing slightly. The energy of the hunt is deeply corrosive to regenerative abilities. If I strike an enemy, their healing factors and medical takat are violently suppressed. Patching up a wound from my arrow is incredibly difficult. Hearing about the anti-healing property, Jahangir's heart skipped a beat. He forced himself to maintain the composed, stern expression of a strict father, though inwardly he was screaming with joy. Ahem. Yes, well, suppressing regeneration is indeed a very practical trait. Remembering what Arthur had said about his physical enhancement, Jahangir suddenly held up his thick, calloused palm. Right then, let's see what you're made of, lad. Throw a punch. I want to test exactly how far your physical strength has jumped. Arthur didn't hesitate. He pulled his fist back, coated his knuckles in a dense layer of azure takat, and threw a heavy, lightning-fast punch straight at his father's open palm. Even though Jahangir had retired due to crippling injuries, he was still a Grade 3 master. A teenager shouldn't have been able to move him an inch. Bang! A dull, heavy shockwave rattled the carriage as flesh met flesh. Jahangir caught the fist flawlessly, looking completely unfazed. Internally, however, Jahangir was gobsmacked. Early Stage 2. Arthur's punch carried the raw, explosive force of an early Stage 2 practitioner. In the martial path of the Dunyar, Grades 1 to 3 were purely about tempering the physical vessel, hardening muscles and bones to handle greater power. Only from Grade 4 onwards did a practitioner truly focus on expanding their takat reserves, while Grade 7 and above focused on forging the mind into divine ruhaniyat, allowing masters to cross the cosmos using their physical bodies alone. For an 18-year-old to possess Stage 2 physical strength mere hours after awakening was absurd. But Jahangir quickly rationalized it. He's an elite archer class now. It makes sense the heavens would grant him the monstrous arm strength needed to draw a legendary bow. Not bad, Jahangir lied smoothly, retracting his stinging hand. You're hovering around early Stage 2, but don't get cocky. You still need a lot of refinement. Arthur chuckled, rolling his wrist. He cut the flow of his takat. The azure glow faded from the bow. His hair returned to its normal length and jet black colour, and the oppressive, heroic aura vanished. 30 minutes later, the carriage pulled up to the grand outskirts of Darker City. Despite the late hour, the area surrounding the Kaz realm was bustling with life. Over the decades, massive open-air bazaars and merchant caravans had set up permanent shop around the rift gates, creating a thriving economy based entirely on the materials harvested from within. These Kaz realms were born from two distinct phenomena. The first were pocket dimensions artificially forged by supreme ancient masters, often serving as hidden tombs, sanctuaries, or inheritance grounds. The second, like the one they were visiting tonight, were fragments of shattered planets from the deep cosmos that had drifted through the void and anchored themselves to the Dunyar. Inside this specific rift, the environment was overrun by aggressive, sentient alien flora. It was important to note that these plant entities were distinctly different from the jinn beasts of their own world. Jinn beasts were native animals of the Dunyar that had naturally absorbed takat over centuries to gain intelligence and power. While the outer lands beyond the Sultanate's borders were constantly besieged and ravaged by savage monster hordes, the Bengal Sultanate was unique. Thanks to the overwhelming might of the ancient Sepasular bloodlines and the uniquely blessed ley lines of the territory, the native Jinn tribes of Bengal had actually allied with humanity, choosing coexistence over slaughter. Jahangir parked the carriage near a heavily guarded rift gates. Only 3 of them stepped out into the cool night air. Since entering a government-controlled Kaz realm required strict identity verification and the scanning of official Sultanate Jade tokens, Elizir, who obviously lacked proper citizenship papers, had cheerfully opted to retreat into her private pocket dimension, promising to watch Arthur from the sidelines. Chapter into the Kaz realm Shifer elixirs. Get your Shifer elixirs here. Restores your takat instantly. Only 10 spirit gems a bottle. Harvesting party looking for one more. Need a ranged striker. Let's get moving. Wind-forged shamshirs, ironwood surah chainmail. We've got the best gear in the district. Come have a look. Walking through the bustling, spice-scented streets of the bazaar, Arthur and Jangir completely ignored the desperate shouts of the hawkers. They had no intention of stopping to buy supplies. The gear sold at the edge of a cow's realm was notoriously overpriced and often shoddy. If they needed equipment, Jahangir always preferred official Sultanate quartermasters. It cost a few more gems, but it meant your blade wouldn't shatter mid-swing. Leaving the noisy, chaotic market behind, the atmosphere shifted drastically as they approached the military perimeter. The air grew heavy and solemn. Heavily armed Sipahi guards marched in strict patrols along towering stone battlements, their eyes scanning the crowds with cold vigilance. This level of security was standard. Kai's realms were inherently unstable pocket dimensions. If the spatial barrier ruptured, and a horde of alien beasts came spilling out, these soldiers were the only thing standing between the monsters and the citizens of Darker. Before long, Arthur, Samira, and Jahangir arrived at the heavily fortified entrance. The gateway to the Kai's realm was a colossal, swirling azure vortex suspended in midair. Teams of practitioners were steadily moving in and out, while military officers meticulously checked identification tokens at a row of stone desks. The Sultanate strictly monitored entry to prevent wanted criminals from vanishing into the rifts or saboteurs from triggering a beast stampede. Having served as an elite guard himself, Jahangir knew the drill inside out. He led Arthur and Samira into one of the queues. Despite the massive crowd, the lines moved efficiently and in absolute silence. No one dared to cause a fuss in a military zone. When they finally reached the front, the young officer behind the desk took out a runic scanner, looking up to check Jahangir's face. The officer froze, his eyes widening in sheer disbelief. By the heavens, Commander Jahangir! Jahangir let out a warm, booming laugh. Tariq, lad, look at you. A grade 2 officer already. Before I retired, you were barely a grade 1 recruit tripping over your own boots. Captain Tariq rubbed the back of his neck, his face flushing with pride. You're too kind, Commander. Everyone in the garrison knows you are a legend. If it hadn't been for that incident, you'd probably be running the whole division by now. Jahangir waved a hand dismissively, though his smile tightened a fraction. Let the past stay in the past, Tariq. Standing quietly behind him, Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly. That incident, he had always been told that his father retired simply because of a severe combat injury. Judging by the awkward tension between the two men, there was clearly a much darker story behind his father's early retirement. Tariq cleared his throat, steering the conversation back to safer ground. What brings you to the rift today, Commander? Hunting for materials to subsidize the household. Jahangir gestured over his shoulder. Just bringing the next generation through. This is my son Arthur, and my niece, Samira, taking them in for their first live combat trials. Tariq leaned over the desk, giving Arthur a teasing grin. Well, you've got some massive boots to fill, lad. Your dad was an absolute terror on the battlefield. You'd better not drag his name through the mud. Jahangir laughed, patting Arthur on the back. Don't worry about them, Tariq. Their talents are leagues beyond mine. They'll be leaving my legacy in the dust before long. Right, let's get you logged in. Tariq smiled, turning to his glowing runic terminal. He took their jade identification tokens and began transferring the data. A moment later, the screen flashed. Tariq's typing came to a dead halt. He stared at the terminal, his jaw practically unhinging. Arthur Drake, core grade, supreme divine grade. Samira Malik, core grade, supreme divine grade. Tariq's brain completely short-circuited. Two gigantic, glowing SSS ranks stared back at him. When Jahangir had boasted that the kids were talented, Tariq had assumed they were maybe grade A or grade S if they were lucky. He had absolutely no idea he was casually chatting with the two once-in-a-century prodigies the entire city was currently losing its mind over. Taking a massive, shaky breath to steady his racing heart, Tariq fumbled with the terminal, frantically authorizing their entry passes. Here you go, Commander, Tariq squeaked, handing the tokens back with trembling hands. You're all cleared. Much appreciated, lad. Jahangir smiled, oblivious to the officer's internal meltdown. With a nod, Jahangir led Arthur and Samira straight into the swirling azure vortex. A sudden wave of intense dizziness washed over Arthur as the world twisted and folded around him. When his vision cleared, the concrete walls and military tents were completely gone. Instead, he found himself standing in a breathtakingly beautiful landscape. Lush, emerald green mountains rolled into the distance beneath a sky dotted with fluffy white clouds. A crystal-clear stream babbled gently at the foot of the hills, surrounded by vibrant, strange flora. Welcome to the interior of a Kai's realm, Jahangir announced, breathing in the fresh air. Arthur and Samira looked around in absolute wonder. They'd never imagined a deadly monster rift could look like a forgotten paradise. Wow, how pretty! Tildra Alizier's sweet, melodic voice echoed directly inside Arthur's mind. Since she was admiring the view through his eyes, Arthur decided it wasn't fair to keep her cooped up. He channeled a sliver of takat, and with a brilliant flash of crystalline light, Alicia materialized beside him. She immediately spun around, taking in the vibrant landscape with sparkling eyes and a delighted smile. Seeing the three teenagers so captivated by the scenery, Jahangir's expression turned dead serious. Don't let the beauty fool you, Jahangir warned, his voice sharp and commanding. Not all realms look like this. Some are boiling oceans of lava, others are frozen wastelands, and no matter how peaceful it looks, danger is always hiding in plain sight. For example, without warning, Jahangir's hand shot out like a striking cobra. He caught a thick, heavily barbed green vine that had been silently slithering through the tall grass towards Samira's ankle. With a brutal, explosive heave, Jahangir yanked the vine. The earth shattered. A massive, twisted tree beast, violently uprooted by Jahangir's sheer strength, was dragged out of the tree line and thrown heavily onto the clearing before them. It thrashed wildly, its bark shifting like muscle as it let out a horrifying, wooden screech. Early stage 2, Jahangir said calmly, his figure instantly blurring as he vanished from the spot, reappearing safely on a high boulder 50 yards away. A perfect warm-up. Have at it, you three. Chapter 13, Blood and Bark. Note, within the context of the Sultanate, all hostile, mutated entities, whether floral or fauna, are classified simply as jinn beasts for ease of reference, though their origins may differ. As Jahangir vanished into the tree line, Arthur and Samira immediately locked their eyes on the massive, twisted tree before them. The ancient bark shuddered violently. A sickening, cracking sound filled the air as the trunk split wide open, revealing a grotesque, vertical moor lined with jagged, wooden teeth. Above the moor, two pairs of glowing, sickly yellow eyes snapped open, glaring murderously at the teenagers. Simultaneously, the thick, heavy branches hanging above the beast shifted, twisting into whip-like vines that lashed out toward them with terrifying speed. I've got this, Samira shouted. Instantly, her mountain and river scroll unspooled across her lap, and her spiritual brush materialized in her grip. With a swift, practiced stroke, she tapped the glowing ink onto the parchment. A majestic Bengal tiger, fully formed and roaring with the furious aura of a peak grade 1 jinn beast, leapt directly from the scroll into reality. It charged forward, its massive claws flashing in the dim light, cleanly severing the incoming vines before they could reach them. However, the damage was completely superficial. The severed ends of the vines writhed disgustingly, and within seconds, fresh wood sprouted, regenerating the limbs entirely. The tiger roared in defiance, and launched itself straight at the towering trunk. Arthur, do you want my help? Alicia chimed cheerfully from the sidelines, flexing her slender arm to show off a non-existent bicep. I'm actually super strong. You know! Known me just yet, Alicia, Arthur replied, his eyes narrowing as he unslung the composite bow from his back. Keep watch for us. I need to test exactly where my limits are. Channeling his takat, Arthur activated his core. The bow instantly ignited with brilliant azure light. His hair lengthened, a striking streak of blue running through it, and the oppressive, razor-sharp aura of the hunt exploded from his body. He drew the bowstring back. Even without a physical arrow, the pure cosmic energy of the eon rapidly condensed, forming a brilliant, spectral blue bolt. His piercing gaze locked onto the center of the tree beast's trunk. Twang! Arthur released the string. The azure bolt shattered the air with a supersonic crack, striking the beast's dead center with flawless, inevitable precision. The tree beast let out a horrifying, wooden shriek. Instinctively, it pumped its internal tacket into the wound to regenerate the damaged wood, just as it had done with the tiger's slashes. But this time, it failed. The azure energy lingering in the wound violently rejected the beast's healing factor. No matter how much spiritual energy the creature poured into the crater, the bark refused to mend. Driven into a frenzied rage by the lingering pain, the beast thrashed wildly. Thick vines whipped through the air in a chaotic flurry, raining heavy blows down upon the tiger. Unable to withstand the sheer, brute force of a stage 2 monster, the tiger finally shattered, dissolving back into a puddle of black ink. With its primary attacker destroyed, the tree beast's glowing yellow eyes instantly snapped toward Samira. Half a dozen thick, barbed vines shot toward her like striking vipers. It was Samira's first time facing a genuine jinn beast in a life-or-death situation. The sheer, overwhelming killing intent completely froze her. Her mind went blank, and instead of dodging or drawing another summon, she stood rooted to the spot, watching helplessly as the vines lunged for her throat. Suddenly, a blur of azure light intercepted the attack. Arthur threw himself in front of her, raising his bow to block the strike. The heavy vine slammed into the weapon, wrapping tightly around the limbs. Oi, what are you daydreaming for? Arthur barked over his shoulder, struggling against the immense pulling force of the beast. Draw something else, quickly. Thankfully, the composite bow was a forged Grade 1 spiritual weapon. If it had been standard wood, it would have snapped instantly under the pressure. Right, sorry, Samira stammered, snapping out of her daze. Her brush blurred across the scroll, instantly summoning a massive, peak Grade 1 black bear into the fray. Meanwhile, Arthur found himself in a precarious situation. The beast wasn't just pulling, it was lifting. Unable to anchor his feet, Arthur was hoisted high into the air by the thick vines wrapping his bow. Thinking fast, Arthur let go of the bow with one hand and reached over his shoulder, drawing the heavy steel spear Jahangir had given him. He flooded the shaft with the razor-sharp takat of the hunt and swung it in a brutal, sweeping arc. The spear sheared through the thick vines as easily as a hot knife through butter. Freed from the entanglement, Arthur immediately began plummeting toward the ground. But instead of bracing for impact, he twisted his body mid-air, shifting his weight directly above the beast. Channeling all his momentum and spiritual energy into the tip of the spear, he drove it downward. Crack! The steel spear had punched straight through the beast's thick wooden crown. Normally, a Grade 1 weapon would struggle to pierce the hide of a Grade 2 monster, but infused with the absolute piercing power of the hunt, the spear sank deep. The beast shrieked in agony, violently shoving the black bear aside before whipping its remaining vines up to swat Arthur off its head. But Arthur was already gone. Yanking the spear free, he kicked off the trunk and backflipped through the air, landing gracefully on the soft grass several yards away. The vines swiped at empty air. The tree beast roared, desperately trying to heal the gaping hole in its crown. But once again, Arthur's anti-regeneration energy completely neutered its recovery. Enraged beyond reason, the beast threw every vine it had left directly at Arthur. Arthur calmly stowed his spear and raised his bow once more, drawing the string taut. Time to end this, he muttered softly. He flooded the spectral blue arrow with a massive surge of takat and released it. As the azure bolt tore through the air, it suddenly fractured. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8, 8 became 16. The single blue arrow multiplied into a devastating volley of 16 brilliant purple bolts, guided by the absolute certainty of his core. Every single arrow actively homed in on the beast. Thud. The volley slammed into the trunk simultaneously, turning the massive tree beast into a splintered pinction. The creature let out one final, deafening wail before its internal takat completely collapsed. The glowing yellow eyes flickered and died, and the massive trunk crashed heavily to the ground, utterly lifeless. Arthur let out a long, heavy breath and lowered his bow, dropping his combat state. The volley had taken a significant toll on his energy reserves. From the shadows of the nearby tree line, Jahangir stepped out, walking over to inspect the corpse. Not bad, Jahangir nodded, looking between the two teenagers. You both showed good instincts. There were mistakes, of course, but for your first time facing a live jinn beast, it's completely understandable. He glanced pointedly at Samira. Catching his subtle look, Samira lowered her head, her cheeks flushing with shame. She knew she had frozen up and nearly gotten herself killed. Before the guilt could set in, a pair of soft arms wrapped around her from behind. There, don't be sad, Samira exclamation tilde Alicia chimed, resting her chin lightly on Samira's shoulder. Pretty girls are supposed to smile. You'll just do better next time, won't you? Tilda comforted by Alicia's sweet, unwavering support and Arthur's reassuring grin. Samira quickly shook off her embarrassment, her determination burning brighter than before. Seeing the team's morale restored, Jahangir smiled faintly and gestured toward the deep woods. Right then, let's find you another one. Chapter 14. The eve of the trials. A month had passed. Deep within the dense, emerald foliage of the Kaz realm, a small, twisted plant jinn beast sprinted frantically for its life through the undergrowth. Hot on its heels was a massive, roaring Bengal tiger radiating the oppressive, heavy aura of an early Grade 2 beast. Straddling the tiger's broad back were Samira and Alicia. Seeing the agile plant beast steadily pulling away by dodging through the thick roots, Samira let out a frustrated huff and glanced over her shoulder. We're losing it, Alicia. Oh, Don't you worry about a thing. A pretty girl can handle absolutely anything! Alicia giggled, flashing a radiant, unbothered smile. She reached out, and her signature bow, Whisper of the Past, sonnet, materialized in her grasp in a beautiful shower of pink light. Drawing the string back gracefully, she condensed a pure, pink crystalline arrow from her spiritual energy and took aim at the fleeing creature. With a sharp twang, the arrow tore through the air. Sensing the incoming danger, the nimble plant beast violently swerved to the left, narrowly dodging the glowing projectile. But instead of looking disappointed, a playful, knowing smirk touched Alicia's lips. I wasn't quite finished yet! The pink crystal arrow plunged into the dirt right beside the beast and violently detonated. A shockwave of razor-sharp ice crystals blasted outward, tearing through the beast's bark and leaving it riddled with gaping holes. The creature shrieked in agony, its fangs thrashing wildly in the dirt as its momentum completely collapsed. Court you, Samira cheered. The tiger closed the gap in a single, terrifying bound. With one heavy, crushing swipe of its massive paw, the tiger flattened the severely wounded gin beast, killing it instantly. Right, that's a wrap. Let's head back, Samira grinned. The tiger scooped up the beast's remains in its jaws, and the two girls rode back through the jungle canopy. Meanwhile, in a clearing further deep inside the realm, clang! A shower of golden sparks erupted as heavy steel clashed against steel. Arthur and Jahangir violently pushed off each other, sliding back across the muddy ground to create distance. Arthur held his heavy steel spear in a low, aggressive guard, while Jahangir wielded a curved shamshir effortlessly in one hand. Without missing a beat, Arthur twisted his hips and lunged forward. The spear tip blurred into a streak of deadly silver, thrusting fiercely toward his father's chest. Yet, no matter how relentlessly or creatively Arthur attacked, Jahangir's blade was always exactly where it needed to be, casually deflecting the strikes with the fluid grace of a seasoned master. Internally, however, Jahangir was absolutely stunned. The lad is a monster, he thought. His instincts with a spear are terrifying. If I were his age, I wouldn't last 10 seconds against an onslaught like this. Suddenly, Jahangir sensed two familiar auras rapidly approaching to the trees. Deciding it was time to wrap things up, he flicked his wrist. His shamshi whipped around in a tight, blinding arc, striking the shaft of Arthur's spear with pinpoint precision and tremendous force. The spear was violently wrenched from Arthur's grip, flying into the dirt. Arthur stumbled back a few paces to catch his balance, wincing as a sharp, numbing pain radiated through his palms. Seeing his son steady himself, Jahangir gave an approving nod. Brilliant work, lad. But remember, Jahangir warned, his expression turning deadly serious, even though your primary strength lies with your bow, never neglect your close quarters martial arts. The moment an enemy closes the distance on an archer who can't fight hand to hand, that archer is a dead man. Arthur nodded earnestly. Understood, Dad. Jahangir glanced toward the tree line just as Samira and Alicia broke through the foliage. Right, pack your gear. We're heading home. The Sultanate martial trials begin tomorrow. You both need to be fully rested. Later that evening, after leaving the Car's realm, everyone returned to their respective homes. The city was buzzing with nervous anticipation for the upcoming imperial exams. After a hot shower, Arthur collapsed onto his bed, staring tiredly at the wooden ceiling beams. Alicia, having just refreshed herself in her own private pocket dimension, appeared beside the bed. She sat delicately on the edge, smelling faintly of sweet, blooming floral perfumes. Arthur let out a long, heavy exhale. A solid month of relentless combat training in the wilderness had completely drained him. Properly shattered, aren't you? Captain Alicia asked softly, her eyes full of gentle concern. Yeah, Arthur admitted, stretching his aching arms. A month of non-stop fighting, I'm completely knackered. Alicia lightly twirled a lock of her pink hair around her finger. Well then, how about we go on a lovely little holiday once your exams are out of the way? Arthur smiled weakly, always happy to indulge her. Sounds brilliant. Where do you fancy going? And let me think! She tapped her chin playfully. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Oh, let's go to the imperial capital of Gore. It's the grandest city in the realm. I bet it's packed with fun things to see. All right. Gore it is. Whatever you want, Arthur murmured affectionately. But the exhaustion was too much. Before he could say another word, his eyes fluttered shut. He rolled onto his side and fell into a deep, heavy sleep. Alicia watched his chest rise and fall steadily. A fond, slightly exasperated smile touched her lips. Honestly, what am I going to do with you? You'll catch a cold sleeping on top of the covers like that. Even after a month of intense cultivation, Arthur had only reached the middle tier of Grade 1. He was on the cusp of a breakthrough, but until he officially crossed into Grade 2, his mortal body was still vulnerable to ordinary chills and fevers. With surprising gentleness, Alizia shifted his heavy frame, straightening him out before pulling the thick, woven quilt snugly over his shoulders. Looking down at his peaceful, sleeping face, her voice softened into a warm whisper. Sweet dreams, Captain Dotilder. With a faint shimmer of light, she vanished back into her pocket dimension to rest. The bedroom fell silent, leaving only the sound of Arthur's steady breathing and the lingering, sweet scent of spring flowers. Chapter 15. The Sultanate Martial Trials. Golden rays of morning sunlight slipped through the wooden window shutters, brushing warmly against Arthur's face. He furrowed his brow against the bright glare, his eyelids fluttering before finally opening. Stretching his arms high above his head, he let out a long yawn. His joints popped with a satisfying series of cracks, welcoming the crisp morning air. He glanced at the brass clock resting on his bedside table, the hands perfectly aligned at 2 minutes past 7. Just as Arthur swung his legs over the edge of the mattress to head to the washroom, a brilliant, soft white light pulsed across the foot of his bed. Morning, Captain. A beautiful day always starts with seeing you! It was Alizia. She had slipped out of her pocket dimension, dressed in a stunning, freshly summoned gown woven with elegant, sweeping floral motifs that perfectly balanced flawless beauty with graceful modesty. She sat daintily on the edge of the bed, stretching her arms gracefully like a morning dove, radiating a pure, cheerful energy. Unfortunately for Alizia's grand entrance, Arthur had his back turned, rummaging through his wardrobe for his training tunic, completely missing the radiant display. Morning, Alizia, Arthur replied over his shoulder, a sleepy smile touching his lips upon hearing her melodic voice. After a quick wash and a change of clothes, Arthur headed downstairs, with Alizia trailing cheerfully behind him. The rich, warm aroma of spiced chai and freshly fried parathas filled the ground floor. Bahima was just stepping out of the kitchen, her face lighting up as she saw the two of them. Come sit, you two. Breakfast is piping hot. Arthur took his usual seat at the heavy wooden dining table, tearing a piece of warm bread. He glanced at the empty chair opposite him. Mum, where's Dad? Oh, he's still dead to the world. Rahima chuckled softly, pouring the tea. He spent the entire month pushing you and Samira to your limits in the Kaz realm, leaving before dawn and coming back at midnight. He crashed early last night, so I decided to let him sleep in. Arthur nodded in understanding. If an 18-year-old with superhuman stamina felt entirely knackered after a month of that brutal training regime, it was no surprise his father needed a proper rest. Uncle Jahangir worked so hard for us, Alizia chimed in sweetly, taking a delicate sip of her tea. He definitely deserves a few days of peace and quiet! My thoughts exactly, dear. Rahima smiled fondly at the pink-haired girl. Once breakfast was finished, Arthur and Alizia stepped out into the bustling, sunlit streets of Dhaka, making their way toward the city's grand staging grounds for the imperial exams. So, how are you feeling today, Captain? Confident Tilda, Alizia asked, walking beside him with a light, bouncy step. Not too bad. I'll just treat it like our normal training, Arthur replied casually. I don't need to shout from the rooftops that I'll be the champion of the realm, but I'm absolutely certain I can secure a spot in one of the 3 grand madrasas. Arthur had always been a grounded lad. With centuries of hoarded wealth and secret techniques, the heirs of the ancient noble clans were bound to be terrifyingly strong. Overconfidence was a fool's game. And which of the 3 grand madrasas do you fancy? Alizia asked, tilting her head. Over the past month, the system had fully integrated her knowledge of the Sultanate's geography and politics. The pinnacle of education in the empire was divided into 3 legendary institutions: the Gore Imperial Academy, the Sonargaean Martial Institute, and the Darker Academy of Spiritual Artifice. The first 2 were entirely dedicated to forging elite Takat warriors and battle commanders. The third, however, focused on scholars and engineers developing spiritual technology and runic machinery. Arthur didn't even have to think about it. I'll likely choose between Gore or Sonargaeon. Sitting in a workshop studying runic mechanics at the Artifice Academy just isn't my style. Before long, the massive, towering archways of the central military plaza loomed ahead, swarming with thousands of students. Right, Alizia. Better head back for now, Arthur murmured quietly. See you in a bit, Captain! With a soft shimmer of crystalline light, Alizia vanished seamlessly into her pocket dimension. Arthur walked up to the heavy stone gates, where a line of stern elite guardsmen were processing the candidates. Name, a gruff officer demanded, holding up a glowing registration ledger. Arthur Drake, Arthur replied clearly. Age, and your primary weapons. The officer continued without looking up. 18. I specialize in the spear and the composite bow. The officer glanced up, verifying Arthur's face against the spiritual imprint on the ledger, then gave a sharp nod. Confirmed. Get inside. Arthur stepped through the grand arches into the sprawling courtyard. It was an absolute sea of teenagers, all buzzing with nervous, electric energy. Seeking a bit of quiet, Arthur found an empty spot against the high stone wall and leaned back, crossing his arms. Several classmates spotted him and waved, offering polite greetings. Arthur nodded back warmly. Meanwhile, inside Arthur's mind, Alicia was having the time of her life, people watching through his eyes. Oh, wow. Look at the embroidery on her tunic, Captain. How elegant. Oh, and look at the grace of that girl over there, such a pure, beautiful spirit! Arthur couldn't help but chuckle internally. Alicia possessed a boundless, wholesome appreciation for the beauty of Allah's creations, always overflowing with absolute sisterly affection whenever she saw a pretty, well-mannered girl. Suddenly, Arthur's mobile buzzed in his pocket. He pulled it out and opened a new message. Delta Inc., where on earth are you? I can't see you anywhere. It was Samira. Arthur tapped out a quick reply. Astral arrow, right-hand corner, leaning against the wall near the main arches. He pocketed the phone and closed his eyes to rest. Barely 2 minutes later, a familiar voice cut through the noise. It is absolutely packed in here. I nearly got trampled trying to find you, Samira grumbled, pushing her way out of the crowd to stand beside him. The entire province's final year students are standing in one courtyard. What exactly did you expect? Arthur replied, flashing a cheeky grin. Samira just rolled her eyes, a faint smile breaking through her annoyance. It was their usual dynamic, constantly trading banter and taking the mickey out of each other. It was comfortable. Oh, by the way, Arthur said, clearing his throat and doing his absolute best to mimic Alicia's sweet, melodic pitch. Alicia wanted me to tell you, Samira, you look absolutely radiant today! Samira's face flushed, a deeply conflicted, embarrassed expression crossing her features. She opened her mouth to shoot back a witty retort, but before she could get a single word out, a deafening sound shattered their air. Bon! A colossal, booming bell echoed across the entire plaza, vibrating through the very stones beneath their feet. The courtyard plunged into instant, absolute silence. Thousands of heads snapped upwards. High above the plaza, seemingly walking on thin air, a powerful figure descended. Robed in the dark, immaculate silks of high office, and radiating the crushing, awe-inspiring aura of a grade 4 Amir, it was the ruler of the province himself. Governor Yahila had arrived. Chapter 16. Into the ruined city high above the crowded plaza, Governor Yahya looked down at the thousands of expectant faces. Satisfied with the absolute silence, he gave a slow, authoritative nod. The Sultanate martial trials are now officially open. Candidates, prepare yourselves. With a sweep of his broad sleeve, a colossal, swirling azure vortex tore open the sky behind him, humming with dense spatial energy. Arthur looked up at the roaring portal, quickly reviewing the exam rules in his head. The martial trials were straightforward. Candidates entered designated Khar's realms to hunt hostile jinn beasts and accumulate points over a 24-hour period. To accommodate every province, the Sultanate prepared 34 separate trial realms across the empire. Because each province used a different Khar's realm with unique terrain and beasts, the imperial court officially only recognized inter-province rankings. However, the general public always created unofficial nationwide leaderboards based on raw point totals, fiercely debating who held the title of the realm's #1 young talent. To prevent noble families from using memorized maps or buying advance intel, the Sultanate rotated and shuffled the trial realms every few years. Unfortunately for Arthur's cohort, this year marked a brand new rotation, meaning no candidate possessed prior knowledge of the terrain. Below the portal, the elite guardsmen began ushering candidates forward in orderly lines. Positioned near the front of the courtyard, Arthur and Samira reached the registration desks in short order. At the threshold, candidates were required to surrender all personal items and receive standardized government supplies, completely shutting down any chance of smuggling in high-grade talismans or illegal elixirs. Name, the officer behind the desk asked. Arthur Drake. After verifying Arthur's face against the ledger, the officer handed him a smooth, white band made of spirit stone. Arthur slipped it onto his wrist and briefly checked its internal void storage with his spiritual sense. Packed inside was a single day's worth of military rations, alongside 2 standard Grade 1 weapons, a composite bow, and a steel spear. The wristlet served several functions. It automatically recorded killed Jinn beasts, calculated points in real time, and broadcast a live provincial leaderboard. More importantly, it acted as our emergency life talisman. If a candidate faced lethal danger, the wristlet would instantly trigger a Grade 3 protective barrier and alert nearby rescue teams. However, triggering the barrier resulted in immediate disqualification. The officer looked up from Arthur's record. Your ledger says you're a summoner. How many active summoned entities do you have? Just 1, Arthur replied. Right then. The officer pulled out a second white wristlet, tapped it against Arthur's to pair their spiritual signatures, and handed it over. Give this to your summon so their kills register to your score. Arthur took the second wristlet, turned to Samira behind him, and offered a brief smile. I'm heading through. See you on the other side. She gave him a firm nod. Good luck. Arthur turned and stepped directly into the swirling vortex. A sudden, familiar wave of intense spatial vertigo washed over him. The world twisted violently, then snapped back into focus. When Arthur opened his eyes, he found himself standing in a bizarre, desolate landscape. It was a sprawling, ruined city. Decayed stone towers and collapsed brick structures stretched out beneath a grey sky, covered in dense vines and moss. Arthur raised an eyebrow. The trial organisers certainly had a twisted sense of humour. In previous years, they had forced candidates to fight amidst raging typhoons or search for beasts hidden deep within underground sewer networks. Navigating our overgrown urban ruin fit their eccentric reputation perfectly. Looking around, Arthur found himself completely alone. Candidates were scattered randomly across the entire realm upon entry. He noticed a translucent, shimmering energy dome surrounding him in a 10-foot radius. He reached out and tapped the barrier. A faint ripple spread across the surface. The protective dome was put in place to give candidates time to prepare before the trial officially began. Taking advantage of the grace period, Arthur channeled a sliver of takat. With a soft flash of light, Alicia materialized inside the dome. Here, Arthur said, handing her the second white wristlet. Put this on. It tracks our points. Alicia took the plain white bangle, turning it over in her hands. Suddenly, a frost of delicate pink ice crystals bloomed across the surface, coalescing into a beautiful, frozen flower ornament right on top of the smooth band. Alicia held up her hand, admiring her handiwork with a delighted smile. Tardar. What do you think, Arthur? Isn't it adorable? Arthur took a look and smiled warmly. It's very cute, though not quite as cute as you, Alicia. Alicia covered her cheeks with both hands, affecting a sweet, bashful gasp. Oh my. Saying things like that is going to make a girl blush. You know! I'm just stating facts. Arthur chuckled. You're easily the cutest. Dropping her hands, Alicia offered him a radiant, sunlit smile. Well, thank you for the lovely compliment! Moments later, a low hum vibrated through the air. The translucent energy dome surrounding them began to fade into thin air, signaling the official start of the Sultanate martial trials. Arthur drew the composite bow from his void wristlet and turned to Alicia. Let's split up to hunt. We'll cover far more ground and secure a much higher score that way. It was a safe, practical strategy. If Alicia encountered an elite monster or ran into trouble, she could instantly retreat into her private pocket dimension and resummon beside Arthur at a moment's notice. Alicia thought it over for a second, then nodded in agreement. All right. Take care of yourself, Captain Dottelger. With a wave of her hand, she bounded gracefully toward the eastern sector of the ruins, while Arthur set off toward the dense cluster of collapsed high-rises to the north. Creeping through the overgrown, shadow-draped streets, Arthur kept his hand on his bowstring, his senses dialed to absolute maximum. A solid month of brutal wilderness training had honed his instincts to a fine edge. Suddenly, Arthur's ears twitched. High above him, a faint, rustling sound echoed from the dark interior of a crumbling stone building. Chapter 17, Confrontation in the Ruins. Arthur tracked the sound up toward the third floor of a crumbling, moss-draped stone tower. Deep within the shadowed interior, a pair of crimson eyes snapped open, glaring down at him with pure, ravenous violence. It was enough to make an ordinary person's blood run cold. The creature stepped through the shattered frame of a floor-to-ceiling window, exposing its full form. It was a massive, wolf-like Jinn beast with pale green fur that shimmered with latent wind energy. Dripping thick saliva onto the cracked stone ledge, it locked its fiery gaze onto Arthur, treating him as nothing more than fresh prey. Arthur's expression didn't change in the slightest. The beast was merely an early-stage two-winged wolf, a creature that no longer posed any real threat to him. He smoothly raised his composite bow, resting a spectral blue arrow against the string, his razor-sharp gaze locking onto the monster's throat. Sensing Arthur's absolute lack of fear, the winged wolf let out a deafening, gravelly howl to establish its dominance. Before the echo could fade, a second winged wolf of identical size stepped out from the shadows behind it. The beast hunted in pairs. With a synchronized snarl, both wolves leaped from the third-floor ledge. They split mid-air, diving toward Arthur from opposite flanks with blinding speed. Faced with a pincer attack from two Stage 2 monsters, Arthur remained perfectly still. He calmly drew the bowstring back, condensing a single bolt of pure, cosmic blue takat. Whack! The bowstring snapped forward. The spectral bolt tore through the air with supersonic speed, leaving a blinding streak of light in its wake. The movement was so fast that neither wolf had time to react. PFFT. In the blink of an eye, the arrow punched clean through the skull of the wolf coming from the left. The beast died before it even realized it had been hit, its lifeless corpse crashing heavily onto the cobblestones. The second wolf saw its packmate drop dead mid-air, but its primitive mind failed to comprehend what had just happened. It maintained its momentum, baring its dripping fangs as it lunged straight for Arthur's throat. Arthur didn't bother drawing another arrow. He simply stood his ground, watching the incoming beast with cold, indifferent eyes. When the wolf was less than a yard from his face, a sharp whistle cut through the air. Zeph, the original azure arrow, having looped back mid-air with impossible agility under the guidance of his cause absolute tracking, punched straight through the back of the second wolf's head. The tremendous momentum slammed the monster into the dirt, pinning its skull firmly to the cracked cobblestones. Arthur looked down at the two dead wolves, raised his white void wristlet, and pulsed a sliver of takat into the stone. A clear, glowing projection floated into the air, displaying the live regional leaderboard. His name was already near the top. Arthur Drake, rank 5, 200 points. Suddenly, Arthur felt a tiny ripple of his internal spiritual energy drain away. Almost instantly, the numbers on the glowing leaderboard flickered, rapidly updating his score. Arthur Drake, rank 1, 600 points. Seeing the sudden 400-point jump, Arthur smiled knowingly. Alicia must have just wiped out a cluster of beasts. Reassured, Arthur stowed his bow and continued deeper into the ruined city to hunt for higher-grade targets. Meanwhile, outside the trial realm, inside a high-security monitoring chamber at the provincial citadel, a dozen senior examiners sat around a large oval table, observing dozens of floating projection screens displaying live feeds from across the trial grounds. A young instructor pushing up his spectacles turned to his colleagues. "Where's the feed for the dual course student? The one with the SSS rank awakening. I want to see how he's faring." This was Master Xinghua, the chief admissions officer sent by the prestigious Gore Imperial Academy. "Got him right here," replied a heavily muscled man sitting opposite him, tapping a command onto his slate to project Arthur's screen to the main table. His name was Wu Kang, a senior inspector from the Imperial Enforcement Bureau. "Oh, brilliant timing. He's just run into a pair of beasts." Wu Kang rubbed his bearded chin, watching the feed with keen interest. A pair of Stage 2 winged wolves. Let's see how the lad handles a pincer movement. A stern, older man in full military dress frowned as he watched Arthur pull back his bowstring. The boy only condensed a single arrow against two fast targets. Isn't he being a bit arrogant? This was Commander Zhu Chang, representing the Sultanate Garrison Command. Sitting next to him, a woman with messy hair and dark circles under her eyes looked up from her notes. "You're being far too rigid, Commander. Look at his posture." The boy is completely relaxed. She was Lady Fu Fang, head recruiter for the Darker Academy of Spiritual Artifice. A second later, the screen flashed. The blue arrow punched clean through the first wolf's head before anyone in the room could process the shot. "Blimey, look at the speed on that projectile." Wu Kang gasped, turning to a young man sitting near the end of the table. "Zhan Yu, you're an elite marksman from the Sonargaean Martial Institute. Was your arrow that fast when you were his age?" Zhan Yu shook his head with a bitter chuckle. "Not even close. The velocity is insane, and the piercing power exceeds anything a standard Stage 1 practitioner should produce." He watched the feed closely, leaning forward. "He killed the first one. But wait, why isn't he drawing a second shot?" Xinghua looked bewildered as Arthur simply stood still while the second wolf lunged. "Look at the arrow trajectory." Commander Zhu Chang suddenly barked, pointing at the corner of the screen. The examiners leaned in. To their absolute astonishment, The blue bolt that had just killed the first wolf performed an impossible, instantaneous U-turn in midair, flying back to impale the second wolf through the back of its skull. A trajectory control technique. Lady Fu Fang muttered, her eyes gleaming with scholarly curiosity. Whatever it is, that level of speed, sharpness, and precision proves his SSS rank classification isn't just for show, Jiang Yu said admiringly. Hold on, Jiang Yu added, remembering something. He's a dual-core user, right? What about his summoned entity? Let's pull up her feed. I've got it, Lady Fu Fang said, tapping her slate. She projected a second screen to the center of the table. The feed shifted to an overgrown street in another sector of the ruins. A breathtakingly beautiful girl with flowing pink hair appeared on the display. Despite the grim, desolate surroundings, an inexplicable sense of warmth and grace radiated from her very presence, instantly striking a chord with every examiner in the room. Back inside the trial realm, Alicia was skipping casually down a ruined avenue, her hands clasped behind her back. Her bright, energetic presence stood out in stark contrast to the dreary, collapsed buildings around her. Suddenly, she paused. Her sparkling pink eyes glanced toward the shadows of an overgrown alleyway. My exclamation tilde, she sang, her voice sweet and playful. You've been following a pretty girl like me for quite a while now. Aren't you going to step out and say hello, tilde? The surrounding bushes rustled, and low, menacing growls echoed from the shadows. Chapter 18. The boar horde. As Alicia let her soft aura radiate through the silent streets, several sleek figures slipped out from the shadows of the crumbling buildings. Green, glowing eyes gleamed from the dark, fixed on her with ravenous, bloodthirsty intent. Oh my exclamation tilde, look at all the cute little kitties exclamation tilde. Alicia smiled playfully, taking in the dozen shadow Jin cats slowly circling her. Most were at the peak of stage 1, but standing at the front was a larger, formidable alpha radiating the heavy pressure of an early stage 2 monster. These creatures were far from gentle strays. With a menacing hiss, the stage 2 alpha launched itself forward like a dark projectile, its razor-sharp claws extended for her throat. Instantly, the rest of the pack surged after their leader, swarming her like a dark tide. Alicia's sunny smile never faded. In a flash of crystalline light, her delicate pink bow, whisper of the past, materialized in her graceful grip. She drew the string back in a single fluid motion, condensing a radiant bolt of pink ice. A little present from a pretty girl. Make sure you enjoy it exclamation tilde. She pulled the string taut and released it. Whack! The pink crystal arrow tore through the air like a bolt of lightning, punching clean through the head of the leaping alpha. The creature dropped stone dead before it even touched the ground. Seeing their leader slain in an instant, the remaining cats shrieked in terror and scattered in all directions. But Alicia had no intention of letting them go. Her bow blurred as she loosed shot after shot, each spectral ice arrow striking its mark with absolute, terrifying precision. Moments later, the street fell completely still. The pack lay scattered across the cracked stones, frozen solid or pierced through. Alicia lightly dusted off her palms, unslung her bow, and resumed her cheerful stroll through the overgrown ruins. Meanwhile, outside the trial realm, inside the Citadel's observation chamber, the senior examiner stared at the floating projection screen in absolute shock. Where on earth did the lad pull a summon like that from? Gasped Xinghua, the admissions master from Gore Imperial Academy. His reaction was entirely justified. In the Bengal Sultanate, summoners acquired their companions through 2 primary methods. The first was reaching into the deep spirit realm via Runia to forge a random pact. That method was entirely unpredictable. Most practitioners ended up bound to weak, low-potential creatures, and once bound, the contract could never be reset. The second method involved capturing and taming wild jinn beasts in the real world using specialized arrays. Yet, in all their years of service, none of the masters had ever seen a species that resembled Alicia. Look at her pointed ears and human features, observed Lady Fu Fang of the Darker Academy of Spiritual Artifice, leaning closer to the feed. She resembles the legendary Peri folk of the far western deserts, yet her aura is far more refined. And judging by how effortlessly she handled the pack, she's clearly a veteran warrior. Jiang Yu of the Sonar Gaon Martial Institute stroked his chin thoughtfully. Do you think the boy just got ridiculously lucky with a random spirit realm pact? The examiners exchanged glances. Though the odds were 1 in a million, it wasn't entirely impossible. Every few decades, a gifted youth managed to draw a legendary entity from the cosmic void. Unbelievable, muttered Wukang from the Imperial Enforcement Bureau, shaking his head in envy. A supreme divine grade core and a legendary summon. The boy was practically blessed by the heavens. Commander Zhu Chang of the garrison chuckled softly, looking at the second screen displaying Arthur's progress. The young truly surpassed the old. Back inside the ruined city, PF50, an azure bolt of energy punched clean through the skull of a towering bear gin beast. The massive creature crashed heavily to the ground, dead before it hit the dirt. Arthur lowered his composite bow, tapped his white void wristlet, and summoned the glowing leaderboard projection. Arthur Drake, Rank 1, 2,712 points. Zhu Sheng, Rank 2, 1,985 points. Looking at the substantial gap between him and second place, Arthur pondered his next move. The overgrown streets below were heavily obscuring his line of sight, making it tedious to track down beasts one by one. Decision made, Arthur bounded forward. Channeling Takat into his feet, he sprinted up the moss-covered wall of a ruined tower, leaping lightly from ledge to ledge until he reached the flat stone roof. Standing high above the city, the cool wind whipped against his face. The wide, unobstructed view of the overgrown district stretched out for miles before him. Much better, Arthur thought with a satisfied nod. Leveraging his enhanced physical traits under the path of the hunt, he leaped across the rooftops, his sharp eyes scanning the streets below. Before long, his keen vision picked up a large gathering of movement near Ruin Square. He crouched on the edge of a high roof to observe. Gathered in the courtyard below was a ravenous pack of humanoid Borgian beasts, tearing greedily into the fresh carcasses of other monsters. Scanning their ranks, Arthur's brow furrowed. The leader of the pack was a hulking brute radiating the heavy aura of a mid-stage 2 monster. Surrounding the leader were 4 smaller beasts at early stage 2, alongside dozens of stage 1 minions. A bit tricky, Arthur thought. Picking off isolated stage 2 beasts was simple enough, but taking on an entire organized pack at once was a different story. Had Alizio been by his side, or had his Tacket reserves been at full capacity, he could have charged a single, devastating volley to wipe out the minions and heavily injure the leaders. But after hours of continuous hunting, his spiritual energy was noticeably depleted, and Alizio was currently clearing another sector miles away. Summoning her across the map was an option, but doing so would pull her away from her current hunting ground, effectively wasting time and potential points. I should test my limits, Arthur decided, his eyes narrowing with a sharp, competitive fire. With the explosive movement speed granted by the hunt, he could easily disengage and retreat across the rooftops if things turned sour. He had nothing to lose. Down in the square below, the Borgian beasts finished devouring their meal, grunting and snorting as they prepared to move on. Suddenly, the massive mid-stage 2 alpha snapped its head upward, its small, bloodshot eyes locking onto the high rooftop above. A second later, the 4 early stage 2 lieutenants raised their heads as well, alerted by a sudden, intense spike of spiritual energy from above. Confused by their leader's sudden stillness, the rest of the pack turned their heads, looking up toward the crumbling tower. Standing tall against the grey sky, a solitary figure looked down on them. Brilliant, blinding azure light blazed around Arthur's frame as he drew his bow, locking a razor-sharp, cosmic kill intent directly onto the horde below. Chapter 19, Clash of Iron, and Tusks looking up at the giant, luminescent bolt condensed on the high rooftop. The Borgian beasts felt a sudden, icy wave of sheer dread wash over them. The loose formation began to panic, grunting and shuffling in chaotic confusion. Ruh! The mid-stage 2 alpha snapped out of its shock first. Raising its jagged bone cleaver high above its head, it let out a deafening, guttural bellow and charged forward like a heavy cannonball, hurtling straight for the base of Arthur's building. The rest of the horde hesitated for a fraction of a second, then followed their leader into a frantic, thunderous charge. The heavy, rhythmic pounding of dozens of cloven hooves shook the overgrown street like a localized earthquake, causing the crumbling, decayed stone structures on either side to rattle violently. High on the rooftop, the wind wept through Arthur's lengthening hair, tossing the striking azure streak across his forehead. He looked down cold-eyed at the charging horde. There was no fear in his chest, only the sharp, thrill-seeking clarity of a predator. His lips curved into a faint, dangerous smirk as his eyes flashed with cosmic blue light. He released his fingers. The massive, spectral arrow shot forward like a falling star, dragging a dazzling, incandescent trail behind it as it tore down from the sky. The alpha boar snarled, raising its heavy bone cleaver to intercept the incoming projectile midair. Crack! The instant the spectral bolt struck the blade, the heavy bone cleaver shattered into 1,000 jagged splinters. Without losing a fraction of its momentum, the arrow slammed straight into the center of the charging horde. Boom! A violent, explosive shockwave erupted in the center of the street. A brilliant sphere of azure energy expanded outward, swallowing the grunting beast whole. Arthur leaned against the roof's edge, taking a deep, steadying breath. He immediately began drawing in the ambient spiritual energy of the realm to replenish his tagat. Delivering an attack of that scale had drained a considerable portion of his remaining reserves. As the dense dust cloud gradually drifted away, the street revealed a scene of complete carnage. Broken bone weapons and lifeless corpses littered the cracked stone. Yet a few survived. The mid-stage 2 Alpha stumbled out of the rubble, its hide covered in deep, bleeding gashes. Its left arm was completely gone, severed at the shoulder. Yet despite its heavy injuries, the beast managed to stand firmly on its hind legs, radiating an undiminished, feral battle lust. Beside it, 3 early-stage 2 lieutenants dragged their mutilated bodies out of the crater. Half of their frames were torn away, hanging on to life purely through the stubborn, unnatural vitality of the djinn. Their bloodshot eyes locked onto Arthur with pure, unadulterated hatred, eager to tear him limb from limb. Ruh! The Alpha snatched a fallen bone cleaver from the dirt with its remaining hand and rod, charging straight into the ground floor of Arthur's building. The 3 mutilated lieutenants followed right behind. Crack, bang, they began hacking wildly at the support pillars inside. Long, jagged spiderweb cracks rapidly spread up the exterior walls, and the entire multi-story building began to tilt precariously to the left. High above, Arthur remained utterly unfazed. He smoothly unslung his bow, stowed it into his void wristlet, and drew his heavy steel spear. As the stone floor beneath his feet fractured and gave way, Arthur twirled the spear into a low, fluid guard and slammed his boot down onto the crumbling ledge. The physical enhancement from the path of the hunt was monstrous. That single, forceful stomp acted as the final straw. The structural integrity of the damaged tower completely collapsed. With a deafening roar of falling masonry, the multi-story stone building crumbled into a massive pile of rubble, throwing up a colossal cloud of blinding dust. Arthur descended effortlessly through the falling debris, leaping lightly from falling stone slabs like a feather, before landing softly on the ground without taking a single point of damage. The moment his boots touched the dirt, a sharp, whistling wind rushed toward his left ear. Without looking, Arthur's honed combat instincts took over. He snapped his spear upward in a precise, lightning-fast arc. Clang! The steel shaft caught the heavy, jagged bone blade mid-swing, stopping a decapitating blow inches from his neck. Before he could push the weapon back, the mutilated lieutenant behind him took advantage of his locked stance, throwing a heavy, bone-crushing kick toward his spine. Arthur's reaction was faster. He planted his right foot, pivoted his hips, and delivered a devastating high mule kick straight behind him. Bang! The raw, explosive physical strength of the hunt tore through the lieutenant's chest. The beast let out a wet gasp as its ribs shattered, sending its half-broken body flying backward into the shattered ruins of an adjacent house. Simultaneously, the remaining 2 early-stage 2 lieutenants lunged at him from the left and right, the bone cleavers whistling through the air in a synchronized pincer strike. Facing the dual assault, Arthur retracted his kick, bent his knees, and leaped straight into the air. Thud! The 2 bone blades sliced empty air, burying themselves deeply into the packed dirt below. As Arthur descended, he brought his boots down with absolute precision, landing firmly on the flat spines of both embedded bone blades. The 2 half-mutilated beasts grunted, frantically tugging at their weapons, but Arthur held them pinned to the earth like an iron anchor. No matter how violently they pulled, the blades refused to budge a single inch. Suddenly, a massive shadow fell over Arthur. He looked up. The mid-stage 2 Alpha had leaped high into the air, using its massive weight to execute a crushing, sky-descending body slam directly onto his position. The beast was less than half a meter away from crushing him. Swoosh! With the terrifying, instantaneous agility granted by the hunt, Arthur's figure blurred and vanished, leaving behind only a faint, fading afterimage. Crash! The Alpha slammed heavily onto the stone ground, shattering the street and kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Before the beast could recover its footing, a whistling sound cut through the haze. A heavy bone blade thrown with tremendous force came spinning out of the dust cloud straight for Arthur's throat. Arthur didn't panic. He flicked the butt of his spear upward, cleanly deflecting the flying weapon into the air. Boom! The dust cloud shattered as a massive, blood-soaked figure burst through. The one-armed Alpha charged forward, swinging a second bone cleaver in a savage, horizontal sweep. Arthur raised his spear defensively. Clang! Sparks flew as steel met bone. The sheer impact forced a low hum through the spear shaft, but Arthur absorbed the force through his shoulders and thrust his arms forward with violent power. Balance compromised by its missing arm, The alpha couldn't hold its ground against the sudden counterpush. The brute stumbled back 3 heavy paces. Capitalizing on the opening, Arthur spun on his heel, reversing his grip on the spear, and drove the heavy shaft downward like a striking thunderbolt, aiming straight for the alpha's chest. The alpha raised its bone cleaver to block, but the fragile weapon stood no chance against the concentrated force. Crack! The bone blade snapped like dry firewood. The steel spear had punched straight through the alpha's thick hide and chest bone. The beast let out a choked spray of dark blood as the sheer impact lifted its massive frame off its feet, sending it flying backward like a broken kite to crash violently into the rubble of a ruined hall. Arthur casually twirled his spear, bringing the bloody tip to a steady rest as he turned his cold, piercing gaze toward the 2 trembling lieutenants behind him. Chapter 20: Slaughter of the Boar Horde. The moment the 2 remaining lieutenants finally yanked their bone cleavers free from the dirt, Arthur's cold, lethal gaze locked onto them. He spun his heavy steel spear in a blinding circle, reversed his grip, and hurled the weapon with explosive, thunderous power. The spear tore through the air like a bolt of lightning, flying straight for the head of the lieutenant on the left. Without breaking stride, Arthur launched himself forward after his flying spear, closing the gap on the lieutenant on the right. The 2 half-mutilated beasts saw the spear and the human charging at them simultaneously. In a desperate bid for survival, they raised their heavy bone blades to defend themselves. But the fragile bone weapons had already taken severe structural damage from Arthur's earlier spectral arrow, leaving them thoroughly cracked. They stood no chance against his relentless assault. Crack! The flying spear smashed through the first lieutenant's bone blade, shattering it into dry splinters before punching clean through the monster's skull. The sheer force drove the beast's head backward, and the heavy corpse collapsed onto the stones. Simultaneously, Arthur closed in on the second lieutenant. Facing the raised bone blade, he didn't even bother drawing a secondary weapon. He simply leaped into the air and threw a brutal, high crescent kick straight at the weapon. Bang! His iron-hard boot pulverized the cracked bone blade into dust. Before the dazed monster could process the impact, Arthur's foot continued its trajectory, slamming directly into the side of its head with heavy, bone-crunching force. The beast's massive frame hit the ground with a dull thud. PUFFT. Arthur didn't give the creature a second to breathe. Stomping his boot down with absolute, merciless power, he brought his heel straight onto the beast's dazed skull. The head split like a ripe melon, splattering the cracked stones. The monster's thrashing limbs instantly went limp, falling completely still. Arthur let out a long, heavy exhale. He lifted his boot, casually flicking the dark blood off his leather sole, and walked over to the corpse pinned by his spear. Rip! Grasping the iron shaft with both hands, he yanked the spear free from the beast's skull. He gave the weapon a sharp flick, sending a spray of crimson onto the rubble, and turned to face the ruined hall, where the alpha boar had been knocked down. Suddenly, a faint, shuffling sound echoed from behind him, accompanied by a foul, metallic stench. The lieutenant he had kicked into the building earlier had crawled out of the rubble. Its chest was horribly caved in, a bloody boot print stamped into its hide, yet it dragged itself forward, raising a broken bone cleaver for a desperate sneak attack. Fool, Arthur cold snorted. He didn't even bother turning around. Sensing the trajectory through his honed combat awareness, Arthur reversed his grip on the spear and thrust it backward in a swift, blind strike. Whack! The steel spearhead drove straight through the beast's back, punching through its heart, and emerging from its chest in a shower of blood. The monster's bloodshot eyes widened in utter disbelief. It stared down at the bloody iron tip protruding from its chest, its primitive mind unable to grasp how its stealthy approach had been caught so effortlessly. As its life force drained away, its vision faded to black. The heavy bone blade slipped from its dying fingers, landing in the dirt with a dull clatter. Arthur smoothly retracted his spear, giving it a stylish twirl to shake off the remaining blood. He rested the iron tip against the cobblestones, his sharp eyes narrowing. His internal takat reserves were running dangerously low. Sustaining the hunt, executing high-tier physical movements, and firing that massive spectral volley had nearly drained his spiritual well dry. He needed to end this fight immediately. Looking at the mid-stage 2 alpha slowly dragging itself out of the collapsed hall, Arthur raised his hand and extended a single finger, offering a cold, arrogant beckoning gesture. The alpha boar couldn't understand human hand signs, but it clearly recognized the utter contempt in Arthur's posture. Driven mad by the horrific slaughter of its entire pack, and its own missing arm, the alpha lost all remaining shred of reason. It let out a blood-curdling, throaty roar, brandishing its remaining bone cleaver as it charged forward in a desperate, suicidal sprint. Exactly what I wanted, Arthur thought, his eyes gleaming. Channeling every last drop of his remaining takat, he gripped his spear in a reverse stance, and hurled it once more. The weapon shot forward like a raging meteor. Yet, driven by pure survival instinct, the alpha boar made a frantic, chaotic twitch to the left, barely dodging the lethal trajectory. The spear whistled past its ear, embedding itself deep into the stone wall behind it. Seeing the human's primary weapon miss, the alpha let out a triumphant, feral snarl. It accelerated, closing the 2-meter gap in a fraction of a second, eager to hack this exhausted human into pieces. It failed to notice the calm, unbothered expression on Arthur's face. Just as the alpha raised its bone cleaver to strike, a sudden, terrifying whistle sliced through the air directly behind its head. Before the beast could even register the danger, the steel spear, guided by the absolute, inevitable homing property of the hunt, executed a sharp mid-air turn and punched clean through the back of the alpha's skull, exiting through its forehead in a geyser of blood. Deprived of all life and momentum, the massive, one-armed brute stumbled forward, crashing face first onto the dirt right at Arthur's boots. Arthur stepped forward, effortlessly catching the returning spear as it floated back into his grip. He looked down at the dead alpha and shook his head with a faint smile. Who said guaranteed strike abilities were strictly for bows? However, this was no place to celebrate. The commotion of the collapsed building, the explosive volley, and the massive battle had undoubtedly drawn attention. With his tacket completely depleted, running into a high-tier candidate looking to steal points would be disastrous. Arthur tapped his white void wristlet, checked the brief point update, and slipped away into the shadowy alleys of the ruined city. A few minutes after Arthur vanished, a figure clad in a dark, sweeping cloak dropped silently onto the roof of a nearby ruined tower. The cloaked candidate leaped down, carefully inspecting the battlefield. Judging by the strike marks on the stone and the clean entry wounds, the attacker used a heavy spear. The figure murmured, examining the dead lieutenants. Incredible sharpness to punch through stage 2 skulls with standard grade 1 steel requires an absurd level of piercing power. He walked over to the lieutenant with the pulverized head, his eyes narrowing under his hood. Monstrous physical strength, too. Crushing a stage 2 hide with a single boot stomp isn't something an ordinary stage 1 practitioner can pull off. He stepped into the center of the street, taking in the massive crater, the shattered bone fragments, and the collapsed multi-story building nearby. A high-yield ranged attack, a composite bow. Most likely he cleared an entire pack of stage 2 beasts single-handedly. The cloaked candidate raised his white void wristlet, tapping the glowing screen to view the live regional leaderboard. The top name sat comfortably ahead of the competition, its point total having shot up by an immense margin in the last few minutes. A dark, competitive glint flashed in the candidate's eyes beneath his hood. Rank 1, Arthur Drake, is that right? He chuckled softly, his voice dropping to a whisper. Where are you hiding, lad? As the golden sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long, bloody shadows across the ruined city, the cloaked figure's form gradually faded into thin air, leaving behind only the silent, ruined street littered with dead beasts. Chapter 21. Beneath the starry night clang. The heavy single-edged curved blade slammed down against the straight sword with tremendous force. The duel was far from even. The curved-bladed warrior clearly dominated the fight, his technique sharper and far more aggressive. Unable to withstand the continuous, heavy pressure, the youth holding the straight sword staggered back. Before he could reset his stance, a swift, powerful boot landed squarely on his chest. The boy rolled across the cracked stone ground in a shower of dust, barely managing to push himself up onto his knees. But as soon as he lifted his head, the icy, sharp tip of the heavy curved blade was resting less than an inch from his forehead. A drop of cold sweat trickled down his temple as he let out a bitter, admiring breath. As expected of the elite heir of the House of Zhu, not only have you broken through to peak grade 1, but your martial arts and takat control are terrifying. The youth wielding the blade was none other than Zhu Sheng, the second-placed candidate on the provincial leaderboard. Zhu Sheng smoothly retracted his weapon, sheathing it with a soft click. He cupped his hands together in a polite, traditional salute. Thank you for the match. The moment the words left his lips, Zhu Sheng drew his blade once more, executing a swift strike toward the boy's chest. Before the edge could touch him, a brilliant white light erupted from the candidate's wristlet. A grade 3 emergency barrier expanded, and the defeated youth vanished from the realm in a flash of spatial energy. The curved blade sliced through empty air. Zhu Sheng sheathed his weapon for good, and tapped his white void wristlet to summon the live rankings. That should put me in first place, he muttered to himself. The candidate he had just eliminated was no pushover. Taking him out yielded a massive chunk of points. In a realm this vast, running into another high-tier candidate was a stroke of luck, and Xu Sheng was confident the point jump would easily push him to the top. However, when the glowing blue projection materialized before his eyes, his name remained stubbornly stuck at rank 2. Sitting comfortably at rank 1 was the name Arthur Drake, possessing a score nearly double his own. Xu Sheng drew in a sharp breath, his eyes widening. Blimey, what kind of absolute monster is this lad? He had no idea that Arthur held a double advantage between his own killing speed with the path of the hunt and Elysia's relentless clearing of the eastern sector. Their point generation was twice that of any solo candidate. Add the massive points harvested from wiping out the Borgian horde, and his lead was practically unassailable. Right then, Xu Sheng grunted, his jaw setting with competitive fire. No time for rest. I'm hunting through the night, if I have to. Let's see if I can catch up. Adjusting his gear, he set off down the darkened street. Meanwhile, deep within the upper floor of a ruined tower, Arthur sat cross-legged on a clean stone slab. He was utilizing a high-tier meditation technique provided in the Void Ring by Deputy Governor Zafar, slowly drawing in the ambient spiritual energy of the realm to replenish his exhausted reserves. As the dense tacket flooded his veins, the bottleneck within his body began to tremble. As the sun dipped completely below the horizon, the spiritual energy circulating through Arthur's meridians reached a critical threshold. Boom! The erratic energy surrounding his body suddenly vanished, condensing inward. His aura flared outward with explosive power, far exceeding his previous limits. The purified tagat surged through his bloodstream, fusing deeply into his flesh, organs, and bones. Arthur opened his eyes, letting out a long, clear breath. He had officially broken through to peak grade 1. Unbeknownst to him, the sudden, sharp spike of spiritual energy from his breakthrough had caught the attention of a figure moving silently through the shadows outside. Standing on a rooftop a few streets away, the cloaked candidate paused, looking up toward the high tower. Found you, he thought, a cold smile touching his lips. Inside the room, Arthur flexed his fingers, testing his heightened physical strength. He picked up a fragment of heavy stone from the floor and squeezed gently. Without using a single drop of takat, his raw physical strength pulverized the solid rock into fine dust. He smiled as the dust drifted away in the evening breeze. In the martial path of the Dunyer, low-grade practitioners grades 1 through 3 focused primarily on tempering the physical vessel. Grade 1 absorbed spiritual energy into the blood to reinforce muscle and skin. Grade 2 used takat to temper and density the bones. Grade 3 refined the internal organs. Because this stage was purely about physical foundation, high-level martial manuals were unnecessary. A proper, steady meditation technique was all a practitioner required. Only upon reaching the middle grades 4 through 6, where one expanded and purified the internal takat core, did advanced cultivation manuals become essential. Arthur looked out the window. Darkness had fully settled over the ruined city. Deciding it was time, he channeled a sliver of spiritual energy and summoned Elysia back to his side. The trial organizers were notoriously sadistic. There was no way they would let the candidates enjoy a peaceful, eventless night. Having his strongest ally present was the only sensible choice. A brilliant, crystalline light flared in the room, and Elysia materialized beside him. Her sweeping raiment was immaculate, without a speck of dust or blood on it, despite the massive score she had accumulated. She blinked, spotted Arthur, and offered him a radiant, bouncy wave. Hi! Did you miss me? Seeing her vibrant, sunny demeanor, the tension in Arthur's chest melted away. He smiled warmly. Yeah, it's been a whole day. I missed you. Elysia gasped softly, covering her face with both hands in mock shyness. My, being so direct, your girl's going to blush. You know! Arthur just looked at her, his eyes filled with gentle affection. A short while later, a small, controlled campfire crackled softly in the corner of the ruined room, casting a warm, flickering glow against the stone walls. Arthur pulled out the single daily ration pack provided in his government wristlet and held it out toward Elysia. Do you want half? Elysia shook her head gently, her soft pink hair swaying. No thank you, Arthur! As a spirit summon, I don't actually need mortal food, just spiritual energy is enough. We're still in the middle of the trial, so you must eat up and keep your strength high! Fair enough. Arthur nodded, unsealing the military bread and dried meat, eating calmly. Elysia leaned back against a fallen stone pillar, looking out through the collapsed wall at the dark sky above. Her eyes sparkled. Arthur, look. The night sky here is so beautiful! Arthur tilted his head back, gazing up at the firmament. It was true, the night sky above the car's realm was remarkably clear, lit by swirling nebulae and shimmering stars. Though it was merely a cosmic projection of a destroyed world, it carried an ancient, breathtaking grandeur. It really is, Arthur agreed softly. Far clearer than the skies back in the city. Alizia turned her head, her bright, mischievous eyes locking onto his. So, Arthur, which do you think is prettier, the starry sky, or me? Arthur looked into her sparkling eyes. He didn't even need a fraction of a second to think. He met her gaze directly, his tone perfectly sincere and steady. Alizia, you are the most beautiful girl in the entire world. Alizia blinked, then let out a sweet, musical laugh that sounded like silver bells echoing in the quiet night. A bright smile blossomed like a spring flower, illuminating the dark, ruined room with effortless warmth. Chapter 22. Tangled in the dark late into the night, Arthur leaned his back against a crumbling stone wall inside the high-rise tower to catch his breath. After a long, relentless day of hunting monsters, a heavy weight of exhaustion had settled deep into his bones. A few feet away, Alizia stood draped over the stone balcony, gazing out at the shimmering expanse of the night sky, looking as fresh and radiant as if she had just stepped out of a garden. Despite the peaceful atmosphere, an unsettling prickle touched the back of Arthur's neck. The quiet surrounding the ruined avenue felt wrong. Out of the corner of his eye, Arthur caught a sudden, subtle flicker of movement along the opposite railing. His combat instincts flared instantly. Reaching into his void wristlet, he drew his composite bow and crept toward the balcony edge. He peered down into the pitch-black street 3 stories below, scanning the overgrown rubble. Nothing moved. Yet, as he looked over the desolate landscape, a creeping sense of wrongness tightened in his chest. Something down there had shifted position, though in the gloomy moonlight, he couldn't quite pinpoint what. The ruined towers were still where they had always been, and the night remained dead silent. Is something the matter, Arthur? Alizia's soft voice drifted up beside him. Spotting the tense line of his shoulders and the bow in his hand, she immediately summoned her signature weapon, Whisper of the Past, her eyes scanning the dark alongside his. Arthur furrowed his brow, keeping his eyes glued to the street. I could have sworn I saw a dark shadow flash across that far railing a second ago, but now there's nothing. Alizia stepped up to his shoulder, looking down into the gloom. Do you think your mind is playing tricks on you, Captain? It's awfully dark down there. Arthur rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Maybe he wasn't about to take any chances. Pushing his fatigue aside, he expanded his ruhaniyat to its absolute limit, letting his spiritual perception sweep across the ruined building like an invisible net. Suddenly, a razor-sharp gust of wind sliced through the air directly behind his head. Danger! Alarm bell screamed in Arthur's mind. Sensing an icy, lethal strike descending on his neck, he threw his body forward in a desperate, hard roll across the stone floor. Crack! A thick, thorny vine slammed down onto the exact spot where he had been resting a fraction of a second earlier, shattering the heavy floor slabs into flying splinters. Before the tendril could retract into the darkness, a flash of pink light cut through the room. Alizia's ice crystal arrow struck the vine dead center, freezing the threshing wood solid and pinning it firmly to the stone. Arthur scrambled to his feet, staring at the frozen, barbed vine. A sudden jolt of realization hit him like a lightning bolt. Of course, why had the ruined city been so unnervingly quiet all evening? Even during the daytime, distant screeches of hunting beasts echoed through the streets. Yet the moment night fell, absolute silence had descended over the sector, and he finally realized what had shifted in the scenery below. It wasn't the buildings. The thick, creeping vines draped over the stone walls had moved. Boom! Before Arthur could process the thought any further, a massive, writhing root erupted through the wall of the adjacent building across the narrow alleyway. Coiled tightly within its thorn-covered tendrils was a struggling, black-cloaked figure. Zayn was having the most miserable night of his life. He had been hiding comfortably inside the adjacent tower, cloaked in his specialized stealth takat, watching Arthur like a hawk and waiting for the perfect moment to launch a surprise attack. Everything had been going smoothly until a cold, thick hand silently wrapped around his waist out of nowhere. Zayn's heart had nearly leaped out of his chest. His stealth ability was top tier. How on earth had an enemy snuck up on him without triggering a single alarm? Before he could even draw a weapon, an overwhelming, brute force lifted him off his feet and slammed him against the stone wall. It was only then that he realized it wasn't a human hand at all, but a monstrous, creeping plant tendril. Bloody hell! Zayn cursed under his breath. Acting on pure survival instinct, he drew a pair of curved daggers from his belt and slashed wildly at his restraint. The thick vine severed under the sharp steel, and Zayn dropped to the floor, rolling smoothly onto his feet. He barely had time to draw a breath before 3 more thorny tendrils lunged out of the darkness like striking vipers. "You've got to be joking," Zayn growled, his daggers blurring in a whirlwind of silver light as he chopped the incoming roots into pieces. But the nightmare was far from over. Fresh tendrils burst through the floorboards beneath him, while the severed stumps on the floor writhed disgustingly, regenerating back to full length within seconds. Back in the main tower, Arthur and Elysia faced their own swarm. Thick, coiled roots burst through the floorboards beneath their feet, lashing out with terrifying speed. Fortunately, the individual tendrils weren't exceptionally powerful. Their offensive and defensive strength hovered around peak grade 1. They posed no real threat to Arthur and Elysia's lives, but their sheer, endless numbers were becoming an absolute nuisance. "We can't drag this out," Arthur shouted over the sound of splintering wood. "Elysia, cover me." "Leave it to me, Captain!" Elysia replied with a bright, confident smile. A brilliant, blinding light erupted around her. As the glow scattered, her appearance transformed entirely. She stood clad in a sweeping, immaculate raiment of pure white, holding a delicate, glowing staff, her true form as the Hesher of origin. Dancing through the air with fluid, effortless grace, she waved her staff. Dozens of pink ice shafts materialized in midair, raining down upon the horde of roots like a divine storm. Every tendril that dared approach was instantly sliced to pieces or frozen into brittle, lifeless ice. With Elysia holding the perimeter, Arthur drew his composite bow, pulling the string back to its absolute limit. A blinding, cosmic bolt of blue takat condensed on the bow, radiating a pressure so intense it rattled the remaining walls. He flooded every drop of his remaining spiritual energy into the arrow, charging the shot to its maximum payload. Once the energy reached its peak, Arthur leaped high into the air, twisting his body to face directly downward toward the building's foundation. If the vines were sprouting from a massive root network anchored inside the structure's core, there was no need to chop them one by one. He would simply obliterate the entire building. At the apex of his jump, Arthur released his fingers. Boom! The charged cosmic bolt shot downward like a falling star, punching clean through the upper floors and detonating directly in the building's central support structure. A deafening explosion rocked the sector. The entire multi-story stone tower shattered from the inside out, collapsing into a massive pile of rubble and dust. Deprived of their central core, the writhing tendrils instantly withered, dropping dead onto the stones. Having destroyed the building beneath his feet, Arthur found himself suspended high in empty air, gravity instantly pulling him into a rapid freefall toward the sharp rubble below. Seeing the ground rushing up at terrifying speed, Arthur called out, "Elysia." Swoosh! A streak of radiant pink light flashed across the night sky. Elysia swooped down with breathtaking speed, floating effortlessly through the air as she caught Arthur cleanly in her arms, cradling him in a flawless, bridal carry. Hovering gracefully above the dust cloud, Elysia looked down at him with a mischievous, teasing glint in her sparkling pink eyes. "No matter when or where, Elysia will always answer your call!" She sang softly, giving him a playful, adorable wink. Held securely in her arms, surrounded by her gentle warmth and the sweet, lingering scent of spring flowers, Arthur looked up at her captivating, flawless smile and completely froze, his face flushing crimson in the dark. Chapter 23. The Fury of the Hunt. Upon landing, Elysia cradled Arthur securely in her arms before dropping into a graceful squat, gently setting him down on the stone slab. She hovered over him, a teasing, radiant grin illuminating her features. Seeing him sitting there in a daze, she couldn't resist a playful giggle. "My captain, are you really that reluctant to leave my arms?" Tilda. Hearing her playful teasing, Arthur felt a hot blush creep up his neck, but his sharp mind quickly reasserted control. Hiding his momentary embarrassment behind a cough, he scrambled to his feet and straightened his crumpled combat tunic, pretending as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. However, as his eyes drifted down to the shattered foundation of the building, his casual demeanor vanished. The creeping, thorny tendrils scattered across the rubble had gone completely limp, yet a dense, sickening aura still hummed beneath the stone. He hurried over to the edge of the crater created by his downward spectral arrow and peered into the darkness. Deep within the pit, a massive, bulbous plant core radiating the heavy energy of an early stage 2 entity was violently throbbing, desperately trying to knit its wounds together. But because Arthur's point-blank arrow had destroyed more than half of its primary structure, paired with the violent anti-regeneration energy of the hunt, the core's recovery was heavily suppressed. No matter how furiously the core pulsed, the vanished sections refused to reform, spilling streams of thick, dark green sap onto the dirt. Arthur drew his composite bow, loaded a fresh spectral arrow, and shot the throbbing core dead center. The bolt detonated, vaporizing the remaining plant entity into a cloud of ash. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Arthur suddenly remembered the cloaked figure who had been fighting the vines in the adjacent building. He turned to Alizir. Right. What happened to that candidate in the black cloak? Alizir rested her hands on her slender waist, her chin lifting with a proud, adorable smile. Oh, I froze him solid before I swooped down to catch you. Aren't I brilliant? Captain Tilder looking at her beaming, expectant face. Arthur gave her a genuine smile and held up a firm thumb. Spot on, Alizir. Absolutely brilliant. Right, let's head up and check on him. Arthur leaped onto the jagged stone wall, using the ruined ledges as footholds to vault smoothly up to the 3rd floor, with Alizir floating effortlessly right behind him. Up on the damaged balcony, Zayn was encased in a thick pillar of sparkling pink ice from the shoulders down, leaving only his head exposed. He was beyond frustrated. The moment Arthur had demolished the adjacent building, the endless swarm of roots attacking him had instantly collapsed. Just as he was preparing to slip away into the dark, a sharp ice projectile had flown through the air. He had raised his dagger to block it, managing to shatter the ice tip only for the magical frost to instantly creep up his blade and envelop his entire body in a flash. Fortunately, through relentless exertion of his internal takat, he had nearly cracked the icy shell. Hearing footsteps, Zayn looked up and saw Arthur and Alizir step onto the balcony. A dark, desperate plan instantly sparked in his mind. If I burst out right now, I can land a surprise attack. If I take one of them down, I can grab their points and vanish into the night. He scanned the two of them. He had witnessed Arthur's terrifying physical strength and precision earlier, making him a risky target. His gaze naturally settled on Alizir, the girl, who looked like a support caster, standing slightly behind Arthur with a gentle, non-threatening smile. She's the squishy one. I'll take her down first. Unaware of Zayn's internal calculation, Arthur stepped closer, looking at the frozen candidate. Should we just eliminate him and take his points? Works for me, Captain Tilder Alizir agreed softly. Just as Arthur took another step forward, crack, the pink ice pillar shattered into a cloud of sparkling dust. Zayn burst free, his eyes flashing with desperate malice as he lunged forward, driving his sharp dagger straight for Alizir's throat. The sudden ambush caught them both off guard, but the moment Arthur saw the lethal blade pointing toward Alizir, something inside his chest violently snapped. Absolute, primal rage exploded within his soul. In a fraction of a second, Arthur's physical form transformed. His jet black hair lengthened instantly, a striking, deep cosmic blue streak weaving through it. His dark pupils vanished, replaced by an icy, terrifying azure light that radiated absolute, razor-sharp kill intent. He didn't draw a weapon. He took a single, explosive step forward, his body blurred into an invisible afterimage, vanishing from Zayn's sight entirely. Before Zayn's dagger could even travel 3 inches toward Alizir, an iron grip slammed around his face. Bang! Arthur intercepted him at lightning speed, palming Zayn's head with monstrous force and violently slamming his skull straight down into the solid stone floor. The impact sounded like a mortar shell detonating. The heavy stone floor shattered instantly, caving inward to form a jagged crater. Zayn didn't even have time to scream. The sheer, terrifying momentum rattled his brain, leaving his vision swimming in absolute darkness. His mind completely short-circuited. How is he this bloody fast? He hadn't even seen Arthur move. 1 second he was launching an ambush, and the next, his head was pinned into the stone, his body utterly paralyzed under an iron weight. Arthur knelt over him, his eyes glowing with a terrifying, frozen blue light. His iron fingers clamped around Zayn's skull like a hydraulic vise, his knuckles turning white as he slowly tightened his grip. Alizir was the flawless human who had answered his call. She was his absolute red line. The mere attempt by this stranger to harm her had unlocked a dark, terrifying fury within his soul. A suffocating, heavy killing intent rolled off Arthur's body like a violent storm, rattling the loose stones around them. His grip tightened further, the sheer pressure beginning to crack Zayn's skullbone. Just as the pressure reached a lethal threshold, a blinding flash of white light erupted from Zayn's wristlet. The Grade 3 emergency barrier force activated, wrapping Zayn in a protective sphere before spatial energy whisked him out of the trial realm entirely. Finding his hand suddenly holding empty air, the dark rage lingering in Arthur's chest flared even higher. The suffocating aura around him thickened, his breathing heavy and ragged. A soft, gentle hand wrapped around his trembling fingers from behind. Athalasia's sweet, soft voice cut through the dark storm in his mind. The sound of her voice acted like a soothing rain. Arthur drew in a long, shaky breath, actively suppressing the dark, violent aura of the hunt. The terrifying blue glow faded from his eyes, his hair returned to its normal length, and his cold expression softened. He turned around, looking at Alicia's soft, concerned eyes, and offered her a warm, reassuring smile. "I'm fine, Alicia. Don't worry." Alicia didn't say a word about his sudden, terrifying outburst. She simply held his hand firmly, offering a gentle, comforting squeeze. "Let's get out of here," Arthur said softly, holding her hand as they stepped off the damaged balcony into the night. "Those plant beasts we fought, I don't think that was a random encounter. I have a feeling that was just the starter." Arthur's sharp instinct was spot on. Across the entire ruined city, thousands of tiny, inconspicuous white flowers bloomed under the full moon. As their petals unfolded, they released a potent, invisible scent that drifted across the night air, a scent perceptible only to plant-type djinn beasts. Deep beneath the ruined towers, inside the cracked sewer networks, and wrapped around ancient stone foundations, millions of dormant, thorny tendrils began to writhe. The true night hunt had officially begun. Chapter 24. Midnight Havoc Rumble. A colossal, humanoid plant djinn beast stomped down the overgrown street, its heavy wooden limbs shaking the stone foundations of the ruined buildings on either side. It radiated the crushing, oppressive aura of a mid-stage 2 monster. Only after the giant entity disappeared around a shattered corner did a head pop out from behind a pile of rubble. Samira carefully scanned the surrounding alleys before pulling back into her hiding spot. She leaned her back against the damp stone wall, letting out a long, heavy exhale. "Ugh, what an absolute nightmare," she muttered, rubbing her aching forehead. She had only wanted to find a quiet, out-of-the-way corner to rest her aching feet, but mere seconds after sitting down, half a dozen thorny tendrils had burst through the floorboards, intertwining and morphing into a mid-stage 2 plant brute. As if one wasn't enough, several smaller plant beasts had sprouted beside it. Realizing she was hopelessly outnumbered, Samira had chosen the sensible option. She ran for her life. She wasn't the only candidate suffering. The entire Kai's realm had been completely overrun by awakened plant-type djinn beasts, turning the ruined city into a relentless hunting ground. Meanwhile, on a high rooftop across the district, Arthur and Alicia were sprinting across the crumbling tiles. Swoosh! A cluster of barbed vines whipped out from an overgrown balcony. Arthur didn't even slow his pace. He flicked his steel spear in a tight arc, casually parrying the tendrils away with a sharp burst of silver light. Before the severed vines could retract, Alicia drew her bowstring, launching 3 pink ice arrows in rapid succession. Whack! The arrows struck the tendrils, freezing the wood instantly. The pink frost rapidly expanded along the vines, creeping back into the main root network and sealing the entire entity in solid ice. Glancing down at the endless swarms of writhing roots in the streets below, Arthur couldn't help but scoff. Is this really an entrance exam? Who on earth designed a trial with this many bloody monsters? He wasn't the only one asking that question. Across every sector of the trial realm, exhausted teenagers hiding in closets and under rubble were cursing the trial designer's entire bloodline. Achoo! Inside a brightly lit, luxurious office at the Imperial Enforcement Bureau headquarters, a high-ranking female official sneezed loudly into an embroidered silk handkerchief. She rubbed her nose, her brow furrowing slightly. "That's odd. With a target cultivation like mine, how on earth could I catch a cold?" Glancing down at the small stack of files remaining on her mahogany desk, her mood instantly brightened. "Ah, who cares? Almost finished," she hummed to herself, taking a sip of hot spiced tea. I wonder how those poor little candidates are faring right now." Thinking of the trial realm she had spent a whole week personally designing, a wicked, cheerful melody escaped her lips. 3 peak stage 2 plant beasts, dozens of late stage 2 monsters, plus a sudden midnight amp show. They must be having the absolute time of their lives. Knock, knock, knock. Deputy Director. Recognizing the voice outside her door, she called out, "Come in, Farida." A young woman stepped through the heavy wooden door. She had neat, ear-length hair, wire-rimmed spectacles, and carried herself with quiet, crisp efficiency. "What is it, Farida? Has the director sent word?" the deputy director asked, setting her teacup down. Assistant Farida bowed respectfully. Deputy Director Farhana sent word that she has departed on an urgent, top-secret field mission. Therefore, she has requested that you handle her administrative duties in her absence. With a quick wave of Farida's hand, a towering mountain of heavy ledgers, and official files materialized onto the desk with a heavy thud. The deputy director froze. She stared at the absurd pile of paperwork, her jaw tightening as a vein throbbed on her forehead. As the director's childhood friend, she knew for a fact that top secret mission was code for slipping out to the Grand Bazaar for luxury dining and shopping, leaving her stuck with all the tedious paperwork. Gritting her teeth, the deputy director growled under her breath, "For honey, lazy, unfaithful coward. Just wait till you get back." Assistant Farader maintained a perfectly neutral, polite expression. Having witnessed the two directors bicker and dump work on each other for years, she was completely immune to the drama. Meanwhile, back inside the trial realm, Arthur and Alicia were tucked away in a quiet, high-floor room inside a reinforced stone tower, taking a moment to recover their spiritual energy. It wasn't that they couldn't fight their way through, but the sheer volume of plant-type djinn beasts outside was absurd. The moment you engaged one, the noise would draw a dozen more. Even worse, the creatures disguised themselves perfectly as a harmless bush on the roadside, a flower in a stone crack, or a patch of wild grass. Fortunately, Arthur's sharp Bruiniat had located a clean, uninfested room on the 9th floor. "So we're just going to hide in here all night." Captain Tilda Lizzie sat on a wooden crate, resting her chin in her palms as she looked at Arthur with a bored, adorable pout. Arthur, sitting cross-legged on the floor, opened one eye with a helpless smile. "We don't have much choice, Alicia. If we stir up a hornet's nest out there in the dark, we'll be fighting until dawn without a single break." He glanced out the window at the shimmering cosmic sky. "Besides, dawn isn't far off. Once the sun comes up, we can go on a proper hunt." Arthur wasn't in the least bit worried about his ranking. He held a commanding lead at rank 1, and after absorbing all the points from Zayn, the 5th-ranked candidate he had defeated earlier, his score sat at an untouchable height. Even if he took a 4-hour nap right now, no candidate in the province could catch him. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a series of heavy, earth-shaking thuds vibrated through the stone floor beneath them. The loud crashes echoed from the main avenue outside, rattling dust off the ceiling beams. Arthur and Alicia instantly snapped to attention, exchanging a sharp, vigilant look before darting over to the window to peer out into the night. Chapter 25. Unlikely Rescue Rumble. Rumble, rumble. The overgrown stone street shook violently as a colossal, humanoid plant beast charged through the ruined district. Standing as tall as a 4-story building, it radiated the terrifying, oppressive aura of a late-stage 2 monster. Ahead of the massive beast, Samira was galloping desperately down the cobblestone road on the back of a majestic, enthroned stallion. She gritted her teeth, feeling a bitter mix of frustration and sheer exhaustion. She had successfully managed to lose the monster pack chasing her earlier, only to accidentally stumble into the hunting grounds of a mid-stage 2 Galmohamor trap. Although she had managed to slay the massive carnivorous plant, the noise of the battle had immediately drawn this towering nightmare directly to her position. With her target running low, she had absolutely no choice but to run. High above the chaotic street, Arthur and Alicia stood by the shattered window of their 9th-floor hideout, watching the chase unfold in the moonlight. "It's Samira," Arthur said, his eyes narrowing sharply. "I have to step in." Without hesitation, Arthur raised his hand. The composite bow materialized from his white void wristlet into his firm grip. As he channeled the absolute piercing power of the hunt, the spiritual energy around him shifted violently. His jet-black hair instantly lengthened, woven with a striking streak of cosmic blue, and a razor-sharp, terrifying aura erupted from his frame. Down in the street below, Samira suddenly felt a familiar, overwhelmingly sharp pressure bearing down from above. Her eyes lit up with hope. She yanked the reins, turning her head towards the source of the aura. High up in the ruined tower, she spotted Alicia cheerfully waving at her from the broken window. Beside her stood Arthur, his bow drawn back to its absolute limit, a brilliant azure bolt locking onto the towering monster behind her. Taking the cue, Samira dug her heels into the ink stallion's flanks, pushing it to sprint faster to clear the blast zone. Up in the tower, Arthur took a short breath and released his fingers. Whack! The azure bolt tore through the night sky like a falling star, striking the humanoid plant beast squarely in the center of its massive, wooden head. Boom! A deafening explosion of cosmic blue energy shattered the silent night. The colossal beast staggered back several heavy steps, a horrifying, wooden screech tearing from its throat. As the dust and splinters cleared, the damage was revealed. The entire left side of the monster's head had been blown away, leaving a jagged, smoking crater. However, plant-type djinn beasts possessed terrifying, unnatural vitality. A missing half-head wasn't enough to kill a late stage 2 brute, it only drove it into a state of absolute berserk fury. Abandoning Samira, the monster turned its remaining glowing yellow eye toward the 9th floor window. Letting out a deafening roar, it charged directly at the stone tower. I'll draw its aggro. Alizier, give me sniper support, Arthur commanded, swapping his composite bow for his heavy steel spear. It was a frustrating tactical necessity. Without a frontline vanguard to anchor the beast and absorb its heavy strikes, a ranged marksman like Arthur had no safe space to unleash his full destructive power. If I manage to break through to Grey too soon, I really hope the system's next summon gives me a heavy brawler, Arthur thought grimly. Leave the covering fire to me, Captain! Alizier smiled, drawing her pink crystal bow. With his support secured, Arthur gripped his spear, kicked off the stone ledge, and vaulted directly out of the 9th floor window, plummeting like a hawk toward the charging monster. Crash! Arthur met the towering beast midair. The steel spear collided violently against the monster's sweeping wooden arm. It was like two meteors colliding. The shockwave shattered the surrounding stone walls. Because Arthur was suspended in empty air with no physical leverage, the sheer brute force of the massive late stage 2 beast overpowered him. The rebound violently knocked him backward, sending him crashing heavily through the wall of a ruined building across the street. The towering beast grunted in satisfaction, glaring at the fresh cloud of dust billowing from the building Arthur had crashed into. Suddenly, a blinding streak of blue light flashed through the dust cloud. Before the beast could even register the movement, Arthur's heavy steel spear shot out of the smoke like a lightning bolt, moving with terrifying speed. The monster raised its thick wooden arm in a panicked block. It was useless. The steel spear, enveloped in the absolute piercing power of the hunt, punched through the dense wooden limb as easily as wet paper and buried itself deeply into the center of the monster's chest. A second later, Arthur burst through the dust cloud, blazing with azure takat. His speed was terrifying, closing the gap in the blink of an eye. Alarmed by the tiny human's terrifying speed, the massive beast swung its heavy right fist in a desperate, crushing arc toward Arthur's head. Facing the incoming fist, Arthur didn't dodge. He pulled his arm back, coated his fist in a dense layer of cosmic blue energy, and punched straight forward to meet the strike. Bang! The tremendous clash of flesh against enchanted wood sent a massive shockwave rippling through the street. The sheer force of Arthur's blow, amplified by his peak grade 1 physical state, and the path of the hunt, violently repelled the beast's massive arm. The towering monster staggered back, its heavy footsteps cracking the stone street beneath its weight. Capitalizing on the opening, Arthur leaped lightly onto the beast's lowered arm, sprinting up the wooden limb toward its chest. He grabbed the embedded shaft of his steel spear and ripped it free with a sharp twist, sending a spray of dark green sap into the air. Furious that a tiny human had dared to humiliate it, the towering beast roared. It raised its massive right fist high above its head, attempting to smash Arthur flat against its own chest. Whoosh! Before the heavy fist could descend, a massive, brilliant pink ice arrow shot down from the 9th floor window and struck the monster's raised fist. Crash! The impact violently knocked the heavy arm backward. The arrow shattered, instantly spreading a thick, beautiful layer of pink frost across the beast's entire arm, freezing the massive wooden joint solid and completely paralyzing the limb. Simultaneously, down on the street, Samira's calligraphy brush blurred across her glowing mountain and river scroll. I've got you, she yelled. Heavy, ink-black chains erupted from the scroll, wrapping tightly around the beast's legs and torso, anchoring it firmly to the ruined street. Seizing the perfect window of opportunity, Arthur sprinted up the beast's remaining shoulder, leaping high above its ruined head. Suspended in the moonlit sky, Arthur gripped his spear tightly with both hands. He poured every last drop of his remaining takat into the weapon. The heavy steel shaft ignited with a blinding, terrifying azure glow. Crack! 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 Down below, Samira's ink chains began to snap under the beast's frantic struggling. With a deafening roar, the monster finally tore the chains apart, raising its frozen right arm to swat Arthur out of the sky. It was too late. Arthur hurled the spear straight downward with the absolute, devastating fury of a falling meteor. The spear drove through the crown of the beast's head, punching straight down through its massive wooden torso and exiting out of its back, pinning the creature to the cobblestones with apocalyptic force. The beast's massive, flailing arms froze mid-air. The glowing yellow eye flickered rapidly before fading into absolute darkness. Boom! The colossal body crashed forward onto the street, dead. Landing lightly on the cobblestones, Arthur walked over and calmly pulled his spear free from the monster's back. Samira rode over, and summoning her ink stallion as she hopped down. "Thanks, Arthur," she breathed, wiping the sweat from her brow. "Not a problem," Arthur replied, flicking the sap off his spear. "How exactly did you manage to drag a late stage 2 monster across half the district?" Samira let out a long, exhausted sigh and recounted her miserable run-in with the man-eating flower trap. Arthur chuckled, shaking his head. "Tough luck that." Chapter 26. The Rank 2 Challenger. Hearing Arthur's sarcastic comment, Samira's lip twitched in annoyance. "Would it kill you to say something comforting for once?" Arthur shot her a look. Having grown up together as childhood friends, Samira didn't need words to translate the look on his face. It communicated 3 simple words: "In your dreams." Before she could shoot back a witty retort, a pair of soft, delicate arms wrapped around her waist from behind. A sweet, familiar voice chimed right in her ear. "Hi, long time no see." Samira! It was Alizia, having dropped down from the 9th floor window. The moment her feet touched the cobblestones, she glided over and hugged Samira with bright, unreserved affection. "Alizia, we literally saw each other yesterday." Samira sighed helplessly. Still, after a solid month of living and training together, she was completely used to the pink-haired girl's bubbly, affectionate nature. "Haven't you heard the old saying, Samira, a day apart feels like 3 long years?" Tilda. Alizia giggled, resting her chin on Samira's shoulder. Arthur shook his head with a faint smile. "Right, we ought to." Before he could finish his sentence, another heavy tremor rattled the cobblestones beneath their boots. The light-hearted mood vanished instantly, replaced by sharp vigilance. "What now?" Samira murmured, her hand dropping to her ink scroll. "Did the noise from our fight draw more of them?" Before anyone could answer, the source of the tremor strode out from the shadows of a crumbling avenue. It was a towering, tree-like gin beast as tall as a house, radiating the heavy, suffocating pressure of a peak stage 2 monster. A pair of blood-red eyes glowed from its main trunk above a massive, jagged wooden mouth. Its thick, writhing roots dragged across the stone ground as it lurked toward them. Suddenly, the ground beneath their feet vibrated with a second, far more violent impact. Boom! Before they could react, the stone street beside them collapsed inward. A massive crater blew open, throwing up a cloud of thick dust and flying debris. Arthur, Samira, and Alizia turned their heads. A hand clad in light leather armor reached out from the rim of the crater, and a young man wielding a curved, single-legged shamshir hauled himself out of the dirt. Panting heavily, the youth wiped the grime from his forehead, spotted Arthur's group, and his eyes lit up. "Right then, chats. Any chance of a hand here?" Arthur didn't answer immediately, because his gaze was drawn to the 2 massive, terrifying silhouettes breaking through the dust cloud behind the young man. Both were peak stage 2 monsters radiating immense spiritual pressure. The first was a colossal wooden giant, a treant brute nearly identical to the one Arthur had destroyed earlier, likely from the very same pack. The second was a grotesque, 3-headed carnivorous pitcher plant. Its 3 pulsing, maw-like heads continuously dripped a thick, jet-black fluid onto the ground. The moment the liquid touched the stone, it hissed violently, corroding deep, smoking holes into the cobblestones. The noxious, burning stench made their stomachs turn. Facing 3 peak stage 2 monsters at once, Arthur's expression turned deadly serious. With their current power, Arthur and Alizia could each comfortably handle 1 peak stage 2 entity. The core problem was the third beast. Could Samira and this unknown youth hold it off? Samira's mountain and river scroll was remarkably versatile, providing exceptional utility and crowd control, but her direct burst damage against high-stage monsters was limited. In a fight against a peak stage 2 monster, she served primarily as a tactical support. If the newcomer couldn't carry his weight, their line would break, and Arthur and Alizia would be forced to split their focus. Keeping his eyes locked on the approaching monsters, Arthur barked over his shoulder, "You in the pit? How well can you fight?" The youth finished dusting off his tunic, gripped his curved shamshir, and ignited his takat. Fiery red flames burst along the steel edge. "I can hold my own, mate." Sitting at rank 2 on the leaderboard at the moment, he called out with a confident grin. Arthur's eyes narrowed slightly. Zubir Shah, the very same. Zubir Shah, the prized heir of the noble house of Shah, spat out a mouthful of grit. He had been having a perfectly fine evening hunting isolated monsters when the ground had suddenly collapsed, trapping him in a building with the wooden giant. Just as he engaged the brute, the 3-headed acid spitter had joined the fray, forcing him into a desperate, retreating battle until he was knocked straight into this crater. Hearing that the newcomer was indeed the second-ranked candidate in the province, Arthur felt a wave of relief. Zubir Shah was renowned for his fiery blade techniques, making him a natural counter to plant-type beasts. "Right, Zubir, Arthur commanded smoothly, his voice carrying complete authority. You and Samira team up to stall the wooden giant. Can you handle it? Consider it done. Zubair replied without hesitation, his flaming shancha whistling through the air as he assumed a high guard. Samira nodded firmly, unrolling her scroll. Pairing Zubair's explosive fire strikes with her binding ink chains gave them a solid chance of holding the line. Arthur turned to his left. Alizia, take the big tree beast on the left. Leave it to me, Captain. A pretty girl never disappoints! Alizia chimed, summoning her pink crystal bow with a radiant smile. With his allies positioned, Arthur turned his cold, piercing gaze toward the three-headed acid spitter. Hiss! The acid spitter struck without warning. Its three bulbous heads bloated, and a thick torrent of jet black, sizzling acid erupted from its moors, sweeping toward them like a dark, corrosive wave. Move! Arthur shouted. The four of them scattered instantly, diving in opposite directions toward their assigned targets. The dark acid slammed into the stone where they had stood a fraction of a second earlier, dissolving a deep, smoking pit into the street with a foul stench. Arthur rolled smoothly onto his feet, stowed his steel spear into his void wristlet, and drew his composite bow. He drew the string back in one fluid, practiced motion. A brilliant bolt of cosmic blue takat condensed on the wood, radiating a razor-sharp, terrifying pressure. As he released his fingers, the azure arrow tore through the air. Mid-flight, guided by the absolute certainty of his core, the single bolt split into three, homing in on the flower's three dripping heads with lethal, inevitable precision. Chapter 27. Clash of Elements. Boom. 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 Three dazzling arcs of cosmic azure light streaked across the dark sky, slamming straight into the three bulbous heads of the carnivorous pitcher plant. Explosions shattered the night air, kicking up a thick cloud of dust and stone splinters. However, as the haze drifted away, the three hideous moors slowly emerged from the smoke, entirely intact. The three spectral arrows had only managed to leave shallow, bleeding scratches across the creature's thick, armored hide. Arthur clicked his tongue in frustration. He had expected a standard shot to leave a proper mark, but the monster's physical defense was far tougher than he had anticipated. The attack completely enraged the beast. The thick, writhing vines anchored to its base threshed like wild serpents, and its three maws bloated as a thick, jet-black stream of corrosive acid condensed in its throats. Hiss! A rain of black acid sprayed toward the rooftop. Knowing a single drop could dissolve bone, Arthur didn't attempt to block. He moved like the wind, using the enhanced agility of the path of the hunt to leap effortlessly between the ruined towers, dodging the corrosive shower as it melted the stone ledges behind him. Meanwhile, Alizia engaged her target with a completely different combat rhythm. She had swapped her signature bow for a delicate, glowing staff, waving it with effortless elegance. Dozens of pink ice shafts materialized around her in midair, raining down upon the towering tree brute like a divine storm. Though the ice shafts only left light scratches on the monster's dense wooden bark, the lingering frost rapidly expanded upon impact, coating the giant's limbs in a layer of pink ice that noticeably slowed its heavy movements. Irritated by the constant freezing, the tree brute shuddered. High on its wooden crown, thousands of razor-sharp leaves ignited with faint spiritual energy, raining down upon Alizia like a lethal storm of steel daggers. Alizia tapped her staff lightly against the stone floor. Crash! A magnificent wall of sparkling pink ice erupted from the roof before her, catching every incoming leaf with ease. The crystalline barrier gleamed under the moonlight, completely unfazed by the storm of razor-sharp foliage. Over in the central street, Zubair Shah and Samira coordinated their assault. Zubair's curved shantia burned with dense, roaring flames as he leaped around the second wooden giant, hacking at its massive legs. Though the physical cuts barely registers to the brute, the lingering fire caused it immense agony. Flame burst. Zubair roared. The heat and brightness of the fire enveloping his blade surged to a terrifying level. He swung his curved sword in a sweeping arc, chopping straight into the giant's left knee. Boom! A violent explosion of fire blasted outward, enveloping the monster's entire leg in a column of roaring flames. The wooden giant let out a painful, wooden howl, its leg scorched black. However, the explosive recoil launched Zubair backward into the air, temporarily compromising his balance. Seeing the human suspended midair, the tree brute ignored the pain and raised its massive right hand to swat him out of the sky like a fly. Just as the massive palm was about to crush him, a glowing ink chain shot out from the shadows, wrapping tightly around Zubair's waist and yanking him safely back down to the stone street. Phew! Cheers, sister! Zubair called out, rolling smoothly onto his feet beside Samira. Focus! Samira replied firmly. She tapped her calligraphy brush against her unrolled mountain and river scroll. Instantly, a dozen thick ropes forged from Rowan's spiritual fire erupted from the parchment, wrapping around the tree giant like fiery serpents and pinning its limbs to the cobblestones. Right, flame cleave. Zubair took a deep breath, channeled every drop of his fiery takat, and swung his shanshia with both hands. A massive, crescent-shaped blade of pure fire cut through the air, radiating blistering heat. Though the giant strained against the binding ropes, the brief pause was all Zubair needed. The crescent fire blade slammed directly into the giant's chest, leaving a massive, smouldering gouge that blazed with stubborn flames. Ruh! The giant howled in agony, thrashing its heavy arms blindly. But its massive size and slow, scorched movements made it impossible to hit the nimble duo. Back on the rooftops, another shower of dark acid whistled past Arthur's ear, melting a massive hole through the wall behind him. Arthur landed lightly on a high ledge, drawing his composite bow to full capacity. He didn't just fire, he held the string, pouring every ounce of his purified peak grade 1 tacket into the projectile until the azure light burned as bright as a miniature sun. He released his fingers. Boom! The charged cosmic bolt shot through the night sky, striking the centre of the three-headed spitter. A massive shockwave erupted, blowing a gaping hole straight through the central head and sending a spray of dark green, foul-smelling sap into the air. The central head shrieked in agonizing pain. Enraged beyond reason, the monster whipped a massive, barbed root across the rooftop with terrifying speed. Arthur leaped backward to dodge, but just as he landed on the adjacent ledge, a sharp prickle of danger flared at the back of his neck. Crack! A hidden, stealthy tendril burst through the stone floor beneath him, striking his back with heavy, whip-like force before he could react. The sheer impact launched Arthur off the ledge, sending him crashing through a stone window frame into the dark interior of the building below. The three-headed plant monster hissed triumphantly, its remaining two maws bloating with dark acid as it prepared to flood the ruined room and melt him whole. Chapter 28. Shadows over Gore night fell over the wealthy palatial estates on the northern outskirts of Gore, the grand imperial capital. Few home at last. A young man stood before the heavy wooden archway of a grand courtyard, letting out a tired sigh. He wore a crisp, dark sherwani tailored from fine silk that complemented his tall, athletic frame. His sharp, handsome features carried a dignified authority, though his eyes showed deep exhaustion. "Welcome back, Lord Commander," an old, dignified voice greeted him from the threshold. An elderly man with silver hair and a sharp, disciplined posture bowed deeply. This was Master Luckman, the senior butler of the house, and a loyal servant to the family for decades. "No need for such stiffness, Luckman," the young man smiled, patting the old steward's shoulder warmly. "We're at home." Luckman's strict expression softened into a faint grin. "Regardless, my lord, proper court etiquette must be maintained. Though if I may ask, how long will you be staying this time?" The young commander walked past him into the spacious main hall, stretching his arms until his joints popped in a series of sharp cracks. "Hard to say. Frontline skirmishes along the border rifts have settled for now, so there's no rush to return. Once Isla finishes her deployment in the southern marshes, she should be heading back as well." Luckman followed a step behind, suppressing a wry chuckle. Isla, the formidable mistress of the household, and a legendary martial warrior in her own right, was finally coming home. "That is excellent news, my lord. You can finally enjoy a proper rest." The commander collapsed onto a soft divan, closing his eyes to savor the rare peace. "Where is Sawyer?" he asked suddenly, opening his eyes. "I haven't seen her since I walked in." Luckman bowed politely. "My lord, the young lady reached her awakening age this year. Today is the day of the imperial martial trials, so she is currently inside the Kai's realm for her examinations." "Ah, of course." The commander slapped his forehead, looking thoroughly sheepish. Yet beneath his embarrassment, a deep wave of warmth and guilt touched his heart. Stationed permanently at the border fortresses alongside his wife, they had missed so many milestones in their daughter's upbringing. They felt they owed her an insurmountable debt. "And what grade did her tact coordinate at?" he asked eagerly. Luckman's face beamed with pride. "Exactly like yours back in the day, Lord Commander. A supreme divine grade SSS core." Hearing that his daughter, Sawyer Zaid, held the exact same legendary qualification as her father, the head of the noble house of Zaid, Commander Tarek's eyes lit up with unbridled joy. He sat up straight, his face flushed with excitement. "Quickly, Luckman, pull up her live broadcast feed from the trial realm. I want to see her in action." While public live streams were strictly forbidden to prevent outside interference, A high-ranking border commander of the Sultanate had the official clearance to monitor trial feeds. Lakman tapped a glowing, runic slate in his hands, launching a clear, floating projection screen before them. Displayed on the screen was a young girl of breathtaking, aristocratic beauty. Cold, proud, and radiating an icy elegance, Zoyar moved across the feed like a winter breeze. Her dark eyes burned with intense combat spirit as her delicate wrist twirled a slender, fluid-wrapped blade, locking in combat with a massive tiger djinn beast radiating the heavy pressure of a peak stage 2 monster. Spotting an opening in the beast's guard, Zoyar lunged forward. Her slender blade cut through the air like a hot knife through butter, cleanly severing the massive tiger's head in a single, fluid strike. The moment the beast collapsed, the fiery intent in her eyes faded, returning to her usual cool, composed expression. Ha ha ha. Brilliant. That's my girl. Tariq laughed boisterously, slapping his knee in sheer delight. Are there any other notable prodigies this year? Tariq asked after the feat ended, his curiosity piqued. Show me the top contenders. Lakman tapped the slate, switching through various regional feeds. This is young Master Yahya from the merchant house of Sonargaon, my lord, and this is Tariq. Watched the screens with casual interest, assessing the talent emerging across the empire. Suddenly, his hand froze. Displayed on the central projection was a young man standing atop a ruined tower, his composite bow drawn to full capacity as he aimed a blinding, cosmic blue arrow at a 3-headed plant monster below. Tariq's breath hitched in his throat. Looking at the young man's sharp, fearless eyes and proud, heroic brow, an overwhelming sense of familiarity washed over him. His mind flashed back to the blood-stained battlefields of his youth to a legendary warrior who had once drawn a massive bow against a horde of 10,000, turning the tide of an entire war with a single, cosmic shot. The image of the young man on the screen overlapped perfectly with the legendary figure from his past. Lakman's voice drifted into the quiet room. My lord, this candidate also awakened a supreme divine-grade SSS core today, down in the darker division. By a strange coincidence, his name shares a striking similarity with the young lady's family lineage. He is called Arthur Drake. Hearing that name, Tariq's pupils dilated in absolute shock, his voice trembling as he whispered it aloud. Arthur. Chapter 29. Stand at the Citadel ruins just a short moment earlier. As the 3-headed acid spitter prepared to spray its lethal dark fluid, a brilliant beam of cosmic blue light flashed through the smoke inside the ruined 9th floor room. The spectral arrow shot out like lightning, mid-flight splitting into 3 distinct bolts that struck the 3 maws of the plant monster with pinpoint accuracy. Boom. 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 The simultaneous explosions shattered the creature's 3 heads. The compressed acid stored in its maws detonated prematurely, whooshing over its own body in a scalding, black torrent. Hiss. The corrosive acid ate into the monster's thick hide. Thrashing in sheer agony, the plant beast whipped its massive, barbed vines wildly against the crumbling tower, trying to shake off the burning fluid. The high-rise shook violently under the heavy impacts, raining dust and stone splinters down into the dark street below. Meanwhile, in the central courtyard, Zubair Shah and Samira were engaged in a desperate, high-stakes battle against the second wooden giant. The treant brute's thick bark was covered in smouldering, scorched gouges, its aura significantly weakened. But Zubair and Samira were faring little better. Though neither had suffered fatal injuries, both were visibly exhausted, their tunics soaked in sweat and dust. Maintaining high intensity, cross-grade combat against a peak stage 2 entity was draining their spiritual reserves at a dangerous pace. They were both running on less than half their maximum takat. Zubair blocked a heavy wooden swipe with his curved shamshir, sliding back across the cobblestones. He turned his head towards Samira, his breathing heavy. Sister, can you buy me a bit of time? Samira parried a straight intro with her ink brush, her brow furrowing. What are you planning? I've got a high-tier martial strike that can take this brute down for good, Zubair explained quickly, his eyes burning with intense resolve. But it needs a solid minute to condense the energy. Can you keep him off my back? Having fought alongside him for the past half hour, Samira trusted his combat instincts. Moreover, she knew that unless they took this monster down quickly, its relentless endurance would eventually grind them both to dust. She offered a firm, confident nod. Right, I'll hold him off. But make it quick, I can't lock down a peak stage 2 monster forever. That's all I need. Zubair grinned. He took a deep, steadying breath, raised his curved shamshir with both hands, and closed his eyes. Boom! A sudden, intense surge of red takat erupted from his body. Roaring flames burst along the steel blade, rapidly expanding outward into a swirling tornado of fire. The blistering heatwave radiated across the street, turning the cool night air into a scorching furnace. Samira felt the intense heat from a few yards away, and internally nodded. The boy's got proper firepower. She turned her sharp gaze back toward the towering wooden giant. Sensing the terrifying, destructive aura condensing around Zubair, the trained brute ignored the lingering embers on its hide and took a heavy, thunderous step forward, raising its massive fist to crush the charging swordsman. "Oi, don't you dare ignore me," Samira barked, her lips curving into a sharp, confident smile. She unrolled her mountain and river scroll completely, hovering her calligraphy brush over the ancient parchment. She closed her eyes, channeling every drop of her remaining tacket into the tip of the brush. The trained giant closed the gap, raising its massive wooden foot to step on her. Yet Samira remained motionless, her breathing slow and measured. Suddenly, her eyes snapped open. A brilliant, starlight glow flashed within her dark pupils. She gripped the heavy brush with both hands and lifted it off the paper with tremendous effort, as if pulling a mountain out of the earth. "Divine peak," she whispered under her breath. Channeling the absolute limit of her spiritual strength, she dragged the brush upward in a majestic, sweeping stroke. Mount Anamudi. Boom! The sky above the ruined street fractured. A colossal, translucent phantom of a towering mountain peak materialized directly above the trained giant's head. It was only a fraction of the legendary, heaven-piercing peak of Mount Anamudi, yet the terrifying, ancient weight it carried was absolute. Crack! The immense gravitational pressure descended like the weight of the entire world. The trained giant's heavy, thunderous charge came to a dead halt. Its thick wooden legs buckled under the mountain's weight, locking its joints in place and pinning it firmly to the stone street. The monster thrashed violently, letting out infuriated, wooden roars, but it couldn't advance a single inch. "Now, Zubair," Samira shouted, sweat dripping down her pale face. "Flame God's descent." Zubair's eyes opened, burning with pure, incandescent fire. He leaped high into the air, soaring up to match the height of the pinned giant's head. With a fierce, battle-crying roar, he drove his flaming shanchu straight into the monster's crown. Boom! The trained giant shrieked in unbearable agony as the white-hot blade punched through its skull, the beast thrashing wildly, but Samira's mountain phantom held it pinned to the earth like an iron anvil. "Down!" Zubair roared, dragging the flaming blade straight down through the center of the giant's face and throat. Clang! Midway through the chest, the heavy steel blade caught on the monster's dense, iron-hard core, grinding to a sudden halt. No matter how violently Zubair pushed, the blade refused to slide further. "Break through, damn it," Zubair growled, his muscles bulging as his blood burned with sheer determination. In that moment of absolute, life-or-death pressure, something inside his meridian snapped like a tight string. Crack! The barrier holding back his cultivation shattered. His peak grade 1 bottleneck collapsed, and a fresh wave of refined tacket flooded his bloodstream, elevating his martial strength straight into the realm of a true peak grade 1 master. Ha! With a triumphant roar, Zubair pushed down with his nearly awakened strength. The flaming shanchu cleaved effortlessly through the dense core, sliding straight down through the giant's torso, waist, and legs. Roaring, white-hot flames burst out from the massive cut, consuming the monster's interior in a raging inferno. The trained giant's shrieks faded into silence as its massive body burned black from the inside out. Crash! The giant split cleanly in two, its massive, smouldering halves crashing heavily onto the stone street, throwing up a cloud of ash and dust. The peak stage 2 wooden giant was dead. Chapter 30. The final arrow swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A rain of razor-sharp wooden leaves tore through the night sky like a storm of daggers, but not a single one managed to hit Alizia. She pirouetted through the air with effortless, airy grace, her bright raiment fluttering like the wings of a butterfly dancing through a gale. "My, don't be so eager. A pretty girl can only take so much affection at once. You know ! She teased lightly, twirling her glowing staff in a fluid circle. With a swift flick of her wrist, two colossal, pink ice pillars materialized in midair high above the trained brute and slammed downward. Boom! Boom! The massive trained lurched sideways, narrowly dodging a direct blow. The ice pillars crashed into the stone street, shattering into a thick, swirling cloud of pink crystalline powder. The moment the shimmering dust touched the monster's roots, a layer of frost instantly crept up its legs, freezing its thick wooden joints firmly to the cobblestones. Feeling the drain on Arthur's internal tacat reserves, Alizia knew she couldn't drag the fight out any longer. "Time for the grand finale!" She sang cheerfully. A massive, beautifully crafted arbalist forged from pure pink ice materialized before her, locking onto the frozen giant. A gigantic, glowing ice bolt condensed on the frame, radiating a terrifying wave of spiritual energy. Sensing mortal danger, the treant brute panicked. It shook its heavy crown, launching every remaining razor leaf on its branches in a desperate, lethal barrage. Alizia simply tapped her staff against the roof. A translucent, hemispherical crystal dome erupted around her, catching the storm of leaves with ease. They chipped harmlessly against the glittering surface, leaving only faint, superficial scratches. "Oh dear, still so impatient. You're going to give a cute girl a headache!" Tilda enraged. The treant whipped its thickest, thorny roots forward, coiling them tightly around her crystal shield. The brute squeezed with all its remaining strength, determined to crush her inside. Crack! Crack! Spiderweb fractures rapidly spread across the dome, making the shield look as though it were about to shatter into dust. Seeing the barrier crack, the monster poured every drop of its remaining energy into its roots, crushing down harder. Bang! The crystal dome finally shattered into a shower of sparkling shards. But before the treant could celebrate, a massive, pink ice bolt shot straight out from the center of the glittering burst, obliterating the roots in its path. Origin spiral, infinite cycle! The giant ice bolt moved with terrifying speed, punching clean through the center of the treant's massive trunk. PFFT. A fountain of dark green sap erupted from the monster's back as the bolt passed right through it. The treant froze instantly, a gaping, cavernous hole left in its midsection. From the edges of the wound, a brilliant, pink frost rapidly expanded across its bark, transforming the peak stage 2 giant into a breathtaking, frozen crystal sculpture beneath the moonlight. The treant brute's glowing yellow eyes flickered once, then died out completely. Meanwhile, across the street, the three-headed acid spitter was still thrashing its wild vines, furiously whipping the ruined building, where it believed Arthur was trapped. In truth, Arthur stood quietly on a high stone ledge behind the monster. His combat tunic was torn, and a thin trickle of blood trailed from the corner of his mouth from the early vine strike, but his dark eyes burned with icy, unrelenting focus. He drew his composite bow, resting a spectral arrow against the string, aiming directly at the monster's central root core, the single point connecting all three mores. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Arthur poured every last drop of his remaining takat into the shot. The spectral arrow ignited with a blinding, cosmic blue radiance, humming with the absolute, inevitable power of the hunt. The three-headed monster suddenly felt a sharp, suffocating pressure from behind. Its remaining two heads whipped around, horror flashing in its bloodshot yellow eyes. It thrashed its roots frantically, attempting to flee, but under the absolute lock-on of Arthur's core, escape was a complete impossibility. Arthur released his fingers. The massive azure arrow tore through the night sky like a falling meteor, dragging an incandescent, dazzling tail that illuminated the entire ruined district in brilliant blue light. Down in the central courtyard, Alizia, Samira, and Zubir all turned their heads, watching the blinding projectile streak across the dark. Boom! A localized energy storm erupted at the base of the acid spitter, completely vaporizing its root system in a flash of cosmic energy. The three severed mores flew into the air, crashing heavily onto the stone street before going completely limp. The peak stage 2 acid spitter was dead. Chapter 31. Dawn. Over the ruins deep within the grand estates of Gore, Tariq Zaid sat frozen in his high-backed chair, his eyes fixed on the floating projection screen before him. Beside him, Master Lapman bowed his head slightly, clearing his throat to break the heavy silence. "My lord, the battle has concluded." Tariq snapped out of his trance, drawing in a long, quiet breath. He looked at Arthur's face on the glowing screen, his expression deeply contemplative. "Lapman," Tariq ordered softly, his voice carrying a sudden, unquestionable authority. "Run a complete, top-tier background check on this boy. I want to know every single detail about Arthur Drake." Master Luckman blinked, slightly taken aback by his master's sudden intensity. Yet, being a disciplined servant of the House of Zaid, he asked no questions. At once, Lord Commander. Left alone in the quiet, dimly lit hall, Tariq stared at the glowing projection, a faint flicker of long-lost hope burning deep within his eyes. Back inside the trial realm, the shattered remains of the three-headed acid spitter collapsed into ash. Arthur stood in the center of the ruined street, his internal takat almost completely drained, supporting both his own high-tier martial techniques and maintaining Alizia's active presence had pushed his spiritual reserves to their absolute limit. Yet Arthur kept his back straight, suppressing any outward sign of exhaustion. It wasn't out of foolish pride. Had it been just Samira present, he would have happily collapsed onto the stones to catch his breath. But Zubair Shah was standing nearby. While Zubair had fought honorably, Arthur was far too grounded to show vulnerability around a relative stranger when massive trial points were on the line. As Arthur leaped down from the high stone ledge, landing with a quiet thud on the cobblestones, Alicia and Samira rushed straight to his side, their faces pale with concern. "Arthur, are you all right?" Samira gasped. "Arthur, you aren't badly hurt, are you?" Alicia chimed, her sparkling pink eyes scanning him top to bottom. Seeing the bloodstains on his combat tunic and the faint streak of dark red at the corner of his mouth, the two girls immediately began hovering over him, gently checking his shoulders and arms for injuries. Arthur raised his hands with a sheepish chuckling wave. All right, calm down, you two. I'm completely fine, honest. Just a few superficial scratches, a good meal, and a couple of days' rest will sort me right out. You two ought to be recovering your own energy." He turned a concerned gaze towards Samira. Her face was as pale as paper after pulling the Phantom of Mount Animedia out of her scroll, her hand still trembling slightly from exhaustion. Samira caught his look and gave a weak nod. "Yes, though we shouldn't completely drop our guard just yet." She flicked her eye subtly towards Zubair, who was resting against a fallen stone pillar a short distance away. Arthur understood her caution. Still, considering Zubair had fought side by side with them to slay 3 peak stage 2 monsters, leaving him out in the cold felt improper. "Come on," Arthur said quietly. "Let's go say hello properly." Seeing Arthur's group walk over, Zubair quickly pushed himself up off the stone pillar, dusting off his leather armor. Right then, Zubair grinned, looking at Arthur with keen curiosity. "You must be Arthur Drake." Zubair had been keeping a close eye on the live regional leaderboard. The moment the 3-headed acid spitter died, Arthur's point total had skyrocketed to an unreachable peak. It didn't take a genius to put 2 and 2 together. "That's me," Arthur replied with a polite, warm smile. Zubair turned his eyes toward Alicia, momentarily dazed by her radiant appearance up close. During the chaos of battle, he hadn't had the chance to admire her properly, but standing before him now, her grace was truly extraordinary. "And this lovely lady," Zubair continued, "she must be the spirit entity you summoned with your second core." Zubair was well aware of the rumours circulating among the noble houses that a rare dual core prodigy had emerged in Darker Province possessing both an SSS rank Path of the Hunt and an A rank summoning core. Seeing how Arthur's points surged whenever she fought, the conclusion was obvious. Alicia stepped forward, offering a radiant, captivating smile. "Spot on. My name is Alicia, a gorgeous girl as vibrant as blooming flowers!" Tilter facing her maxed out, effortless charm. Zubair felt an instantaneous wave of warmth and goodwill wash over him. He couldn't help but grin back. "A pleasure, Lady Alicia." Arthur gestured to his right. "And this is Samira Malik. Though I imagine you already know her." Zubair nodded respectfully. "Indeed. The other SSS rank prodigy of our province. Your binding arrays were bloody brilliant back there, sister. And you know who I am," Zubair added with a cheerful chuckle, introducing himself. "Zubair Shar, of the House of Shar." Samira's merchant background meant she was intimately familiar with the prominent noble families of the realm. "The House of Shar from Old Darker. Their father is Commander Shar Jahan." "The very same," Zubair confirmed casually. Samira offered a polite smile. "An honor to meet you, young Master Shar." Zubair waved his hand with a modest laugh. "Oh, drop the formal titles, please. We just killed 3 peak stage 2 monsters together. We're comrades now." As they spoke, a brilliant ray of golden light pierced through the fading night sky. They all turned to look toward the eastern horizon. The first light of dawn was rising, painting the cosmic sky of the Kar's realm in rich shades of gold and amber. "Looks like the martial trials are finally coming to an end," Arthur noted, checking time on his white void wristlet. Zubair turned to Arthur, his expression genuine and appreciative. "Brother Arthur, once we get out of this portal and retrieve our mobiles, we ought to exchange contact details. If you ever need a favor in the future, anything within the power of the House of Shar, you just say the word." As the primary heir to a grand noble family, Zubair understood the immense value of building strong bonds with true geniuses like Arthur and Samira. Arthur, who always treated others with the same respect he received, smiled firmly. "I'd like that, Zubair." Cheers. With the remaining hours ticking down, the 4 of them sat together on the stone ledges, chatting easily in the morning sun. There was no longer any need to hunt. With Arthur sitting comfortably at rank 1, Zubair at rank 2, and Samira at rank 3, their point totals had secured the top 3 spots in the entire province by landslide. Sitting in the warm morning breeze, surrounded by the quiet ruins of the ancient city, they relaxed, waiting peacefully for the exit portal to open. Chapter 32. The return home. As the morning sun climbed fully into the sky, a wave of sudden spatial vertigo washed over Arthur, Samira, and Zubair. The ruined landscape of the car's realm dissolved, and in a flash of shifting, luminous light, they were transported back into the real world. Arthur blinked against the sudden glare, letting his eyes adjust. They were standing in the grand central plaza of the citadel. Hundreds of candidates were scattered across the stone courtyard around him, their tunics torn, dirty, and spattered with dried beast blood. Most looked utterly shattered after 24 hours of continuous combat. Among the weary crowd, Arthur spotted a few familiar faces from his academy. As his boots settled on the plaza stones, Arthur felt a sudden lightness on his wrist. His white void wristlet, along with the second paired band he had carried for Elysia, had vanished into thin air, automatically reclaimed by the spatial array alongside his government-issued weapons. Elysia had slipped back into her private pocket dimension right before the teleportation, leaving him empty-handed once more. All around the courtyard, collective sighs of relief echoed through the morning air. Unlike Arthur and Elysia, who had navigated the trial realm with calm, lethal efficiency, the vast majority of candidates had fought tooth and nail just to survive. Many had pushed through severe injuries, clinging on purely to secure a decent score for a prestigious martial academy. Now that the brutal ordeal was finally over, a heavy weight lifted off their shoulders. Teenagers began seeking out their classmates, shouting, laughing, hugging, or weeping in sheer relief. The quiet courtyard rapidly erupted into a chaotic sea of voices. Silence. A voice like rolling thunder shattered the din, vibrating through the very cobblestones beneath their feet. Thousands of heads snapped upward. Hovering high above the plaza on thin air, Governor Yahya looked down at the crowd, his dark silk robes fluttering in the wind as he radiated cold, absolute authority. His sharp gaze swept over the courtyard, instantly silencing the chaotic chatter. When his eyes lingered briefly on Arthur and Samira, however, a subtle flicker of approval passed through his expression. The Sultanate martial trials are officially concluded, Governor Yahya announced, his booming voice carrying clearly to every corner of the plaza. Official results and rankings will be published on the Imperial Court Registry in 3 days' time. I pray every one of you receives a score worthy of your efforts. He paused, looking down at the tired, expectant young faces below. You have fought well. Now return to your homes and rest. With a soft flicker of spatial energy, the governor vanished into thin air, leaving the crowd buzzing in awe at his seamless teleportation. Under the firm direction of the Citadel guardsmen, the candidates began filtering through the grand archways in orderly lines. Stepping outside the Citadel gates, Arthur pulled his mobile phone from his pocket, sent a quick text to his family, and found a quiet stone bench along the roadside to wait. A few minutes later, a shadow fell over him. Found you, Samira said, stepping up to the bench and handing him a cold glass of spiced iced tea. Arthur took it with a grateful smile. Cheers. After spending 24 hours chewing on dry military bread in an overgrown ruin, a cold, sweet drink was absolute bliss. Finishing their drinks, they flagged down a green CNG auto-rickshaw and headed straight for the Drake family home in Damondi. When Arthur unlocked the front door, he found his father, Jahangir, sitting in the living room alongside Samira's father, Farhan. Hearing the key turn, both men bolted to their feet. You're back, they called out together. Seeing the teenager step through the entryway, Jahangir and Farhan rushed forward, their eyes instantly locking onto the dried blood and dust clinging to their tunics. No matter how talented or powerful their children were in the eyes of the world, to their fathers, they were still just 18-year-olds returning from a war zone. Are you all right? Are you hurt? Jahangir asked urgently, scanning Arthur's shoulders. Both teenagers shook their heads. Samira had only suffered minor scratches, while Arthur's internal bruises from the vine strike were already fully healed thanks to his peak grade 1 physical state. We're fine, Dad, Arthur reassured him. Just knackered. Jahangir let out a long breath of relief, patting Arthur's shoulder firmly. Go on upstairs then, both of you. Get cleaned up, you smell like a battlefield. After a scalding shower, Arthur changed into a comfortable, fresh cotton curter and headed back downstairs to the living room. Channeling a sliver of takat, he summoned Elysia out of her pocket dimension. Dressed in her casual, cheerful attire, she immediately greeted the two men with a radiant wave. Uncle Jahangir, Uncle Farhan. Hello! Having spent the past month training alongside Jahangir and Farhan in the car's realm, Elysia was already a beloved member of the household. Both men smiled warmly, greeting her back like family. Chapter 33. The Imperial League table. Once the greetings were out of the way, Jahangir and Farhan turned their attention to the real reason for the day, asking how the teenagers had fared in the trials. Samira scratched her cheek, looking a little embarrassed. I reckon I came in third in the province. Her result made complete sense. Samira's cultivation was currently stuck at the middle tier of grade 1, only half a step from the late tier, and the final peak stage 2 treant giant had been struck down by Zubair Shah's flaming blade. Landing at rank 3 behind Zubair was an exceptional achievement. Jahangir and Farhan exchanged a look, genuine astonishment flashing in their eyes. Though they knew Samira was talented, securing third place across the entire darker division was beyond their expectations. Farhan let out a hearty laugh and clapped his daughter on the shoulder. Brilliant work, Samira. Rank 3 in the whole province. Jahangir nodded in warm agreement. For a practitioner at middle grade 1, taking third place against all those noble clan heirs is a massive achievement. Having praised Samira, both men turned their expectant gazes toward Arthur. Arthur offered a modest grin, meeting their eyes with calm composure. Unless something went drastically wrong with the tallying, I'm fairly certain I took rank 1. He spoke casually, as if mentioning the weather, yet the weight of his words left both Jahangir and Farhan completely speechless. The two men stared at him, stunned. While they had hoped Arthur would score higher than Samira, they had quietly assumed he might land at rank 2. To claim rank 1 out of tens of thousands of elite candidates from across the division, including the heavily resourced scions of the ancient noble houses, was an incredible feat. Surprise quickly gave way to unbridled joy, and the living room echoed with their boisterous laughter. Har, what a lad! Farhan cheered, shaking his head. If only your Aunt Farida hadn't been deployed on official business, we'd be throwing a grand feast right now. Farhan's wife, Farida, was currently stationed away on an imperial assignment, and had been unable to return in time for the trials. After a bit more light-hearted chatter, Jahangir noticed the dark circles under Arthur and Samira's eyes, and promptly shooed them off to bed to recover from their ordeal. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Golden morning sunlight streamed through the bedroom window, illuminating Arthur as he lay sprawled face down across his bed, dead to the world. Arthur, time to get up. If you sleep any longer, the sun's going to burn a hole right through your blanket! A sweet, melodic voice echoed gently through the quiet room. Alizia stood by the bed, a playful smile gracing her lips. She reached out with a delicate, slender hand and gave his shoulder a gentle nudge. Arthur furrowed his brow, mumbling incoherently into his pillow without opening his eyes. 5 more minutes. Alizia, no can do, Captain. Today is the day the Imperial League table comes out. Alizia giggled softly. She leaned down near his ear, her warm breath tickling his cheek as she whispered teasingly, Uncle Jahangir and Aunt Rahima are already sitting in the living room waiting for you. You're the only one left in bed! Faced with her persistent teasing, Arthur let out a long, defeated groan and dragged himself out from under the warm covers. He threw on a fresh tunic, hurried into the washroom, and splashed cold water over his face to shake off the remaining sleepiness. Downstairs, Jahangir and Rahima were sitting side by side on the sofa, hovering over a sleek laptop resting on the coffee table. Jahangir was frantically clicking the refresh button on the Imperial Court's registry portal. Arthur glanced at the wooden clock hanging on the wall. The hands pointed to 25 minutes past 8. He chuckled, leaning against the banister. What are you two doing? The official rankings don't go live until 9 o'clock. You're over 30 minutes early. Hearing his voice, Jahangir and Rahima looked up, offering sheepish, embarrassed grins as they caught Arthur and Alizia watching them. Oh, come sit down, Alizia dear, Rahima called out warmly, waving her over and patting the cushion beside her. Thank you, Aunt Rahima! Alizia replied cheerfully, gliding over to take a seat beside her. Rahima turned back to Arthur, offering a wry smile. We can't help it, son. Until we see your name written at the top of that official list with our own eyes, we can't properly settle our nerves. Arthur shook his head in amusement, walking over to pour himself a cup of warm tea. Precisely as the grandfather clock struck 9, Jahangir hit the refresh button once more. The glowing screen flickered, and the official Darker Division League table loaded onto the display. Sitting right at the very top, highlighted in bold gold lettering, was a familiar name. Rank 1, Arthur Drake. Score, 14,850. Seeing the name sitting comfortably at the summit, Rahima gasped, and Jahangir let out a triumphant shout. Though Arthur had assured them of his result days ago, seeing it confirmed on the official Imperial Register banished every lingering trace of doubt. Arthur watched his parents beam with pride, a warm, satisfied smile touching his lips. Ding dong. The front doorbell rang out suddenly, echoing through the house. Jahangir and Rahima looked at each other in surprise. Who could possibly be visiting so early in the morning? I'll get it, Arthur said, walking over to the front door and pulling it open. Standing on the threshold were 3 strangers, 2 men and 1 woman. They carried themselves with an unmistakable air of authority, dressed in the immaculate, high-ranking robes of elite martial instructors. These were Master Zheng Hua, Lady Fu Fang, and Master Zhan Yu, the chief admissions officers sent to represent the 3 grand madrasas in Dhaka province. Good morning, Arthur Drake, Master Zheng Hua greeted, stepping forward with a warm, respectful smile. We are the admissions directors for the 3 grand madrasas. Understanding immediately why they had arrived at his doorstep the second the rankings went live, Arthur offered a polite bow and stepped aside. Please come inside. Chapter 34. The 3 grand madrasas call in the heart of Gore, the grand imperial capital. A high-end luxury villa stood nestled within a private estate. Upstairs in one of the opulent suites, a young girl stepped out of the washroom, damp hair draped naturally over her shoulders. This was Sawyer Zaid. Having just showered after her early morning training, she wore a simple, elegant house robe tied securely at her waist, radiating a quiet, noble grace. She walked over to her study desk, sat down, and powered up her runic laptop. Navigating directly to the Imperial Court's examination portal, she typed in her candidate identification code and clicked search. A few seconds later, the official provincial rankings popped up on the screen. Sitting at the very top of the capital division was her name, Sawyer Zaid, rank 1. Seeing the expected result, Sawyer's cool, immaculate expression didn't change in the slightest. However, instead of closing the browser, she navigated to a secondary high-level civic forum. Every year after the official division scores were released, independent scholars compiled raw data from all 34 provinces to construct an unofficial nationwide leaderboard. Though not formally endorsed by the Sultanate due to differing trial terrains, it was followed religiously by every major noble family in the empire. Sawyer clicked onto the nationwide list, but as the page rendered, her usually calm, indifferent eyes narrowed for the very first time. She wasn't at the top. Sitting at rank 2 was her name, Sawyer Zaid. Resting above her, occupying the undisputed rank 1 spot for the entire Sultanate of Bengal, was a single name, Arthur Drake. Arthur Drake, is it? She murmured softly, staring at the name printed above hers. A fierce, competitive fire flared deep within her dark eyes. Downstairs in the main living hall, Commander Tariq Said sat on the sofa, staring intently at a set of confidential intelligence ledgers resting in his lap. His expression was a storm of conflicting emotions: excitement, regret, and deep-seated guilt. He let out a long, heavy sigh, slowly closing the folder. A moment later, the heavy front doors creaked open, and a striking woman stepped into the entryway. Dressed in high-grade combat silks covered in travel dust, she let out an exhausted sigh. Ah, finally home. What a nightmare those border skirmishes with those bandits just don't know when to give up. She walked into the hall, spotting Tariq stretched out on the divan. I haven't had a proper sleep in weeks. I'm going straight upstairs, and nobody better dare disturb me, she added, letting out a long, dramatic yawn. This was Tariq's wife and Sawyer's mother, Lady Eiler. Just as she reached the bottom step of the grand staircase, Tariq's quiet, trembling voice echoed behind her. Eiler, our son, he's alive. Lady Eiler froze mid-step. Her entire body went rigid as if struck by lightning. She slowly turned around, her voice dropping to a low, dangerous murmur. What did you just say? Tariq picked up the intelligence folder from the coffee table, meeting her gaze with a somber expression. You should read this yourself. Eiler hurried back across the room, snatching the folder from his grip. She flipped through the pages, her long dark hair falling over her face, obscuring her eyes. The living room plunged into a thick, suffocating silence. Suddenly, the space around the couple blurred. In a fraction of a second, both vanished from the sofa and reappeared at the front door. Isla's hand was firmly on the brass doorknob, while Tariq's iron grip clamped around her shoulder, holding her back. Isla tilted her head, a cold, dangerous fury gleaming in her eyes. Where do you think you're going? I'm going to get my son, Isla growled, a terrifying, suffocating wave of peak grade 4 takat erupting from her frame, rattling the windows. Why are you stopping me? Calm down, Tariq commanded firmly, releasing his own massive aura to neutralize her pressure, extinguishing the shockwave before it damaged the house. The atmosphere between husband and wife was taut as a pulled bowstring, their eyes locked in a fierce, unyielding staring contest. Finally, Tariq let out a weary sigh and released her shoulder. Right then, We go together. Without another word, he opened the front door, and Eiler swept past him into the morning air. Meanwhile, inside the Drake family residence in Damondi, all darker, the living room was filled with an air of polite, tense reverence. Jahangir and Rahima sat upright on the main sofa, while Arthur sat quietly beside them. Sitting opposite them were two of the chief admissions directors, Master Xing Hua from the Gore Imperial Academy, and Master Zhan Yu from the Sonagian Martial Institute. Jahangir and Rahima were visibly nervous. It wasn't every day that high-ranking masters from the top martial institutions in the Empire personally graced a modest household. As for Lady Fu Fang, the third director representing the Darker Academy of Spiritual Artifice, she was currently sitting over by the dining table, completely absorbed in a cheerful, animated conversation with Alizia. Lady Fu Fang had realized early on that Arthur's combat style focused purely on martial mastery, and absolute marksmanship under the hunt was a poor fit for her academy's focus on runic engineering and spiritual machinery. Knowing she stood little chance of recruiting him over the two martial giants, she casually bowed out of the bidding war, preferring to make friends with Arthur's fascinating spirit summon instead. Master Xing here pushed up his spectacles, getting straight to the point. Arthur, I'll be direct. We have come today to formally invite you to join the Gore Imperial Academy. Arthur listened politely, unsurprised by their visit. Master Xing Hua immediately laid out his opening offer. If you enroll with Gore, the Academy will immediately grant you a signing bonus of 1,000 Spirit Stones, a customized Grade 3 spiritual weapon of your choice, and an advanced cultivation manual tailored for your transition into Grade 4. Master Xing Hua spoke with absolute confidence. 1,000 Spirit Stones was a massive fortune equivalent to 10 million Imperial Tarka. A Grade 3 spiritual weapon was worth millions more. But the true prize was the top-tier Grade 4 cultivation manual. In the power system of the Dunyer, moving into the middle ranks required expanding and refining one's internal danshin. A superior cultivation manual not only vastly accelerated cultivation speed, but also permanently expanded the capacity of the spiritual core, laying a foundation for future breakthroughs into the higher realms. It was a resource money simply couldn't buy on the open market. Chapter 35, The Price of Talent if you choose the Sonagian Martial Institute. Arthur, Master Zhan Yu chimed in smoothly, capitalizing on the moment. We'll match that Grade 3 weapon and top-tier Grade 4 manual and raise the signing bonus to 1,500 Spirit Stones. Master Xing Hua shot his rival a sharp look, muttering under his breath, "You sneaky chap." Refusing to be outdone, Xing Hua immediately upped the stakes. 2,000 Spirit Stones and a Grade 3 weapon. On top of that, if you accept Gore Imperial Academy today, I'll personally throw in a vial of Grade 4 high-grade healing elixirs from my private stash. Arthur's eyebrows shot up. 2,000 Spirit Stones was a staggering sum equivalent to 20 million Imperial Tarka. Paired with a top-tier Grade 4 cultivation manual and a rare Grade 4 healing elixir, the offer was enough to accelerate his progress by leaps and bounds. Just as Arthur opened his mouth to respond, Zhan Yu cut in with a confident grin. "I'll match the 2,000 Spirit Stones and the vial of Grade 4 healing elixirs, and I'll give you 2 Grade 3 weapons." Arthur swallowed the words back down, quietly leaning back in his seat. "Right then, let's see how far this bidding war goes." The two recruiters glared at each other across the coffee table like high-stakes gamblers. Neither cared that Arthur was watching them recalculate his value. Talent of this caliber only emerged once in a generation, and their official recruitment budgets were built for moments precisely like this. Finally, Master Xing Hua let out a long sigh and threw his absolute final offer onto the table. 2,500 Spirit Stones, 1 Grade 4 spiritual weapon of your choice, a vial of Grade 4 healing elixirs, and full, unrestricted access to our top-tier Grade 4 cultivation manuals. Zhang Yu winced slightly. Xing Hua had hit his absolute ceiling. Knowing he couldn't exceed the institutional limit, Zhang Yu matched it outright. "I'll offer the exact same 2,500 Spirit Stones, a Grade 4 weapon, the Grade 4 healing elixirs, and our premier Grade 4 cultivation manual." Arthur went quiet, weighing both options carefully. With both Grand Madrasas offering identical top-tier packages, the decision came down to environment and long-term prospects. The Gore Imperial Academy was situated in the heart of the Grand Capital. It was undeniably prestigious, but its corridors were dominated by powerful, ancient noble families. The scions of high aristocracy held immense sway over academy affairs. Coming from a modest background, Arthur knew enrolling in Gore would inevitably entangle him in complex political faction wars, making it far harder to secure quiet and hindered cultivation resources. The Sonargaon Martial Institute, on the other hand, was located in the historic maritime city of Sonargaon. While slightly further from the imperial court, its noble presence was far less suffocating. The institute prioritized meritocracy and direct combat prowess over family lineage, creating a cleaner, fairer environment where Arthur could focus entirely on sharpening his strength. Decision made, Arthur looked up and offered a warm, respectful bow. Thank you both for such incredible generosity. After careful thought, I've decided to enroll in the Sonargaon Martial Institute. Master Xinghua let out a disappointed sigh, though he accepted the outcome graciously with the nods. Master Zhang Yu, meanwhile, broke into a broad, triumphant grin and stood up, extending his hand. Brilliant choice, Arthur. A hearty welcome to the Sonargaon Martial Institute. Arthur stood and shook his hand firmly. Thank you, Master Zhang. Reseating himself, Zhang Yu reached into his robes and pulled out a sleek, silver void ring. He slid it across the coffee table toward Arthur with a pleased smile. Here are the immediate resources I promised. Arthur picked up the ring, sending a faint strand of tacket into the storage space. Inside sat a neatly stacked mountain of 2,500 gleaming spirit stones alongside a refined white porcelain vial containing a grade 4 healing elixir. The 2,500 spirit stones and the healing elixir are yours right now, Zhang Yu explained. As for the grade 4 cultivation manual, once your core reaches the peak of grade 3 and you prepare for your breakthrough, you'll be granted full clearance to enter the Institute's Grand Scripture Vault to select the manual that best aligns with your takat. As for the grade 4 weapon, Zhang Yu tapped his white void wristlet. A clear, floating runic projection materialized in the air before them, displaying a vast catalogue of high-tier martial weapons, heavy broadswords, spears, curved shamshers, halberds, and daggers. These are all the grade 4 weapons currently available in our main armory. Once you make your selection, the Institute will deliver it straight to your doorstep within 7 days. Arthur leaned forward, filtering the display by weapon type. He tapped the icon for ranged weaponry. Instantly, the general arsenal vanished, replaced by a row of magnificent composite bows. Some burned with roaring elemental flames, others glistened with biting frost, while a few hummed with crackling lightning. Arthur bypassed the flashy elemental weapons, searching for a bow that complemented his SSS Raikor, the Hunt. His gaze stopped on a striking, golden composite bow. The lens flowed with a gentle, liquid gold light, and the bowstring burned like a beam of pure, condensed sunshine. He tapped the item card to read its details. Radiant Stream Bow, Grade 4 Spiritual Weapon Description, forged with high-grade light element spirit stones. Passively infuses all channeled arrows with pure light takat, vastly increasing projectile velocity, piercing capability, and structural stability. The description was concise and perfectly clear. Because Arthur's primary attack method under the Hunt relied on condensing spectral arrows of pure energy, a weapon that maximized flight speed and piercing power was an absolute match. Arthur tapped the select button on the floating projection. I'll take this one. Master Zhang Yu looked at the selection and nodded approvingly. Keen eye, lad. The Radiant Stream Bow is easily one of the finest grade 4 bows in our collection. It'll serve your marksmanship brilliantly. Closing the projection, Zhang Yu stood up and adjusted his silk robes. Since everything is settled, your bow will arrive within the week. I'll take my leave now. We'll see you at the Institute for the opening ceremony. Chapter 36. The Shadow Cobra's Venom Weight. Master Zhang. Just as Master Zhang Yu and Master Xinghua turned to leave, Arthur called out, stepping forward to stop them. The two directors paused, turning back with puzzled expressions. Jahangir and Rahima looked at Arthur in confusion as well, wondering what had prompted his sudden outburst. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Arthur pulled the delicate porcelain vial of grade 4 healing elixirs from his silver void ring. He held it out toward Zhang Yu, his tone earnest and full of hope. Master Zhang, could this elixir cure a lingering venom deep within my father's body? Hearing Arthur's words, Jahangir felt a sudden swell of emotion in his chest. Over the past few years, the ancient venom in his veins had stabilized somewhat, yet whenever his takat flared or the weather turned damp, excruciating pain racked his internal organs. He could never exert full strength in battle without risking the toxic rebound. He had never imagined Arthur carried this quiet warrior in his heart all this time. Venom, you say? Master Zhang Yu's interest was piqued. While the Institute had thoroughly investigated Arthur's background, they hadn't paid much attention to Jahangir's medical history. Zhang Yu closed his eyes, expanding his spiritual perception to its absolute limit. An invisible wave of refined takat swept over Jahangir, probing deep into his chest and bone marrow. A moment later, Jiang Yu's eyes flickered open, a look of mild surprise on his face. The dark venom of a nether cobra. It's reached the marrow, I'm afraid. If it isn't cleansed completely, he has 2 years left at most. Hearing that cold diagnosis, Rahima gasped, and Arthur's pupils dilated in shock. They knew Jahangir suffered from a snake bite, but they had no idea his life was hanging by such a thin thread. Master Zhang has sharp vision indeed, Jahangir said calmly. Having lived with the pain for years, he had long accepted his mortality. Years ago, while on an Imperial border patrol, my unit took down a rogue nether cobra hatchling. We didn't know the beast was the offspring of a stage 5 cobra king. The creature's sire ambushed us in retaliation. Jahangir's voice dropped, a shadow of sorrow crossing his eyes. If high-ranking reinforcements hadn't arrived in time, none of us would have survived. Even so, the venom entered our bloodstreams. My squad mates died before we could find an alchemist. I only managed to suppress it until now. A stage 5 cobra king. Jiang Yu shook his head gently. No wonder. A stage 5 nether cobra's venom requires a stage 6 master's internal fire to burn away completely. A standard grade 4 healing elixir won't touch it. Hearing those words, Arthur's hand tightened around the porcelain vial, a heavy wave of disappointment crushing over him. Jahangir managed a faint, comforting smile, though a touch of regret lingered in his heart, regret that he might not live long enough to see his son reach the peak of the martial world. However, Jiang Yu added, his lips curving into a subtle smile. That single word acted like a ray of sunlight cutting through dark storm clouds. Arthur and Jahangir both snapped their heads up, hope rekindling in their eyes. It just so happens, Jiang Yu said casually, as if mentioning the morning weather, that I broke through to grade 6 late last month. Removing a lingering stage 5 venom is well within my capacity. Arthur's heart leaped with joy. Yet, remembering the immense value of a grade 6 master's personal intervention, he hesitated. Master Zhang, what would you require in return? Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively with a warm chuckle. Think nothing of it, lad. Consider it a personal welcome gift to our newest star student. Arthur bowed deeply, his eyes brimming with absolute gratitude. Thank you, master. A word of warning first, Jiang Yu said, stepping up behind Jahangir's chair. The venom has settled deep inside your bones. Burning it out won't be a pleasant walk in the park. Jiang Yu drew a deep breath, raising his right index finger. A thread of fiery, crimson takat ignited at his fingertip, and his pupils flashed with the intense, scarlet glow of a forged flame. He tapped his index finger gently against the center of Jahangir's spine. Jahangir felt a slender, warm stream of spiritual energy enter his meridians, flowing smoothly through his chest. At first, the sensation was remarkably soothing, but the moment the fiery thread touched his heart core, it erupted. Boom! Like a striking tiger, Jiang Yu's fiery energy coiled around the dark, suppressed venom, instantly turning into a blazing furnace. White-hot heat flared inside Jahangir's chest, incinerating the toxic fluid trapped within his tissues. The sheer, excruciating pain made Jahangir's entire frame tremble violently. Cold sweat drenched his tunic in seconds, and his face turned pale as bone. Rahima quickly held his hand, her knuckles white with anxiety, while Arthur stood nearby with his fists clenched tightly, praying silently for his father's endurance. Even Alizia watched on from the dining table, her sparkling pink eyes filled with gentle concern. Inside Jahangir's body, a fierce war raged. The nether cobra's dark venom hissed and thrashed, but under the absolute suppression of a stage 6 master's martial flame, it was relentlessly burned away. When the last trace of dark toxicity was cornered near the throat, Jiang Yu's eyes flashed sharply. He shifted his finger to her open palm and struck Jahangir's upper back with a firm, energetic thud. PFFT. Jahangir gasped, spitting out a large mouthful of pitch-black, foul-smelling blood. The moment the dark blood hit the mahogany coffee table, it hissed violently, corroding a deep, smoking hole straight through the solid wood before coming to a complete rest. Chapter 37. The Serpent's Legacy. The moment Jahangir spat out the dark blood, his complexion noticeably turned from pale to a rich, healthy color. The heavy exhaustion in his face melted away, making him look almost a decade younger, and even the grey hairs at his temples regained a deep, healthy luster. Master Jiang Yu slowly withdrew his finger. He glanced at the pool of dark blood smoking on the table, waved his sleeve, and lifted the foul liquid into the air with a gentle swirl of invisible force. Reaching into his robes, Jiang Yu produced a small, clear glass vial. With a quick flick of his wrist, He guided the dark venom smoothly into the vial, and sealed it tightly with the stopper. He handed the vial to Arthur, his expression serious. Take this, lad. The residual aura of the nether cobra that struck your father remains inside this blood. Should you ever seek to hunt down the beast in the future, you can use this aura to track its bloodline. Arthur accepted the glass vial with both hands, his dark eyes burning with quiet, firm determination. He bowed deeply once more. Thank you, Master Zhang. I won't forget this. Right, we'll take our leave now, Zhang Yu said, adjusting his robes. A word of advice: your father's body is still recovering from years of suppression. Keep him away from heavy martial strain for a couple of weeks, or he risks internal tears. With their official business completed, Master Zhang Yu and Master Xing Hu departed, leaving the house in peace. Arthur walked back over to Jahangir, asking anxiously, How are you feeling, Dad? Jahangir let out a hearty laugh, slapping his own chest firmly. Never better, son. I feel like I could run up Mount Kyokrodong. Oh, is that so? A soft, suspiciously gentle voice echoed from the armchair beside him, where Hema sat with a sweet, terrifying smile, her arms crossed over her chest. Since you feel so wonderfully energetic, dear, perhaps we should discuss why you hid a life-threatening venom from your family for 5 whole years. Jahangir's triumphant laughter froze dead in his throat. His eyes darted nervously around the room, searching desperately for an escape route, but seeing Rahima's firm gaze, he sighed, hanging his head like a naughty child. Arthur, dear, your father and I have a few private family matters to discuss in the bedroom, Rahima said warmly, rising from her chair and grabbing Jahangir firmly by the ear. Ouch, ouch. Softly, woman, softly. Jahangir winced as he was dragged down the corridor toward their master bedroom. Arthur offered a silent prayer for his father, chuckling softly as the door clicked shut. Hi, Arthur. Look what I got. Isn't it pretty? Tilda Lizzie suddenly popped up right beside him, holding out a delicate silver ring. A brilliant sapphire was set at its center, glowing with soft, mesmerizing light. Intricate runic engravings swept across the band, giving it a mysterious, high-tier artisan feel. Arthur took the ring, sensing a subtle, defensive pulse within the metal. Where did you get this, Alicia? Lady Fu Fan gave it to me while you were talking! Tilda Alicia replied with a bright, proud smile. She said it was a gift for a new friend. Arthur shook his head in amusement. Alicia's maxed out, effortless charm was truly something else. She had managed to walk away with a high-grade magical artifact after 10 minutes of casual conversation. Here, it's for you! Tilda. Before Arthur could reply, Alicia caught his right hand and gently slipped the silver ring onto his middle finger. Arthur blinked, looking down at the sparkling sapphire on his hand. Hold on, this is your present from Lady Fu. I can't just take it. Alicia smiled softly. She stepped closer, placing a single, slender index finger gently against his lips. SHH, I wanted you to have it, Captain Tilda, she whispered playfully, her bright pink eyes sparkling. Feeling the warm touch on his lips, Arthur paused, then let out a helpless, affectionate laugh. All right then, I'll wear it. Thank you, Alicia. Alicia's face lit up with a brilliant smile, her giggles sounding like silver bells in the quiet room. Lady Fu Fan said it's a grade 5 spiritual defensive tool, Alicia explained, leaning against his shoulder. If you ever face a lethal ambush, it automatically deploys a barrier up to 3 times. Each barrier can absorb a full power strike from a peak grade 5 master. Arthur looked at the ring with newfound respect. Automatic life-saving talisman, that's a serious piece of kit. Just then, his mobile phone vibrated in his tunic pocket. Arthur pulled it out, seeing Samira's name flashing on the screen. Alicia leaned over his arm, peering at the screen. Oh, it's Samira. What's she calling for? Tilda, not sure. Let's find out, Arthur said, pressing the green button. Hey, Samira. What's up, Arthur? Samira's voice came through the speaker in a hushed, rushed whisper. Which madrasa did you end up picking? Arthur raised an eyebrow. Why are you whispering? I'm hiding in the washroom, Samira whispered hurriedly. The recruiters from the 3 grand madrasas are sitting in my living room right now talking to my dad. I need to know your choice so I can match it. Arthur smiled, answering without hesitation. I chose the Sonor Gaon Martial Institute. If you want us to stay in the same academy, you should consider it. Brilliant. Samira cheered over the line, her relief obvious. The offers from the other 2 were fairly similar anyway. I'd much rather go where I know I've got a proper combat partner. Cheers, Arthur. Chapter 38, Departure for Gore. At noon, warm sunlight streamed through the dining room window, illuminating a magnificent, spread-out feast. Rahima had pulled out all the stops in the kitchen today. Not only had Jahangir's ancient venom been completely cleansed from his body, but Arthur's official enrollment into the Sonargaon Martial Institute was a cause for grand celebration. She had spared no expense, serving dishes made from rare ingredients she usually kept saved for special occasions. Ha ha ha. Splendid. Today, we eat like kings. Jahangir, his face still sporting a few prominent bruises from Rahima's stern domestic discipline, earlier raised his glass with unbridled enthusiasm, draining it in a single, triumphant gulp. Across the table, Arthur was busy piling fresh braised meat onto Alicia's plate. Remembering something important, Arthur turned to his mother. Mum, Alicia and I are planning to take a trip up north to Gore, the Grand Capital, for a few days before term starts. Do you and Dad want to come along? Rahima smiled gently, shaking her head. No, son, you two go on ahead and enjoy yourselves. Have a wonderful time. Fair enough, Mum, Arthur nodded. Little did the family know, out on the quiet residential street, two figures stood under the shade of an old banyan tree, quietly watching the warm, laughter-filled scene through the dining room window. Looking at Arthur's bright, contented smile as he chatted with his family, Lady Eiler went completely silent. Behind her, Commander Tariq Zaid stood in quiet reflection, observing the peaceful household. After a long pause, Tariq spoke in a soft, low voice. If you truly wish to reunite with him, it is best done step by step. We cannot rush this. Eiler took one last, lingering look at Arthur's face, then turned away with a heavy, quiet sigh. Tariq was right. Dropping into his world out of nowhere after 18 long years would only throw his life into chaos. Arthur had built a home, an identity, and a family here. Forcing their way into his life right now would cause more harm than good. Reconnecting with their son required patience, time, and delicate care. Tariq followed silently behind Eiler as they slipped away into the afternoon mist. The following morning, bright sunlight filtered through the bedroom blinds, falling across Arthur's face. He opened his eyes, slowly withdrawing from his deep meditation state. On the floor before him, half a dozen spirit stones had been completely drained of energy, crumbling into fine grey powder. TCH, absorbing spirit stones directly is infinitely faster than standard breathing exercises. Arthur stretched his arms, feeling the refined takat humming smoothly through his meridians. He stood up, headed into the washroom, and freshened up for the day ahead. When he walked downstairs, he was surprised to find Alicia already waiting in the living room. Dressed in a clean, stylish white tunic, she sat gracefully on the sofa next to a massive, bulging travel sack. Seeing him step off the stairs, she offered a bright, radiant wave. Hi. Good morning, Captain. Are you exceptionally happy to see me today, Tilda? Arthur smiled warmly. Always, Alicia. But blimey, how on earth did you pack so much gear so quickly? He glanced at her oversized bag, then down at his own modest, single-shoulder pack. Well, we're going on a proper holiday, aren't we, Tilda? Lizzie winked playfully. A girl needs her essential travel supplies. Rahima poked her head out from the kitchen, calling out, Arthur, if you two run short on Imperial Tarka while you're in the capital, just send us a message, all right? Arthur waved his hand reassuringly. Don't worry, Mum. Between my academic merit stipends from the academy and the spirit stones I've kept, we'll be more than fine for pocket money. Rahima stepped out, offering a stern, maternal warning. You keep those spirit stones safe. Young man, that's your core cultivation resource. If word gets out that an 18-year-old is carrying thousands of spirit stones on a train, you'll attract all sorts of unwanted trouble. Right, I know, Mum. Arthur chuckled helplessly, before adding with a serious expression, you and Dad ought to keep your eyes open too. I read on the regional court registry news that a few rogue cult cells have slipped into the district recently. There have been several missing person reports across Old Darker this past week. Rahima rolled her eyes playfully. Oh, stop worrying about us. Your father's a stage 3 practitioner. His martial strength isn't just for show. Besides, I'll make sure he walks with me whenever I go to the bazaar. Aunt Rahima is absolutely right. Arthur is just being a protective son! Tilda. Alicia chimed in cheerfully, diffusing the tension. Is breakfast ready, Auntie? We need to catch our flight soon. Rahima smiled, walking over with 2 steaming bowls of hot spiced noodles. All ready, dear. Eat up before it gets cold. The noodles smelled incredible, and Arthur and Alicia dug in without hesitation. After breakfast, Arthur and Alicia grabbed their bags and headed straight for Hazrat Sharjah International Airport. Stepping into the bustling departure terminal, they immediately spotted a familiar figure standing near the entrance. Oi, look who finally decided to show up, Arthur called out with a grin. Samira, who had been engrossed in her mobile phone, snapped her head up. About time. What took you two so long? I've been standing here for ages. In truth, she had only arrived 5 minutes earlier, but she wasn't about to miss an opportunity to tease him. Arthur chuckled, shaking his head. Oh, Samira. You didn't even say hello to me first. Sobbing, "You've broken my delicate heart!" Alicia suddenly popped up beside Arthur, wiping away imaginary tears with an adorable, tragic pout. Samira panicked, waving her hands frantically. No, Alicia, I didn't mean it. I'm sorry." Seeing Samira's flustered reaction, Arthur laughed aloud. All right, Alicia, stop teasing her. Come on, our gate is opening. Alicia instantly dropped her dramatic act, bursting into a sweet, bell-like giggle. Hi, Samira. Let me carry your bag! Samira let out a long, quiet sigh of relief. As much as she adored Alicia, the pink-haired girl's playful, mischievous dramatic streak was almost impossible to handle. The trio made their way through the gate and boarded the sky cruiser bound for Gore. Arthur took his window seat, with Alicia and Samira settling in beside him. As the airborne vessel lifted smoothly into the clouds, the bright morning sun illuminated the sky, and the joyful chatter of his companions accompanied them on their journey to the grand capital. Chapter 39. Promenade in the capital. Blimey, look at the crowds. The grand capital really is something else, isn't it? Till to the moment they stepped off the flying sky cruiser, Alicia bounced on her heels, her bright eyes eagerly darting across the bustling walkways of the airport terminal. Aye, it's proper mental, Arthur noted, walking a step behind Alicia and Samira as he scanned the passing travellers. The density of practitioners here is absurd compared to Old Darker, and their average cultivation tier is miles higher. In Arthur's heightened spiritual perception, every third or fourth person in the crowd radiated a distinct Takat aura. He even picked up several Stage 2 and Stage 3 masters strolling casually through the terminal as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Samira unrolled a map slate, looking between the glowing screen and her companions. Right then, where are we heading first? Alicia tapped her chin, her eyes lighting up with playful anticipation. How about the grand shopping arcade? Samira glanced at her map, her eyes glittering with matching excitement. I'm game. Arthur chuckled softly. Works for me. Lead the way. A short taxi ride brought the trio to a sprawling, multi-story shopping plaza in the heart of Gau's central commercial district. Quick. Let's go inside. Stepping through the grand archway of the plaza, they were greeted by rows of luxury boutiques, high-end tailor shops, and glowing artisan displays. Alicia and Samira darted into the clothing quarter like two excited children in a sweet shop, drifting between racks of fine silks and modern combat fashions. Arthur trailed behind them, happily taking in the impromptu fashion show unfolding before his eyes. First came a playful maid outfit, followed by a sharp, tailored office suit, and then a frilly, elaborate velvet dress. Each ensemble brought out a completely different side of their charm. It wasn't just Arthur enjoying the view. Nearby shoppers and store clerks frequently stopped in their tracks, utterly mesmerized by the sheer beauty and lively energy of the two girls. Well, what do you think, Arthur? Do I look pretty? Alicia glided over to him in a spotless, snow-white sundress. She gave a light, graceful spin, the delicate hem fluttering like swirling flower petals. Though simple in design, the dress perfectly highlighted her ethereal, radiant presence. You look stunning, Alicia, Arthur said truthfully. Mind you, you'd look brilliant in a burlap sack. Alicia beamed, her laughter sounding like silver bells. Flatterer. Right then, your turn. Go pick an outfit and try it on. Arthur picked a dark, fitted martial tunic from a nearby rack and stepped into the changing cubicle. Outside, Samira leaned against a clothing rack in a sharp black trench coat and dark jeans. She glanced at the changing room door, turning to Alicia. Do you reckon that dark tunic he grabbed is a bit plain? Alicia didn't answer immediately. Samira blinked, turning her head to find Alicia resting her chin in her hand, staring intently at a high-end traditional display with a thoughtful, mischievous glint in her eyes. Click. The cubicle door slid open, and Arthur stepped out wearing the heavy black martial tunic. While the cut was sharp, Arthur's natural aura was calm and composed, making the aggressive, dark tunic look slightly mismatched on him. He raised his arms, offering a sheepish grin. Well, how's it look? Samira stroked her chin, giving him an honest assessment. A bit stiff, mate. Arthur, try this one instead! Alicia bounced forward, holding out an exquisite, flowing robe crafted from fine silk in shades of pale blue and silver. Arthur took the garments, unrolling the silk to inspect it. It was an imperial scholar warrior's robe, complete with a folding fan. Right, give me a minute, Arthur nodded, stepping back into the changing room. A moment later, he pushed the curtain aside and stepped out into the light. Dressed in the pale blue silk robes, holding the matching folding fan in his hand, Arthur walked forward with an effortless, scholarly grace. His gentle, composed demeanor harmonized perfectly with the classic design, giving him the air of an aristocratic noble youth straight out of an imperial legend. Samira stared, internally marveling at the sheer transformation. Bloody hell, he looks like a prince out of an ancient chronicle. Arthur checked himself in the full-length mirror, thoroughly impressed by Elysia's taste. Not bad at all. Fits quite well, actually. Arthur, try activating your cause aura for a second, Elysia requested, her brow furrowing slightly as she appraised him. Something's missing. Arthur smiled, understanding her intent. Channeling a sliver of takat, he activated the passive aura of the hunt. Swoosh. His jet black hair lengthened instantly, cascading down his back in a smooth, dark waterfall woven with a striking streak of cosmic blue. His dark pupils shifted into brilliant, luminous azure, radiating a sharp, heroic pressure. The soft, scholarly impression vanished instantly, replaced by the commanding presence of a legendary commander on the battlefield. Samira's heart skipped a beat, a faint blush dusting her cheeks as she looked away. Elysia clapped her hands together, a triumphant smile blooming on her face. Perfection! Arthur looked into the mirror, highly satisfied with the result. Right then, we'll take the lot. Chapter 40 Trouble in the Arcade. Thud. Arthur collapsed onto a plush bench near the plaza fountain, dumping a mountain of shopping bags onto the floor with a massive, exhausted sigh. Phew, finally, a moment to breathe. It was a universal truth. When girls went shopping, normal rules of human endurance ceased to exist. Thankfully, Elysia and Samira had popped off to buy fresh fruit smoothies, giving him a brief window of peace. Feeling a bit parched, Arthur reached into one of the bags and pulled out a small plastic cup filled with a regional sour fermented broth he picked up earlier out of pure curiosity. Recalling the notorious online reviews about local capital broths, Arthur tilted his head. Is it really as bad as they say on the forums? Driven by sheer curiosity, he lifted the straw and took a cautious sip. The moment the fermented liquid touched his tongue, Arthur's face turned completely purple. He froze, his eyebrows twitching in absolute horror. He regretted everything. Setting the cup aside at lightning speed, Arthur snatched a bottle of sweet iced tea and frantically gulped half of it down, desperate to wash the traumatic taste off his palate. Ha ha ha. First time trying the local brew, mate. A hearty laugh rang out from across the fountain. Arthur looked up, spotting a distinguished-looking man in a dark silk sherwani sitting on the opposite bench, watching him with an amused grin. The man had sharp, handsome features, dignified eyes, and an easygoing, commanding presence that felt instantly comfortable to be around. Looking at the man's face, a strange, prickling sense of familiarity washed over Arthur. He was certain he had never met this person before, yet deep down, an inexplicable warmth touched his chest. The man was none other than Commander Tarek Zaid. Arthur wiped his mouth, offering a sheepish chuckle. Was it really that obvious? Tarek laughed warmly. Living in Gore, you learn quickly that locals either love the traditional sour broth or avoid it entirely. But nobody who actually lives here drinks it with a face like he just made. Only brave tourists from out of town fall into that trap. Arthur couldn't help but laugh along. Spot on, sir. I'm brand new to the Grand Capital, just arrived this morning. I thought as much. Tarek nodded smoothly, his eyes filled with a soft, affectionate light. Name's Tarek. Tarek Zaid. Arthur replied, giving a polite, traditional salute. Arthur Drake. Good to meet you, Mr. Zaid. Hearing the boy pronounce his name so naturally, Tarek's eyes flickered with a quiet, profound emotion. Arthur, fine name. Tarek smiled, pulling out his mobile phone. Tell you what, lad, since you're new to the capital, why don't we exchange contact details? If you ever run into any bother while you're here, just give me a bell. That's very kind of you, sir, Arthur said, pulling out his phone as well. They exchanged numbers on their messaging app. Just as the contact saved, Tarek glanced past Arthur's shoulder, his eyebrows lifting slightly. Speaking of bother, those friends of yours, eh? Arthur turned his head towards the smoothest stall 50 yards away. His eyes narrowed instantly. Elysia and Samira were standing near the counter, blocked by a group of dressed-up youths. The confrontation looked increasingly tense. Apologies, Mr. Zaid. I need to check on this, Arthur said quickly, stowing his phone and pushing himself off the bench. Tarek sat quietly on the bench, his arms resting on his knee as he watched Arthur's retreating back with a proud, subtle smile. "We've already told you we're not interested," Samira said, her voice dropping into a sharp, cold register. She was thoroughly annoyed. She loathed pushy strangers, especially ones who thought a fancy family title gave them the right to invade personal space. The youth blocking their path was named Nabil. He belonged to a minor aristocratic house in the capital, wealthy, arrogant, with a pale, sickly complexion that betrayed too many late nights. He had been wandering the arcade when he spotted Samira and Alizia. Struck by their extraordinary looks, he had immediately stepped up to corner them. When Samira rebuffed him, Nabil didn't back off. Instead, he flashed a smug, practiced grin. "Oh, don't be like that, darling. Just a quick chat, and a coffee, what's the harm?" As he spoke, he reached his hand out, casually aiming to stroke a strand of Samira's dark hair. Before his fingers could come within 2 inches of her, clanch, an iron grip clamped around Nabil's wrist, locking it in midair like an executioner's vise. "Chatting is one thing, mate," a calm, icy voice echoed behind him. "Putting your hands where they don't belong is quite another." Arthur stood right beside Nabil, holding a sweet smoother in one hand while his other hand pinned Nabil's wrist in an unyielding grip. His face carried a polite, pleasant smile, but his eyes were as cold as a frozen fjord. Nabil gasped, his face flushing red as he yanked backward with all his strength only to find Arthur's grip didn't budge a single millimeter. "Who the hell are you?" Nabil growled, shock flashing in his eyes as he felt the terrifying physical force crushing his wrist bone. "Let go." "Just a traveller passing through," Arthur replied smoothly, his smile unchanged. A crowd began gathering around the stall. The presence of 2 gorgeous girls paired with a classic arcade confrontation was more than enough to draw curious onlookers. Samira leaned closer to Alizia, whispering under her breath, "Alizia, should we step in and back him up?" Alizia giggled softly, taking a sip of her strawberry smoothie with complete composure. "No need to worry, Samira. That boy might be at peak grade 1, but without channeling internal takat, Arthur's raw physical strength is in a league of its own. Just watch the show!" Hearing her confidence, Samira relaxed, folding her arms as she turned her attention back to the stalemate. Nabil's knuckles were turning white under the pressure, his veins bulging on his forehead as he desperately tried to pull his arm free while Arthur stood casually beside him, holding his smoothie without spilling a single drop. Chapter 41, Clash in the Arcade. Before Arthur could blink, Nabil snapped. Enraged by his public humiliation, the aristocratic youth abandoned all restraint, lunging forward with his free hand to drive off fast, whistling hook straight for Arthur's jaw. Arthur didn't flinch. Calm as a seasoned brawler, he simply raised his left hand and caught Nabil's fist squarely in his palm, stopping the strike dead in its tracks. A malicious grin flashed across Nabil's face. Twisting his wrists with sudden leverage, he used Arthur's grip as an anchor to violently yank both of Arthur's arms outward. In a flash, Arthur's guard split wide open. Grasping the opportunity, Nabil slammed his knee upward, aiming a vicious kick straight for Arthur's ribs. Arthur wasn't about to stand there and take it. Planting his foot firmly, he countered with a swift, punishing front kick of his own, meeting Nabil's strike head-on. Thud! The impact sounded like a heavy sack of grain hitting the floor. The force of the collision sent both young men staggering backward a couple of paces, forcing Arthur to release his iron grip on Nabil's arm. Regaining his balance first, Nabil spun in a razor-sharp side kick aimed directly at Arthur's head. Arthur ducked beneath the arc with millimetric precision, stepping inside Nabil's guard and locking his fingers around the youth's ankle. With a sharp twist, Arthur yanked the ankle inward while stepping forward, driving his shoulder straight into Nabil's chest in a classic martial tackle. Nabil reacted with impressive agility. Using the momentum of Arthur's pull, he launched his free foot upward, planting his boot squarely against Arthur's incoming shoulder to absorb the brunt of the impact. Both fighters bounced apart. Nabil flipped gracefully through the air, landing in a light crouch, though it took him an extra heartbeat to steady his posture compared to Arthur, who stood firmly planted on the arcade tiles. Capitalizing on Nabil's momentary recovery Arthur closed the distance like a striking hawk, unleashing a rapid, blinding combination of strikes. Nabil's eyes narrowed. Dropping into a low side step, he evaded Arthur's primary punch and whipped a stinging counterpunch toward Arthur's ribs. Arthur blocked the blow with his forearm, sliding forward to jam Nabil's knee before sweeping his leg low. Nabil leaped into the air to vault the sweep, spinning mid-flight to deliver a crashing axe kick from above. Arthur dropped his center of gravity, ducking past the descending heel by a hair's breadth, then surged upward, with a sharp elbow strike aimed at Nabal's chin. Nabal scrambled backward in a desperate, flying retreat, putting a safe 5 feet of distance between them. He stopped, doubled over slightly as he tried to catch his breath, his chest heaving. "Phew, I bloody well underestimated you, mate," Nabal spat out, his face dark with suppressed fury. Arthur stood opposite him, breathing evenly, his dark eyes locked on his opponent with sharp vigilance. In pure technical footwork and striking variety, Nabal held a slight edge. But in raw, unyielding physical strength, Arthur completely outclassed him. Right then, Nabal muttered, his hands glowing with a biting sub-zero frost. "Let's stop playing games." As a dangerous, freezing chill emanated from Nabal's fingertips, a sleek, rune-carved combat sword materialized in his grasp. Seeing his opponent prepare to ignite his takat, Arthur's expression cooled into absolute stone. His black hair instantly lengthened, woven with a streak of cosmic blue, and his pupils ignited with a terrifying, frozen azure light as his heavy steel spear materialized in his hand. The gathering crowd gasped, sensing the sudden escalation. Several onlookers in the front row quickly scrambled backward, while a few sharp-eyed figures in the crowd subtly shifted their stances, their hands dropping toward concealed badges. Both young men locked eyes, muscles tensing for a destructive, high-tier clash. Shing! Suddenly, a brilliant crescent of water-infused sword energy tore through the space between them, slamming into the tiled floor right where they were standing. Boom! The shockwave carved a jagged, smoking furrow straight across the arcade floor, kicking up a blinding cloud of dust and stone splinters. If you two utter idiots actually start a full takat duel in a public arcade, the Imperial Wardens will have you in leg irons before you can draw a second breath. A cold, crystal-clear voice rang out from the walkway. Arthur and Nabal instantly cancelled their techniques, leaping backward out of the blast zone. Through the settling dust, a young woman strode into view. Her dark hair was tied back neatly, her posture aristocratic and untouchable, and she held a slender, water-blue sword loosely at her side. She radiated the heavy, oppressive pressure of a peak stage 2 practitioner. Nabal frowned, glaring at the newcomer. "Sawyer, what are you playing at?" Sawyer's aide glanced at him with icy indifference. "What business is it of yours?" "TCH," Nabal muttered under his breath. Across the aisle, Arthur blinked. He recognized that face instantly from the live broadcast feed during the martial trials. It was Sawyer's aide, the formidable prodigy from the capital. Sensing the sudden tension drop, the undercover Imperial Warden standing in the crowd quietly relaxed their stances and blended back into the passing foot traffic. Under Sultanate law, unregistered civilian brawls involving minor physical scuffles were often overlooked, but the moment a practitioner ignited their takat in a populated commercial district, it constituted a severe violation of public safety. Sawyer didn't care about Nabal's frustration. She turned her cold gaze toward the surrounding onlookers, her voice carrying clearly. "Move along, show's over." Realizing there was no exciting magical duel left to watch, the crowd quickly dispersed, murmuring among themselves. Nabal shot one last venomous glare at Arthur. "You got lucky, mate. But I won't forget this." Turning sharply on his heel, Nabal stowed his sword and stalked away into the crowded shopping district, vanishing around the corner. Arthur watched him leave, his azure aura fading as his hair returned to its normal length and his spear vanished into his void wristlet. "Everything all right over here?" Samira and Elizzy walked up, holding their fresh fruit smoothies with complete calm. "Fine," Arthur nodded, offering Sawyer a polite, neutral nod of acknowledgement. "Cheers for the timely intervention." Sawyer looked at Arthur, her dark eyes lingering for a fraction of a second on his face. A faint, imperceptible flicker of recognition passed through her expression, though she said nothing. With a cold, dismissive turn, she sheathed her water-blue sword and walked away without another word. Chapter 42. The private arena. Arthur stowed his heavy steel spear into his void wristlet, stepped toward Sawyer, and offered a respectful, traditional bow. "Thank you for stepping in and breaking that up, Lady Sawyer." Sawyer gave him a cool, detached glance. "Don't mention it. It was merely a nuisance." Before Arthur could reply, Samira and Alicia hurried over from the smoothie counter. The moment Alicia caught sight of Sawyer, her bright eyes lit up with warm, unadulterated curiosity. "Ooh, another gorgeous girl!" Alicia glided right up to Sawyer, offering a radiant, disarming smile. "Hello there. What's your name?" Sawyer froze dead in her tracks. Her posture went rigid as she instinctively stepped back half a pace, entirely unaccustomed to such warm, unfiltered personal enthusiasm. In her aristocratic circles, Everyone approached her with calculated caution or polite reverence. Nobody had ever bounced up to her like a cheerful sprite wanting to be friends. I am Sawyer. Sawyer Zaid, she stammered slightly, a rare hint of hesitation breaking through her cold exterior. Orwa, Sawyer. Alicia beamed. Such a lovely name. And it suits you brilliantly, Tilda. She leaned in closer, studying Sawyer's features with innocent fascination. Sawyer's cheeks flushed a soft, delicate pink, and she quickly averted her gaze, struggling to compose her flustered expression. Samira stood off to the side, folding her arms with a knowing, highly amused smirk. Oh, mate. Welcome to the club. She still remembered how utterly defenseless she had been when Alicia first targeted her with max-level charm. Seeing the ice queen of the capital get flustered brought a deep, satisfying peace to Samira's soul. Sawyer. Arthur finally spoke, a sudden wave of realization washing over him as he connected the pieces. During the regional division briefings, Sawyer Zaid had been announced as the highest-scoring SSS rank prodigy in the capital division, and that chance encounter with the friendly, silver-tongued gentleman at the fountain earlier, Tariq Zaid, suddenly made complete sense. Commander Tariq Zaid was the head of the noble house of Zaid, and Sawyer was his daughter. Bloody hell, Arthur thought, blinking in disbelief. Are high-ranking imperial legends just wandering around the central arcades like ordinary blokes these days? Hearing Arthur say her name, Sawyer shook off her momentary embarrassment and turned her dark eyes toward him. The flush on her cheeks faded, replaced by an intense, burning focus. Arthur Drake, she said, her voice carrying a formal, weighty resolve. I came here today for a specific reason. Arthur raised an eyebrow, a flicker of amusement crossing his face. Oh, and what might that be? Sawyer took a step closer, her dark eyes locking onto his with an unyielding, competitive fire. I want a proper sparring match with you. Arthur wasn't entirely surprised. After watching her fierce combat spirit during the trial broadcasts, he knew she was a natural martial fanatic. Besides, after she had helped defuse the arcade confrontation, a sparring match seemed a fair enough way to settle the debt. Right then, Arthur smiled, accepting the challenge without hesitation. You're on. Neither Samira nor Alicia objected. The arcade trip was thoroughly ruined by Nabil's petty antics anyway, and watching two SSS rank prodigies trade blows sounded like a brilliant afternoon distraction. Follow me, then, Sawyer said, a rare, eager smile touching her lips as she turned and led the way. A short drive later, Sawyer's chauffeured transport brought them to a heavily secured, private martial estate in the upscale northern district of Gore. Sawyer swiped an encrypted master pass against the reinforced steel gates. With a deep, mechanical hum, the massive compound doors swung inward, revealing a sprawling underground training complex. Step inside. This is my private estate training arena, Sawyer announced over her shoulder as she walked in. Arthur and the girls followed closely behind. The moment they crossed the threshold, rows of high-intensity luminous crystals flared to life overhead, illuminating a colossal, hangar-sized chamber paved with thick, shock-absorbing stone blocks. Perimeter walls were lined with heavy reinforced glass windows looking into secure diagnostic rooms. Jarvis, Sawyer called out clearly. At your service, young mistress, an automated, crisp artificial intelligence voice echoed from the vaulted ceiling above. Prepare Arena 1 and unlock the primary armory. I'll be needing equipment. Understood, young mistress. Sawyer turned to her guests. Jarvis is the estate's primary intelligence array. Come along, let's get you sorted with some proper training gear. They walked down a wide, polished corridor until Sawyer pressed her palm against a biometric security panel. The heavy vault doors slid open, revealing an armory that left Arthur momentarily speechless. Row upon row of meticulously maintained weapons stretched into the distance, razor-sharp sabers, heavy halberds, compound bows, fine-crafted spears, and exotic chain whips gleamed under the soft vault lights. Every single piece of equipment radiated the distinct, high-tier resonance of spiritual metal. Sawyer gestured gracefully around the room. These are my personal collections. Feel free to pick whatever suits your style. Arthur stepped into the vault, running a hand over a rack of polished staves. To his shock, even the most basic training weapons in the room were forged at grade 1 quality, while the rare items at the back surpassed grade 4 entirely. Bloody hell, Arthur thought, shaking his head with a wry smile. The sheer, unfiltered privilege of filthy rich aristocrats. Chapter 43. Clash of Prodigies. Arthur picked a basic grade 1 steel spear and a grade 1 composite bow from the armory racks, matching the grade 1 longsword Sawyer had chosen for herself. Since it was a friendly sparring match, keeping their weapons on an equal footing ensured a fair test of raw skill and martial technique. Leaving the vault, Arthur caught sight of Sawyer blushing furiously under Alicia's relentless, affectionate teasing, and stepped in quickly to rescue her. Hearing Arthur announce he was ready, Sawyer let out a long, quiet breath of relief, hastily escaping Alicia's cheerful grip to lead the way down the corridor. Her hard steps betrayed just how thoroughly unprepared she was for someone as unreservedly friendly as Alicia. Samira, watching from the sidelines with a wry grin, let out a quiet sigh of disappointment. She had been rather looking forward to watching someone else suffer through Alicia's overwhelming charm for once. The group emerged into a massive, open combat arena. The stage was far from flat, built with elevated stone pillars, floating platforms, and artificial terrain obstacles designed to simulate complex battlefield environments. Right then, Arthur, do your absolute best. I'll be watching, you carefully! Tilted Alicia sang cheerfully. She turned towards Sawyer with a playful wink. And you too, Sawyer. The pink elf miss will be cheering for you from the front row! Tilted Sawyer, whose cheeks had only just begun to cool down, instantly flushed bright red again, looking like a ripe strawberry. Arthur rubbed his temples with a helpless sigh. Tone it down a bit, Alicia. We've got a proper match to fight here. All right, whatever you say, Captain. Show us what you've got. Alicia giggled, sticking her tongue out playfully before grabbing Samira's arm and pulling her toward the spectator stand overlooking the arena. They sat down near the safety barrier, eagerly waiting for the spar to begin. Sawyer watched them walk away, the deep flush on her face slowly fading back to her usual cool composure. She let out a small, quiet exhale. Arthur walked up beside her, offering an apologetic smile. Sorry about her. Alicia's just naturally like that. Sawyer nodded slightly. It's fine. I don't dislike it, I'm just not used to it. It was the truth. Having grown up in the rigid, formal atmosphere of a high noble family in Gore, such warm, unreserved friendliness was entirely foreign to her. Taking a deep breath to settle her nerves, Sawyer composed her expression, turning her dark eyes to Arthur. Let's begin. She flicked her wrist, her grade 1 longsword whistling through the air in an elegant flourish before she strode confidently onto the combat platform. Arthur drew his bow, stepping onto the opposite side of the stage. Both fighters stood 50 paces apart, channeling their spiritual energy. Swirling currents of clear water tacket erupted around Sawyer, coating her blade in a shimmering, razor-sharp edge. She radiated the heavy, formidable pressure of a peak grade 1 master. Opposite her, Arthur ignited the path of the hunt. His jet-black hair lengthened instantly, cascading down his back woven with a striking streak of cosmic blue. His dark eyes turned into brilliant, luminous azure, and a razor-sharp, terrifying aura flared around him. Combat spar initiating. Jarvis's crisp automated voice echoed through the arena. Bree. Arthur drew his composite bow back to full draw, knocking 3 glittering, spectral arrows of cosmic light. Across the platform, Sawyer's cool demeanor vanished, replaced by an explosive, fiery combat spirit that startled Arthur for a brief second. 2. The spectral arrows on Arthur's bowstring hummed with terrifying piercing energy, glowing brighter by the millisecond. Sawyer adjusted her stance, her fingers tightening around her water-wrapped blade as her peak grade 1 aura flared to its absolute limit. 1. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Arthur released his fingers. 3 azure light bolts shot through the air like falling stars. The instant the count hit 1, Sawyer had raised her left hand, condensing a thick wall of swirling water takat to catch the incoming shots. But the moment the arrows left Arthur's string, a sharp prickle of danger flared in her mind. Sensing the absolute, unstoppable piercing power of the hunt, she abandoned the static shield and swept her longsword in a blinding defensive arc. The 3 spectral arrows punched clean through her water shield as if it were wet parchment, shooting straight for her face. Clang, clang, clang. Sawyer's longsword blurred, knocking all 3 arrows aside a fraction of a second before they reached her. The sheer impact forced her wrist back, leaving her heart pounding. Had she relied on her water shield alone, the spar would have ended right there. Realizing the terrifying piercing capability of his marksmanship, Sawyer's expression turned deadly serious. She took a deep breath, kicked off the stone floor, and surged forward like a water phantom, closing the distance in the blink of an eye while sweeping her blade in a brilliant array of sword forms. Arthur grinned. Speed. He had never lost to anyone on speed. Moving like a swirling gust of wind, Arthur utilized the extreme mobility of the hunt to leap backward between the stone pillars and floating platforms, easily dodging her sword arcs. He kept the gap wide, refusing to let her enter close quarters combat, while his hands worked in a rhythmic blur knocking, drawing, and releasing a relentless barrage of spectral arrows. Bloody hell, he's fast, Sawyer thought in shock as Arthur effortlessly ducked her strikes and opened the distance again. Clang, clang, clang. Her blade twirled in tight circles, deflecting arrow after arrow. Yet Arthur's shots came at increasingly tricky, impossible angles from mid-air platforms, constantly forcing her onto the defensive and completely sealing her off from closing in. Chapter 44. The pincer-trapped Sawyer realized that allowing the battle to continue at long range was tactical suicide. If she couldn't close the gap and pin Arthur down, the outcome of this spar was practically sealed. She needed to restrict his movement, and restrict it immediately. Decision made, Sawyer channeled her SSS Rancor, dropping into a low stance. She pressed her open palm firmly against the stone arena floor. Swoosh! A torrent of clear, shimmering water erupted from her hand, rapidly spreading across the stage floor like a rising tide. Arthur's eyes narrowed as he watched the water expand. Having no desire to test whatever trap she was laying, he refrained from stepping into the liquid. With a fluid, graceful vault, he kicked off a lower platform and landed atop a high stone pillar, looking down at Sawyer from above. Once the water fully covered the arena floor, Sawyer snapped her head up. Shing! Her longsword whistled through the air, sending a sweeping, fluid arc of sword energy flying straight toward Arthur's pillar. Arthur reacted in a heartbeat. Knocking a spectral arrow onto his bowstring, he released a blinding bolt of cosmic light to intercept the attack. Boom! The sword wave and the light bolt collided mid-air, exploding into a massive, blinding curtain of water droplets and thick mist. A sharp prickle of danger suddenly flared at the back of Arthur's neck. The dense water spray had completely obscured his line of sight, and before his spiritual perception could lock onto her location, Sawyer had vanished from the stage floor. A sudden, razor-sharp pressure erupted directly behind his back. Sawyer emerged from the mist mid-air, bringing her longsword down in a lethal, sweeping overhead strike. With no time to dodge, Arthur stowed his bow and summoned his steel spear in a flash of blue light. He brought the shaft up horizontally across his chest to block the blow. Clang! The violent impact rang out like a struck bell. The sheer kinetic force threw Arthur off the pillar, sending him crashing heavily onto the stone arena floor below, throwing up a cloud of dust. Arthur pushed himself out of the crater, shaking the numbness from his wrists. His tunic was torn, his arms throbbed with a dull ache, and a fresh notch had been carved into the steel shaft of his spear. No, that strength wasn't normal, Arthur thought, his eyes locking onto Sawyer as she landed lightly nearby. He realized what had gone wrong. Her initial physical strength hadn't been overwhelming, but the instant their weapons collided, a layer of clear water had swirled onto her blade, multiplying the weight of the strike by tenfold in a fraction of a second. Catching the surprise in his eyes, Sawyer offered a faint, confident smile. Noticed it, have you? She ceased holding back her caw's unique property. Condense. Boom. Arthur's shoulders suddenly buckled under a terrifying, crushing weight, as if a mountain had been dropped onto his spine. He looked down at his clothes. The minor water droplets that had splashed onto his tunic from the arena floor had suddenly turned as heavy as liquid lead. This was Sawyer's SSS Rancor power, heavy water. She could alter the density and gravitational weight of her liquid tack at will, scaling it up based on her internal energy output. In fold, Sawyer clenched her hand tightly into a fist. The water covering the arena floor violently churned, rising into a colossal, sweeping tidal wave. It crashed toward Arthur with the force of a collapsing cliff face. Arthur's dark eyes flashed. Knowing he couldn't afford to sit still, he channeled his internal tacket into a steel spear and thrust a heavy shockwave straight at the incoming wave. Yet, the moment his shockwave touched the heavy water, it vanished without a trace, completely unable to break through the absurd density of the liquid barrier. PCH. Arthur kicked off the floor, leaping backward at full speed. He circulated his tacket internally, forcing the heavy, lead-like water droplets off his tunic before landing on a distant stone pillar. Think you can run? Sawyer called out, controlling the tidal wave as it redirected mid-air, surging up the pillar after him. Seeing the crushing wave close in, Arthur knew it was time to drop all reservations. He stowed his spear, pulled his composite bow back to full draw, and began condensing high-potency spectral arrow. The cosmic light on his bowstring ignited like a miniature sun, its aura surging higher by the millisecond. Sawyer's eyes narrowed sharply. Sensing the terrifying piercing force gathering on his string, she accelerated the tidal wave to crush him before he could complete the charge. Right as the wave reached his boots, Arthur released his fingers. Boom! The fully charged cosmic arrow shot forward, slamming straight into the heart of the heavy water wave. A violent shockwave exploded across the arena, shattering the compressed water into a chaotic spray of mist. Sawyer staggered back 2 steps, taking a sharp hit to her internal reserves as her technique was forcibly broken. Bloody hell, he actually blew straight through a heavy water barrier. She couldn't help but marvel at the absolute pacing capability of the hunt. Breaking her heavy water shield was a feat few could manage, especially considering Arthur had only recently broken into late Grade 1, while she was already standing at the peak of Grade 1. Recovering her balance, Sawyer leaped into the air, surging directly toward Arthur's pillar to force a melee engagement. Arthur immediately responded by firing a succession of quick, spectral arrows into the air around her. Sawyer frowned in confusion. The arrows passed wide of her body by several feet, missing her completely. Why is he shooting wide? Before she could dwell on it, Arthur began charging another powerful shot. Sawyer slashed her sword frantically, releasing 3 crescent-shaped water blades to interrupt his draw. Stranded atop the narrow pillar with no room to dodge, Arthur was forced to release a half-charged arrow early to obliterate the incoming blade arcs. Boom! The water arcs shattered into mist. Sawyer's lips curved into a triumphant smile. A half-charged arrow won't stop me. She raised her long sword, preparing to slice through the lingering energy and strike him down. Shing! Suddenly, a razor-sharp prickle of lethal danger flared at the back of her neck. Her dark eyes dilated in absolute shock. The spectral arrows Arthur had fired earlier, the ones that had seemingly missed wide, had suddenly executed an impossible mid-air turn under the absolute lock-on of the hunt, streaking toward her back at blinding speed. Trapped between the forward momentum of Arthur's arrow and the curving shots from behind, Sawyer was caught in a lethal, inescapable pincer trap. Chapter 45. The grand climax. Faced with attack vectors coming from both front and rear, Sawyer's refined combat instincts took over in a heartbeat. With a brilliant twist of her waist, she executed an impossible mid-air spin, rotating her entire body around to face the curving spectral arrows behind her. As she turned, her offhand flared with blue light, condensing a dense, circular shield of heavy water directly behind her back to absorb the half-charged frontal bolt. Clang! 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 Her longsword blurred in a blinding defensive spiral, deflecting every incoming rear arrow with precision, strike after strike. Boom! At the exact same instant, Arthur's frontal light bolts land straight into her heavy water shield. The collision resulted in a deafening explosion, shattering the water barrier into a spray of mist. The violent, kinetic shockwave caught Sawyer midair, blasting her backward and sending her crashing onto the hard arena floor. She pushed herself up off the stone, panting heavily as she looked up at Arthur standing atop the high pillar. Her crisp training tunic was torn, revealing pale skin beneath, and a thin trail of dark crimson trickled from the corner of her lips. Yet despite her ruffled appearance, the burning, unyielding fight in her dark eyes only blazed brighter. Sawyer growled, thrusting both hands outward. The water covering the arena floor violently churned, rising in colossal, sweeping waves, systematically battered the base of the stone pillars. One by one, the massive stone structures buckled and collapsed into the rising water. With his purchase destroyed, Arthur had no choice but to vault down, landing firmly back on the arena floor. He locked eyes with Sawyer across the water-soaked stage. Her chest heaved heavily as she caught her breath, having consumed a massive portion of her spiritual energy reserves. Arthur was in little better shape. Supporting the high-tier piecing property on every single spectral arrow had rapidly drained his internal reserves. Both of them were down to less than a third of their total takat. Sawyer wiped the blood from her lip, her expression resolute. Let's settle this with one final strike. Arthur paused, then gave a firm nod. Agreed. It was a friendly spar, not a duel to the death. Ending it with a single, decisive collision of their absolute best techniques made complete sense. Arise! Sawyer shouted, burning every drop of her remaining spiritual energy. The water covering the entire arena floor rushed backward, swirling behind her frame. It rose into a terrifying, 50-foot leviathan of heavy water, roaring with immense gravitational pressure. The water serpent coiled through the air, looking utterly lifelike. Across the arena, Arthur's eyes flared with incandescent, cosmic azure light. He drew his composite bow back to its absolute limit, channeling all his remaining takat into a single point. A colossal bolt of cosmic blue light materialized on the string, humming with such intense, compressed piercing power that the air around his fingers began to warp violently. The entire training hall fell into a heavy, suffocating silence. Up in the spectator box, Samira watched the two massive forces condensing below. The terrifying gravitational weight of the heavy water leviathan combined with the razor-sharp pressure of Ather's cosmic arrow made her face turn slightly pale. A sharp pang of inadequacy touched her heart. We both have SSS rank cause. Why is the gap between us so massive? Alicia, sensing Samira's quiet drop in mood, reached over and gently wrapped her warm hand around Samira's fingers. Samira, what's wrong? Why the long face? A lovely girl like you should always be smiling! Alicia offered a warm, comforting grin that seemed to melt all worries away. Feeling the gentle warmth in Alicia's grip, Samira's internal tension eased. She forced a smile and nodded. Cheers, Alicia. I'm all right. She turned her eyes back toward the arena floor. Who do you reckon takes this, then? Alicia looked down at the two fighters, her sharp perception evaluating their compressed energy outputs in an instant. Sawyer will lose, Alicia answered simply, without a shadow of doubt. Meanwhile, inside a private observation room overlooking the underground arena, Commander Tariq Zaid sat in a comfortable armchair, sipping a cup of warm spiced tea. Monitoring the live arena feed through his spiritual perception, his eyes flashed with profound astonishment. Bloody hell, the lad's marksmanship control is even more ruthless than his mother's was at his age. Tariq continued to observe the arena screen, but when his perception caught Samira's quiet moment of self-doubt up in the stands, he let out a thoughtful chuckle. Ah, the Malik family girl has lost her way a bit. Still, she's Arthur's childhood friend. I ought to find an opportunity to give her a subtle pointer or two. They're both heading to the Sonogaon Martial Institute, aren't they? That'll be easy enough to arrange. Tariq picked up a silver storage ring resting on the desk, flipping it casually between his fingers as a quiet, calculating glint entered his eyes. I can use the spar as an excuse to send him some high-tier cultivation resources without raising his suspicions. Satisfied with his plan, Tariq took another calm sip of his tea. Down on the arena floor, the air hummed with terrifying force. Sawyer swung her long sword forward, releasing her full power. Go! The 50-foot heavy water leviathan let out a roaring crash, surging across the arena floor like a tidal wave of solid steel. At the exact same instant, Arthur released his fingers. Boom! The single, supercharged cosmic arrow shot off his string like a falling star, trailing a dazzling, brilliant beam of cosmic blue light that illuminated the entire underground stadium. The two ultimate strikes collided mid-air right in the center of the arena. Chapter 46. The victors reward. The cosmic blue arrow and the heavy water leviathan locked in a violent, grinding struggle mid-air. Terrifying shockwaves rippled across the underground chamber, shattering the remaining stone pillars into dust. After a breathless moment of intense stalemate, the colossal water serpent let out a screeching hiss. Boom! The spectral arrow punched clean through the core of the leviathan, exploding the compressed heavy water into a massive misty rain, before streaking straight toward Sawyer at blinding speed. Exhausted and completely out of takat, Sawyer could only watch helplessly as the blue projectile tore toward her face. Thud! The arrow grazed her cheek, leaving a faint crimson line, before burying itself deep into the reinforced steel wall behind her with a loud metallic hum. Sawyer touched her cheek, her fingertips coming away stained with a drop of fresh blood. She drew in a long, shuddering breath, her battle intent slowly receding as her water-wrapped blade returned to normal. I lost, she admitted quietly, her voice low and steady. Arthur lowered his composite bow, letting his glowing azure aura fade back to normal as his hair shortened. Good match. You had me proper on the ropes back there. It was a narrow victory, and Arthur knew it. Fighting a high-tier noble scion backed by endless resources and elite instruction was a completely different beast. Sawyer reached into her silver void ring and pulled out 2 porcelain bottles. And stoppers, one. She swallowed a bright blue pill herself, then casually tossed the second bottle to Arthur. Spirit replenishing elixirs. For your takat. As the pill dissolved in her stomach, the heavy exhaustion in her aura began to clear away. It wasn't an instant full recovery, but it was miles faster than standard meditation. Arthur corked the bottle and capped it, and looked at the blue, sweet-smelling pills inside. Instead of swallowing one, he carefully popped the cork back in and stowed it into his ring. Sawyer blinked, her brow furrowing slightly. Why didn't you take one? Arthur rolled his eyes with a wry grin. Mate, high-grade recovery pills like these cost a proper fortune on the open market. I'm not wasting liquid gold after a friendly spar. Sawyer stared at him in mild confusion. Precious? She checked her void ring, where half a dozen identical bottles sat in storage. Without a word, she pulled out a third porcelain bottle and tossed that one to him as well. Arthur caught it with a bewildered expression. What's this for? Consider it a gift, Sawyer replied simply. Arthur didn't push his luck further, stowing the second bottle with a broad grin. Well, I won't say no to free kit. Cheers, Sawyer. Up in the stands, Alicia and Samira made their way down to the arena floor. Oh dear. Sawyer, you're bleeding! Tilda before Sawyer could react. Alicia glided right up to her, pulling a delicate pink handkerchief from her sleeve to gently dab the scratch on her cheek. Sawyer's cool facade instantly crumbled, a bright blush rushed into her face. She stiffened, but didn't pull away, thoroughly unused to such gentle intimacy. Samira and Arthur shared an amused glance from the side. Grumble Tilda aloud. Unmistakable rumble echoed through the quiet arena, coming straight from Arthur's stomach. PFFD ha ha ha. Alicia burst into a sparkling giggle, turning to tease him. My Arthur, sounds like your belly is staging a proper rebellion! Tilda. Arthur rubbed the back of his neck, thoroughly sheepish. He couldn't help it after a full day of working the capital, arcades, a fistfight with Nabble, and a high-intensity spar with Sawyer. His physical stamina was completely drained. Sawyer glanced at the wall clock, noticing it was already dusk. Our house isn't far. Would you three like to come over for dinner? Arthur waved a hand politely. Our cheers for the offer, Sawyer. But we shouldn't intrude on your family on our first proper meeting. Ha ha ha. Nonsense, lad. There's no such thing as intruding. A boisterous, cheerful voice rang out from the entrance corridor. Arthur turned, recognizing the voice instantly. Sawyer bowed her head respectfully. Father. Commander Tariq Zaid strode into the training hall, his eyes crinkling with a warm, knowing smile as he looked at Arthur. Well now, seems we really are destined to cross paths today. Young man. Arthur gave a formal bow. Greetings, Mr. Zaid. Sawyer looked between them, her dark eyes flashing with mild surprise. Father, you two know each other. We had a brief chat by the arcade fountain at noon, Tariq explained with a chuckle. Arthur stowed his spear, preparing to head out. Since the spar is over, sir, we'll take our leave so you can enjoy your evening. Hold your horses, Arthur, Tariq called out, stepping forward. With a flick of his wrist, Tariq pulled a silver storage ring from his pocket, tossing it casually through the air. Arthur scrambled to catch it, looking at the ring in confusion. Mr. Zaid, what's this? Inside are 500 high-grade spirit stones and a parchment scroll detailing my personal spear techniques. Tariq grinned. Consider it your reward for giving my daughter a proper workout today. Sir, this is far too generous. I can't possibly accept. You wouldn't make a senior commander take back a gift, would you? Tariq interrupted smoothly, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Arthur paused, realizing the man wouldn't take no for an answer. He bowed respectfully. Then thank you, Commander Zaid. I'm deeply grateful. With final farewells exchanged, Arthur, Samira, and Alicia turned and walked out of the underground arena into the cool evening air. Standing inside the quiet arena, Sawyer watched Arthur's group vanish down the corridor. She turned to her father, asking softly, Father, do you hold him in very high regard? Tariq stepped up, gently ruffling her dark hair with a soft smile. Aye, sweetheart. After all, there aren't many people who can hit it off with you like that. A silent pang of fatherly warmth and quiet guilt touched Tariq's heart. Stationed at the dangerous border rifts for years, he and Isla had rarely been home during her childhood. Growing up in the high society circles of Gore, surrounded by arrogant, self-serving noble scions, Sawyer had built a cold wall around her heart. Seeing her open up even a little to Arthur and his companions brought a deep sense of peace to his soul. Sawyer looked up at her father, a rare flicker of soft emotion touching her usually stoic face. Father Tariq laughed boisterously, clapping her on the shoulder to break the sentimental mood. Come on then, sweetheart. Your mother's finished preparing dinner. Let's not keep her waiting. Chapter 47. Morning light in the capital. Samira let out a long, shuddering breath the moment they cleared the heavy archway of the underground training facility, feeling an immense weight lift off her chest. When Commander Tariq Zaid had walked into the arena earlier, the oppressive aura of a veteran warrior who had survived 100 bloody border campaigns had almost suffocated her. She had barely managed to maintain her footing. But when Tariq had casually glanced her way, she felt as though a solid stone block was pressing down on her lungs. Fortunately, Alicia had subtly stepped in front of her, absorbing the brunt of the pressure and giving Samira room to breathe. In truth, Tariq hadn't intended to intimidate her. Having only recently returned from the frontline rifts, his battle aura was still raw, and those who worked around him daily usually paid it no mind. The moment he realized his slip-up, he had quickly pulled his killing intent back. Arthur, noticing Samira wiping a thin bead of gold sweat from her forehead, looked at her in confusion. "You're right, Samira. Did you honestly not feel that pressure back there?" Samira asked, staring at him in utter disbelief. Arthur blinked. "Pressure? What pressure?" To him, the commander was just a warm, surprisingly generous chap who had given him a silver storage ring full of spirit stones and an advanced spear manual. Before he could dwell on it, his stomach let out another violent, rumbling grumble. Arthur scratched his cheek, chuckling sheepishly. "All right then. Food first." Later that evening, after a scalding shower, Arthur stepped out into his suite's living room to find Alizia sitting gracefully on the sofa, enjoying a pink ice cream cone. "Evening, Alizia," Arthur said, drying his hair with a towel. "What brings you over here?" "I thought you were sharing a room with Samira." Alizia let out a dramatic, playful sigh. "Samira's far too shy. She wanted to take a bath and practically booted me out of the suite!" Arthur sat down on the armchair nearby, catching the faint, sweet fragrance of blooming jasmine that always lingered around her. He picked up the crystal remote, switched on the telly, and offered a gentle smile. "Well, make yourself at home. Watch some telly, if you like. I need to do a bit of evening meditation." Arthur crossed his legs on the cushion, closed his eyes, and began channeling his internal takat. Alizia leaned back, nibbling her ice cream as she watched him enter deep meditation, a soft, affectionate smile touching her lips. The next morning, Arthur slowly opened his eyes, emerging from his deep cultivation state. He felt the refined takat humming richer and smoother through his meridians, thoroughly satisfied with his overnight progress. Suddenly, his sharp ears picked up a quiet, rhythmic breathing beside him. He noticed the crystal telly was still glowing quietly on mute. Arthur turned his head. Alizia was fast asleep on the sofa, curled up peacefully with a faint, serene smile on her face. Spending the whole day walking through the capital arcades, followed by watching over his meditation, had clearly exhausted her. Since her current manifestation strength was tied to Arthur's Grade 1 core, she still required physical rest. Looking at her breathtaking features, her flawless, porcelain skin, long sweeping eyelashes, and soft, rosy lips, Arthur found himself mesmerized for a brief, motionless moment. Shaking his head to clear his flustered thoughts, Arthur stood up quietly, walked over to the main bed, and picked up a soft cotton blanket. He stepped back toward the sofa on tiptoes, taking extra care not to make a sound. He gently raised the blanket, preparing to drape it over her shoulders, as lightly as a summer breeze. Just as the blanket hovered over her, Alizia's eyelashes fluttered. She slowly opened her eyes, her luminous, sapphire blue pupils looking straight onto Arthur's. The room plunged into a sudden, quiet stillness. Arthur froze mid-motion, the blanket held awkwardly in both hands. "Our morning, Alizia." Arthur offered a sheepish, flustered grin, quickly pulling the blanket back now that she was awake. "Good morning, Arthur!" Alizia stretched her arms gracefully, a brilliant, radiant smile blooming across her face as if nothing awkward had happened at all. She glided over to the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the bright blue sky over Gore. "My, what lovely weather today. It's practically sparkling, just like me!" So, "Back to the markets today?" Arthur asked, leaning against the bedpost. Alizia tapped her chin thoughtfully. How about we check out some famous historical landmarks instead?" "Works for me," Arthur nodded with a smile. Knock, knock, knock. A sudden knock echoed at the door, accompanied by Samira's voice calling from the corridor. "Arthur, Alizia, are you two awake yet?" Arthur walked over and pulled the door open. Samira stood outside holding a brown paper bag filled with hot, freshly baked breakfast naans. "Here," Samira handed the bag over. "Grabbed us some proper breakfast." Arthur accepted the bag, but his eyes instantly locked onto the tall paper cup held in Samira's other hand. His expression turned extraordinarily subtle. In her hand was a cup of gauze infamous, sour fermented broth. What's wrong, Arthur? Want a sip?" Samira asked, noticing him staring at her cup, raising it toward him. Arthur backed away 3 steps, shaking his head frantically. No, I'm brilliant, cheers. All yours, mate." He had no intention of warning her about the taste. After all, experiencing the infamous sour brew of the Grand Capital was a rite of passage every traveller had to endure for themselves. Samira looked at him with mild confusion, but shrugged it off, stepping into the room to join them for breakfast. Chapter 48, Exploring the Capital. "Since we made friends with Sawyer yesterday," Samira suggested between bites of her breakfast parather, and she's a born and bred local. Why don't we ask her to give us a proper tour of Gore? Arthur pondered the idea for a moment. Alizir, what do you reckon? Brilliant idea! Alizir's eyes sparkled with instant approval. Right, I'll send her a message then. Arthur nodded. Pulling out his mobile phone, he found Sawyer's contact and typed a brief, 3-word text, "Are you free?" Samira glanced over his shoulder and twitched her eyebrow. Bloody hell, she thought, suppressing a groan. Are you free? That's the most uninspired text in human history. Feeling a bit dry in her throat, Samira reached for the tall paper cup on the table and took a generous gulp of the local brew. The moment the fermented liquid hit her taste buds, her eyes nearly popped out of her skull. She spat it back out into her napkin instantly. Bar. PFFT. What in the name of all that is holy is that horrific taste? Meanwhile, inside the grand estate of the House of Sade, Sawyer had just stepped out of her underground combat arena, her skin lightened with a thin sheen of sweat. Ever since her defeat against Arthur yesterday, she had locked herself in the training hall, practicing relentlessly until morning. She was about to head to her bath when her phone chimed on the counter. Picking it up, she saw Arthur's profile icon on the screen. Feeling a mild surge of curiosity, she tapped the notification. Are you free? Not overthinking the brief text, she typed back a quick, "What's up? My friends, and I want to explore the Grand Capital today, but none of us know the area." Arthur replied almost immediately. Any chance you could show us around? Sawyer paused, considering her schedule for a second, then typed, "Sure." Putting the phone down, she opened her wardrobe, only to run into an unexpected dilemma. Her closet was filled almost entirely with plain combat tunics and daily training gear. She barely owned anything decorative or stylish. After rummaging through the back, she finally pulled out a lovely, elegant midnight blue dress her mother had gifted her a few months ago, easily the prettiest outfit she possessed. Over by the northern gates of Sawyer's private training compound, Arthur, Alizia, and Samira stood waiting at the agreed meeting spot. Samira's face was still pale as she frantically gulped down bottle after bottle of plain water, trying in vain to wash the lingering taste of the fermented brew out of her mouth. Arthur took one look at her suffering expression and couldn't contain himself any longer, bursting into a loud, uncontrollable laugh. Samira shot him a deadly, dagger-like glare. You knew? You absolute villain. You knew how foul it was and didn't utter a single word of warning. She realised now why Arthur had backed away 3 paces earlier when she offered him a sip. The bloke had fallen for the trap himself, and deliberately let her fall for it too. Every time the lingering sour taste flared back up in her mouth, Samira's face turned darker, and she took another frantic gulp of water. Arthur paid her angry glares no mind, leaning against the stone wall as he continued to chuckle. Alicia watched their playful bickering with a gentle smile. Just then, her peripheral vision caught a sleek, black luxury carriage gliding up the cobblestone street. The rear window rolled down smoothly, revealing Zoya's refined, striking face. All right, you two. Save the bickering for later. Zoya's arrived! Alicia glided straight over to the carriage window, offering a radiant wave. Hi. Did my sweet Sawyer miss her favourite pink elf miss today? A deep, crimson blush instantly flushed across Sawyer's cheeks. Did Sawyer not miss me at all? Alicia pouted dramatically, wiping away an imaginary tear. Sobbing, that breaks my delicate heart! Faced with her tragic expression, Sawyer panicked, completely at a loss for words. Seeing her flustered state, Alicia burst into a soft, bell-like giggle. Ha. Don't be nervous, sweetheart. I'm only teasing. Besides, a gorgeous girl like you is forgiven for anything! Alicia opened the door and slid gracefully into the plush back seat. Realizing she had been teased, Sawyer let out a long, quiet breath of relief. Instead of feeling annoyed, a gentle, unfamiliar warmth filled her heart at how easy it was to interact with these new friends. In the driver's seat, Master Lutman watched the interaction through his mirror, a soft, pleased smile gracing his aged face. In all these years, this was the very first time he had ever seen the young mistress laugh and make true friends her own age. Click! The front passenger door opened, and a figure stepped into the carriage. Master Lutman turned out of habit, but the moment his eyes landed on the boy, he froze. Arthur, noticing the old gentleman in the driver's seat staring intently at him, felt a bit confused, but offered a polite, traditional salute anyway. Good morning, elder. Master Lutman snapped out of his daze. Feeling Arthur's polite greeting, he quickly bowed his head with an affectionate, warm smile. Good morning, young sir. My name is Arthur Drake. Please, feel free to call me Arthur. As you wish, Master Drake. Arthur scratched his neck, feeling a little awkward at the formal title, but decided not to press the matter. Master Luckman turned back to face the road, though his eyes kept darting toward Arthur through the side view mirror. Uncanny, the resemblance is simply uncanny. At first glance, Luckman had nearly mistaken Arthur for Lady Isla in her younger days. The shape of his brow and those sharp, intense eyes were identical. Though while Lady Isla has a fiery, temperamental disposition, young Arthur's demeanour is far calmer and gentler, much like Commander Tarek in his youth. Realising where his thoughts were wandering, Luckman hastily shook his head to banish the comparison. A stagfurler, what am I blabbering to myself for? Sitting beside him, Arthur watched the old gentleman violently shaking his head back and forth for no apparent reason, silently scooting an inch closer to the door. Blimey, does the old driver have a bit of a twitch in the head? Arthur wondered, keeping his thoughts carefully to himself. He knew better than to question a personal driver of the House of Zaid. Zamira slid into the back seat beside Alizir and Sawyer, and the luxury carriage smoothly set off. With Sawyer as their guide, the trio spent a brilliant, full day exploring the historic sites of the Grand Capital, visiting the ancient Sultanate fortifications, strolling through the bustling craft bazaars, and taking in the breathtaking sights of the historic metropolis. As dusk fell and the golden lanterns illuminated the capital streets, they finally bade each other farewell, thoroughly content with their day. Chapter 49, Breakthrough and the Divine Key. A month and a half passed in the blink of an eye. Inside his bedroom back in Old Darker, Arthur sat cross-legged on his bed with his eyes softly closed and his palms resting flat on his knees. Arranged in a neat circle on the mattress before him were a dozen spirit stones emitting a gentle, incandescent glow. Thin streams of pure, refined takat continuously flowed from the stones, swirling around Arthur like river currents before pouring smoothly into his meridians. Alizé sat nearby on a comfortable armchair, idly scrolling through her mobile phone while keeping a watchful eye on his progress to ensure no spatial disruptions occurred. As time ticked by, the spiritual pressure emanating from Arthur's frame steadily mounted. Finally, with a sharp, resonant hum, his aura surged violently upward before snapping back inward, fully contained within his core. Alizir felt the sudden shift. She stowed her phone, standing up and stepping over to the bed. Arthur slowly opened his eyes, letting out a long, dark puff of stale breath. Well, breakthrough complete? Alizir asked, leaning in with bright, curious eyes. I made it to grade 2, Arthur replied, a satisfied smile touching his lips. He clenched his right fist, feeling the massive surge in his internal takat capacity and the physical power coursing through his muscles. Suddenly, just as his breakthrough settled into his core, a crisp, mechanical prompt echoed directly inside his mind after weeks of complete silence. Congratulations to the host on achieving grade 2 cultivation. Rewarding 1 epoch grand gift pack. Arthur blinked, caught off guard. System. He called out mentally several times, but just as before, the interface remained entirely silent. Arthur chuckled helplessly to himself. Ever since he had awakened his dual-core abilities, the system interface had functioned like an automated mechanism, only appearing during major breakthrough milestones. Right then, no use dwelling on it. Let's see what this gift pack holds. Arthur stood up, walked into the washroom to splash cold water over his face and hands, then returned to sit on the edge of the bed. Opening his eyes, he summoned the transparent, floating system interface. Alizir leaned over his shoulder, watching the floating screen with keen interest. Being an entity summoned to the system's core, she was well aware of its presence and harboured a lively curiosity about its functions. Floating in the centre of the screen was a glittering, sealed gift box. Arthur rubbed his hands together, preparing to tap the open button. He caught Alizir's eager gaze, paused for a second, and offered a playful grin. Alizir, fancy doing the honours? My luck with randomised drops is usually absolute rubbish. Alizir blinked in surprise, then beamed brightly. My, letting the pink elf miss lend you her legendary good luck. Splendid! She extended a slender, delicate finger and tapped the glowing box on the screen. The box shivered violently before bursting into 2 streaks of brilliant light. One streak condensed into a shimmering golden card, while the other solidified into an exquisite, ancient spear wreathed in black and white motifs. Ding! Host has acquired 1 guaranteed character summoning ticket. Ding! Host has acquired the Divine Key, Abyss Flower Sultanate custom variant. Reading the system notification, Arthur's heart leaped with joy. He eagerly inspected the 2 items. The The spear resting before him was indeed the legendary divine key, abyss flower, but its design had been completely reshaped from its original Western jousting lance form into a sleek, classic Eastern spear. Intricate runic engravings swept down the jewel-toned shaft, radiating a profound, mysterious energy. "Hold on, ease this abyss flower," Arthur murmured, picking up the heavy spear. "Why does it look like an ancient Asian battle spear instead of a heavy lance?" Alizia tilted her head, her brow furrowing in adorable confusion as she leaned in close. Why has Abyss Flower taken on this shape Tilda as the original wielder of the weapon in her home world? She knew Abyss Flower intimately, yet she had never seen it manifested in such a refined, oriental form. Arthur tapped the item card on the floating display to review its modified attributes. As it turned out, the system had altered the weapon's physical structure to match Arthur's personal combat style, while adapting its internal energy mechanics to align perfectly with the tacket system of the denier. Furthermore, much like Alizia's own manifestation, the weapon's tier scaled dynamically with Arthur's personal strength. Now that he had achieved Grade 2, the weapon automatically unlocked its Grade 2 power form. Arthur gripped the shaft firmly, channeling a sliver of tacket into the spearhead. Instantly, two distinct, terrifying forces stirred within the blade, one overflowing with vibrant, surging life force, and the other radiating a cold, absolute aura of decay and destruction. Satisfied, Arthur stowed Abyss Flower into his void ring and turned his attention to the second reward, the guaranteed character summoning ticket. Now that his core had reached Grade 2, his spiritual capacity could easily sustain a second summoned entity from the system pool. "Alizia," Arthur asked, turning to her with a smile, "who would you like to see summoned this time?" Alizia tapped her cheek thoughtfully. Who would I want? A cute, lovely girl, of course. Though if it happens to be one of my old companions from the 13 Flame Chasers, that would be wonderful too! Tilda. Arthur chuckled. Classic Alizia. He summoned the grand roulette wheel onto the floating screen and raised his finger toward the central spin button. Meanwhile, completely unbeknownst to Arthur, a sinister plot was silently taking shape in the shadows of Old Darker. Deep within an abandoned, decaying brick warehouse on the outskirts of the district, several foreign figures walked quietly through the dust-choked darkness. TCH. Why must every single one of our secret briefings take place in these filthy, damp cellars? A heavily built foreign man muttered in broken English, brushing cobwebs off his tactical vest. "Oh, come off it, big boy," a lanky, blonde youth shouted boisterously from the front. Dark, creepy cellars are the absolute hallmark of top-tier secret operations. Walking ahead of them, a middle-aged commander with sharp blonde hair and piercing blue eyes frowned, turning his head to shoot the noisy youth a deadly glare. "Shut your trap, Kelly," the leader growled. The loud youth instantly deflated, hanging his head. "Right, sorry, Captain." The leader turned back, maintaining a vigilant pace until they reached a wide, cavernous clearing in the center of the warehouse. The commander paused, his sharp eyes scanning the dark rafters above, his voice echoing coldly through the empty building. "Show yourselves. We know you're lurking in the shadows, you filthy sewer rats." Chapter 50, The Second Summoning. "Hey, don't be so prickly, Commander," a smooth, cultured voice echoed from a dark corner of the abandoned warehouse. "We're allies in this grand endeavor, aren't we?" Slow footsteps clattered against the damp stone floor as a refined young man wearing wire-rimmed spectacles stepped out from the shadows. Behind him stood a dozen figures in mismatched attire, every single one of them reeking of freshly spilled blood and lingering dark magic. The blonde foreign leader frowned, his eyes narrowing into cold slits. "Allies, keep your place, cultist. We're temporary business partners, nothing more." The spectacles-wearing youth chuckled softly, utterly unfazed. Right. You perform the execution. We claim the blood sacrifice. Everyone gets precisely what they desire." The foreign commander's forehead twitched with suppressed rage, but he forced himself to draw a slow breath, reining in his violent temper. Behind him, his squad members shifted uncomfortably, clutching their weapon hilts, yet nobody dared make a move. They knew better than to provoke a fight before the mission was complete. "Are your preparations ready?" the commander asked in a low, gravelly voice. Time is running out. He had already decided that if these local fanatics failed to finalize the ritual today, his squad would move independently. Once Arthur Drake officially entered the heavily fortified gates of the Sonargaean Martial Institute, assassinating him would become virtually impossible. Adjusting his spectacles, the youth's pleasant expression vanished, replaced by an icy, serious focus. "Rest assured, the sacrificial offerings are primed, and the pocket dimension array is fully charged." The moment the boy steps into the trigger zone, the trap will spring. Hearing that, the foreign commander's tension eased slightly. HMPH. We'll wait your signal then, but heed my warning. If you delay past dusk, we strike on our own. You have been warned. Without another word, the commander turned on his heel and marched out of the warehouse, his squad trailing close behind. Watching the retreating backs, one of the cultists stepped up beside the spectacled youth, making a sharp, slitting gesture across his neck. Master, their insolence is unbearable. Shall we purge them? The youth raised a hand calmly. Unnecessary, at least for now. Pawns have their uses on the board. Once the Pendragon boy is eliminated and the blood array is completed, we can dispose of these foreign mercenaries at our leisure. Come, final preparations await. Outside in the dim alleyway, the foreign spy squad moved quietly through the shadows. A younger agent quickened his pace, stepping up beside the blonde commander with a worried frown. Captain, are we truly wise to align ourselves with those Redeemer cult fanatics? As the locals say, it is akin to bargaining with hungry tigers. The commander paused, his face dark. Do you think I enjoy dealing with sewer rats? I scouted the Drake residence in Old Darker myself 2 days ago. Not only are his adopted parents seasoned Grade 4 practitioners, but there is a formidable Grade 5 master watching the household from the shadows. Recall of the suffocating, lethal pressure he had felt while observing the house brought a faint shudder to his spine. If we do not use the cult's pocket dimension array to isolate the boy from his guardians, the commander continued grimly, we stand 0 chance of eliminating him. The Sultanate of Bengal grows stronger by the day, and their modern cultivation generation is becoming absurdly powerful. If we do not nip this Arthur Drake in the bud today, our nation's military dominance will be shattered within a decade. Move according to plan. We strike before nightfall. Meanwhile, inside his quiet bedroom in Damondi, Old Darker, Arthur extended his index finger and tapped the glowing spin button on the floating system interface. The grand roulette wheel burst into motion, spinning in a mesmerizing blur of golden light. Legendary silhouettes flashed across the screen in rapid succession. Eden, Hanko, Ronjer, Murarter. Hanko. Slowly, the wheel began to lose momentum, the selector needle clicking past character cards one by one before coming to a dead stop on a striking, silver-haired silhouette. Arthur's eyes widened in surprise. Alicia leaned over his shoulder, her luminous, sapphire eyes sparkling with instant delight. Ooh, what a cute, lovely girl! Raw. A sudden, roaring vortex of emerald and scarlet flames erupted in the middle of the bedroom. Yet, through the system's spatial dampening, the searing heat remained completely contained. The wooden desk, paper books, and curtains didn't suffer a single scorch mark. A wave of intense, dry heat washed over Arthur and Alicia as the swirling fire condensed into a single point. When the flames dissipated, a colossal, magnificent suit of silver and white mechanized armor stood firmly in the center of the room. The combat armor was a masterpiece of futuristic engineering, sleek silver-white primary plating, a fully enclosed helmet visor glowing with soft crimson optics, heavy raised shoulder pauldrons, articulated elbow guards, integrated thruster ports, and heavy, power-reinforced gauntlets and greaves. The mechanical visor turned, locking its optical sensors directly onto Arthur. Though filtered through a heavy, distorted synthetic vocalizer, an unmistakable note of joy and profound relief echoed through the room. SAM operational. Trailblazer, long time no see. Arthur looked up at the towering mech, then glanced around his modest bedroom. Between himself, Alicia, the oversized silver suit, and the furniture, the room was packed so tightly they could barely turn around. He offered a helpless, affectionate smile. Our Firefly. Mind disengaging the armor? The room's a bit tight for a full combat rig. SAM nodded its heavy mechanical head. Another gentle swirl of warm, swirling embers wrapped around the silver chassis. The heavy armor dissolved into specks of drifting light, revealing a slender young girl standing in its place. She had long, flowing silver hair pinned back with a sleek black hairband, falling gracefully down her back. Her striking eyes shimmered with a unique, beautiful gradient, luminous sky blue on top melting into soft magenta below, framed by long, delicate lashes. She wore a stylish grey and green layered dress with a black shoulder capelet, a neat ribbon tied around her left wrist, dark green socks, and low-heeled grey shoes. Her eyes crinkled into happy crescents, a sweet, radiant smile blooming on her lips. In her clear, natural voice, she greeted him once more. Trailblazer, long time no see. Chapter 51. Firefly. A faint blush dusted Firefly's cheeks as she looked up, meeting Arthur's eyes with a gentle, bashful smile. Trailblazer, long time no see, she murmured softly, her clear, melodic voice flowing like cool water. Looking at her, A wave of complex emotions washed over Arthur. He whispered softly, his tone filled with quiet warmth. Long time no see. In his past life, 18 long years had passed since he had played Tomkite, Star Rail. A whole lifetime had come and gone, yet standing before him now was the very same girl. He couldn't help but wonder how much time had passed on her side. Before Arthur could dwell on the thought, Alizia suddenly bounced over, her luminous blue eyes sparkling with instant delight. She leaned in close, inspecting Firefly with unabashed fascination. My, what an absolute sweetheart! Tilda, what's your name? Lovely Tilda. Firefly flinched slightly, taken aback by Alizia's overwhelming, effervescent enthusiasm. A giant, metaphorical question mark hovered over her head. She had noticed Alizia standing beside Arthur the moment she materialized, but she hadn't expected the pink-haired girl to be quite so delightfully unreserved. Despite her surprise, Firefly offered a polite, sweet smile. My name is Firefly. Firefly. What a gorgeous name. It suits you brilliantly, Tilda. Alizia beamed, taking a small step closer. I'm Alizia, a girl as splendid as blooming flowers. Though you can call me the pink elf, miss, if you like. It would make me ever so happy! Tilda faced with such effortless warmth. Firefly's initial awkwardness melted away. Though she was unused to such lively affection, a genuine, fond impression of Alizia blossomed in her heart. It's very nice to meet you, Lady Alizia. Arthur looked at Firefly, noticing that her skin was smooth and free of the agonizing, crystal-like fractures caused by entropy loss syndrome. A hopeful suspicion formed in his mind. Firefly, what about your entropy loss syndrome? He asked cautiously. Hearing his question, Firefly broke into a radiant, beautiful smile. Even her voice trembled with pure, unadulterated joy. It's completely gone, she said, her eyes welling with emotional tears. The system cured me. From today onwards, I can finally live like a normal person. A single tear slipped down her cheek, but she quickly wiped it away, unable to contain the soaring happiness in her chest. Arthur felt a deep, genuine happiness for her. Beside them, though Alizia didn't fully understand the medical intricacies of entropy loss syndrome, she could feel the immense relief and liberation radiating from Firefly. She didn't interrupt, simply offering a gentle, supportive smile as she shared in her joy. After a quiet moment, Firefly composed herself, taking a deep breath and clearing her throat. Right then, she said softly, looking back up at him. What should I call you in this world? Just call me Arthur, Arthur replied with a warm chuckle. Same as Alizia. Firefly nodded gently. Understood, Arthur. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle knocking sound echoed against the bedroom door. Arthur, dear, are you ready yet? Rahima's warm voice called out from the corridor. We ought to set off soon. Arthur snapped out of his thoughts. Right, coming, Mum. He quickly stepped into the washroom, splashed cold water over his face, and brushed his teeth. Today, the Drake family had arranged to meet up with Farhan Malik and his wife, Farida, who had finally returned from her official Imperial deployment to celebrate over a grand family lunch in Old Darker. When Arthur opened the bedroom door, Rahima was standing in the hallway, preparing to give him another gentle nudge. But the moment the door swung open, her words caught in her throat. Standing right behind Arthur alongside the vibrant, familiar presence of Alizia was an unfamiliar, silver-haired girl with striking, starry eyes. Arthur, dear, Rahima blinked, looking between them in utter bewilderment. Who is this? Arthur offered a pre-prepared, simplified explanation, introducing Firefly as another companion summoned through his SSS rank spirit space. Rahima accepted the explanation without hesitation. After all, the mysterious workings of spatial summoning were far beyond normal understanding. If a portal could manifest a cheerful pink-haired archer like Alizia, summoning another lovely young girl wasn't unusual at all. Looking at Firefly's polite, gentle demeanor, Rahima inwardly assumed the girl was a delicate, quiet soul who needed proper looking after. Good morning, Aunt Rahima. Firefly greeted shyly, bowing her head politely. Good morning, dear. Rahima beamed, thoroughly charmed by her quiet manners. She's quite a different personality from Alizia, isn't she? So sweet and delicate. Come along then, girls. Rahima smiled warmly, turning back towards the stairs. Arthur's father is waiting for us downstairs. The trio followed her down the staircase. In the living room below, Jahangir sat on the sofa, engrossed in a local news feed on his mobile phone. The screen displayed a prominent municipal bulletin. Another citizen reported missing in Old Darker yesterday. The Imperial Warden Bureau reassures the public that operations are ongoing. Jahangir's brow furrowed into a deep frown. The string of unexplained disappearances had been dragging on for nearly 2 months, yet the Warden Bureau had made zero tangible progress against the rogue cult cells operating in the shadows. He let out a heavy, troubled sigh, turning off the display as he heard footsteps approaching the stairs. Looking up, Jahangir prepared to stand only to freeze in his tracks as his eyes landed on Firefly. Unlike Rahima, who was a non-practitioner and saw only a quiet, delicate girl, Jahangir was a seasoned Grade 3 combat veteran who had survived decades on the dangerous Imperial borderlands. The moment his eyes locked onto Firefly, a cold shockwave rippled through his instincts. Beneath her sweet, unassuming appearance, Jahangir picked up the distinct, unmistakable aura of an elite soldier, a lethal, battle-hardened pressure forged in the fires of an absolute war zone. Even in a simple, relaxed standing pose, her posture was subtly aligned for instantaneous, lethal movement. Every joint, every muscle was poised to execute a counterstrike in a fraction of a millisecond, a reflex carved so deep into her marrow that it had become second nature. Jahangir swallowed hard, a drop of cold sweat forming at his temple. Good heavens, the veteran thought, his heart pounding in his chest. That girl isn't a delicate youngster at all, she's an absolute killing machine. Chapter 52. The Blood Sky. Arthur stepped into the living room, gesturing toward Jahangir sitting on the divan. Firefly, this is my father, Jahangir Drake. Turning to Jahangir, Arthur added, Dad, this is Firefly. She came through from my spirit space, just like Elysia. Firefly immediately offered a polite, gentle bow. Good day, Uncle Jahangir. Hearing her origin, Jahangir's stoic expression melted into a warm, welcoming smile. Good day, Firefly. Welcome to our home, lass. Seeing his kind demeanor, the nervous tension in Firefly's chest quickly dissolved. Right then, now that everyone's ready, let's head out, Jahangir said, standing up and adjusting the collar of his tunic. We shouldn't keep Farhan and his family waiting. It was nearing noon, and their lunch reservation at the Central Grand Bazaar was set for 12 o'clock. Arthur turned to Firefly with a smile. We're heading into the main market district. We'll pick up some fresh clothes and travel gear for you while we're there. Firefly beamed, her starry eyes crinkling into happy crescents. Thank you, Arthur. A short drive later, Jahangir parked the vehicle near a bustling commercial arcade in the heart of Old Darker. Standing by the grand archway of the market street was Farhan Malik, his wife Faridar, and Samira. Samira spotted Arthur's group first, waving enthusiastically as she jogged over. Arthur, Elysia. Elysia offered a cheerful wave. Hi, Samira! Noticing the silver-haired girl walking beside them, Samira blinked in surprise. Elysia, who's your new friend? Elysia pulled Firefly gently forward, beaming with pride. This is Firefly. She's a sweet, lovely girl who joined us today! Firefly. This is Samira. Pleased to meet you, Lady Samira, Firefly greeted politely. Call me Samira. Good to meet you too, Firefly, Samira replied with a warm smile. Meanwhile, Jahangir walked over to Farhan, clapping him firmly on the shoulder. Ha ha ha. Long time no see, Farhan. Aye, tell me about it. Farhan chuckled, shaking his head. Ever since Samira awakened an SSS rank corps, every merchant guild in the division wants to sign trade agreements with our family firm. I've been losing hair over contract ledgers for weeks. Listen to him brag. Jahangir teased, turning to Faridar with a respectful nod. Good to see you back safe, Faridar. Was the Imperial border assignment dreadful? Faridar Malik rubbed her temples with a weary sigh. I should have been home weeks ago, Jahangir. But once word of Samira's exam scores spread, every noble house in the capital insisted on renegotiating trade terms. I've only just managed to escape the paperwork. She turned her gaze to Arthur, her eyes lighting up in astonishment. Rahima, look at Arthur. He's grown half a head taller since I last saw him. Arthur scratched his neck, offering a sheepish chuckle. Might be from awakening my core, Aunt Faridar. The physical cleansing expanded my frame a bit. Right, enough standing about in the sun. Rahima chimed in warmly. Faridar's just back. Let's get inside the banquet hall and have a proper feast. Samira nodded fervently, clutching her stomach with a tragic expression. Please, I skipped breakfast entirely just to make room for this meal. Faridar rolled her eyes fondly at her daughter. Who told you to starve yourself, silly girl? Laughter filled the group as they turned toward the grand restaurant entrance. Boom! Suddenly, a catastrophic, thunderous explosion shattered the sky directly above Old Darker. The violent shockwave rattled the glass storefronts along the avenue. Arthur, Jahangir, and the others snapped their heads upward, their expressions hardening instantly. High above the clouds, the sky was violently warping, forming a colossal, roaring spatial vortex. Before anyone could react, a crimson wall of blood-red energy erupted along the distant outer perimeter walls of the district, rushing upward into the sky to form a suffocating, blood-tinted dome that completely sealed Old Darker from the outside world. Meanwhile, inside the governor's mansion in the administrative quarter, Governor Yan sat slumped behind his massive mahogany desk, heavy dark circles under his eyes, and a look of absolute exhaustion on his face. Bloody hell. Yan slammed his quill onto the desk, clutching his throbbing forehead. Are those Imperial Warden inspectors completely useless? 2 whole months, and they haven't found a single solid lead on these missing citizens. The mounting missing persons reports were driving him mad. He hated overtime more than anything in the world, and now he was working 20-hour shifts just to manage public panic. Unable to contain his frustration, Yan snatched a file off his desk and hurled it against the office wall. The heavy oak doors swung open, and Deputy Governor Zheng stepped inside. He looked just as exhausted, dark circles framing his eyes, but he didn't even flinch at the papers scattered across the floor. Yan rubbed his temples. What is it now, Zheng? More bad news? Zheng held up a thick leather folder, his expression grim. Actually, Sir, intelligence officers finally recovered a trail on the disappearances. Yan sat bolt upright, his tired eyes flashing with sharp intensity. Speak. Who's behind it? Zheng opened the folder, his voice dropping into a low whisper. According to the residual spatial signatures, the perpetrators are boom. A catastrophic shockwave tore through the sky overhead, violently rattling the stained glass windows of the governor's office. Chapter 53. Outbreak in Old Darker Pocket Dimension Outbreak. Governor Yan gasped, staring out the shattered window at the churning red storm above. How is that possible? The stable dimensional rifts along the Old Darker border are heavily guarded by Imperial troops. Deputy Governor Zheng stared at the suffocating blood-tinted dome completely sealing the district horizon, his face pale as ash. No, this isn't a rift breach from the border. It's an unregistered pocket dimension deployed right inside the city bounds. Yan's eyes dilated in pure horror. Quickly, send an emergency distress signal to the Imperial Guard HQ in Gore. It's no use, sir. Zheng gripped his slate, his voice trembling. The communication arrays are dead. The blood barrier is blocking all signals. As the blood-tinted energy locked down the sky, a single name flashed through both of their minds simultaneously. The Redeemer cult. Down in the central market square, the atmosphere turned instantly chaotic. Looking up at the roaring vortex at the absolute center of the sky, Arthur and his companions stood frozen. The sheer, suffocating pressure of the blood-tinted dome warned everyone that this was a premeditated, lethal isolation trap. Before anyone could speak, thousands of dense black specks erupted from the swirling eye of the vortex, raining down towards the city like a localized storm. As the specks drew closer, the screeching buzz of millions of beating wings echoed through the streets. They weren't debris, they were massive, mutated insectoid beasts, their mandibles dripping with acidic, green saliva. Seeing the descending horde, Firefly's pupils contracted violently. Deep, buried memories flared in her mind, the terrifying, apocalyptic swarms of the swarm disaster that had consumed her homeworld of Glamoth. For a split second, her breath hitched. Yet, as an elite Iron Cavalry warrior who had survived the absolute depths of hell, her battle reflexes took over in a heartbeat. She shook her head, instantly recognizing the difference. These beasts were mere low-tier dimensional vermin, nowhere near the endless, self-replicating horror of the swarm. Firefly turned her head toward Arthur, preparing to call out only for her blood to run cold. Arthur, watch out. In the shadow cast by Arthur's feet, a dark, fluid silhouette glided silently across the pavement. A razor-sharp obsidian dagger extended from the shadow, aiming straight for Arthur's throat. Arthur felt a freezing chill run up his spine. Prompted by Firefly's sharp warning, he tried to leap backward only to find his feet anchored to the stone floor as if encased in solid lead. Looking down, he saw a surge of yellow sand wrapping tightly around his boots like heavy chains. Arthur, Jahangir roared, his face contorting in rage as a whirlwind of violent wind tacket erupted around his arms. Alizia reacted with blinding speed, drawing her crystal bow and knocking a glowing ice arrow to shoot the assassin's dagger off course. Yet, Firefly was faster than both of them. Executing a sharp, forward leap, Firefly pulled a sleek, cicada-shaped transformation controller from her belt. With a crisp, metallic click, a brilliant, emerald green energy blade ignited in her hand, sweeping forward to intercept the obsidian dagger midair. Clang! Sparks showered across the pavement as the green energy blade met the assassin's dagger. The shadow assassin's eyes widened in sheer disbelief behind his dark mask. He had never imagined a delicate-looking silver-haired girl could unleash such terrifying physical force, completely blocking a lethal strike from a Stage 3 early master like himself, especially when her visible energy signature sat only at Stage 2. Before the assassin could recover his balance, Jahangir's wind blade and Alizia's crystal ice arrow whistled through the air directly at his chest. Swoosh! The assassin leaped backward midair, barely dodging the two incoming strikes as they shattered the stone tiles where he had stood a millisecond prior. Firefly didn't give him room to breathe. She surged forward like a green streak of lightning, her energy blade whistling through the air in a lethal, continuous assault. Trapped in midair with no foothold, the assassin grimaced, channeling his dark takat to wrap himself in a dense, protective shadow sphere. Thud! Firefly's energy blade punched clean into the shadow sphere only to hit a hollow cushion of sand. The blade sank through empty air, and a stream of yellow sand trickled out from the punctured shadow. You owe me a life for that one, Cray, a raspy voice echoed from 10 yards away. The shadow sphere dissolved, revealing two masked figures standing side by side on a nearby roof ledge. One was the dark-clad assassin who had targeted Arthur, while the other wore flowing, sand-yellow robes, streams of granular sand swirling continuously around his wide sleeves. On the ground below, Arthur and his family were quickly surrounded. Nearly 24 masked cultists and foreign mercenaries emerged from the surrounding alleys, locking down every exit route. Arthur scanned their energy signatures. Most were Grade 1 and Grade 2 practitioners, but 4 among them radiated the heavy, suffocating pressure of Grade 3 masters, ranging from Grade 3 early to Grade 3 peak. This is bad, Jahangir muttered, his expression darkening as he stepped in front of Rahima and Faridar, shielding them behind his back. Farhin, Faridar, Jahangir called out urgently over his shoulder. Take Rahima and the girls and fall back into the arcade building. I'll hold off the Grade 3 commanders. Jahangir was preparing to burn his internal foundation to buy them time. As the only Grade 3 practitioner in their group, he knew he had to hold the line, even if it cost him his life. Before he could charge forward alone, a brilliant, rosa arrow shot past his ear, exploding into a cluster of freezing crystal shards directly among the frontline mercenaries. What are you doing? Jahangir shouted, staring in shock at Alizia, who stood right beside him with her crystal bow fully drawn. Alizia offered a radiant, confident wink, her luminous blue pupils sparkling under the blood-tinted sky. Don't sell us short, Uncle Jahangir. A maiden's heart is capable of absolute miracles. You know! Jahangir felt her energy signature flare. It didn't just match his Stage 3 middle cultivation. Her compressed aura felt even richer and vastly superior in quality. Realizing he wasn't fighting alone, Jahangir let out a boisterous, fearless laugh, swirling his wind blades as they charged into the battle together. Chapter 54. The Shadow Front. In a secluded alleyway far from the main market square, another high-stakes battle was on the verge of erupting. Well, 1 Stage 5 master and 3 Stage 4 practitioners, all deployed just to guard 2 SSS rank youngsters. Commander Will muttered, clutching his curved saber as he glared at the 4 figures blocking his path. Quite the reception committee. 2 of the Guardians stepped forward, drawing their weapons without a word. Sonagayan Martial Institute Master Qasim, said the first, drawing a refined longsword as a illusory sword phantom swirled around his frame, radiating a sharp, suffocating aura. Sonagayan Martial Institute Master Harun, added the second, gripping a heavy black spear that gleamed with faint, starlight takat. Will shifted his glare toward the other 2 figures. It made complete sense for the Sonagayan Martial Institute to send high-tier instructors to protect their newest star recruits, but the remaining 2 Guardians were a complete surprise. The third defender, a composed young man holding a small, antique bronze bell, noticed Will's inquisitive look and offered a cool, measured response. Sonagayan, noble house of Lulujun. The house of Lu, Will thought, his brow furrowing. What business does a maritime merchant family have intervening in Old Darker? Finally, everyone's eyes turned to the 4th defender. The young man stood idly with an effortless, mischievous grin, fanning himself with a silk folding fan. Seeing the attention turned to him, he snapped the fan shut with a sharp thwack and tapped it lightly against his palm. Gore, noble house of Zaid Zain Zaid, he announced cheerfully. Commander Will's face turned instantly dark. He knew that name all too well. Zane said, the famed possessor of the SSS rank Mystic Water Fan Core. Years ago, during a trial expedition inside a border pocket dimension, foreign intelligence agencies had organized a secret assassination attempt against him, deploying a Stage 5 master alongside several Stage 4 operatives. 3 days later, Zane walked out of the rift completely unscathed, having broken through to Stage 4 middle right in the middle of the battle. After that absolute disaster, foreign spy networks had abandoned all mid-tier hit contracts against him. Besides Zane, the 2 instructors from the Sonagian Martial Institute glanced at him with keen interest, clearly familiar with his legendary reputation. I handle the Stage 5 commander, then pop over to crack the cultist running the blood array, Zane said lightly, stepping forward. With an effortless flick of his wrist, Zane opened his silk fan. Swoosh! A torrent of pressurized water erupted from the fan, swirling into a roaring dragon that shot straight for Will's chest. Will's hair stood on end. Sensing the lethal force behind the attack, he crossed his arms to block, but the heavy water stream shattered his guard in a fraction of a second, blasting him backward through the brick wall of an adjacent warehouse. Before the dust could even settle, Zane vanished like a phantom, pursuing Will into the building. Lu Jun turned to the 2 Institute masters, his expression calm. Shall we clean up the rest? Clang! Lu Jun struck his small bronze bell. A crystal clear, vibrating shockwave rippled through the alleyway, striking the foreign mercenaries directly in their minds. The agents instantly doubled over, clutching their heads as excruciating migraines tore through their senses. Grasping the opening, Master Kasim and Master Harn surged forward like twin bolts of lightning, their weapons sweeping through the stunned mercenaries with lethal precision. Inside the dim warehouse, Will slammed hard against the stone floor, coughing up a trail of dark blood. Zane landed lightly nearby, scanning the wide chamber. His pleasant expression hardened as he noticed thick, viscous streams of blood flowing in through the high windows, creeping along the walls like living tendrils to form a rising crimson sea in the center of the hall. This was the dark harvest reaped by the insectoid beasts released across the city. Need to wrap this up quickly, Zane murmured. He snapped his silk fan open and delivered a powerful sweeping strike. A massive wave of pure water poured forth, washing over the crimson sea and forcibly diluting the dark ritual blood. As the torrent cleared, a shimmering blood-red barrier was revealed at the center of the hall. The barrier dissolved slowly, revealing 2 figures within. Will stood clutching his bruised chest, looking thoroughly battered. Beside him stood the spectacled youth from the Redeemer cult, Zubir, holding a carved wooden staff, a mocking grin on his face. My word, Will, Zubir chuckled smoothly. You look absolutely dreadful. Shut your bloody mouth, Zubir, Will growled, struggling to catch his breath. He's already here. Zane didn't waste breath on banter. Every passing second meant innocent lives lost in the streets outside. He hurled his silk fan straight at their heads, the weapon spinning like a razor-sharp, blue circular sword. Now, don't rush, Zubir smiled contextually, raising his staff. A thick wall of surging blood erupted from the floor, locking around the spinning fan to halt its momentum mid-air. Chapter 55, Absolute Domination Across the Chaotic Market Street. Arthur found himself surrounded by a dozen Stage 1 and Stage 2 cultists and foreign mercenaries. While Alizir and Jahangir moved to intercept the formidable Stage 3 commanders, Arthur took it upon himself to clear out the mid-tier threat. Even though Farhan and Farid Malik held Stage 2 cultivation, they were commercial merchants by trade, completely unaccustomed to organized, lethal ambushes. Arthur summoned his bow of flowing light. The moment he channeled his internal tacket into the weapon, the original golden frame shifted into a deep, radiant cosmic blue. Locking his cold gaze onto 6 incoming attackers, Arthur drew the bowstring back without hesitation. 3 shimmering spectral arrows materialized on the string, shooting forward like bolts of azure lightning. Mid-flight, under the absolute, unerring lock-on of the hunt, the 3 projectiles split into 6 dazzling arcs of light, piercing clean through the foreheads of all 6 cultists in the blink of an eye. The 6 bodies crumpled to the cobblestones before they could even draw their blades. Before the corpses hit the ground, a fierce, whistling wind tore towards the back of Arthur's neck. Sensing the stealth attack, Arthur executed a fluid forward roll, dodging out of harm's way as a heavy curved saber slammed into the spot where he had stood a millisecond prior, shattering the stone tiles into dust. Poising himself instantly upon landing, Arthur surged forward like a hunting leopard, driving a crushing front kick straight into the assassin's chest. The mercenary was sent flying, crashing heavily onto his back 30 feet away. Before the man could recover, Arthur landed squarely on his sternum, the sheer weight caving in the man's ribcage with a sickening crunch as blood spurted from his lips. At that exact second, Arthur's heightened senses picked up 3 shadow figures charging from his flanks, blades raised in a coordinated strike. Facing the converging steel, Arthur casually raised his bow toward the sky, fired a single arrow straight up into the air, and leaped high into the night. Whack! The 3 enemy blades thrust downward like lightning, impaling the dying mercenary pinned beneath Arthur's boots. The poor bloke died instantly. Arthur descended lightly from above, planting his boots firmly onto the flat sides of the 3 embedded weapons, locking them down completely. The 3 attackers yanked violently, trying to pull their blades free. But Arthur's raw physical force held the weapons trapped like iron clamps. As they prepared to ignite their elemental takat, Arthur's lips curved into a cool, mischievous smile. "Mates, wouldn't hurt to look up, would it?" he murmured softly. The trio paused instinctively, glancing up at the sky. 3 brilliant bolts of cosmic blue light curved downwards through the air, dropping like falling stars. Plack, plack, plack. The spectral arrows punched clean through their foreheads in a fraction of a second, dropping all 3 dead onto the pavement. Only 2 left. Arthur turned his cold gaze toward a heavily muscular brute standing 30 yards away. Seeing Arthur lock eyes with him, the brute panicked, instantly igniting a shimmering golden barrier across his skin. Arthur felt a flicker of quiet disdain. Armor, as if static defense can stop the piecing force of the hunt. Arthur drawn his string, but right as the arrow prepared to fly, another whistling gale erupted behind his back. Bloody hell, do these cultists do anything other than sneak attacks? Arthur complained silently, yet his movements remained razor sharp. He released the forward arrow, spun on his heel, and utilized the immense physical enhancements of the hunt to catch a heavy, flying kick with a single, open palm. What? The assassin gasped in utter horror. His strike carried the raw force of a Stage 3 physical assault, yet the Stage 2 lad had caught it one-handed, with complete ease. Before the assassin could pull back, Arthur stowed his bow, clenched his free hand into an iron fist, and slammed it straight into the man's knee. Crack! The leg snapped backward at an impossible angle. The assassin let out a screeching wail of agony, unable to comprehend how a physical enhancement specialist like himself was being tossed around like a featherweight in front of Arthur. Before he could process the pain, Arthur's second punch arrived like a cannonball, shattering the man's skull in a single brutal blow. Warm crimson droplets splashed across Arthur's cheek. Standing amidst the carnage with the cosmic blue aura wavering around him, he looked every bit the ruthless, decisive young general on a bloody battlefield. Arthur paused, genuinely surprised. His spiritual perception told him that the arrow he had shot earlier at the muscular brute had been blocked. He turned his head, spotting the brute sweating profusely, his face pale as paper as he clutched a glowing crystal jade talisman in his hand. A translucent blue barrier hovered around his frame, protecting him from harm. The brute panted heavily, beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. Even with his natural defensive core fully active, the overwhelming lethal pressure of Arthur's incoming spectral arrow had triggered every alarm in his soul, forcing him to activate his ultimate life-saving artifact, a jade barrier capable of withstanding attacks from a peak Stage 3 master. Terror and disbelief filled the brute's eyes as he stared at Arthur. How could a boy, who had only recently achieved Stage 2 force a peak Stage 2 defense specialist to burn a high-tier Grade 3 defensive talisman? Arthur's lips curved into an amused, dangerous smirk. He raised the bow of flowing light once more, pulling the string back to its absolute limit as a massive surge of cosmic blue takat condensed onto the string, glowing twice as bright as before. Locking eyes with the trembling brute, Arthur released his fingers. Boom! The cosmic light bolt shot across the pavement in a fraction of a millisecond, slamming straight into the blue jade barrier. Cracks instantly spiderwebbed across the protective dome, with sharp, crystalline snaps. Crack! The Stage 3 defensive barrier exploded into floating dust. Though his talisman was shattered, a sudden surge of wild hope flared in the brute's chest. The arrow's force seemed to have dimmed after breaking the barrier. With his natural golden defense, he might just survive. Thud! Before the thought could fully form, an excruciating pain tore through his sternum. He looked down in horror to see a second, piercing beam of light already buried deep in his chest, having trailed silently behind the first. His premature smile froze dead on his face as blood poured from the wound, and he collapsed onto his knees. Arthur stood quietly amidst the quiet street, watching the brute's lifeless body crash onto the cobblestones. His eyes were cold, confident, and utterly untamed as his cosmic blue aura flickered around his tall frame. "Defend all you like," Arthur whispered softly, stowing his bow. Nothing escapes the sight of the hunt. Chapter 56. The Iron Cavalry having cleared out the surrounding mercenaries, Arthur glanced over at Samira, Farhan, and Farader. The trio were holding off the descending swarm of insectoid beasts with relative ease, using their combined takat to keep the perimeter clear. Seeing they could handle the vermin, Arthur turned to reinforce Alizir and Jahangir against the remaining cult commanders. Before he could take a step, a violent, scorching wave of energy erupted across the street. Arthur felt a sudden, sharp drain on his internal reserves, a clear sign that Firefly was drawing upon his core energy to unleash her true combat form. Chuckling helplessly, Arthur reached into his void ring, pulled out one of the spirit-replenishing elixirs Sawyer had given him, and swallowed it whole. A warm, refreshing surge of spiritual power immediately refilled his meridians. He turned his eyes toward the source of the blast. A roaring tornado of emerald and scarlet flame soared 50 feet into the night sky. From the heart of the roaring fire, a massive, silver-white mechanical gauntlet reached out like lightning, clamping hard around a cultist's throat. The terrifying explosion of thermal energy drew everyone's attention. Jahangir, Alizir, and the surviving cultist commanders slowed their exchanges, staring at the fiery vortex in utter shock. Jahangir's jaw nearly hit the pavement. What in the name of the Sultanate is that? Where a delicate, silver-haired girl had stood just moments ago, a towering, hyper-advanced suit of mechanized armor had manifested in her place. Of everyone on the street, only Arthur and Alizir remained completely unbothered, having already witnessed the terrifying majesty of the SAM suit earlier. A few minutes prior, whack, whack, whack. Sharp spikes of dark shadow erupted from the cobblestones, shooting straight for Firefly's vitals, while a sudden patch of churning quicksand wrapped around her boot to pin her down. Firefly didn't flinch. Sweeping her green energy blade in a tight arc, she severed the shadow spikes with clean, surgical strikes, then used sheer physical force to yank her boot straight out of the sinking earth. The two Stage 3 cultists, the Shadow Assassin and the Sand Manipulator, broke into a cold sweat. What kind of monster is she? Her energy blade slicing through shadow spikes was one thing, but ripping her feet out of high-density quicksand to pure, unaugmented muscle strength was completely absurd. Still, the two cultists tried to keep their composure. They reasoned that even if Firefly was ridiculously strong, her visible energy signature sat only at Stage 2. As long as they kept their distance and coordinated their Stage 3 techniques, they could gradually wear her down. Noticing their cautious, defensive stance, Firefly decided to end the stalemate immediately. She stowed her energy blade, took a deep breath, and held out the transformation controller in her right hand. The small, Zacard-like device deployed its mechanical wings with a crisp click. Like moss to a flame live to die. Boom! A soaring tornado of emerald fire erupted from beneath her boots, radiating a wave of blistering, dry heat that scorched the surrounding air. The two cultists gasped, an instinctual, primal terror gripping their hearts. Sensing the catastrophic threat gathering within the flames, the Shadow Assassin acted first. Merging into the shadows along the pavement, he surged toward the fiery vortex, intending to drive his obsidian dagger into her core before the transformation finished. The instant he reached the edge of the fire, clang! A massive, silver-white mechanical gauntlet shot out from the flames like a striking viper, locking around his throat with an iron grip. Guard, the assassin gasped, frantically driving his obsidian dagger into SAM's metal forearm. The sharp blade slid off the indestructible alloy without leaving so much as a scratch. Panicking, the assassin unleashed a point-blank volley of dark shadow spikes straight at the mech's face visor. Clang! 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 The shadow spikes shattered against the armor-plating like brittle glass. SAM didn't even flinch. The mech's crimson visor flared with cold, mechanical intent. With a low, synthetic hum, a roaring jet of white-hot thermal fire erupted directly from the gauntlet thrusters. Foosh! The Shadow Assassin was reduced to a floating cloud of fine ash before he could even utter a scream. Having vaporized the first target, SAM turned its cold, glowing optical sensors toward the yellow-robed sand cultist. Meeting that emotionless, mechanical gaze, the sand cultist swallowed hard, his entire body trembling violently. Knowing there was no escape, he slammed both hands onto the cobblestones, dumping every single drop of his internal takat into the earth below. Boom! A colossal, 50-foot wave of heavy sand erupted from the ground, crashing down upon SAM like a collapsing mountain. The street was buried under hundreds of tons of earth, kicking up a massive cloud of dust that obscured all sight. Pew, the sand cultist collapsed onto his knees, his face pale as paper. Exhausted and completely drained of takat, He stared at the mountain of sand, whispering desperately to himself, Did I get him? Just as he tried to catch his breath, a low, muffled synthetic voice echoed from deep beneath the sand heap. Protocol, secondary combustion propulsion. Boom. A blinding pillar of white-hot plasma erupted from the earth, flash melting the surrounding sand into sheets of crystal-clear glass. Through the shattering glass and drifting embers, the giant silver and white form of SAM stepped slowly back onto the street. Chapter 57, Supernova Overload. SAM looked down at the yellow-robed cultist crawling across the cobblestones, desperately clawing at the dust in a futile attempt to escape. With a blur of motion, the silver mech vanished, reappearing directly in front of him. SAM's arm swept forward in a ruthless backhand strike, shattering the cultist's skull in a single brutal blow. Blood showered into the air, only to be instantly vaporized into fine mist by the intense thermal heat radiating from the armor's chassis. With both stealth assassins eliminated, SAM turned its crimson optical sensors toward Arthur. Over by the arcade entrance, Arthur rushed to Jahangir's side. Noticing the deep cuts and bloody gashes across his father's arms and chest, Arthur summoned a best flower from his void ring. Channeling his internal takat into the jewel-toned shaft, a rich, vibrant tide of pure life force erupted from the spearhead, wrapping around Jahangir and rapidly mending his torn muscle tissue and cracked ribs. Jahangir stared at the black and white spear in utter astonishment. He could feel his internal injuries knitting together at an absurd speed. Though curious about where his son had acquired such a miraculous restorative artifact, he refrained from prying. Every master had their secrets, and Arthur was his boy, after all. Across the avenue, the 4 remaining Stage 3 cult commanders snapped out of their shock over SAM's brutal kill. Seeing Arthur using a mysterious spear to restore Jahangir's combat capacity, their faces turned dark. Don't let them recover, their leader shouted. All 4 vaulted forward with weapons drawn, charging straight for Arthur and Jahangir. Alizia stepped up immediately, drawing Flower of the Past. She pulled the bowstring to full draw and released a crystal arrow. Mid-flight, the arrow shattered into a massive wall of solid ice across the avenue to block their advance. The peak Stage 3 commander didn't hesitate. He swung his curved scimitar, unleashing a violent blade wave that cleaved the ice barrier clean in two. The remaining 3 commanders surged through the gap, closing in fast. Arthur had already anticipated the ice wall wouldn't hold. Stowing a best flower, he drew the bow of flowing light and pulled the string back. A supercharged light bolt materialized, shooting forward before splitting into 4 separate spectral arrows midair. The 4 commanders reacted instantly. The Stage 3 early cultist had his shoulder punched clean through, blood spraying over the cobblestones. The Stage 3 middle commander had his forearm grazed, grimacing in pain. Meanwhile, the late Stage 3 and peak Stage 3 commanders evaded the projectiles with sheer speed. Before they could press their attack, Jahangir and Alizia launched a coordinated counter. Jahangir swept his hands forward, sending a barrage of whistling wind blades slicing through the air. Alizia's outfit glimmered as her power surged, her bow transforming into her pink crystal Hesher staff. Swinging the staff gracefully, she manifested 2 colossal, jagged ice spikes that launched like battering rams toward the 2 highest-tier commanders. The top 2 commanders didn't panic. The late Stage 3 cultist ignited his earth takat, raising a dense wooden wall from the pavement. Jahangir's wind blades sliced into the timber, but failed to break through. However, Alizia's giant ice spikes punched straight through the wooden barrier, as if it were hollow cardboard. The commanders slashed their weapons downward, shattering the ice spikes into floating frost. But the moment the ice broke, a thick layer of rime frost rapidly spread up their blades and onto their hands, freezing their grips in place. Before they could break free, the 4 light bolts Arthur had fired earlier, which had missed and flown past them, suddenly executed a sharp mid-air turn under the hunt's absolute lock-on, streaking straight for their exposed backs. Simultaneously, Arthur was already at full draw with a second, supercharged cosmic arrow pointed right at their faces. Caught in a deadly 2-front pincer, the peak Stage 3 commander growled in desperation. Channeling every drop of his takat, he shattered the frost on his hands and whipped his curved scimitar in a wild, blinding flurry. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Dozens of razor-sharp scimitar aura arcs erupted from his blade. He managed to slice through the curving rear arrows, then unleashed over 20 overlapping blade arcs just to chop down Arthur's supercharged frontal light bolt. Boom! The explosive shockwave left all 4 commanders battered, bleeding, and panting heavily, their offensive formation completely broken. Arthur looked up at the sky directly above the huddled enemy commanders, a faint, confident smirk touching his lips. "Let's see you block this one, mates." High above, I called, synthetic vocalizer echoed through the clouds. DHUDR supernova overload. A blinding sea of white-hot plasma and emerald fire violently swept down from the sky. What? Retreat. The peak stage 3 commander roars in utter panic. Too late. Like a falling meteor, SAM crashed straight down into the middle of their group, enveloping the entire street in a roaring inferno. Forewarned by Arthur, Alizia raised a massive, reinforced ice shield in front of their party. The terrifying heat slammed into the ice wall, creating a massive, roaring cloud of dense steam as fire met frost. Jahangir thrust his hands forward, sending a powerful gale to blow away the blinding steam. When the air cleared, a massive, glowing crater of molten stone lay in the center of the avenue. Standing tall in the absolute center of the molten pit was the gleaming silver and white frame of SAM. Around the match lay 3 charred, lifeless corpses reduced to smoking cinders. Only the peak stage 3 commander remained, collapsed at the edge of the pit, coughing up blood and clinging to his last, desperate breath. Chapter 58. The sacrificial blast. As the roar of the battle faded, Arthur let out a long, exhausted breath. Firefly's supernova overload had drawn heavily upon his internal reserves, leaving his target running dangerously low. Still, seeing the violent engagement finally draw to a close brought a profound sense of relief to his chest. Noticing that the immediate threat around Arthur was neutralized, Jahangir rushed over to assist Farhan and Faridar, who were still clearing the remaining insectoid beasts near the arcade entrance. Meanwhile, Arthur and Alizia strode toward the smoking crater where the last surviving peak stage 3 commander lay battered and charred. SAM stood over the fallen enemy like a silent silver sentinel, nodding subtly as Arthur approached. Arthur crouched down, pulling back the cultist's scorched hood to reveal a severely burned foreign face. His brow furrowed. Foreign mercenaries. He had initially assumed the Redeemer cult was acting alone in this assault, as spatial isolations, with their classic modus operandi. But seeing foreign operatives fighting alongside local cultists pointed to a far more sinister conspiracy. No point guessing, Arthur thought. He locked eyes with the burned commander, his voice cold and direct. Why are you trying to kill me? The cultist's pupils flickered. Instead of fear or pain, a chilling, malicious smile touched his charred lips. Arthur's internal instincts exploded in frantic alarm. He felt the commander's core energy turn wildly unstable, expanding like an overpressurized vessel on the verge of rupturing. Fall back, Arthur bellowed, his face pale as paper. Reacting in a fraction of a millisecond, Arthur grabbed Alizia's wrist with his left hand, forcibly yanking her behind his back to shield her frame. With his right hand, he reached out to snatch SAM, intending to drag the Mitch out of the blast zone. Yet, no matter how hard Arthur pulled, the silver chassis refused to budge a single millimeter. The moment Firefly sensed the imminent explosion, she deliberately braced her heavy armor, planting herself firmly in front of Arthur like an unyielding wall of solid steel. Firefly, listen to me, Arthur yelled desperately, but there was no time left. Boom! A catastrophic explosion tore through the street as the cult commander detonated his internal core in a suicidal blast. A violent shockwave of compressed energy erupted in every direction, obliterating the cobblestones and kicking up a blinding cloud of dust and debris. Farther down the avenue, Jahangir and Farhan turned toward the blast, their eyes dilating in sheer terror. Arthur! Jahangir screamed, his voice cracking with agony. Behind them, Samira, Faridar, and Rahima gasped in horror. Rahima's knees buckled, her face turning ghost white. Faridar caught her quickly, supporting her weight, while Rahima clutched her hands to her chest in frantic, weeping prayer. Arthur Bismillah, my boy. Samira's heart stopped, her hands trembling as she tried to rush toward the swirling dust cloud. Arthur! Before panic could completely overwhelm them, a calm, authoritative voice echoed from the sky above. Worry not. They are unharmed. 3 figures descended lightly from the air. Master Qasim, Master Harun, and Lujan, their robes lightly dusted with fresh battle blood. Master Qasim raised his hand, pointing 2 fingers toward the dust cloud. As the heavy smoke cleared, a breathtaking scene revealed itself. Surrounding Arthur, Alizia, and SAM were dozens of illusory sword phantoms planted firmly into the ground in a tight circle. They wove a radiant spectral barrier that had completely absorbed the lethal force of the suicidal blast, keeping the trio inside entirely untouched. Master Qasim flicked his wrist, and the sword phantoms detached from the floor, merging back into a single long sword that floated quietly beside his shoulder. Arthur let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, stepping forward to offer a respectful, traditional bow. Thank you for the timely rescue, elders. Lu Jun chuckled softly, waving a casual hand. Think nothing of it, lad. Truth be told, even if Cassim hadn't stepped in, that silver ring on your finger would have protected you anyway. Arthur blinked, looking down at the silver storage ring Tariq Said had given him earlier. He realized now that the senior commander had embedded a passive, high-tier defensive array inside the ring to safeguard his life. Come along now. This street isn't safe, Lu Jun added. With a fluid sweep of his sleeve, a gentle spatial force enveloped Arthur's entire group, lifting them off their feet. Before anyone could process the movement, the surrounding scenery blurred into a streak of light. A heartbeat later, they landed safely inside a heavily fortified military shelter on the outer perimeter of Old Darker. The secure zone was filled with displaced citizens and wounded guardsmen, some nursing severe burns, others missing limbs. The entire compound carried a somber, muted atmosphere. Having brought Arthur's family to safety, Master Harun and Lu Jun immediately turned back to assist in clearing the remaining insectoid beasts in the city, while Master Cass melted into the shadows to maintain a vigilant watch over Arthur and Samira. Once the elders departed, Arthur turned around to look at Firefly. She had already disengaged her SAM armor, standing quietly behind him with her head bowed, and her hands clasped tightly in front of her dress, looking like a guilty child awaiting a proper scolding. Looking at her quiet, submissive posture, Arthur felt a chaotic storm of relief, worry, and burning irritation churning in his chest. Chapter 59. The tempest above feeling the weight of Arthur's burning gaze, Firefly shifted uncomfortably. Her starry eyes darted away, and she bowed her head, not daring to meet his eyes directly. Looking at her quiet, submissive posture, Arthur felt a chaotic storm of emotions raging in his chest. His fingers clenched into fists, then uncurled, repeating the movement several times. Yet he couldn't bring himself to utter a single harsh word. Scold her. She had put her own body on the line entirely out of love and concern for his safety. How could he possibly reproach her for that? Be angry. Angry at what? Angry that she hadn't listened to his warnings, or that she had stepped in front of a suicidal explosion to shield him. Neither emotion felt right. Minutes ticked by in heavy silence, the atmosphere growing increasingly suffocating. Firefly stood like a child who knew she had done wrong, while Arthur remained motionless, completely at a loss as to how to break the stalemate. Oh dear, look at you two! Alicia's soft, sweet voice broke through the tension like a warm summer breeze. She turned her luminous blue eyes to Arthur, offering a gentle smile. Arthur, don't be too hard on Firefly. All right. She only did it because she cares about you so very much. Then, stepping closer to Firefly, Alicia added gently, and as for you, Firefly, you mustn't do something so reckless again, okay? Otherwise, Arthur and I will be terribly worried about you. Alicia's smooth, comforting tone dissolved the lingering awkwardness in an instant. Firefly's tense shoulders visibly relaxed, and she let out a long, quiet breath. Understood, Lady Alicia, Firefly replied softly, nodding like our obedient younger sister. Good girl, come here. You deserve a proper reward! Alicia opened her arms with a sparkling giggle, pulling Firefly into a warm, gentle embrace. A faint blush dusted Firefly's cheeks, but she didn't pull away, leaning comfortably against Alicia's shoulder. Arthur watched the bizarre yet undeniably sweet scene from the side, letting out a helpless, quiet sigh. He knew Firefly had acted purely out of devotion to protect him, so holding a grudge was completely out of the question. By the way, Arthur having released Firefly from her hug, Alicia turned around, her lips curved into a radiant, sparkling smile as her eyes locked straight onto him. Mind telling me what you meant by yanking me behind your back earlier? Hearing her sweet, playful tone, Arthur felt a freezing chill travel straight up his spine from his boot to his hair follicles. A bead of cold sweat formed on his forehead. Oh well, you see, Alicia, he stammered, completely unable to string a coherent sentence together. Under her steady, unblinking gaze, Arthur's heroic confidence evaporated into thin air. Much like Firefly seconds before, he averted his eyes and looked down at his boots, not daring to meet her luminous blue pupils. Her voice was as sweet as ever, but Arthur knew with absolute certainty the pink elf miss was genuinely cross with him. The tables had turned. Now he was the one on trial. Arthur glanced up sideways, catching a glimpse of her smiling face. He weighed his options quickly in his head, took a deep, resolute breath, and said in a low, resigned tone, Alicia, about the request you mentioned earlier, I agree to it. Alicia's bright pupils instantly flashed with a brilliant, victorious light. Her smile widened into a thoroughly satisfied, radiant expression. Brilliant. It's a deal then. But remember, you only get one chance at this! Alicia replied cheerfully, finally shifting her intense gaze away from his face. Arthur let out a massive breath of relief, feeling an immense weight drop off his shoulders. The storm had passed, though her warning was crystal clear: if he ever tried to recklessly throw himself in front of danger to shield her again, she wouldn't let him off so easily next time. Yet Arthur shook his head with a wry, quiet smile. Deep down, he knew that if faced with the exact same choice tomorrow, he would make the exact same decision without a second thought. Boom! Suddenly, a catastrophic, earth-shattering roar exploded across the sky above Old Darker. The violent shockwave rattled the windows of the military shelter, sending painful vibrations through everyone's eardrums. Surprised, displaced citizens and guardsmen alike rushed out into the courtyards, looking up into the heavens with pale, fearful faces. Arthur and his companion snapped their heads upward. Spanning across the entire horizon above the district was a vast, roaring sea of dark crimson blood. The liquid sky churned violently, sending waves of suffocating, iron-rich stench washing over the city below. The blood ocean hung suspended like a collapsing mountain range, threatening to crash down at any second and drown Old Darker in a catastrophic tidal wave. Panicked shouts broke out across the shelter as terrified citizens trembled, staring at the impending doom overhead. A few minutes prior, inside the cavernous crater where the abandoned warehouse had once stood, Zain Zaid stood amidst the dust, his fine silk robe slightly dusted with grey stone powder. He moved with supernatural grace, snapping his silk fan open and closed as he unleashed continuous, razor-sharp blades of high-pressure water that slashed across the ruined hall. Across from him, Zubair looked thoroughly battered. His wire-rimmed spectacles were cracked, his robes torn, and fresh blood dripped from several open cuts across his arms and chest. Besides Zubair, Commander Will was in a far worse state. His face was pale as chalk, his right hand trembled violently, and his left sleeve hung completely empty, severed clean off at the shoulder. Watching the lingering streams of sacrificial blood thinning across the hall, and sensing through his spiritual array that his distraction units across the city had already retreated, Zubair knew the operation had reached its absolute end. Ah, what a dreadful waste, Zubair sighed softly, running a hand through his dark hair. I had hoped to refine a grand blood elixir from this district, but the variables were simply too overwhelming. He raised his carved wooden staff, dipping the tip into the pooling blood at his boots. Our well time to make a sensible exit. Zubair began chanting rapidly, tracing intricate, glowing blood runes in midair that absorbed straight into the crimson river. Looking up at Zain, Zubair's lips curved into a chilling, theatrical smile. Master Zay, do enjoy my parting gift. Zubair tapped the butt of his staff sharply against the stone floor. Boom! In a fraction of a second, the vast reservoir of sacrificial blood harvested across the city shot straight into the clouds, expanding into a catastrophic, sky-covering ocean of blood that hung directly above Old Darker. Chapter 60. The Price of Treason. Ha. Well now, Zain Zaid, what's it to be? Zubair's mocking, manic laughter echoed across the ruined hall, this cultured demeanor replaced by absolute madness. Will you chase us down, or will you save this precious city of yours? I do so look forward to your choice. Ha. With a violent flick of his wooden staff, Zubair enveloped himself and the crippled Commander Will in a dense surge of crimson light, streaking away into the horizon at blinding speed. Zain shifted his boots, preparing to give chase, but stopped dead in his tracks as he looked up at the sky. TCH, lucky bastards, Zain spat out in frustration. In all his years of cultivation, he had rarely been backed into such a foul, infuriating corner. Yet with a sky-covering sea of sacrificial blood hovering above thousands of innocent civilians, he had no choice but to let the traitors slip away. Zain took a deep, steadying breath, snapped his silk fan open, and channeled the full extent of his Stage 5 internal takat. Arise, Ra! A colossal, 100-foot water dragon erupted from his fan, soaring straight into the clouds with a deafening, thunderous roar. The dragon swept across the heavens, opening its massive jaws to meet the descending tide of dark blood head-on. The water serpent collided with the blood ocean, tearing through the darker rays with relentless, overpowering force. Mid-air, the dragon shattered the sacrificial magic into floating red mist, before collapsing into a gentle, harmless summer rain that washed over the rooftops of Old Darker. The dark clouds dissipated, revealing a clear, bright blue sky once more. Zain landed lightly on a nearby rooftop, stowing his fan, as he watched the rain settle. Only then did Governor Yan, Deputy Governor Zheng, and several regional officers arrive at the scene. They had cleared the low-tier cultists operating across the inner districts, but knowing the battle inside the warehouse involved Stage 5 combatants, they had been forced to wait on the perimeter to avoid becoming a liability. Stepping forward, Governor Yan and his officers bowed deeply to Zane. "Our deepest gratitude, Master Zaid, for saving Old Darker from utter destruction," Yan said, his voice trembling with genuine relief. Zane offered a casual wave of his hand. "Think nothing of it. I merely happened to be passing through, and couldn't stand by while cultist filth caused chaos." His tone was nonchalant, treating the feat as a minor errand. In truth, his primary objective had been safeguarding Arthur, and fulfilling his father's request to refine his personal state of mind through real-world combat. HMPH, Zane thought with a faint, wry smirk. "With my natural talent, as if my mindset needs refining. Still, since it was father's explicit order, I suppose I had to play along." Having delivered his polite excuses, Zane's figure blurred, vanishing into the wind. His guard duty over Arthur would continue in the shadows until the boy safely entered the Sonergeon Martial Institute. Once Zane departed, Governor Yan immediately turned to Deputy Governor Zheng, his tired eyes hardening with administrative resolve. "Issue my orders at once. Mobilize every warden and military unit to sweep the alleys for remaining insectoid beasts. Ensure full public safety immediately." Though the primary spatial rift above the city was closed, scattered packs of mutated beasts were still roaming the commercial streets. Clearing them out was a top priority to restore order. Next came the far grimmer task resolving the string of missing persons cases. The Redeemer cult had used the kidnapped citizens as sacrificial fuel for their dark arrays. Though the likelihood of finding survivors was near zero, search teams had to be deployed to locate any remains and bring closure to grieving families. Finally, there was the massive task of urban reconstruction. The spatial shockwaves and beast attacks had caused severe structural damage across Old Darker, collapsing older brick tenements and shattering public infrastructure. "Organize civilian engineering corps immediately," Yan commanded. "Prioritize repairing public utilities and emergency housing so displaced residents can return to normal life as soon as possible." The surrounding guild leaders and local noble representatives nodded in strict agreement, not daring to object. With Old Darker having just survived a major crisis, the central government in Gore would be watching every official closely. Any sign of incompetence or corruption would result in swift execution. Meanwhile, miles away from the city boundaries, deep within a secluded, mist-shrouded ravine in the rural outskirts, Zubair and Will landed heavily among the damp rocks to tend to their injuries. What a disastrous assignment," Zubair sighed, leaning his wooden staff against a boulder as he dusted off his torn robes. "An unexpected Stage 5 master, 3 Stage 4 guardians, Arthur Drake surviving completely unscathed, all our local cells wiped out, and not a single blood elixir refined. Complete rubbish." He paused, tilting his spectacled head slightly toward the shadow behind him. "Where are you heading, Commander Will?" Was stopped in his tracks 10 paces away, clutching his severed shoulder with a pale, sweat-drenched face. He looked at Zubair with deep, unadulterated suspicion. "My squad members are still trapped in the city," Will lied through his teeth, his hand tightening around his saber hilt. "I'm going back to check on them." In reality, Will knew his squad was long dead. He simply wanted to get as far away from this crazy cultist as possible. With his left arm severed and his internal takat severely depleted, he was in no condition to defend himself if Zubair turned on him. Zubair's lips curved into a slow, chilling smile as he stepped closer. Now, Commander Will, don't be in such a hurry. You mercenaries are already buried beneath the stone. Why rush? Stay back," Will barked, his eyes flashing with desperate fury as he drew his saber. "What are you playing at, Zubair?" Zubair's eyes glinted with a cold, predatory light. "Nothing personal, my dear commander. It's just that a wounded Stage 5 warrior's heart contains the most exquisite, high-tier blood essence imaginable. It would be a dreadful shame to let it go to waste, wouldn't it?" Chapter 61. A fortnight later. "Oh, and what makes you think you're leaving, Commander Will?" Zubair's spectacled eyes glinted behind the glare of his wire-rimmed glasses, his lips curving into a cold, chilling smile that completely obscured his intentions. "What's that supposed to mean?" Will's face turned pale as chalk. His body went rigid, his hand tightening around his saber hilt as his eyes darted around the misty ravine in wild suspicion. "You'll see soon enough," Zubair murmured smoothly, stepping toward him with effortless composure. Will felt a sudden surge of alarm. He tried to ignite his internal takat to strike, but a terrifying, paralyzing numbness swept through his meridians. His internal energy was completely sealed, his muscles locked up, and his body refused to obey a single command. Thud! Will collapsed onto the damp rocks like a puppet with its strings severed. Pure, unadulterated terror filled his eyes. What did you do to me? Will gasped, his voice trembling violently as he stared up at the approaching cultist. Zubir crouched beside him, his pleasant smile utterly devoid of warmth. Nothing much, my dear commander. Merely a touch of lingering poison. Impossible. Will growled, cold sweat pouring down his neck. I would have felt it. How could you possibly poison me under my nose? Didn't you notice the iron scent of blood in the air was a bit too thick? Zubir whispered softly, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. Don't fret. It will all be over in a moment. Zubir extended his right hand, his fingers glowing with an ominous crimson light. With a swift, savage thrust, his hand plunged clean into Will's back, driving straight toward his heart. An excruciating agony tore through Will's chest. He tried to scream, but no sound escaped his throat. His vision went pitch black, and his consciousness slipped away into total darkness. Zubir pulled his hand back, holding the thumping, blood-red heart of a grade 5 practitioner in his palm. He took a deep, intoxicated breath of the iron-rich aroma, the heart of a stage 5 warrior. A marvelous harvest to compensate for today's minor setbacks. And as for the rest of this frame, Zubir flicked his fingers. Will's remaining blood exploded outward, killing the body instantly, before his corpse dissolved into light and was stowed into Zubir's spatial ring. With his prize secured, Zubir transformed into a streak of blood-red light, vanishing into the distant clouds. A fortnight later, under a bright, clear blue sky, a gentle summer breeze swept across the rooftops of Old Darka. Arthur sat quietly on the ledge of a high vantage tower, looking down at the sprawling district below. The shattered stone rubble and ruined masonry from the spatial crisis had been completely cleared away. Construction crews and engineering guilds moved to the avenues, laying fresh foundations and rebuilding the historic bazaars. Though 15 days had passed since the Redeemer cult's assault, the skies across the city remained visible. Yet the metropolis was steadily coming back to life, filled with the resilient spirit of its people. The crisp chime of his mobile phone interrupted his thoughts. Arthur pulled the device from his pocket, a warm smile touching his lips as he saw Firefly's name on the screen. He swiped to answer, and Firefly's gentle, clear voice echoed through the speaker. Arthur, Aunt Rahima says it's time to come home for dinner. Right then, on my way, Arthur replied softly, hanging up. He stood up, took a deep breath of the fresh evening air, and stepped down toward their new temporary residence. The Drake family's original house had suffered structural fractures during the spatial shockwaves, so the municipal wardens had assigned them a newly built 2-story residence nearby. Arriving at the front gate, Arthur pushed the door open. In the living room, Jahangir sat comfortably on the divan, watching the evening news on the telly. Over in the kitchen, where Hema, Elysia, and Firefly were busy around the stove, cheerful laughter floating into the hallway. Dad, Mum, Firefly, Elysia, I'm back, Arthur called out, kicking off his shoes. Jahangir turned from the sofa with a warm, proud smile. Welcome home, son. Rahima called out from the kitchen without turning around. Welcome back, Arthur dear. Sit down. Dinner's coming right up. Cheers, Mum. A moment later, Elysia pulled Arthur over to the dining table, her luminous blue eyes sparkling with mischievous delight. He told her Arthur. Guess who made which dish? Elysia giggled, leaning back with a triumphant smile. Firefly stood beside her, looking at Arthur with eager, hopeful eyes. Arthur looked down at the array of steaming dishes laid across the table. It took him less than 3 seconds to sort them out. The home-style spiced lentils and roasted mutton were unmistakably his mother's work. He had eaten Rahima's cooking for over 15 years. Elysia's contributions were equally obvious. She had prepared dumplings wrapped in bright pink dough, expertly shaped into delicate, blooming roses. And then there were the remaining dishes lightly charred around the edges, with a few vegetables cooked a fraction too long, a proper culinary work in progress, but made with absolute heart. Arthur looked up at Firefly's nervous, expectant face and offered a fond, warm smile. Chapter 62. A journey begins. This one's Mum's cooking. This pink one's yours, Elysia, and these slightly charred ones must be Firefly's work, Arthur said, pointing out each dish laid across the dining table with practiced ease. Elysia beamed, lifting her plate of pink, rose-shaped dumplings and presenting them to him with a flourish. Well, what do you think? Aren't they absolutely adorable? Arthur picked up a dumpling with his chopsticks, took a small bite, and chewed thoughtfully before swallowing. He looked at Elysia's bright, expectant face, and offered a playful grin. Tastes brilliant, though compared to your lovely face, it still comes second best. Elysia's smile broadened into a radiant glow. Hee hee. Saying sweet things like that will make a girl blush, but don't just eat mine, try the others as well. Arthur turned his chopsticks toward Firefly's scrambled eggs. Though the edges were slightly scorched, compared to her first disastrous attempt at pitch-black charcoal, this was proper progress. Catching Firefly's shy, flustered expression, Arthur gave her a gentle, encouraging nod. Massive improvement, Firefly. You've only just started learning, so you've got plenty of time to practice. Keep at it. Firefly's starry eyes lit up, a soft blush dusting her cheeks as she nodded eagerly. Thank you, Arthur. I'll do better next time. Finally, Arthur tasted a spoonful of Rahima's spiced mutton curry. The rich, familiar comfort of home filled his senses, and he turned to his adopted mother with a warm smile. Mum, your cooking is as incredible as ever. Rahima swatted his shoulder lightly, her lips curving into a fond smile. Always such a silver tongue. Right, eat up now instead of blabbering. Jahangir raised a tall glass of fresh mango sherbet with a boisterous, rumbling laugh. Ha ha ha, your mother's right. A toast to our boy's bright future. The family sat together around the wooden dining table, sharing a hearty, laughter-filled meal under the warm afternoon sun. Once lunch was finished, Arthur returned to his bedroom to pack. Orientation at the Sonageon Martial Institute began the following morning, meaning he needed to catch a flight down south to the coastal metropolis before dusk. He neatly folded his clothes, packed his travel essentials into a sturdy trunk, and swept the entire trunk into his silver void ring with a flick of his wrist. Turning to Elysia and Firefly, he offered a quiet smile. Right then, girls. Ready to set off? Aye. All set and ready when your exclamation tilted, Elysia replied cheerfully, while Firefly nodded in firm agreement. At the front gate, Arthur turned back toward his adopted parents. A pang of lingering, reluctant sadness touched his heart, but he kept his expression bright and steady. Mum, Dad, I'm off then. Take good care of yourselves. Jahangir stepped forward, clapping Arthur firmly on the shoulder with a playful chuckle. Off you go, lad. Don't miss us too much, your mother, and I can finally enjoy some proper quality time alone. Rahima's cheeks flushed crimson. She shot Jahangir a playful glare, swatting his arm. Listen to what you're saying in front of the children. Elysia and Firefly giggled softly at the exchange, while Arthur shook his head with a wry grin, the gloom of parting instantly dissolving into light-hearted warmth. Right then, Arthur smiled warmly. Goodbye, Mum. Goodbye, Dad. With a final bow of respect, Arthur and his two companions turned and walked down the quiet old darker alleyway. Standing by the doorway, Jahangir watched Arthur's tall, athletic frame walk into the bright afternoon sunlight. Memories of the tiny, innocent boy he had brought home years ago flashed through his mind, and he let out a long, proud sigh. Our time flies. The lad's grown into a proper man capable of standing on his own 2 feet. Aye, Rahima whispered softly, her dark eyes filled with a bittersweet mix of maternal pride and quiet heartache. Jahangir gently guided her back into the living room. Come on inside, dear. Rahima sat down on the divan, her gaze drifting toward the window as if she could still see Arthur's departing figure. Jahangir stood by the glass, looking out into the distance with a quiet, contented smile. The boy was heading out to conquer his own path, and though miles would separate them, the family bond remained unbreakable. A short distance down the street, Arthur paused and looked back toward his parents' house, a touch of quiet nostalgia in his eyes. Mum, Dad, goodbye. Suddenly, he felt a soft, warm touch wrap firmly around his right hand. Looking down, he saw Elysia's pale, delicate fingers clasped tightly around his. Captain, don't be sad. Elysia will always be by your side, Tilda, she said gently, her luminous, sapphire eyes sparkling with effortless warmth. Aye, Trailblazer. Me too, Firefly added softly, stepping up to clasp his left hand with quiet, unwavering devotion. Feeling the gentle warmth radiating from both hands, the lingering sorrow in Arthur's chest melted away, replaced by deep, comforting strength. He tightened his grip slightly, a fond smile touching his lips. Cheers, girls. Thank you. Hee hee. No need for thanks. Just make sure you remember what you promised me. I've got everything prepared! Exclamation tilde. Elysia winked playfully. Arthur stiffened for a second, a sheepish flush rising to his cheeks, but he gave a resigned nod. Right then, once we settle in Sonageon. Deal. Elysia's eyes flashed with eager excitement, while Firefly looked between them with an equally curious, expectant glint in her eyes. An hour later, the trio arrived at the primary air terminal on the outskirts of Old Darker, where they met up with Samira Malik. Samira looked noticeably subdued, her usual boisterous energy subdued by the sadness of leaving her parents behind. Arthur stepped up with a warm, comforting grin. Cheer up, Samira. It's not like we're leaving forever, is it? Whenever you miss your folks, we can just request weekend leave and fly back. That's right, Samira. A lovely maiden like you needs a bright smile to stay stunning! Alizia chimed in with a sparkling wink. Firefly, though quiet, stepped forward and took Samira's hand in a reassuring squeeze. Surrounded by their genuine warmth, Samira's subdued mood lifted. She forced a bright, determined smile and nodded firmly. Cheers, everyone. I'm fine now. Come on, let's board before we miss our flight. Together, the four young talents handed over their passes and boarded the soaring luxury airliner, setting off toward the southern horizon and the grand gates of the Sonargaon Martial Institute. Chapter 63. Their arrival in Sonargaon. As dusk settled over the southern coast, Arthur and his companions finally set foot in the grand maritime metropolis of Sonargaon. Stepping off the passenger airliner, they were instantly captivated by the shimmering city skyline. Outside the primary air terminal, the illuminated port district stretched as far as the eye could see. Millions of neon lanterns and crystal signboards painted the avenues in vibrant streaks of emerald, violet, and gold. High-rise guild halls and grand merchant spires pierced the night sky like glittering jewels, casting brilliant reflections across the coastal waters. My word, it's absolutely breathtaking. Samira gasped, her dark eyes reflecting the sea of lights. Unlike the historic, ancestral dignity of Old Darker, Sonargaon was a thriving hub of modern commerce, overflowing with youthful energy and cutting-edge cultivation tech. Come on, Arthur called out with a warm smile, gesturing down the terminal ramp. Let's check into the hotel first. Orientation at the Sonargaon Martial Institute starts first thing tomorrow morning. Right behind you, Arthur, Samira replied, quickening her pace. A short carriage ride later, the party arrived at an opulent hotel near the institute's outer gates. Arthur presented his credentials at the reception desk and collected their room keys. Here you go. Arthur handed two of the key cards to Samira and Firefly. Alizia had already announced earlier that she wanted to share a room with Firefly for a girls' night in, and since Firefly had happily agreed, Arthur hadn't needed to book a third suite. The rooms were arranged in a neat row along the same private corridor, making it easy to look out for one another. Retreating into his private suite, Arthur refreshed himself with a quick wash, then sat cross-legged on the wide plush bed to begin his evening meditation. Ever since breaking through to Grade 2 cultivation, several fascinating changes had occurred within his physical frame. Beyond the marked boost to his strength, agility, and internal tacket reserves, his perception had unlocked a subtle, bizarre trait. Occasionally, during moments of absolute focus, transient, illusory threads of light would flash across his vision, weaving between different individuals in the room. The vision lasted only a fraction of a second before vanishing, but after cross-referencing his internal memories of the hunt, Arthur deduced these glowing lines represented threads of karmic causality. If his personal strength continued to grow, he would eventually acquire the ability to strike enemies straight through their karmic connections, an absolute, unblockable staple of high-tier hunt authority. Furthermore, over the past fortnight, Arthur had developed two practical combat applications for his core energy. The first was the storage of pre-charged spectral arrows. Normally, when a high-potency spectral arrow was condensed on his bowstring, it required constant maintenance of internal takat to prevent the compressed energy from dissipating into thin air. Charging a maximum output shot during high-speed melee combat was occasionally difficult to time properly. To overcome this, Arthur had devised a specialized internal containment technique, allowing him to store a pre-charged spectral arrow inside a custom-built, runic quiver. By placing the condensed light bolt within the sealed quiver, the loss of spiritual energy was halted completely. While the quiver could only hold a limited number of pre-charged bolts and couldn't match the absolute, raw devastation of a fully charged, static maximum shot, it allowed him to unleash instantaneous, high-potency piecing attacks in the middle of close-quarters combat without needing draw time. The second development was infusing the absolute piecing properties of the hunt directly into melee weapons like his steel spear or abyss flower. Weapons wrapped in this specialized aura inherited the razor-sharp piecing force and anti-regeneration effects of his spectral arrows, making his physical strikes vastly more lethal. Just as Arthur closed his eyes to consolidate these insights, the suite door chime rang out. Ding dong. A sweet, playful voice echoed from the corridor outside, Arthur Tilder, are you in? The pink elf miss has come to pay you a visit! Exclamation Tilder. Hearing that familiar, cheerful voice, Arthur's entire body stiffened. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he remembered the promise he had made back in old Darker. What must be, I suppose, he muttered helplessly with a quiet sigh. Standing up, Arthur walked over and pulled the suite door open. Alizia stood in the hallway, holding her hands behind her back with a dazzling, radiant smile, her luminous blue eyes sparkling with unbearable anticipation. Arthur glanced at her hidden hands, already knowing what she was carrying. He stepped aside to let her in, then closed and locked the door behind them. Hardar, look what I brought! Arthur! Exclamation Tilder. Alizia announced with immense pride, carefully revealing the outfit from behind her back. It was an extraordinarily refined, high-fashion maid uniform, complete with delicate lace trimming, a dark apron, and a matching headband. Come on, hop into the washroom and try it on, Alizia urged, handing the garment over with a sly, playful glint in her eyes. Arthur took the folded uniform, letting out a long, long sigh. This was the exact compromise he had agreed to when she had caught him yanking her behind his back during the cult ambush. Despite his internal reluctance, Arthur knew he was a man of his word. He turned on his heel and walked into the grand washroom, shutting the door behind him. Standing before the full-length vanity mirror inside, Arthur stared at the maid uniform in his hands, shaking his head with a helpless chuckle. 5 minutes later, the washroom door creaked open, and Arthur stepped back into the suite. He walked over to the floor-to-ceiling mirror in the living area to inspect the result, and even he couldn't help but blink in mild shock at his reflection. The transformation was surprisingly seamless. With his athletic yet lean build, high cheekbones, dark flowing hair highlighted with faint natural streaks, and striking, deep blue pupils, the crisp maid uniform gave him an extraordinarily striking, androgyne aesthetic. His sharp, masculine jawline softened under the framing lace headband, while a cool, effortless expression added a touch of aloof elegance to the look. Granted, his chest was as flat as a board, much like a certain legendary, centuries-old martial elder, but given his actual gender, that was hardly something to complain about. Somewhere far across the realms, a certain high elder let out a sudden, unexplained sneeze. Chapter 64, Alizia's Gift. Arthur stepped out of the washroom wearing the delicate maid uniform, his cheeks burning with a fierce, unavoidable blush. He suppressed his overwhelming urge to sprint back inside, trying his best to keep his composure. Alizia was sitting on the edge of the plush bed, idly swinging her legs back and forth. The moment she spotted him stepping out, her luminous sapphire eyes lit up like fireworks. My word, Arthur. You look absolutely adorable! Exclamation Tilder, she squealed in delight. Arthur stood there stiffly, a crimson flush painting his face. He looked thoroughly flustered, and awkward, an expression that only made him look easier to tease. Alizia bounded off the bed, gliding right up to him. A gentle, sweet fragrance of blooming jasmine washed over Arthur as she leaned in close, inspecting every detail of his lace-trimmed outfit with keen, sparkling eyes. A sly, playful grin bloomed across her face. Hee Tilder, come on then, Arthur. Let's hear you say my lady! Exclamation Tilder. Arthur felt his face burn twice as hot. His heart hammered in his chest, but looking at her bright, mischievous expression, he found it completely impossible to refuse. Gritting his teeth, he muttered in a shy, embarrassed whisper, my lady. Or, what a good boy! Exclamation Tilder. Alizia beamed, thoroughly satisfied. She reached out and lightly pinched his cheek, feeling his warm skin. One more time, please! Exclamation Tilder. Arthur turned his head away, trying to escape her gaze, but Alizia wasn't giving up. That easily she grabbed his forearm, gently shaking it with an irresistible, coaxing pout. Come on, Arthur. Pretty please! Tilder staring into her pleading blue eyes. Arthur's resolve crumbled entirely. He let out a defeated sigh, leaned in slightly, and whispered even softer, my lady. Right, can I take this off now, Alizia? Arthur asked helplessly, desperate to change back into his normal clothes. Hold your horses. I haven't taken any pictures yet! Exclamation Tilder. Alizia pulled a sleek, rose-pink camera from her satchel. All right, give us a proper pose! Exclamation Tilder. Resigned to his tragic fate, Arthur struck a series of awkward poses as directed. Click, click. The camera shutter snapped continuously as Alizia burst into sparkling laughter. Seeing her genuine, joyful smile, Arthur found his irritation melting away into quiet fondness. Splendid. These turned out brilliant. Look, Arthur! Exclamation Tilder. She held up the camera screen for him to see. Arthur glanced at the display, seeing himself in the lace headband looking thoroughly flustered. He let out a dry, wry chuckle. Mate, that looks bloody bizarre. Nonsense, it's completely adorable. Alizia beamed, hugging the camera to her chest. I should show these to Firefly and Samira! Arthur jumped in panic. Don't you dare. I've still got a shred of dignity left. Fine, fine, Alizia conceded with a dramatic, mournful sigh, stowing the camera into her bag. Arthur let out a long breath of relief. Right, photo's done. Can I finally change? One last thing! Alizia smiled mysteriously. Arthur's heart skipped a beat, his face turning grim. There isn't more, is there? Alizia stepped right up to him, reaching out to gently cup his face, swaying him slightly from side to side. Thank you, Arthur. Looking at her breathtaking face hovering inches away, Arthur could clearly see her luminous, gem-like eyes, and the gentle, radiant curve of her lips. Her skin was flawless and porcelain smooth, and the delicate, floral scent lingering around her completely mesmerized his senses. The blush he had managed to suppress flared back up with a vengeance. His heart hammered wildly against his ribs, threatening to burst clean out of his chest. Staring at her in a daze, Arthur stood frozen, entirely at a loss for words. Unaware of his internal panic, Alizia offered a warm, sweet smile and pulled a small, beautifully wrapped gift box from her pocket. The box was decorated with elegant golden ribbons and intricate floral motifs. She held it out to him. Here, this is your proper reward! Arthur snapped out of his daze and accepted the box, shooting her a confused glance. What's inside? Alizia pressed a delicate index finger to her lips, offering a mischievous wink. Top secret. You can only open it after I leave. It's something I crafted with my own hands, so you better cherish it! See you tomorrow morning! Bidding him farewell. She turned on her heel and skipped out of the room with her hands tucked behind her back. After the door closed, Arthur sat quietly on the edge of the bed, holding the exquisite box in his hands. He stroked the smooth ribbon, feeling the lingering warmth of her touch. Carefully untying the ribbon, he lifted the lid. A fresh, calming fragrance wafted out, and his eyes locked onto the item resting inside. It was a delicate necklace carved from rose-pink crystal, connected to an exquisite, fully bloomed crystal lotus flower that radiated a soft, ethereal glow. Arthur lifted the necklace, holding the transparent flower up to the light. Inside the crystal petals, fine, glowing characters were delicately engraved. Alizia's thoughtful tip: you can rely on Alizia to your heart's content, and she will answer with all her heart and soul. Looking at the tiny, sparkling words, Arthur tightened his grip on the necklace, a warm, genuine smile blooming across his face. Chapter 65. The Sonargaon Martial Institute. The next morning arrived with a clear, golden dawn. With orientation day at the Sonargaon Martial Institute finally upon them, Arthur and his companions woke early to wash, pack their belongings, and prepare for the day ahead. When Arthur stepped out of the lift and walked into the hotel foyer, Samira, Alizia, and Firefly were already waiting near the main entrance, bathed in the soft morning sunlight. Alizia spotted him first, offering a radiant wave and a sparkling smile. Hi, good morning, Arthur. Feeling happy to see my cheerful face first thing today? Firefly offered a soft, sweet smile of her own, bowing her head gently. Good morning, Arthur. Her eyes were clear as spring water, radiating quiet warmth. Samira, on the other hand, crossed her arms and let out a light laugh. Right on cue. Still taking your sweet time, aren't you? Arthur scratched the back of his neck, offering a sheepish grin. Ah, my bad. Sorry to keep you girls waiting. Promise I won't be late next time. Right, as if I'd believe that. Samira rolled her eyes fondly. Ever since they were kids back in Old Darker, Arthur had always operated on his own relaxed schedule, never truly late enough to miss anything, but always cutting it close to the absolute last second. All right, I'm here now, aren't I? Arthur chuckled, smoothly steering the conversation. Come on, let me hail us a cab before the queues get out of hand. Hailing a taxi outside the hotel, the four of them rode straight toward the bustling central district of Sonargaon. After a short drive, the vehicle pulled up near a grand, arched stone gateway. Carved deep into the lintel in sweeping, majestic calligraphy were 6 bold words: the Sonargaon Martial Institute. A massive line of incoming freshmen had already assembled near the archway, stretching halfway down the avenue. Arthur and his group joined the back of the queue, which moved along at a surprisingly brisk pace. Before long, they reached the registration canopy at the front. 2 senior students sat at a long wooden desk, one operating a laptop slate, the other addressing incoming arrivals. When the senior student looking over the roster glanced up and caught sight of Alicia and Firefly standing beside Arthur, a flicker of genuine astonishment flashed across his eyes. Catching himself quickly, he cleared his throat and maintained his professional composure. "New freshman?" he asked, looking at Arthur. Arthur offered a polite smile. "My name is Arthur Drake, and this is Samira Malik." Samira offered a courteous nod. The second senior quickly tapped their names into the registry system, checking the roster before nodding in confirmation. "Registration's verified. Please step over to the welcome guide on your right. She'll take care of you." He tapped a few more keys, dispatching their file notifications to the guide network. Arthur and Samira stepped over to a welcoming table, where a friendly female senior stood holding a mobile device. Lowering her screen, she offered them a warm, welcoming smile. "Greetings, Arthur, Samira, welcome to the Institute. I'm Senior Sister Sumair, your guide for today." "Good morning, Senior Sister Sumair," Arthur and Samira replied in unison. Sumair's eyes then drifted to the 2 breathtaking girls standing beside Arthur. While the official registry mentioned Arthur's summoned companions, the brief file didn't include many personal details. Alicia stepped forward with a sparkling smile. "Hi there, lovely Senior Sister. I'm Alicia, ever so pleased to meet you!" Tilder Firefly offered a gentle bow. "Hello, Sister Sumair. My name is Firefly." For reasons she couldn't quite explain, Sumair felt an immediate wave of genuine affection for Alicia's effervescent charm. Her smile turned twice as warm. "Pleased to meet you both, Alicia and Firefly." Turning back to Arthur and Samira, Sumair gestured toward the main campus thoroughfare. "Since we've plenty of time before the official convocation, how about I show you around the campus grounds?" "That would be brilliant. Cheers, Sister Sumair," Arthur replied with a smile. Sumair led the 4 of them through the sprawling grounds of the Sonargaon Martial Institute. She enthusiastically explained the functions of the various training halls, alchemy labs, weapon refining plazas, and combat arenas. Even after spending the entire morning working, they had only explored a small fraction of the grounds, a true testament to the Institute's immense size. By noon, Sumair guided them to the residential sector. The living quarters were split into 2 distinct halves separated by a broad, tree-lined avenue, female residences on the left, male residences on the right. Stopping near the sector archway, Sumair turned to Arthur. "Junior brother Arthur, your suite is located in Block 1, Suite 502. Arthur nodded politely. "Understood, Sister Sumair." "Right then, I'll take Samira over to the female residences now," Sumair said with a smile. After exchanging farewells, Sumair led Samira down the left avenue, while Arthur, Alicia, and Firefly turned right toward the male residential sector. It quickly became apparent that the Sonargaon Martial Institute treated its elite students exceptionally well. The dormitories weren't cramped rooms at all, they were rows of luxurious, fully equipped private villas surrounded by landscaped gardens. The moment Arthur stepped into the male sector flanked by Alicia and Firefly, every single male student in sight froze in their tracks. Alicia and Firefly's breathtaking beauty shone like twin suns in the afternoon heat. Standing side by side, they created a scene so striking that it instantly drew the undivided attention of every guy in the vicinity. Naturally, walking between 2 drop-dead gorgeous maidens, Arthur found himself at the absolute center of dozens of burning, envious stares. Yet Arthur, Alicia, and Firefly remained entirely unbothered. Having endured similar crowds whenever they went shopping back in Old Darker, being stared at by an army of flabbergasted young men was just another typical Tuesday. Chapter 66. The residential villa. Before long, Arthur, Alicia, and Firefly arrived outside their assigned residence. Block 1, Suite 502. "Looks like this is us." Arthur checked the bronze door plate, pushing the heavy teak entrance open. The interior revealed a stunning blend of classical Bengal Sultanate elegance and modern luxury. Polished mahogany floors were covered in hand-woven Sonargaon silk rugs, while the whitewashed walls held refined Arabic calligraphy panels and detailed brass fittings. In the center of the spacious lounge stood a round wooden table adorned with an antique brass tea set. Even Alicia and Firefly were thoroughly impressed. Alicia had travelled extensively in her past life, but classical Eastern craftsmanship always held a unique charm. Firefly, having spent her life inside metal combat rigs and starships, looked around the warm, timber-scented lounge with wide, curious eyes. The trio spent a few minutes exploring the villa, opening the doors to the private study, storage rooms, and guest suites before returning to the main lounge. Right then, Arthur looked at his two companions. Pick your rooms. I'll take the suite right next to yours! Lizzie pointed to the guest room on the left side of Arthur's master bedroom. My room can be on your other side, Arthur, Firefly added gently, pointing to the room on the right. With their rooms settled, and midday fast approaching, Arthur pulled out his mobile phone. He sent a quick text to Samira, who had finished settling into the female quarters a bit earlier, arranging to meet up outside the male residential archway for lunch at the central mess hall. Come on then, girls, Arthur called out, heading for the front door. Time for lunch. As Arthur swung the heavy teak door open, a familiar voice called out from the courtyard path outside. Arthur. Arthur turned in surprise, catching sight of a familiar, grinning face. Zahid. It was Zahid, his fellow candidate from the martial exams back in Old Darker. Though they had kept in touch via text, they hadn't seen each other since the trials. Zahid looked sharp and full of energy in his crisp white institute tunic. Mate, it really is you. Zahid jogged over, clapping Arthur on the shoulder. Thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Arthur grinned. Proper coincidence, this. What brings you round here? Coincidence? Zahid laughed boisterously, pointing at the neighbouring pillar door. I live right next door in 501. Bloody hell, that's even better. Just then, Alicia and Firefly stepped out onto the porch. Alicia recognised Zahid immediately, offering a cheerful wave. Hi there. Remember me? Zahid told her. Zahid smiled warmly. Of course. Good to see you, Alicia. And who's this? His eyes drifted to Firefly standing quietly beside her. Seeing Firefly for the first time, Zahid couldn't help but blink in mild amazement. While Alicia carried the dazzling, unreachable perfection of a goddess, Firefly radiated a warm, gentle charm like a sweet, childhood friend you'd known your whole life. Farther down the road, Samira suddenly felt an unexplained shiver run down her spine. Wait, did someone just steal my childhood friend's spot? Arthur introduced Firefly to Zahid, and after pleasantries were exchanged, Zahid mentioned he was heading to the mess hall for lunch. We were just heading there ourselves, Arthur said with a smile. Fancy walking down together? Brilliant. Let me join you then. Zahid agreed readily. Over at the main archway of the male residential sector, two girls were waiting by the stone pillars. One was Samira, standing tall with her hands on her hips, while the other was a quiet, painfully introverted girl wearing round glasses. The shy girl Sabi had adjusted her glasses nervously, scooting closer to Samira as passing male students glanced their way. Samira, when are your friends getting here? Samira offered a helpless, fond chuckle. Relax, Sabiha. We've only been waiting 2 minutes. Sabiha looked down, thoroughly uncomfortable with the passing crowd. Just then, Samira spotted a familiar group approaching from down the avenue. Her eyes lit up. Oi, Arthur, over here. Samira yelled at the top of her lungs, waving her arm vigorously. Sabiha froze. Wait, what? As dozens of passing students turned their heads to stare at the shouting girl, Sabiha's face flushed bright crimson. She curled her toes in absolute social agony, lowering her head as low as humanly possible, praying mentally, Please don't look at me. Please don't look at me. I'm invisible. I'm a rock. Chapter 67. The afternoon summons. On the way to meet Samira, Alicia walked arm in arm with Firefly, chatting and laughing away merrily. Beside them, Arthur casually twirled a shimmering, cosmic light bolt between his fingers as he walked. He wore a relaxed grin, completely unbothered by the wide-eyed glances from the surrounding students. Zahid, on the other hand, was sweating buckets, staring at the spinning projectile in Arthur's hand as if it were a live grenade. Truth be told, it wasn't just Zahid. Several passing upperclassmen shot Arthur wary, guarded looks. They could clearly feel the concentrated target humming inside that tiny spectral arrow. This madman, the onlookers thought to themselves, twirling that much raw power around his fingers like a fidget spinner. If that thing detonates, he's going straight to Kingdom Come. Just then, a loud, familiar shout echoed across the avenue. Oi, Arthur, over here. Recognizing Samira's voice immediately, Arthur stowed the light bolt back into his storage ring and walked over to the archway. Sorry to keep you waiting, Arthur offered a warm smile. You remember Zahid, don't you? Samira took a close look at the tall youth standing beside him and grinned. Zahid, long time no see, mate. Zahid bowed politely. Good to see you again, Lady Samira. After exchanging greetings, Arthur noticed a quiet girl hiding behind Samira, keeping her head bowed low. Who's your friend then? Samira remembered herself and gently pulled the timid girl forward. Right. This is my doormate, Sabiha. Sabiha, meet the gang. Sabiha trembled slightly. Gathering every ounce of her courage, she sneaked a tiny glance upward and stammered, Hello, everyone, my name is Sabiha, I'm a local from Sonargaon, and I like reading. And, whoa, easy there. Samira cut in with a laugh. Just a quick hello is fine. Sabiha. You don't need to read out your entire biography. Alizia's eyes lit up at Sabiha's sweet, timid demeanor. She glided right up to her, beaming brightly. My word, what a sweet, adorable girl. I'm Alizia, though you can call me the pink elf miss if you like! Sabiha didn't hear a single word after Alizia stepped into her personal space. Her brain short-circuited completely. When her mind finally rebooted a second later, her face turned as bright red as a ripe tomato. With a tiny squeak, she bolted straight back behind Samira, burying her face into her back and refusing to look up. Alizia blinked, looking thoroughly bewildered. Ape, was I that scary? Does she dislike me? Samira turned around with a helpless, reassuring smile. Don't take it to heart, Alicia. She doesn't hate you at all. She's just got severe social anxiety, and you getting that close sent her into total system overload. Alicia let out a soft R, understanding at last. PUFFT. A muffled snort sounded from right behind Alicia. She whipped around to see Arthur trying and failing miserably to suppress a laugh. She pouted her cheeks in dramatic outrage. Arthur Drake, what are you snickering at? Arthur cleared his throat, trying to look innocent. Nothing at all. But the twitch at the corner of his mouth betrayed him completely. He couldn't help it. Alicia's utterly flabbergasted expression when Sabiha bolted had been absolute comedy gold. Seeing his lingering smirk, Alicia narrowed her eyes. A mischievous idea popped into her head, and her lips curved into a dangerously sweet grin. She stepped right up to Arthur, gesturing for him to lean down. Puzzled, Arthur lowered his head. Alicia leaned in close, her warm breath tickling his ear as she whispered playfully, Master Arthur, you wouldn't want a certain photograph of you in a lace headband leaking to the entire institute. Would you? Arthur's pupils dilated in pure, unadulterated horror. The warm breeze against his ear did nothing to stop the icy wave of dread washing down his spine. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of her wicked, triumphant smile, and the corner of a glossy photograph peeking out from her pocket. Blimey, she's an absolute villain in a pink dress. Ahem. Arthur instantly wiped the smirk off his face, pulling back with pristine seriousness. Right. I'm absolutely starving. Let's head straight to the mess hall, shall we? Without waiting for an answer, he spun on his heel and marched off toward the central dining complex at double speed. The others stood there in utter bewilderment, looking from Arthur's retreating back to Alicia, who stood with her hands on her hips, wearing a thoroughly satisfied, victorious smile. They couldn't begin to fathom what kind of dark magic she had used to make Arthur do a complete 180. As they caught up, Samira leaned over and whispered into Alicia's ear. Alicia, what on earth did you say to him to make him run off like that? Alicia offered a sparkling wink. Hee tilde, that's a maiden's top secret ! Samira let out a helpless chuckle, though her curiosity grew twice as strong. Before long, the group arrived at the massive central mess hall. They grabbed their meals from the food counter's plentiful servings of spiced rice, roasted mutton, and fresh curries, and found a wide table near the courtyard window. As Arthur was enjoying his meal, his mobile phone vibrated softly against the table. He pulled out the device and tapped the screen. A new official broadcast notification from the Sonargaon Martial Institute administration popped up. Notice to freshman Arthur Drake. Please report to the Central Duel Arena at 2:30 p.m. today for mandatory assembly. At that exact moment, chime notifications ran out from Zahid, Samira, and Sabiha's phones as well. Arthur looked up from his screen, glancing at the three of them. Got a broadcast from the Institute. The trio looked up from their phones and replied in unison, Aye. Chapter 68. The Return of the Rebel. What do you reckon this afternoon assembly is all about then? Arthur asked, setting down his cup and looking around the table. Zahid stroked his chin thoughtfully. If I had to guess, it's probably for streaming us into different academic classes. My elder sister attends the Institute, and she mentioned they split the freshmen into distinct cultivation tiers, though she never gave me the exact details. Samira turned her head towards Sabiha, who was sitting quietly beside her. Sabiha, you're a local from Sonargaon. Do you know how it works? Sabiha, who had been sipping her fruit tea, flinched slightly at being called out. I do, she stammered, nervously adjusting her round glasses. It's definitely for class placement and rank sorting. With Sapphire confirming it, Arthur glanced at the empty plates around the table. Right then, since we've all finished up, shall we head over to the central duel arena early and get a proper view? Zahid nodded eagerly. Sounds like a plan to me. I'm keen to see how they test us. The rest of the group agreed, stacking their dishes before standing up together. Meanwhile, deep within a secluded, private pocket dimension inside the Sonargaon Martial Institute, lush green mountains wrapped around a serene valley, where a crystal-clear mountain spring trickled past a rustic, ancient pavilion. Beside a quiet, mirror-like lake, an elder with snow-white hair sat peacefully on a wooden stool, holding a simple bamboo fishing rod. A thin line dangled into the water, the float resting motionless. Suddenly, ripples vibrated across the lake's surface. The elder opened his eyes, not cloudy with age, but glowing with a deep, profound clarity that seemed to pierce through the fabric of space itself. He let out a heavy, helpless sigh. Ah, that little terror has returned. A heartbeat later, a boisterous, echoing shout shattered the tranquil silence of the valley. Ha ha ha. Old-timer, I'm back. The loud, cheeky voice reverberated through the hills, startling flocks of birds from the forest canopy. The old master placed his rod down, rubbing his temples with a weary chuckle. Boom! A streak of dazzling, meteor-like light shot out from the distant tree line, smashing straight into the clearing beside the lake. Earth and stone exploded outward, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. Looking at the smoking crater right in front of his fishing spot, the old master sighed. My dear girl, must you crash in like a falling star every single time? Can't you let your old master enjoy 5 minutes of peace? Cough, cough. Sorry, master. I'll aim better next time. A clear, energetic woman's voice echoed from the dust. A tall, striking figure stepped out of the crater wearing a sharp black trench coat and dark sunglasses, radiating a fierce, heroic presence. She slid her sunglasses down her nose, her sharp eyes locking onto the old master with a playful grin. Guess why I've come to bother you today, old man? The Grandmaster shot her a deadpan look. How should I know? Though I can guarantee you didn't come all this way just to check on my health. Sawyer offered a sheepish chuckle. Right, well, take a look at this. She reached into her coat, pulled out a glossy photograph, and handed it over. The old master accepted the photo, inspecting it curiously. The moment his eyes landed on the image, his brow twitched. The young man in the photograph bore a striking, undeniable resemblance to the woman standing before him. His name is Arthur, Sawyer murmured softly. A metaphorical bolt of thunder struck the Grandmaster's mind as the pieces clicked together. Is this your boy? Didn't you tell me years ago that your son had passed away? Sawyer's cheeks flushed red, and she scratched her head awkwardly. Well, that was a massive blunder on our part, actually. Back then, all we found in the border zone was a mauled carcass and a torn, blooded piece of fabric stuck in a mutated beast's jaw, so we assumed the worst. Her voice trailed off, but the old master knew the rest of the story. He gave her a long glare, though seeing the radiant, uncontainable joy shining in her eyes, his heart warmed for her. For over a decade, that tragic loss had been an agonizing thorn buried deep in her soul. Now, at long last, the thorn had been drawn. So, the old master stroked his beard. What are you planning? Mind you, if you're asking me to take him on as my personal disciple, forget it, that would completely mess up the clan generation ranks. Of course not. Sawyer laughed bright and clear. He's enrolled at the Sonargaon Martial Institute now, so I'm going to take him as my official personal student under my faculty position. But as his Grandmaster, I expect you to give him some proper, top-tier guidance. The old master chuckled, waving his hand nonchalantly. Fair enough. Once you've officially taken him into your lineage, bring the boy over. I'll see what he's made of. Deal. Cheers, master. Sawyer beamed, her sharp eyes sparkling with excitement. Chapter 69. The placement test. Since everything's sorted then, old-timer, I'm off. Whack. Before Sawyer could even turn on her heel, a swift rap from a wooden knuckle landed squarely on the crown of her head. She crouched down instantly, holding her head with teary, mournful eyes. Drop the act, the old Grandmaster said impassively, pulling his hand back into his wide sleeve. I barely tapped you. Sawyer pouted, standing back up and dusting off her black trench coat. TCH, you could show a bit of sympathy to your favourite disciple, master. If you were half as disciplined as you're dramatic, I'd have far fewer grey hairs. The old man grunted. Right then, time's getting on, and the placement trial at the arena is about to start. I'm off. Sawyer offered a cheerful wave, leaped high into the air, and soared straight into the clouds like a black arrow. Her voice echoed back down through the peaceful valley. Goodbye, Old-timer. The Grandmaster looked up at the empty sky, letting out a long, helpless sigh. Honest to that girl, meanwhile, over at the central duel arena, Arthur and his companions had arrived early to secure a good spot. As 2:30 drew near, thousands of incoming freshmen flooded into the towering stone amphitheater, filling the tiered spectating benches to the brim. Arthur glanced at the clock on his mobile phone, then turned to Samira. How do you reckon this placement trial actually works then? Samira tapped her chin thoughtfully. Hard to say for certain, but since it's for streaming us into different classes, it's bound to measure core talent, elemental affinity, and actual combat capability. Arthur nodded. That made complete sense. Ooh, Samira, look at that girl over there, isn't she sweet? Alicia's cheerful voice piped up beside them. She was walking arm in arm with Firefly, pointing toward a pretty girl in the crowd across the aisle. Samira glanced over and offered a fair assessment. Aye, she's quite charming. She is. Though between you and her, I think you're far sweeter. Samira! Alicia released Firefly's arm and glided over, lightly resting her hand on Samira's shoulder to offer a radiant, bubbly smile. Feeling a sudden warmth rise to her ears, Samira cleared her throat quickly, her cheeks dusting pink. Right, cheers, Alicia. Let me keep my mind on the assembly for now, shall we? Hee. But it's the absolute truth! Alicia winked playfully. Taking advantage of Alicia teasing Samira, Firefly slipped away and stepped up beside Arthur. Arthur looked down at her with a gentle smile. How are you finding things with Alicia? Firefly tucked a stray strand of silver hair behind her ear, her lips curving into a soft, beautiful smile. She is wonderfully kind and bright, extremely enthusiastic. She paused, her cheeks warming slightly, though occasionally a touch too enthusiastic. Remembering how Alicia had bombarded her with energetic compliments earlier, a soft blush dusted Firefly's cheeks like a ripe peach. Seeing her sweet, timid expression, Arthur couldn't resist. He reached out and gently patted her soft silver-grey hair. The texture was silky smooth beneath his palm. Firefly stiffened for a split second, then relaxed completely, leaning slightly into his touch like a contented kitten enjoying a gentle scratch. Arthur withdrew his hand with a quiet chuckle. Alicia's always like that, but she means well. You'll get used to her energy soon enough. Firefly opened her eyes, the rosy blush on her cheeks deepening slightly as she gave a quiet, firm nod. Aye. Clan. A series of 3 deep, resonant gong strikes echoed across the entire arena, instantly silencing the noisy chatter of thousands of students. High above the arena floor, spatial ripples shimmered in midair as several senior faculty instructors materialized out of thin air, looking down at the gathered freshmen below. The lead instructor, a stern, broad-shouldered man in dark martial robes, scanned the crowd below. His gaze paused briefly when it passed over Arthur, before his voice boomed across the amphitheater, amplified by internal takat. Do any of you know why you've been summoned to this arena today? The students exchanged puzzled glances. Most shook their heads in ignorance, while a select few from prominent families remained quiet, having already deduced the purpose. Seeing the confusion, the lead instructor's tone turned stern, his voice rising in power. Many of you arrived here believing you're unmatchable prodigies because you ranked highest in your respective home provinces. But listen to me carefully. Never assume a bit of local success makes you invincible. There's always a higher sky above your head. His commanding voice echoed off the high stone walls. You thought you were special back in your hometowns. HMPH. In your small cities, you might have stood out. But where are you standing right now? This is the Sonargaon Martial Institute, the apex gathering ground for the greatest young talents across the entire Sultanate of Bengal. Every single student standing beside you was the top contender of their district. The instructor paused, watching the crowd. Despite his sharp reprimand, most of the freshmen maintained confident, indifferent expressions. They had fought their way through fierce regional exams to get here. Naturally, none of them believed they were inferior to their peers. The instructor noted their stubborn pride with a cold, internal smirk. He had expected nothing less. The entire point of today's assembly was to shatter their inflated arrogance, pit them against simulated dimensional beasts, and show them the absolute gap between ordinary talents and true, generational prodigies. Only when their pride was broken would their hunger to grow stronger truly ignite. Thinking this, his sharp gaze drifted down, locking onto a few specific figures standing in the center of the arena floor. Chapter 70, The Beast Trial. High above the arena floor, the senior faculty leader scanned the sea of faces below before retracting his line of sight. He casually snapped his fingers. Clack! The sharp sound echoed across the stone amphitheater, instantly followed by the heavy, rattling clatter of iron chains being yanked from deep within the subterranean holding pens. A heartbeat later, the heavy iron gates beneath their rear balcony crashed open. A massive, terrifying beast bounded into the open sand. It was a stag-shaped mutated demon beast with crystalline antlers, radiating a freezing, oppressive pressure that swept over the arena floor like a winter gale. The thousands of freshmen looked down at the creature, and the collective atmosphere instantly plummeted. Pale faces and uneasy glances rippled through the stands. Every single student present could clearly sense the creature's formidable aura, a genuine Stage 3 mutated beast. Up on the observation balcony, the lead instructor, Instructor Hom, noticed the sudden shift in the crowd's demeanor, a satisfied smirk touching his lips. He raised his voice, his internal takat projecting it across the stands. I will now call out individual names. Those called will step down into the arena to engage this beast in single combat. Your final score will be determined by your offensive skill, tactical execution, and overall combat bravery. This rating directly determines your initial resource allocation and monthly cultivation stipend for the semester. Do not disappoint us. With his announcement concluded, On turned on his heel and stepped into the VIP observation pavilion, taking his seat alongside several senior faculty members. I say, Hom, an instructor seated nearby remarked, frowning slightly. Isn't a Stage 3 beast a bit too severe for fresh arrivals? Do we really need to deploy high-tier creatures right out of the gate? Hom waved a nonchalant hand, offering a confident grin. Relax. This year's freshman batch is full of absolute monsters. A low-tier beast wouldn't even push them to display their true capabilities. He opened the digital student dossier on his slate, highlighting a few specific entries. Arthur Drake, dual core wielder, SSS rank The Hunt, A rank spirit contract summoning. Samira Malik, SSS rank Imperial Scroll Array. Zahid, SS rank Infernal Flame, 4th scion of the noble house of Zahid. Sabiha, SS rank Telekinesis, 2nd lady of the local house of Sabihar. TCH, your proper pack of freakish talents, Hon muttered, shaking his head with a quiet chuckle. As he flipped through the dossiers, he glanced over at the empty seat beside him, his brow furrowing slightly. Where on earth is Sawyer? She explicitly asked you to reserve a seat for her. Why isn't she here yet? She likely popped over to visit her master first, a gentle, melodic voice called out from behind. Hom turned to see a stunning, cultured woman stepping forward, holding a porcelain cup of steaming floral tea. She carried a refined, serene grace, her dark eyes reflecting quiet intelligence. At that moment, her gaze was fixed intently on a specific young man sitting down in the freshman stands. Hom nodded, agreeing with her assessment. Since Sawyer had just arrived in Sonagaon, visiting the Grand Master before the assembly was entirely expected. The cultured woman senior instructor Jan kept her eyes on Arthur, a thoughtful smile touching her lips. So that's the boy Sawyer wanted me to keep an eye on. He certainly carries himself with remarkably steady composure. Swoosh! A sudden gust of wind swept through the VIP pavilion as a tall figure materialized out of thin air. Apologies, everyone. Am I late? Sawyer asked, sliding her dark sunglasses up into her hair. Right on time, Sawyer. Jan smiled gently. We were just about to begin. Long time no see, Jan. Sawyer greeted with a bright grin. All right, save the pleasantries for later. Hom tapped the wooden table, bringing everyone's attention back to the arena. Let's begin the trial. Sawyer nodded, stepping toward her reserved chair. She began to lift her boots onto the edge of the conference table out of habit, but froze mid-motion. Wait, my boy is sitting right down there in the stands. I need to make a proper, dignified first impression as a refined senior mentor. With a rare display of restraint, Sawyer lowered her legs and sat upright, folding her hands neatly over her coat. The surrounding faculty instructors stared at her in absolute flabbergast. Is this really the wild, unruly Sawyer we know? Where on earth did her usual brazen attitude go? Sensing their stunned stares, Sawyer snapped, slapping her hand onto the desk with a glare. What are you all staring at? Mind your own bloody business. Art right, same old Sawyer. The instructors collectively looked away, thoroughly reassured. Sawyer let out a light huff, leaning over the balcony railing to lock her sharp eyes onto Arthur sitting in the stands below. Down in the arena, the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife. Arthur remained entirely unbothered by the dramatic faculty entrance high above, keeping his calm gaze fixed on the sand floor below. The beast in the pit was a Stage 3 frost-scale lizard, its crystalline hide radiating freezing vapors. While a Stage 3 creature was terrifying to ordinary freshmen, to Arthur, who had fought alongside SAM against elite Stage 3 commanders, it posed zero threat. An official arena referee stepped out onto the sand. He extended a hand toward the frost-scale lizard, channeling a soothing wave of spirit force to pacify the creature. The beast closed its eyes, letting out a low, compliant purr. The referee opened his official roster slate with his free hand and shouted at the top of his lungs, "First contestant Jai Zhang, step into the arena." A lean young man took a deep breath, drew a long sword from his scabbard, and leaped over the stone barrier onto the sand pit, his face pale and grim. He knew a Stage 3 beast was far beyond his current limit, meaning he had to give everything he had just to survive. Seeing the contestant ready, the referee lowered his hand. "Begin." Swoosh. The instant the pacification wave dissolved, the frost-scale lizard's eyes snapped open. Before Jai Zhang could even assume a defensive stance, the creature's massive, spiked tail whipped across the sand like a blue lightning bolt. Jai Zhang barely managed to cross his longsword in front of his chest. Crack! The sheer root force shattered his blade into floating fragments, blasting the young man straight across the arena floor. He slammed heavily into the reinforced stone perimeter wall, caving in the masonry before slumping onto the sand, coughing up a mouthful of dark blood. The referee rushed over, quickly inspecting his vitals before waving for the medical attendants. Contestant incapacitated. Severity, non-lethal. Next contestant. Though the freshman had anticipated the difficulty, seeing a top regional candidate flattened in a single millisecond sent a freezing wave of shock through the stands. A heavy, suffocating silence fell over the amphitheater as every student realized the absolute brutality of the institute's placement trial. Chapter 71. Samira takes the stand up on the VIP balcony. The senior instructors watched one candidate after another get flattened on the sand below, quietly noting down their scores with grim expressions. TCH, this year's batch seems a bit lacking. An instructor sighed as another bruised student was carried off on a stretcher. Fewer candidates can actually stand toe-to-toe with a Stage 3 beast compared to last year's intake. "Keep your shirt on," Instructor Hom replied without looking up from his slate dossiers. "The real monsters haven't even stepped onto the sand yet." Down in the arena, the referee's booming voice rang out across the amphitheater. Next contestant Samira Malik. Hom's lips curled into a slight smirk as he set his slate down. "Here we go." Before he could enjoy the spectacle, a soft, rhythmically loud snore echoed right beside his ear. Snore zzz snore veins bulged on Hong's forehead. He whipped his head around to see Zoya slouched in her chair, resting her cheek against her palm, fast asleep. "Zoya," Hong growled under his breath, his teeth grinding. "If you're going to sleep, sod off back to your quarters. Don't ruin our faculty image in front of the freshers." Zoya jerked awake, blinking groggily as she looked around in total confusion. Her eyes settled on Hong. What's going on? Has something caught fire?" "How do you ask what's going on?" Hong pointed furiously at the other instructors. "Look around. Is there a single teacher here napping besides you?" "Oh, give over," Zoya shrugged with a lazy yawn. "These freshers are proper amateurs. Watching them fight is like watching toddlers in a sandpit. I only came down to watch Arthur anyway." Hong nearly exploded, but seeing her completely unbothered expression, he threw his hands up in defeat. "Forget it. Do whatever you bloody well like." Seeing Hong give up, Zoya offered a triumphant smirk and began humming a cheerful tune. She didn't close her eyes again, though after all, the girl stepping onto the sand was her boy's childhood friend. Down on the arena floor, Samira stood calmly before a towering, Stage 3 mutated serpent. She didn't look bothered in the slightest. Having already reached Stage 2 early cultivation, taking down a beast of this level wasn't a walk in the park like it was for Arthur. But it certainly wasn't a struggle. Unrolling her parchment scroll with a fluid flick of her wrist, she dipped her martial brush into her internal takat and drew a swift, sweeping stroke across the canvas. Swoosh! A majestic, monochrome sky eagle radiating the terrifying power of a Stage 3 early beast erupted directly from the ink, soaring into the air with a piercing screech. At the referee's command, the black and white eagle shot forward like a bolt from a crossbow. The giant serpent opened its fanged jaws, spewing a thick cloud of corrosive green poison mist to blind its opponent. But the ink eagle demonstrated incredible agility, banking sharply in midair to dodge the venom before diving straight for the serpent's vitals. Its razor-sharp talons struck the serpent right at its 7-inch mark, the vital spine joint causing the massive beast to thrash in violent agony. The serpent tried to coil and snap, but the ink eagle launched a relentless aerial assault. It circled, dived, picked at the serpent's slit pupil eyes, and shredded its thick scales with lethal precision. Samira's strategy was technical perfection. As the serpent grew sluggish from blood loss, she commanded the eagle to execute its final dive. Screech! The monochrome eagle spread its massive wings, let out a piercing cry, and plummeted straight down. Its talons sank deep into the serpent's throat, ripping the windpipe clean open. Blood sprayed across the sand as the massive python crashed onto the arena floor, kicking up a cloud of dust. From start to finish, the entire engagement took under 60 seconds. The referee declared Samira's victory. She rolled up her parchment scroll with a satisfied smile and trotted back to the stands beside Arthur. Up on the VIP balcony, several instructors nodded in approval, quietly giving Samira top marks. Sawyer, however, raised an eyebrow before her expression relaxed. Ha! Senior instructor Jan took a gentle sip of her floral tea and murmured softly, "She's focusing on form rather than spirit, a classic mistake for novice painters, wouldn't you say?" "Aye," Sawyer agreed, nodding. "Though at her age, mastering form to that degree is already remarkable." Down in the arena, the trials continued. A few elite candidates managed to injure or kill their Stage 3 beasts, but none matched Samira's smooth efficiency. Well, except for Zahid. When his name was called, Zahid stepped onto the sand, drew his heavy saber, and ignited his infernal flame core. In under a minute, he had thoroughly roasted his assigned beast, leaving behind the rich, mouth-watering aroma of seared meat hanging over the arena. Watching Zahid's fight, Arthur's mind began to wander. "Smells proper delicious. What should we have for dinner tonight? Maybe I'll pick up a nice sweet cake for Firefly on the way back to the villa," he snapped out of his thoughts as the referee's voice boomed across the amphitheatre once more. "Next contestant, Arthur Drake." Hearing his name, Arthur stood up and adjusted the collar of his tunic, preparing to head down. Firefly and Alizia stepped up beside him. "Arthur," Firefly asked softly, her starry eyes filled with quiet concern, "do you need us to fight alongside you?" Arthur offered a warm, confident smile, shaking his head. "No need, Firefly. It's just a single Stage 3 beast. Clearing it on my own won't be much trouble at all." Firefly gave a quiet, trusting nod. Beside her, Alizia winked mischievously, pumping her small fists in an adorable cheering gesture. "Go get Arthur. Firefly and I will be cheering for you right here!" Tilder Arthur chuckled softly. "Cheers. I certainly won't disappoint our lovely pink elf miss." "Hee Tilder, I look forward to your grand performance!" Tilder up on the observation balcony. Sawyer, who had been half asleep moments before, instantly snapped to full attention, leaning over the stone railing to lock her sharp eyes onto Arthur stepping onto the sand floor. Beside her, senior instructor Jan noticed Sawyer's sudden, hyper-focused posture and turned her curious gaze toward the young man walking into the arena. At first, Jan thought nothing of it, but as she studied Arthur's tall frame, high cheekbones, and striking eyes, she suddenly froze in shock. She looked back at Sawyer, then back at Arthur. Good heavens, why do this boy's eyes and brow look almost identical to Sawyer's? Chapter 72. One arrow, one kill. Vaulting cleanly over the stone barrier, Arthur landed on the golden sand of the arena floor with effortless grace. Poising himself in the center of the pit, he calmly sized up his opponent. A massive, mountain-like beast bounded out from the subterranean holding gate. It was a tortoise-scale bear, its thick, dark hide covered in interlocking armor-like plates that resembled ancient turtle shells. With its bulky muscles and stone-hard plating, the creature looked less like a wild beast and more like a walking siege engine. Uneasy murmurs immediately rippled through the spectator stands. "Is that a tortoise-scale bear?" a freshman gasped, his face turning pale. "Bloody hell, isn't that way over the difficulty cap for a Stage 3 beast?" None of his peers contradicted him. Even those unfamiliar with a specific species could clearly feel the suffocating, heavy pressure radiating from the creature, a presence vastly superior to any of the beasts brought out previously. Down on the sand, the arena referee ignored the audience's chatter. Seeing Arthur standing ready, he raised his hand and officially declared the start of the match. The moment the referee's pacification wave dissolved, the tortoise-scale bear went wild. Its eyes turned blood red, and a low, guttural roar vibrated through the stone arena as it dug its massive claws into the sand, charging toward Arthur like an unstoppable battering ram. Facing the oncoming mountain of flesh and iron scales, Arthur remained completely calm. With a fluid motion, he summoned the bow of flowing light into his grip. Across his back hung his newly forged runic quiver, featuring 8 distinct slots, each currently housing a pre-charged, condensed spectral light bolt. Arthur pulled a light bolt from the first slot, knocked it onto the string, and drew the bow to full draw in a fraction of a millisecond. SKRRT. The charging bear skidded to a sudden, violent halt, its heavy paws tearing up clouds of sand. A primal, instinctual terror filled its bloodshot eyes. A suffocating weight seemed to slant down upon its mind, making it impossible to breathe. The creature's ancient survival instinct screamed a single, desperate command: run. Look! Someone in the crowd shouted in disbelief. The bears backing off. Before anyone could process the sight of a stage 3 apex predator cowering in fear, thwack! The air ruptured with a supersonic boom. Before the spectators could even track the trajectory of the arrow, the tortoise-scale bear's massive head and upper chest instantly vanished, replaced by a gaping, hollow crater of shattered bone and spraying blood. Swoosh! Behind the collapsing carcass, the arena referee materialized like a dark phantom. His right hand was clamped shut with iron force around the tip of the spectral light bolt, the very arrow Arthur had released a millisecond prior. A terrifying, miniature shockwave of cosmic energy exploded from the referee's fist. Acting instantly, the referee channeled his high-tier internal takat, smothering the explosive blast entirely within the palm of his hand to prevent the shockwave from expanding outward. The referee's face was completely deadpan, but a bead of cold sweat rolled down his temple. He had intervened because his heightened perception had warned him that the arrow's momentum was so devastating that after punching clean through the heavy beast, it would have shattered the reinforced arena barrier and slaughtered dozens of students in the spectating stands. Up in the stands, the freshmen stared at the lingering, suffocating energy dissipating from the referee's fist, letting out a collective, terrified gasp. Cold sweat drenched their backs. They knew with absolute certainty that if that light bolt had flown into the stands, not a single one of them would have survived. Every eye turned to Arthur. The young man had already stowed his bow, turned his back on the slain beast, and was casually vaulting back up into the spectator benches beside Firefly and Elysier. Was that even his full power? Up on the VIP observation balcony, the faculty instructor stared down at the pit in utter shock. Blimey, an instructor gasped, drawing a sharp breath. The speed of that shot and the sheer, ungodly destructive output, another added, his eyes wide with astonishment. Don't forget the piercing force, a third instructor chimed in, pointing toward the fallen beast. The energy storm didn't tear the bear apart on impact. The light bolt punched clean through its turtle shell armor before the referee intercepted it. The instructors fell silent, realizing the full implication. Instructor Hong turned his head, looking directly at Sawyer. Could you have produced a shot of that caliber when you were at stage 2 early? Sawyer's lips curved into a subtle, proud smile. Hearing the high praise surrounding Arthur, her heart was practically bursting with maternal triumph. Look at that. That's my boy. Outwardly, however, she maintained a cool, thoughtful posture. After a moment's reflection, she replied smoothly, hard to say. Given 5 minutes of uninterrupted charge time and maximum energy concentration, I might have matched that output at his age. But she didn't need to finish the sentence. Hon understood completely. Arthur hadn't needed 5 minutes. He had drawn, knocked, and released that catastrophic strike in a split second. Looking as relaxed as if he were taking a walk in the park, he could likely fire those light bolts continuously. Hon let out a long, appreciative sigh, a wry smile, touching his lips. The younger generation truly leaves us old folks in the dust. Sawyer's smile widened. High praise from the notoriously strict instructor Hong was rare indeed, and knowing her son was the one who earned it made her day. Chapter 73. Mind over matter. Arthur vaulted back over the stone wall, stepping smoothly into the spectator stand to rejoin his group. Zahid shook his head in quiet awe, looking at him with a grin. Mate, your strength has jumped up another notch entirely since the entrance exams. Arthur chuckled softly, brushing off the praise with a casual wave. Just made a bit of progress with my cultivation over the last couple of months. That's all. In truth, Arthur's leap in combat output was directly tied to his recent breakthrough into Stage 2. Back at Stage 1, his internal takat reservoir had been severely limited. Not only did he need energy for his own physical attacks, but maintaining Elysier's summoned presence required a constant draw on his spiritual reserves. To avoid running on empty mid-fight, Arthur had been forced to hold back, deliberately dampening the destructive output of his spectral arrows. Breakthrough to Stage 2 had dramatically expanded his internal capacity. With a vastly larger reservoir of high-density takat, he could finally unleash the unbridled devastation of the hunt, without fear of sudden exhaustion. The same principle applied to Samira and Zahid. High-tier calls such as SSS rank and SS rank designations demanded enormous amounts of spiritual energy to manifest properly. At stage 1, practitioners could barely draw out a fraction of their call's true potential. Stage 2 was the true starting threshold where high-rank abilities began to shine, which was precisely why elite martial houses prized top-tier calls above all else. Arthur glanced over at the corner of their bench. Sabiha sat quietly by herself, hugging her knees, looking so timid and unobtrusive that she almost faded into the background like an invisible ghost. Looking at her shy, lonely posture, a flicker of nostalgia touched Arthur's mind. In his past life, he had been a quiet wallflower at school, unnoticed, isolated in the back row, and largely ignored by his peers. He knew all too well how uncomfortable that quiet isolation could feel. Stepping over to her side, Arthur offered a warm, gentle smile. "You're up next soon, Sabiha. Give it your all, yeah." Sabiha flinched at his sudden approach, her hand darting up to straighten her cue glasses. She looked up at Arthur with wide, startled eyes before offering a small, stammering reply. "Thank you, Arthur, I'll try my best." Samira, Alizir, and Firefly noticed the exchange and gathered around her with encouraging smiles. Samira clapped a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "No need to be nervous, Sabiha. Just trust in your training." Alizir leaned in with a bright, sparkling wink. "Remember, Sabiha's sweet, lovely maiden is capable of absolute miracles!" Firefly stepped up, taking Sabiha's small, trembling hand in a soft, comforting squeeze. "You've got this, Sabiha. We're all cheering for you." Though they had only met a few hours prior, the group had already warmly accepted this gentle, painfully introverted girl as one of their own. Feeling the genuine warmth and support radiating from them, the knots of anxiety in Sabiha's stomach gradually dissolved. She took a deep, steadying breath and nodded firmly. I won't let you down." Clang! The referee's voice boomed across the amphitheater, calling out her name for the next match. Next contestant, Sabiha. Hearing her call, Sabiha stood up hastily, hurried to the stone railing, and began awkwardly scrambling over the edge to get down to the pit. Samira watched her clumsy descent, turning to Arthur with a flicker of genuine concern. "Plan is seeing her scramble down like that. Do you reckon she'll be all right out there?" "She'll be fine. I've a bit of faith in her, Samira." Alizia chimed in with a cheerful laugh. "Sabiha's far stronger than she lets on!" Arthur nodded in agreement. Don't let her timid demeanor fool you. She's already reached stage 2 early cultivation." Samira let out a helpless chuckle. Right. It's just hard not to worry when she looks like a startled fawn." Down on the sand, the moment Sabiha landed, she felt thousands of eyes from the spectator stands locking onto her frame. Her face flushed bright pink with sudden panic, but remembering the warm words of Arthur and the girls, she clenched her small fists and forced herself to stay grounded. Across the pit, the subterranean gate creaked open. A massive python slithered out onto the sand. Instead of dark, hard scales, its long body was covered in pristine, shimmering white plumage, giving it an otherworldly, sacred appearance. Its icy blue slit pupils instantly locked onto Sabiha. The referee held out his hand, keeping the beast pacified until both sides were positioned. "Begin." Swoosh! The feathered python lunged forward like a striking whip, its fangs bared. Sabiha dodged swiftly to the left, using her stage 2 footwork to vault backward and widen the distance between them. As the python turned its heavy head to reorient, Sabiha closed her eyes and focused her mind. A powerful, invisible wave of psychic energy erupted from her forehead, slamming directly into the python's brain. Boom! The feathered python let out a screeching hiss of agony. It thrashed violently across the sand, rolling and clawing at its own head as if its skull were being split in two from the inside out. Up in the stands, Samira felt the invisible spiritual ripple and gasped. "Is that her mental core?" Arthur nodded, confirming her guess. Spirit telekinesis." Looking at the thrashing python, Arthur mentally noted that mind attacks were extremely dangerous for ordinary fighters, but held zero threat against himself. When he entered the hunt state, his mental fortitude expanded exponentially. After all, eons walking their path possessed absolute, unyielding wills that no mortal mind force could breach. Down in the arena, the thrashing beast suddenly went deathly quiet. The python's slit pupils went dull and glassy as it stood motionless on the sand, its consciousness completely subjugated by Sabiha's spirit control. Seeing the stage 3 beast neutralized without a single scratch on the contestant, the referee raised his hand and declared Sabiha's victory. Sabiha let out a long breath of relief, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. But the moment she realized thousands of amazed spectators were staring at her in awe, her social anxiety flared right back up. With a timid squeak, she scrambled frantically back up the stone wall, sprinting straight back to Arthur and the group. That was incredible, Sabiha. Samira greeted her enthusiastically as Sabiha ducked behind them. What's your core power called? Safely back in her friend's circle, Sabiha gradually relaxed, her voice steadying. It's called spirit telekinesis. It allows me to manipulate physical objects with my mind, as well as unleash psychic shockwaves and direct mind control. That's a proper, formidable ability, Samira praised warmly. Sabiha scratched her head sheepishly, blushing at the compliment. Thank you, I've still got a lot of practicing to do. Chapter 74, An Invitation. From Zoya, time glided past as the final freshmen completed their trial and vaulted back up into the spectator benches, bringing the placement examination to an official close. The faculty clerk holding the master roster stepped onto the VIP observation balcony, handing the tabulated record sheet to Instructor Hong. Hong scanned the marks thoroughly, stood up from his chair, and stepped to the balcony stone railing, looking down at the thousands of freshmen gathered below. The mood in the stands was a mixed bag. A handful of top regional talents wore proud, triumphant grins over their stellar combat ratings, while many others sat slumped with their heads bowed in quiet disappointment, humbled by the brutal difficulty of the Stage 3 beasts. Hong cleared his throat, his internal takat projecting his voice across the entire amphitheater. Listen up, freshers. The placement trial is officially concluded. Dismissed. Our faculty board will process your final scores and assign your official academic streaming classes accordingly. Cheers for your efforts. Now off you go. With his announcement finished, Hong turned on his heel and departed alongside the senior faculty members. As the instructors filed out, the thousands of students began streaming toward their exits, leaving the massive arena quiet once more. Stepping out into the evening air, Arthur looked up at the golden sunset painting the Sonargain skyline in vibrant shades of amber and rose. He turned to his companions with a relaxed grin. Fancy taking a walk into the Central District tonight? Grab a proper dinner out in town to celebrate. The girl's eyes lit up instantly. Brilliant idea! Alicia beamed, clasping her hands together. It's been ages since I had a proper stroll through the city night markets. She glided over and pulled Sabiha by the arm. Sabiha, you're a Sonargain local. You can be our official tour guide tonight! Staring into Alicia's luminous sapphire eyes, Sabiha remembered how playfully Alicia had teased Samira earlier, her cheeks instantly dusting a deep crimson. Right then, Sister Alicia. I'd be happy to. Before the group could take 10 paces down the thoroughfare, 2 senior student messengers stepped into their path, blocking the way. Arthur stopped, looking at them with a puzzled expression. Can I help you, mates? The 2 senior messengers exchanged surprised glances. Neither knew the other had been dispatched to the same group before, turning politely to Arthur and Samira. Arthur Drake, Instructor Zoya requests your presence in her office immediately. Samira Malik, Senior Instructor Jian requests your presence. Arthur and Samira exchanged a swift glance, both catching a flicker of curiosity in the other's eyes. Wants to see us, Arthur muttered. Aye, the messenger replied, offering a polite gesture down the administrative corridor. Neither Arthur nor Samira had any reason to refuse, since both were SSS rank core wielders who had delivered outstanding performances during the trial. It made total sense for senior faculty mentors to seek them out. After bidding farewell to Zahid and Sabiha, Arthur and Samira prepared to follow their respective guides. However, the messenger assigned to Arthur hesitated, shifting his feet awkwardly with a hesitant look on his face. Arthur caught the man's uneasy glance. Something wrong, mate? The messenger looked sideways at Alicia and Firefly, clearing his throat nervously. Arthur, regarding your summoned companion. Seeing the man's reluctance, Arthur understood immediately. Instructor Zoya had asked for an audience with Arthur alone, and bringing 2 drop-dead gorgeous summoned maidens along might be seen as improper or intrusive. Arthur turned to Alicia and Firefly with a gentle smile. Alicia, Firefly, how about you 2 head back to the villa first? Alicia and Firefly exchanged a quick glance and nodded smoothly in agreement. Since Arthur could summon them back to his side in a split second via their spiritual link whenever necessary, keeping them active wasn't strictly required. Moreover, Arthur hated the idea of unsummoning them into dark system space unless absolutely necessary, viewing it as an unfair restriction on their personal freedom. Seeing the 2 maidens gracefully depart toward the residential sector, the senior messenger let out a noticeable breath of relief. Right then, junior brother Arthur, Follow me, please. A short walk through the marble corridors of the Institute's central administrative spire brought them to a heavy mahogany door. The messenger stopped, offering a respectful, measured knock against the polished wood. Instructor Zoyer, Arthur Drake has arrived. A brief silence followed before a clear, sharp woman's voice echoed from within. Send him in. The messenger let out a quiet breath, stepped aside, and made a welcoming gesture. After you, junior brother. Noticing the messenger's solemn, deeply respectful demeanor, Arthur deduced that this instructor Zoyer held an exceptionally high status within the institute. He adjusted the collar of his tunic, adopting a polite, composed posture. Offering the messenger a nod of thanks, Arthur reached out, turned the brass handle, and pushed the heavy door open. Stepping into the luxurious office, his eyes landed on a tall, striking woman sitting comfortably on a leather sofa in the center of the room. Zoyer looked up, her sharp, intelligent eyes looking straight onto him. You're Arthur. Arthur offered a respectful bow. Good evening, Instructor Zoyer. No need to be so formal, lad. Take a seat. Zoyer offered a warm, relaxed smile, gesturing to the armchair across from her. Arthur stood up straight and walked over, taking a seat on the comfortable cushion. A heavy, sudden silence settled over the office. For reasons Arthur couldn't quite explain, being in Zoyer's presence gave him a strange, profound sense of instinctual comfort and familiarity. However, as the seconds ticked past, the atmosphere grew increasingly bizarre. From the second Arthur had stepped into the room, Zoyer had not taken her eyes off his face for a single fraction of a millisecond. She sat there staring straight into his eyes with an unblinking, hyper-intense gaze that held a chaotic mix of deep emotions, the most prominent of which looked suspiciously like overwhelming maternal tenderness. Arthur sat rigidly in his chair, a bead of cold sweat forming behind his ear as he thought to himself, Right, I appreciate the warm welcome, ma'am. But staring at my mug like I'm a long-lost treasure is getting proper awkward. Chapter 75. Taking a master silence stretched between them until Arthur finally broke the quiet. Taking a steadying breath, he looked across at Zoyer and asked politely, Instructor Zoyer, mind if I ask why you summoned me here? Zoyer offered a warm, easy smile. Simple, really. I want to take you on as my personal apprentice. What do you say? Her blunt directness caught Arthur completely off guard. Blimey. That's proper straightforward. Don't high and mighty masters usually talk in cryptic riddles for 20 minutes first? Recovering his composure, he weighed the offer carefully. In truth, he had no objections to taking a powerful master. A genius without backing was just target practice for larger factions. Without time to convert raw potential into absolute strength, talent meant nothing. Having a powerhouse in his corner was invaluable. Judging by the senior messenger's deeply respectful attitude earlier, Zoyer clearly held immense authority within the institute. Still, a shadow of doubt remained. He hadn't actually witnessed her true capabilities with his own eyes. Zoyer caught the faint flicker of hesitation in his gaze. Her lips curved into a knowing, sharp smile. Suddenly, a suffocating, lethal pressure erupted from her frame for a fraction of a second. Arthur's mind went entirely blank. Every single cell in his body screamed in absolute terror. Danger. Mortal danger. Run. Before the crushing aura could flatten him against his chair, Zoyer reeled the terrifying pressure back in as if it had never existed. Reaching into her black trench coat, she pulled 3 items from her inner pocket and laid them neatly on the glass coffee table. Arthur looked down, and his jaw nearly dropped to the floor. The top document was a gold-embossed high command warrant issued by the Imperial Guard. The personal details were carved in glowing gold lettering. Name, Zoyer Cultivation, Stage 9 Middle Rank, Grand General Stage 9 Middle, a Grand General of the Imperial Guard. Beside the warrant rested 2 ancient bronze token badges engraved with Grand Master seals, identities no less prestigious than her military rank. Enjoying his utter flabbergast, Zoyer smiled smoothly as she gathered the items back into her coat. So then, lad, still having second thoughts? Arthur took a deep breath, letting his racing heart settle. He looked at her and bowed his head with absolute conviction. Master Zoyer, it would be an honor to become your disciple. Zoyer had shown more than enough sincerity, and the benefits to Arthur were massive. Having a Stage 9 Grand General as his official mentor would spare him endless trouble down the road. Brilliant. Zoyer's face lit up with genuine delight. Since you've officially joined my lineage, I can hardly let my apprentice leave empty-handed. She flicked a silver storage ring across the table. Take it. Inside are 5,000 high-grade spirit stones and a bottle of Stage 5 heart-sustaining elixirs. Consider it your initiation gift. Arthur caught the ring, his eyes widening. 5,000 spirit stones would keep his cultivation fueled for months. As for the heart-sustaining elixirs, they were legendary life-saving treasures. As long as a fighter was below stage 6, swallowing one at death's door would suspend their life force and keep them breathing for a full 24 hours. Right then, Sawyer stood up, dusting off her coat. Now that we've sealed the apprenticeship, I'll take you over to meet your Grandmaster. Grandmaster, Arthur blinked. If Sawyer was a stage 9 titan, how terrifying was her own teacher. Aye, he's already expecting us. Sawyer chuckled, heading for the door. Come along, lad. Arthur nodded, hurrying after her into the bright afternoon sun outside the spire. Sawyer turned to him with a sly grin. Brace yourself, apprentice. This'll be quick. Before Arthur could process her words, swoosh. Sawyer's hand shot out like striking lightning, grabbing Arthur firmly by the back of his collar. With a heavy stomp, she launched them both straight into the sky. The wind roared deafeningly in Arthur's ears as the ground below blurred into streaks of green and grey at supersonic speeds. He hung from her iron grip like a helpless sack of grain, his stomach churning violently from the sheer velocity. Just as he felt on the verge of tossing up his lunch, Sawyer's boot touched down cleanly on a secluded stone courtyard. She released his collar. Here we are. Arthur clutched his stomach, swallowing hard to force his breakfast back down. He looked up to see an ancient, mist-shrouded pavilion standing before them, radiating an air of primordial majesty. Come on inside, Sawyer said, stepping toward the arched stone entryway. Following closely behind, Arthur noticed dense, glowing array runes carved across the cobblestones, while strange spirit artillery barrels mounted along the walls hummed with lethal energy, automatically tracking their movements. Sawyer pulled 2 green jade pendants from her pocket, fastening one around her own neck and tossing the second to Arthur. Put that on. It masks our energy signatures so the security arrays don't vaporize us. Arthur caught the pendant and put it on immediately. The hum of the wall weapons instantly died down. They walked down a quiet corridor to a massive stone disc inscribed with glowing spatial runes. Dial 9, locked in. Sawyer tapped several runes on the console. Boom! A swirling, luminous spatial vortex opened in the air before them. In we go. Your Grandmaster's waiting on the other side, Sawyer announced, stepping straight into the portal. Taking a deep breath, Arthur stepped through the swirling light right behind her. Chapter 76, Grandmaster Grandeur stepping through the spatial portal. Arthur felt a disorienting sensation of absolute weightlessness, as if he were being spun rapidly through a deep vortex. A heartbeat later, his boots touched solid ground, and the dizziness evaporated. Opening his eyes, he found himself surrounded by ancient, towering trees, with trunks so wide 4 men couldn't link hands around them. Their thick, emerald canopy reached into the heavens, filtering the bright afternoon sunlight into soft, golden rays that illuminated a quiet mossy path. The crisp mountain air carried a potent density of pure spiritual takat, refreshing his senses with every breath. Sawyer turned around, offering a warm smile. Come along, lad. It's just up ahead. Arthur fell into step behind her, taking in the serene wilderness, before asking curiously, Master, what sort of person is Grandmaster, actually? Sawyer paused for a moment, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Well, rumours say he used to have a proper explosive temper back in his younger days, but he's settled down into a rather easygoing old gent now. She clapped Arthur firmly on the shoulder this year for sending him staggering 2 steps forward. Don't fret over formal nonsense. Our martial lineage has never cared for rigid, stuffy etiquette. Why, even I call him old-timer straight to his face. Arthur's mouth twitched. Blimey, what a dutiful, respectful disciple you are. Sawyer's eyes suddenly lit up with a mischievous spark. She leaned closer to Arthur, dropping her voice to a conspiratorial whisper as if sharing top-secret gossip. Here, let me tell you a classic story about his youth. I heard from your senior uncle that when your Grandmaster was young, he was an absolute simpher. Boom. Before she could finish the sentence, a terrifying gale of atmospheric pressure erupted out of nowhere. The roaring wind rattled the ancient forest, sending leaves and branches showering downward. A split second later, Sawyer's tall frame vanished from the path entirely. Arthur stared at the empty space beside him in absolute horror. A figure slowly materialized in the clearing ahead, a white-haired Taoist master wearing pristine martial robes, carrying an aura of transcendent, immortal majesty. However, the Grandmaster's expression was currently flushed with dark, furious irritation, and his right boot was still raised high in midair, frozen in the exact follow-through pose of a brutal, supersonic flying kick. Recovering his composure in a fraction of a second, the old master smoothly lowered his leg. He smoothed down his wide sleeves and forced a wonderfully warm, benevolent smile onto his face. Ha ha ha. You must be Zoya's new personal apprentice, the Grandmaster greeted smoothly, his voice serene. I am your Grandmaster. My Taoist title is Master Grand Supreme. Arthur snapped out of his daze and offered a deeply respectful, formal bow. Greetings, Grandmaster. As he bowed, a thunderous crash echoed from miles away. Arthur sneaked a glance out of the corner of his eye, watching a distant, towering mountain peak literally crumble into stone dust, kicking up a colossal cloud of earth. A bead of cold sweat rolled down Arthur's temple. Right, so that's where Master went. Seeing the young man tense up, Master Grand Supreme realized his sudden display of martial violence had startled the boy. He stepped forward, gently lifting Arthur up by his elbows. There, child. No need for such rigid bows. As your master mentioned, we don't care for stuffy formality here. Stand up. Arthur stood up, his heart still hammering against his ribs. Looking at the Grandmaster, he saw a kindly, smiling elder, yet a terrifying, bound-the-step flirt within those calm eyes. Master Grand Supreme patted Arthur's shoulder gently. Don't mind that kick, lad. Merely giving your master a small, well-deserved lesson in basic manners. He flicked his wide sleeve. Come along then. Swoosh. Before Arthur could blink, the scenery blurred into streaks of light. A heartbeat later, they stood before a rustic, elegant Taoist pavilion. Beside the building lay a crystal-clear, mirror-like lake, where a solitary bamboo fishing rod was planted near the bank. Thud. A battered figure plummeted straight out of the sky, crashing onto the grass. It was Zoya. She sat up, rubbing her lower back with a deeply aggrieved, mournful expression. You old codger. Did you have to kick me that bloody hard? Master Grand Supreme shot her a deadpan, impassive glare that clearly communicated two words. Serves you right. Ignoring her dramatic groans, the Grandmaster turned his attention back to Arthur. Arthur, my boy, how about a quick sparring match with your Grandmaster? I'd like to see your close quarters combat fundamentals. After all, an archer who cannot handle melee range is merely half a warrior. Arthur pondered the invitation for a moment before nodding firmly. Sparring with a titan of this caliber carried zero risk of accidentally harming his opponent, and receiving direct martial guidance from a Stage 9 Grandmaster was an opportunity worth millions. I'd be honoured, Grandmaster. Good lad, come at me with everything you've got. Pardon my intrusion then, Grandmaster. Arthur summoned a best flower from his void ring with a metallic hum, simultaneously activating the hunt. A sharp, terrifyingly focused aura instantly enveloped his body, turning his gaze into a razor-sharp beam of absolute intent. Master Grand Supreme's eyes flashed with genuine interest. He could clearly feel two distinct, contrasting forces radiating from the jewel-toned spear shaft, a vibrant, overflowing force of life paired with a cold, absolute presence of death. A magnificent weapon, the old master praised with a smile. Though since it possesses such high-tier restorative energy, I won't need to hold back quite as much on my counter-strikes. Please do not hold back, Grandmaster. Arthur lunged forward like a striking dragon, the tip of a best flower flashing with cold light as he unleashed a lightning-fast thrust straight for the old master's chest. Master Grand Supreme shifted his stance by a single inch, sidestepping the thrust with supernatural ease. Reaching out with two fingers, he clamped down on the shaft of the spear like an iron vice. Arthur tried to yank the weapon back, but even with his boosted Stage 2 physical strength, the spear shaft remained completely immobile, as if anchored into a mountain. Master Grand Supreme smiled warmly. Terrific raw power, lad, but your leverage and technique lack refinement. With a subtle flick of his wrist, the Grandmaster redirected Arthur's momentum, tossing him and his spear across the clearing. Arthur flipped smoothly midair, landing lightly on his boots 20 paces away. Again, Arthur's eyes flared with intense competitive spirit as he surged forward once more, his spear strikes growing faster, sharper, and far more aggressive. Master Grand Supreme parried each strike effortlessly, his movement simple yet embodying the absolute pinnacle of martial mastery. Though the pressure mounting on Arthur's shoulders grew heavier by the second, the boy refused to yield, pouring every ounce of his strength into the duel. Chapter 77 Lessons in the Clearing. Master Grand Supreme narrowed his eyes slightly, watching Arthur's relentless spear assaults with an approving glimmer in his deep pupils. He mused silently to himself. The lad is truly his father's son. He's inherited Arthur Sr.'s martial talent for spear combat down to his very bones. With every passing exchange, Arthur's footwork and spear forms grew cleaner, smoother, and vastly more precise. Though his current technical mastery was slightly unrefined compared to his father's at the same age, largely because Arthur Sr. had received strict, formal instruction from noble clan elders from early childhood, there was an undeniable edge to Arthur's strikes that his father had lacked at 16. Arthur's thrusts carried a fierce, practical lethality. Every sweep and drive aimed straight for vital kill points, born from life or death struggles rather than formal tournament routines. Yet admiration was one thing, a spar was another. The old Grandmaster wanted to see just how far the boy could be pushed. Parrying a sharp thrust with his left palm, Master Grand Supreme swung his right fist straight toward Arthur's chest in a devastating counter. Had the strike landed directly, it would have shattered several ribs at the very least. Under normal circumstances, the Grandmaster would never use such heavy force against a junior in a casual spar, but having felt the overflowing, miraculous life force radiating from Abyss Flower, he knew any minor physical injuries would mend in a heart's breath. As his spear was swept aside, Arthur felt an absolute, alarm bell threat flash through his veins. Before his conscious mind could even process the incoming danger, his physical frame reacted on pure, unadulterated instinct. He crossed his forearms firmly before his chest, bracing his guard a split second before the fist made contact. Bang! A heavy, dull impact echoed through the clearing. The sheer kinetic energy shattered the bones in both of Arthur's forearms, blood spraying over his sleeves. Yet through sheer, iron determination, he gritted his teeth and absorbed the momentum, channeling the force into a backward leap. Arthur's body skidded across the grass, kicking up a cloud of dust before coming to a firm halt 20 paces away. Master Grand Supreme blinked in genuine surprise, looking through the settling dust. He had fully expected his strike to break through the boy's guard and land clean on his sternum. How had a stage 2 youth managed to perceive and react to high-tier counterattack? Has he already developed absolute combat instinct at his age? What a terrifying martial talent! Inside the swirling dust, Arthur channeled Abyss Flower. Rich, emerald-white streams of life energy surged from the spear shaft into his arms, knitting his fractured bones and closing his torn skin in a matter of seconds. As for that miraculous combat instinct, Arthur had his own suspicions. Before acquiring the hunt, his physical reactions had been average for his rank, but ever since aligning with the path of the Revinebow Arbiter, his body seemed to inherit subtle, subconscious reflexes, the martial instincts of a cosmic hunter accustomed to constant battle. High above, a panicked voice transmitted directly into Master Grand Supreme's mind via spiritual communication. "Old man, what are you doing hitting him that bloody hard? Don't go breaking my boy." Master Grand Supreme pecked his ear casually, replying via thought, "Keep your hair on, Sawyer." That divine weapon of his holds the twin authorities of life and death. Some brilliant mind crafted a proper miracle there. Besides, don't pretend you didn't suffer far worse when you first sparred with me. Sawyer shuddered violently in the grass nearby. "You've got a cheek bringing that up. Half my ribs caved in. Both my arms snapped. What kind of monster master beats a teenage disciple like that?" Master Grand Supreme replied with an impassive, deadpan thought. "You were an arrogant, insufferable little menace back then. A proper thrashing was the only way to teach you humility, and I still have the memory crystal of you blubbering like a toddler afterward." "You," Sawyer's face flushed bright red with indignant rage. Cutting off the mental transmission, Master Grand Supreme turned his attention back to Arthur, who was already stepping out of the dust cloud. Even moving at maximum speed boosted by the hunt, Arthur's movements appeared as slow as a crawling turtle to the Grandmaster's eyes. Sidestepping a lightning-fast thrust with effortless ease, Master Grand Supreme reached out and clamped his hand tightly around Arthur's wrist. Arthur tried to wrench his arm free, but the Grandmaster's grip was like an iron band. Master Grand Supreme offered a warm, instructional smile. "Splendid spear technique, lad. Now let's see how you handle close quarters hand-to-hand combat. After all, if an enemy disarms you in battle, they won't wait for you to pick your weapon back up." With a subtle twist of his wrist, he forced Arthur's fingers open, sending Abyss Flower flying. With a swift kick, the Grandmaster struck the spear shaft mid-air, driving the weapon deep into a massive granite boulder 50 paces away like an iron stake. Arthur didn't waste time trying to retrieve his spear. The Grandmaster's advice was spot on in a real life-or-death battle. Losing a weapon meant fighting with fist and bone. The moment Master Grand Supreme released his wrist, Arthur stepped in close and threw a heavy, rapid right hook straight for the Grandmaster's jaw. An ordinary Stage 2 practitioner could never hope to match Arthur's speed. The hunt enhanced not just movement, but the absolute velocity of every strike. Yet to the Grandmaster, The punch was easily manageable. Master Grand Supreme raised his own palm, meeting Arthur's fist head-on. Boom! A heavy shockwave rippled between their knuckles, forcing Arthur back 3 full steps. Solid raw power. Master Grand Supreme nodded approvingly. But speed and force mean nothing without structure and fluidity. Observe. The old master stepped forward, executing a series of seemingly simple, unadorned strikes that embodied the absolute essence of martial mastery. Arthur focused his entire perception, analyzing every shift in weight, every subtle turn of the shoulder, and every flow of internal energy. With his high natural intellect amplified by the heightened perception of the hunt, Arthur possessed a staggering capacity for martial assimilation. As he defended against the Grandmaster's strikes, he absorbed the principles in real time, refining his boxing form and footwork with astonishing speed. Master Grand Supreme's eyes lit up with profound satisfaction as he felt Arthur's punches becoming cleaner, tighter, and vastly more efficient with every passing minute. After another rapid exchange of blows, both fighters backed away, creating distance. Arthur stood in the center of the clearing, breathing slightly heavily, managing his defense while simultaneously processing and adapting to high-level martial mechanics demanded immense mental focus. Right then, that will do for today. Master Grand Supreme smiled warmly. Arthur had absorbed a massive amount of technical insight. Pushing further without time to digest it would be counterproductive. With a gentle sweep of his wide sleeve, the Grandmaster drew a best flower out of the granite boulder, sending the spear floating back through the air. Arthur reached out and caught the shaft securely in his grip, bowing deeply to the old master. Chapter 78. The lineage of the Zaids. Arthur channeled his internal taket directly into the shaft of Abyss Flower. Instantly, vibrant streams of pure, restorative life force surged forth from the divine spear, flowing into his bruised forearms and chest to mend the injuries left behind by Master Grand Supreme's strikes. Watching the dark bruises and fractured tissue heal within seconds, the old Grandmaster couldn't help but let out a quiet, appreciative sigh. A weapon bearing the dual authorities of life and death, truly an extraordinary artifact, Master Grand Supreme remarked, his eyes holding a thoughtful glimmer. In a real battle, an opponent would find such an asset infuriating. Any damage dealt to Arthur would mend in a heartbeat, while the corrosive force of death lingering on the spear's blade would continuously erode the enemy's body from the inside. Furthermore, with the Grandmaster's immense perception, he could easily tell that Abyss Flower was no ordinary Stage 2 artifact. It possessed the rare, legendary capacity to grow alongside its wielder. Naturally, Master Grand Supreme harbored not a shred of greed. After all, the boy standing before him was his own grand disciple. "What is this weapon called?" the old master asked. "Abyss Flower," Arthur replied politely. "Abyss Flower, fine name for a fine spear." Stowing the spear back into his void ring, Arthur folded his hands and offered a respectful bow. "My deepest gratitude for your guidance, Grandmaster." Through their intense sparring match, Arthur hadn't merely given the Grandmaster a demonstration of his close quarters capabilities, he had gained invaluable insights into high-tier combat mechanics himself. Master Grand Supreme chuckled softly, waving his hand. "Think nothing of it. Your spear technique is sharp and lethal. But because you lack formal, systematic instruction, your core basics remain slightly unrefined. As for your hand-to-hand combat, while supported by impressive agility and instincts, it lacks proper martial structure. You rely mostly on raw reflexes and impromptu adaptation." The Grandmaster's critique hit the nail right on the head, and Arthur nodded in complete agreement. "Tell you what," Master Grand Supreme added, stroking his white beard, "starting tomorrow, you shall spend the next month training right here in my valley." Arthur's eyes lit up with genuine delight, and he bowed again. "Thank you, Grandmaster. I would be honored." "Right then, off you go." With the arrangement settled, Master Grand Supreme strolled back toward the tranquil lake, picked up his bamboo rod, and quietly resumed his fishing. "Right, we're off then. Goodbye, old-timer," Sawyer called out with a cheerful wave. Before Arthur could even react, Sawyer grabbed him firmly by the shoulder. In a flash of blurring light, they vanished from the clearing, reappearing in the ancient forest right before the spatial portal disk. "After you, lad," Sawyer said, stepping back. The two of them stepped through the swirling vortex once more. As the familiar dizziness passed, the grand stone hall of the administrative spire came back into view. Sawyer tapped a few runes on the central console, closing the spatial rift behind them. "Come on, I'll show you the shortcut back," Sawyer said, leading the way out of the stone building. As they stepped out into the crisp evening air, Arthur realized with a start that this hidden facility was actually situated on the high mountain ridge right beside the student residential sector. Dusk had settled over Sonargaon. Down in the valley below, rows of warm golden lanterns lit up the male and female villa sectors, casting a serene, picturesque glow across the tree-lined avenues. "Find your own way down from here, lad," Sawyer said, turning on her heel to leave. Before taking 3 steps, she paused, reached into her trench coat, and tossed a heavy bronze object back toward him. Arthur caught it midair. Looking down, he saw an ancient, heavy token carved with the bold script for Zaid. "Master, what's this?" Arthur asked, looking up in confusion. Sawyer's figure blurred into a streak of shadow, her crisp voice echoing back to the night air. "The command token of the House of Zaid. The current clan master is my elder brother." Arthur froze, staring at the heavy bronze token in his palm in utter astonishment. The House of Zaid. It was arguably the single most influential, powerful noble clan in the entire province of Sonargaon. "Blimey," Arthur thought, shaking his head with a dry chuckle. "My new master has a proper terrifying background." Then a sudden thought struck him. In Sawyer's office earlier, she had possessed 2 distinct tokens, one for the Zaid clan, and another inscribed with the mark of Pendragon. If her maiden family was the Zaid clan, then her married lineage was the Pendragon clan. And as it happened, Arthur knew a certain cold, aristocratic girl from the Pendragon family back at the Imperial Martial Institute in Gore. Deciding to satisfy his curiosity, Arthur pulled his mobile phone from his void ring as he walked down the mountain path toward his villa, sending a quick text message to Sophia. "Arthur, you free?" To his surprise, a reply popped up almost immediately. "Sophia, what is it?" Seeing how quickly she responded, Arthur decided against typing out a long story and dialed her number directly. After 2 rings, the line connected, and Sophia's cool, composed voice came through the speaker. "What's happened?" Arthur chuckled softly. Having known her for nearly 2 months during the entrance exams, he was well accustomed to her aloof, concise manner. "Nothing major," Arthur replied casually. "Just checking in. How are things at the Imperial Martial Institute on your first day?" Sophia offered her usual brief, precise update, and after a bit of casual banter, Arthur decided to ask the question on his mind. "By the way, do you happen to know a senior in the Pendragon family named Sawyer?" Silence fell over the line for a second. "Sawyer?" Sophia asked, a rare note of surprise entering her calm voice. "How do you know that name?" Hearing her reaction, Arthur knew he had hit the mark. He quickly summarized the events of the afternoon, how he had taken part in the placement trial, been summoned to the administrative spire, and officially become Sawyer's personal disciple. After listening to his brief explanation, Sophia went quiet for a long moment before speaking softly. "Sawyer is my mother, Ban." Arthur stopped dead in his tracks on the cobblestone path, his mind going completely blank. "What on earth? My brand new master's my mate's mother. What kind of mental coincidence is this?" Recovering from his shock, Arthur couldn't help but grin, teasingly saying into the speaker, "Well now, what a small world. Since your mum's my master, does that mean I should be calling you senior sister from now on?" Sophia replied in her usual deadpan tone, "Don't be ridiculous. We're friends." Arthur laughed brightly. "Fair enough. Right then, I'm just arriving back at my villa, so I'll let you get back to your evening." "Aye. Goodbye, Arthur." Just as Arthur was about to hang up, Sophia's voice came back through the speaker, her tone turning uncharacteristically grave. "Arthur, make sure you keep an eye on the national news broadcasts tonight." Arthur frowned slightly. "Eh? Why's that?" "The central government," Sophia said slowly, "is officially launching its counter-offensive regarding the recent cult assassination attempt." Chapter 79, Evening out in Sonargaon. The central government's launching a counter-offensive. Arthur mused as the line went dead. He stared at his phone screen for a moment before pushing the thought to the back of his mind. He was back at the villa now, and seeing Firefly and Elysia was far more important than high-level politics. Pushing the door open, Arthur stepped inside. Firefly was sitting on the divan in the lounge, staring absently at the television screen. The telly was showing the news, but her mind was clearly somewhere else. At the click of the door latch, Firefly snapped out of her daze. Seeing Arthur standing in the entryway, her face lit up with a delighted smile. Setting the remote down, she jogged over to welcome him. "Arthur." "Welcome home." Arthur smiled, reaching out to gently pat her head. "Waited long, Firefly?" "Not at all," she replied softly, her eyes sparkling with warmth. "I only sat down a moment ago." Looking at her sweet face, Arthur couldn't resist ruffling her silky silver grey hair a bit more. They shared a quiet laugh, and Arthur took her hand, walking her toward the lounge. Where's Alizia then? Arthur asked, looking around the empty living room. Aren't we going out into the city tonight? Sister Alizia's upstairs getting ready, Firefly explained. Arthur nodded. Looking down at Firefly, he realized she was wearing a sharp, dark-tailored suit, the exact outfit she often wore back in her own world. Though structured like formal gentlemen's wear, on her lean, graceful frame, it looked remarkably sleek and handsome. Noticing his gaze, Firefly's cheeks dusted a delicate pink. She did a quick, shy turn, looking up at him expectantly. How does it look? Arthur offered a warm, approving grin. Spot on. You look brilliant, Firefly. Her face bloomed into a radiant smile, her eyes glowing with quiet happiness. Oh, Arthur, you're back! Alizia's cheerful voice echoed down the staircase. A heartbeat later, a breathtaking figure glided down the steps, instantly capturing both Arthur and Firefly's undivided attention. Arthur couldn't help but blink in pure amazement. Alizia was wearing an exquisite, hand-woven silk gown in delicate shades of peach and white, embroidered with blooming floral motifs. The long, floating sleeves drifted gracefully with every step, making her look like a spring blossom brought to life. Arthur told her, staring at me like that. Have you been completely enchanted? Hee, as expected. The charming pink elf miss is simply irresistible! Alizia glided right up to him, a sly, teasing grin playing on her lips. Arthur snapped out of his daze, shaking his head with a warm chuckle. Our Alizia looks stunning tonight, as always. Alizia's smile turned twice as radiant. She took Firefly's hand, turning to Arthur with sparkling eyes. Right then, let me at the night market. We're going to have an absolute blast tonight. Aye, let's head off. Samira and the others are likely waiting for us outside the main gates, Arthur replied with a laugh. Brilliant. But why did Instructor Zoya call you to her office earlier? I'll explain everything once we meet up with Samira, Arthur said, leading the way out. Outside the grand stone archway of the Sonargaean Martial Institute, Samira sat on the bonnet of a sleek black vehicle, idly swinging her legs. Saad leaned against another motorcar with his arms folded, eyes half closed in a lazy nap, while Sabia crouched on the pavement, counting ants out of sheer boredom. Are Arthur and the others coming soon? Sabihar asked in a small, timid voice. Relax, Sabihar. It's not even 7 o'clock yet. Arthur always arrives right on the dot. Samira checked her wristwatch and reassured her with a fond chuckle. Samira, why did Senior Instructor Jiang call you over earlier? Sabihar asked curiously. Having spent the afternoon together, she felt far more comfortable talking with Samira now. Said perked up his ears as well, keen to hear what a Stage 9 instructor wanted with Samira. Samira offered a cheeky, secretive grin. SHH, I'll tell you once Arthur gets here. Right, fair enough. Sabiha nodded obediently. Tell them, what once I get here? A familiar voice called out from down the avenue. The trio turned to see Arthur walking over, flanked by Alizia and Firefly. Arthur was wearing a sharp, dark formal coat over his tunic, looking exceptionally dapper, an outfit Alizia had personally helped him pick out before they left the villa. Well now, look at you, Samira teased, whistling softly. Dressed to the nines. What happened to your usual casual kit? However, when their eyes drifted to Alizia standing beside him, all three of them froze in sheer awe. Alizia's breathtaking beauty in her floral silk gown was otherworldly. She looked like the absolute center of the universe. Firefly's sleek, tailored suit was equally striking in its own right, though Alizia's radiant presence stole the show. Along the bustling avenue, passing pedestrians, both men and women alike, couldn't help but stop and stare in wide-eyed admiration. Recovering her composure, Samira smirked, looking at Arthur. Right then. Want to know why Senior Instructor Jiang summoned me to her office? The group just stared at her in silence, refusing to give her a setup line. Not caring in the slightest, Samira announced proudly. She wants to take me as her personal disciple. And I accepted. Zahid stroked his chin thoughtfully. Senior Instructor Jiang, if I remember correctly, her cultivation is at Stage 9 early, isn't it? Sabiha gave a quiet nod, confirming his words. By the way, Arthur, Samira asked, turning her eyes to him. What did Instructor Zoya want with you? Chapter 80, The Noodle Shop. Arthur shrugged when Samira asked about his meeting with Zoya. Same as you, really. Took me on as her personal disciple. Ah, fair enough. Samira nodded, taking the news in stride. Zahid checked his wristwatch, glancing at Arthur and the others. Right then, let me at him. It's getting late. Shall we head into Central Sonargaeon? With that, Zahid opened his car door and hopped into the driver's seat. Arthur looked over at the second parked vehicle, then turned to the girls. Right, does any of you lot actually know how to drive? Samira raised her hand with frantic enthusiasm. Me, let me have a go. She had been eyeing the sleek, high-performance motorcar all afternoon, itching for a turn behind the wheel. Arthur shot her a dubious look. It wasn't that he doubted she had a license, it was just that putting Samira behind the steering wheel of a high-powered vehicle felt like courting absolute chaos. Noticing his hesitant glare, Samira crossed her arms in a huff. What's that look for? Don't you trust my driving? HMPH. Sabiha, get in. She grabbed Sabiha by the arm, bundled her into the passenger seat, and slid into the driver's seat with a triumphant smirk. Arthur let out a helpless sigh, knowing better than to argue. He took Alicia and Firefly by the hand, leading them into the plush back seat. Right then, girls, hold on tight. Out on the bustling avenues of central Sonagaon, neon signs flashed past as evening traffic streamed through the city. In the trailing car, Zahid gripped his steering wheel, his jaw nearly dropping as he watched Samira weave through the lanes ahead like a speed demon. Is she mad? Driving like a bloody stunt pilot. Muttering under his breath, Zahid slammed his foot on the accelerator, doing his absolute best to keep her taillights in sight. Before long, both vehicles pulled up outside a quiet, unassuming little noodle shop nestled in a side street. Samira stepped out, looking at the modest, traditional storefront, then turned to Sabiha. Sabiha, is this the place? As a Sonargan local, Sabiha had been asked to pick a nice spot for dinner. She gave an eager, bright nod. Aye, Sister Samira. My elder brother found it first. The food here is absolutely brilliant. With that, Sabiha pushed the wooden door open and led the group inside. The eatery was simple, clean, and quiet, with only a few rustic wooden tables. Over in the far corner, a single, petite customer sat with her back to the door, a girl with long, snow-white hair, eating her bowl of noodles with such ravenous, frantic speed that she looked as if she hadn't seen a hot meal in a fortnight. Arthur and the others couldn't help but glance at her twice. A maiden with hair as white as frost eating like a starving wolf was quite a sight to behold. Hearing the door chime, the shopkeeper, a friendly uncle in his late 40s, stepped out from the kitchen. Evening, folks. Welcome. Seeing Sabiha among them, his face lit up with a warm, genuine smile. Ah, Sabiha, good to see you, lass. Come, take a seat. The usual for me, uncle. Sabiha greeted him cheerfully. Right you are. The owner turned to Arthur and the rest. You lot with her. Pick a table. I'll have your steaming bowls ready in a jiffy. They sat down around a large round wooden table. Arthur looked around the cozy shop curiously. You come here often then, Sabiha? Aye, Sabiha offered a sweet smile. Whenever my brother comes back to town, he always brings me here. In no time at all, the shopkeeper emerged holding several piping hot bowls of spiced, fragrant noodles. Up you go, folks. Eat up while it's hot. Samira picked up her chopsticks, took a mouthful, and chewed. Her eyes lit up instantly. Car, that's proper delicious. The owner grinned proudly. Told you so. That's our house specialty. Arthur, Zahid, and the girls took a taste as well, their eyes brightening in unison. Top-notch culinary work, uncle, Zahid praised, thoroughly impressed. He had dined in luxury establishments across the province, but few dishes possessed the rich, comforting depth of this humble bowl. Ha! Cheers, lad. Glad you like it. The owner rubbed the back of his neck, clearly pleased by the high praise. Just then, Firefly lightly nudged Arthur's arm. Arthur turned to her in confusion, seeing her point toward a television set mounted on the central wall of the shop. Arthur looked up at the screen and blinked in surprise. On the display, a man wearing sweeping martial robes stood suspended in the open sky, his arms folded over a long spear. He carried an air of effortless, immortal majesty, hovering high above a sprawling city of traditional tiled roofs. The news anchor's voice echoed through the shop speakers. A short while ago, the Grand Empire issued an official martial challenge to the Eastern Archipelago. Sword Immortal Luckman has just exited his closed-door seclusion and is currently standing directly above the Imperial Palace of the Island Realm, awaiting their top guardians. Let us see who among their elite dares to step forward and meet his challenge. Far across the sea, deep within the capital of the Eastern Archipelago, the Emperor stood in the open courtyard of the royal palace, staring up at the sky with a pale, furious face. Up above, Luckman stood unmoving, openly radiating the suffocating, unrestrained pressure of a Stage 9 Grandmaster. When the Grand Empire had sent formal challenge letters to foreign capitals days prior, the Archipelago High Command had known it was a blatant warning regarding their covert involvement in the cult assassination attempt. Yet due to the massive gap in military power, they hadn't dared refuse the challenge. Seeing Luckman flaunting his terrifying aura directly over the royal palace, the Emperor felt a wave of bitter, helpless humiliation. Had their own Stage 9 elder not released a counter-aura to cushion the shockwave, every low-tier citizen in the capital would have been flattened to the cobblestones. Gritting his teeth, the Emperor raised his hand, intending to strike outward to force Luckman away from the palace grounds. Allowing a fight directly above their sovereign throne room was an unpardonable insult to their realm. However, before he could execute the strike, an icy, prickling sensation ran down his spine. Far across the ocean, several cold, transcendent gazes were locked directly onto his frame. The grand powerhouses of the Empire were watching his every move from afar. His hand froze in midair, forced to pull back as cold sweat drenched his robes, his heart burning with silent, impotent rage.